Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
White night.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this conversation. Happy birthday, Kelsey. I don't know who she is. She's on ESPN, but it's her birthday. And they bought her store-bought cupcakes.
They don't like her.
How do you know? Oh, there it is. Oh, so are we watching it late? Del had already seen this?
Yeah, I already seen it. They don't like her.
It's straight from like H-E-B or
They wish. It's probably
Kroger,
whatever is up there, wherever they're from, where they are, either L.A. or Connecticut. They don't like her there.
They don't like her because
they
didn't bake her.
No one baked her. No one baked her anything.
So her co-host, that guy, should have baked her cupcake.
Not him. Someone behind the scenes. If they're going to wish her happy birthday, it's not the co-host's idea to wish her happy birthday. Some producer put that up. So someone behind the scenes should have baked her something. If they don't bake you anything, they probably don't
Here's
like
how
her.
it went.
Listen, they went to the store for her. That's enough. That's really enough.
She's not well liked.
Well, I mean,
do you want to be accused of sexual harassment?
Right.
Not him.
Somebody does that.
I felt very uncomfortable with you giving me food on TV.
Yeah. Well, she got the food anyway.
I'm going to give you food today. Nico's today.
You can sexually harass me with gyros all you want.
Wow. What?
Sexually harass me with Greek food. Watch what? Yeah, I don't care.
What do you say?
I'll just lay back and take it.
Oh,
wow. Oh, wow.
Well, Greek food. What's wrong with you guys? Where are y'all? Come back to the microphones. I'm in a metaphorical sense, obviously. But Greek food, no, I can't say things. Because I was going to say do stuff with Greek food, but I can't. So just bring the Greek food in and then assault.
I'm out.
Shouldn't say assault my
words.
face with
Stop
it.
using
your words are...
Because I know my words will be used against me.
Of
and that's
course.
what sucks is sometimes
I'm the loose cannon in here.
I don't know what's wrong with him. He's been on one all week.
I know.
We made a thing about the assault with cupcakes, and I said you can assault me with Nico's. Yeah.
Right,
no one said anything about assault. You said assault.
Yeah,
well, because
you wanted to be sexually assaulted with a gyro.
Well, what you said
That's
it.
what
everything
I
say is going to be used against me.
Well, you said it.
You say
like
stuff.
Of course.
mouth assaulted, like anything like that. You see what I'm saying? Like everything doesn't work. Nothing works when it comes to eating.
That's a clue.
Everything can be
That's
used.
the clue. You shouldn't have said it.
Maybe you shouldn't sit back. You should, sit up. Sit up.
Be an active participant.
Well,
yeah.
Don't give consent to the Euro. Stop it. Stop talking about this.
Yes. Okay, Demetrius. Sorry about this.
We're starting with, hey, we're gonna get food today. Not that it matters to the listener so much, but we're getting food, and you take it there.
Right.
It's
assaulted. That's just
but it like assaulted.
It's a bad way to start the show. The good kids are on their way to school right now.
No, they don't go this early.
They don't go this
well,
early?
unless they live out in like Magnolia.
Yeah, right.
Then they could be headed in.
Right.
If they go to a private school in Houston and they live in Magnolia. They've been on the road for an hour already.
Yeah.
You ever been to Magnolia?
Magnolia's far.
It's about 2 hours away, it feels like.
Yeah.
And it actually
the way
is.
you take, probably. Yeah, you don't.
No, it's a long way away.
Yeah. So anyway, the Texans won. The Texans won.
Yeah. They still won.
And they still won. But we got Nico's coming in today. We got remember the Greek boxer we had on?
Yeah.
Totally sweet. He's going to be on today.
Vanillis
He's got a big fight.
Spanoulis.
Everybody knows who Vasily Spanoulis is. Okay?
I said Vanillis.
Oh, okay.
It's a different. Spanoulis is a common last name. I'm assuming
it is.
For the Greeks.
How do you? Yeah. Are you sure about that?
Actually, there's somebody in the league right now with the last name Spanoulis.
Really?
Yeah, there's somebody in basketball on one of the teams. I'm like, I wonder if he's related. And then I started thinking, God, has it been long enough that this could be Vasilis' son? No, it can't be. Never mind. There's a Spanoulis in the league.
Well, why couldn't it be? Are you sure?
I guess it could be. And I think they played the Rockets the other day.
You think? Oh, really? Spanoulis played the Rockets the other day?
Yeah, whoever the.
Well.
Look how Vasilis Spanoulis looks now.
Wow.
That's a picture of him.
He aged poorly.
Well, he looks like a ruffian.
He does look like some kind of Russian.
He's a
bodyguard.
coach right now.
He looks like a Russian bodyguard, is what he looks like.
Yeah, he's a coach right now.
Yeah. Anyway, in the NBA last night we did have a big game. The Celtics and the Cavs, and the run is over at what was it, 14-0 or 15-0?
15.
15-0. And the Cavs started 15-0. The last team that started 15-0.
Rockets.
Yeah, and won it all.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll find out whether or not the Cavs
94, right?
94 was the last time.
Their first title.
Yep, their first title, and they won it all. And
the only time that they really went wire to wire, other than when they had the first Chris Paul year. Usually the Rockets were up and down and all, but that year in 94, like they were dominant. And they were coming up. It had been a process and kept moving up and moving up and moving up with the same group. And that's how I'm kind of like, that's one of the things I kind of like about the Texans right now is I think they have a chance to be kind of like that. And maybe even the Rockets too, the current Rockets. Current Rockets have their same. Now they don't have an Olajuwon, obviously, who was in his prime, but and they had Otis Thorpe, who was in his prime. Like they had seasoned veterans and continuity. This Rocket team is built a little different than that, but I like when you keep the same guys and you just keep getting better year after year after year. You add little pieces here, little piece there, and you keep getting better and better. I like that.
Yeah, well, we'll find out whether or not the Rockets like that and whether or not they're going to trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. We'll find out. That's the word right now that's a real possibility. It will be interesting to see what they would have to give up. I'm not sure. I think a lot of the city is probably iffy about that. Everybody that I talk to, everybody's got a different opinion on it.
Yeah, I think less. I think in theory, the players you'd probably lose. I don't think it would be a popular. Now, if it happened, it's not popular during this discussion. If it happened, it's one of those things like people would get excited to see Giannis. Yeah. So it would instantly change once he was there and he's your guy. But in theory, it's not popular to move guys like Alperen Şengün and Amen Thompson because that's what it would take to get somebody like Giannis. And cross a bridge when you find it if you ever get there. But I do wonder why not Spanoulis, but Giannis has been mentioned with the Rockets. Like I know they have a lot of pieces, a lot of valuable commodities. I don't get this. I get the feeling Giannis would be just fine in an upgraded city, but it doesn't have to be one of the coasts or in Chicago or, he didn't strike me. He's in Milwaukee anyway, but he doesn't strike me as somebody who needs to play in some, under tremendous spotlight where he needs attention. And he just feels like a guy who goes and does his job and doesn't have to have this, like LeBron-like attention. I don't think that's the case with him.
Is he sick of it there? I mean, is it he has stayed there, but I mean, they're not going to win anything.
Well, I think they had a good run, but they kind of screwed it up. Like this should have been a longer run. I feel like Chris Middleton, they had some decent talent and they didn't do a very good job of adding to it, to sustain it. And then it kind of dropped off. And then that stupid move where you get a Paul George or you get a Dame Lillard or you get a Carmelo Anthony like we saw here, Russell Westbrook, that stuff almost never works. It worked with Chris Paul for 1 year. I mean, it worked with Chris Paul great for 1 year. And then, James exploded it the next year. But but Chris Paul also played a little bit of a leadership role, but a subservient scoring role. It just doesn't. How often does this work? You had Kawhi Leonard. When does this work? Where you add these veterans who are at maybe the back end of their prime or maybe slipping below their prime. It just forever and ever, Barkley with the Rockets, it's not a winning formula to do that, to add that. That's why when you talk about adding Giannis, the difference is Giannis, as you can tell from his season he's having this year, he's not really that guy. Like he's not Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard is his best years likely behind him, and they were in relative anonymity over in Portland, which is kind of weird because it's not like that's been a nobody franchise, but I don't know. It just feels like he's just one of those guys that, kind of like Donovan Mitchell was in Utah. He's really good. You just don't think about him a whole lot.
Well, but he moves on, and look at where Cleveland is now. Yeah, and he just signed in a long-term extension, and he's going to be in Cleveland. And guess what? They look like they're a much better.
But he's another guy that misses a lot of time too.
Yeah, he is.
By the way,
Indiana tonight for the Rockets, and they're celebrating. Apparently, they're celebrating the 30th anniversary of the title, their first title. So that'll be a fun atmosphere. Indiana's a pretty good basketball team. Then you got Portland and Portland back to back, Friday and Saturday. The Rockets the Rockets in a good spot right now. Indiana's going to be tough though, but here we'll see.
Good test for the Rockets.
Good test, and then they're at Minnesota, at Philadelphia, who you feel really bad for right now. At Philadelphia and their struggles,
Praying
and
on
then
their
Oklahoma
downfall.
City, and San Antonio beat Oklahoma City without Wembanyama. So after the ass kicking that the Rockets took from at Oklahoma City, maybe a little payback coming up next week, December 1st. Here we go. We're on. It's basketball's in full swing, and our Houston Texans as well. And we had the college football playoff announcement yesterday. Very interesting, like you said, Del. What you said happened with Boise State moving into a bye right now. Boise State in a bye with the Big 12 champ actually going to be the 5th seed as of now. Now, if Colorado State wins it, now Arizona State
has a chance to take BYU's spot in the title game.
It's a little more open.
State this is a playoff game this Saturday. Arizona
we've
State,
been acting
BYU.
like it's Colorado or BYU, but it's really nice. I mean, there's some other players here.
Yeah, well, there's one. It's Arizona State.
Yeah.
And they're playing BYU this week.
Yeah, they host BYU. They win that one, then obviously they have the inside track. So where's
that game, Del?
At Arizona State.
Arizona State.
That's a feisty game right there.
Yep, and they will be up in Tempe, that's for sure.
Now, would an Arizona State Colorado Big 12 title game, the winner, would that elevate them over Boise?
I think Colorado would, for sure.
Anyway,
yeah, winning the Big 12 will put them over.
Arizona State?
That's
how many losses do they have? Two?
Two.
I mean, it's a 2-loss Big 12 champ.
Yep.
You almost have to put them in, which is one of the dangers of the Big 12 is that, I say dangers. I mean, maybe
put them in ahead of Boise is the question.
Boise's not going. If Boise wins,
no. I'm saying would they pass Boise in the rankings? Colorado.
I mean, they should.
Colorado would, I believe, but I'm not sure because that would be awfully disrespectful for Colorado with two losses, winning the Big 12 championship game to not get that.
Well,
bye.
You think about Arizona State; they beat BYU. That'll jump them up, and then they will beat Colorado. So I think the winner of the Big 12, as long as they don't suffer some loss we don't see coming, I think the winner of the Big 12 is going to jump Boise because Arizona State will be in a position to be probably a top 16 team by the time they would play Colorado. And then you beat Colorado if they're still where they are. I don't think they would have any real justification to keep one of them below Boise State.
You wouldn't think so. Boise isn't going to have a big enough win, right?
No, their best win is playing Oregon tight.
Yeah, and what do they got? They got left.
Colorado State.
They got Colorado State for the championship.
Yeah, Colorado State's played better. We just forgot about them because they got their ass kicked by Colorado. But that would be even more justification. Colorado went into Colorado State and beat their ass. So, but if we do like opponents, if Colorado won the Big 12, we've already seen Colorado against the second best team in the Mountain West, and they handle them easily.
But Colorado State has 3 losses, doesn't it?
I know. Maybe, but I think they are still on track to play in that game as it stands right now.
They're still on track to play in that game, but they're a 3-loss team, so that's not going to be a huge.
That's
Colorado,
what I'm saying.
No, they're 8-2,
and we've already seen Colorado.
No. Hold on, we'll find it here. Colorado State. That's not a big enough win. Colorado State is got 3 losses.
And I said, I know. And I said we've already seen Colorado beat Colorado State. Right. So the like opponent thing, we could already see that Colorado State has handled them anyway. So.
Yep. And then UNLV is right there with 1 loss. Should Colorado State stumble at all? 714 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. But if you want an air conditioner, you go to Vanderford.
Vanderford Air. I sent a message to Robert Vanderford yesterday because I'm trying to get set up with an air conditioning. Not an air conditioning, a checkup, a tune-up for my system. And what they do is they go through the entire system. But it's going to be important because when's the last time I ran my furnace? When's the last time any of us ran our furnace? It's been, I don't know, 10 months maybe since the last time we ran our furnace. Did you know that you can put yourself and your family in danger of carbon monoxide poisoning if you have a leaky furnace? You got to make sure that gets checked out. You got to make sure that your furnace is working properly, that your lines are clean, that your system is together. There's nothing loose. I had a loose bracket that had fallen off of my air conditioning system. I had the AC unit, the area that was on the ground. There were the guy who does the yard had taken the weed eater or whatever and chopped almost all the way through this line. They had to actually cover it back up and tape it back up. They said, man, you were just seconds away from completely having all this completely destroyed. It's things like that they do that really help you in terms of keeping your system running efficiently and keeping your house cool or keeping your house warm, or just having the peace of mind to know that you've got an energy efficient unit. If your unit is not working properly, if there's something that's broken, if there's something that's on its last legs, you either need to get a new system or a new part, and let's get this thing working properly so that you stay cooled or warmed the way you should at an efficient rate. Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
Hey, time to talk about your Cougs. They're going to be playing Saturday night against Baylor. Last home game, senior night. Let's go. Get on out there, and let's have a big time out there Saturday night at TD-ECU Stadium. Finish it off strong. Let's get on out there. Let's have a big, big time. Wear blue, okay? First 20,000 fans will receive a Houston Blue Rally towel, compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips, as the team will be wearing blue that night. Yes, eat that, Tennessee Titans. What? You don't know blue, you suck. It's the University of Houston taking on Baylor at 6 p.m., November 23rd, this Saturday, TD-ECU Stadium. Get your tickets now at just starting at $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on ESPN and 97.5 and 92.5. According to experts, according to a bunch of people, it doesn't look like, and I guess this is going to be the case, but Alex Bregman expected to not. Other people covet his.
Holy crap! Never saw that coming.
Other people covet his
Alex Bregman,
his talents in the postseason more than the Astros do, apparently.
Wow, what a shocker! Well, that's 0 for 8.
Well, this one is going. I think is going to hurt the worst. This one is going to hurt the worst. I think Alex Bregman brings that kind of attitude and that kind of intensity and focus to the locker room that none of the other guys did.
Yeah,
Although Carlos is pretty,
yeah,
he's pretty tuned, locked in. But Carlos was injured a
Alex
bunch.
Bregman also had about a 2.5-year run that wasn't good. It was borderline bad. We tend to forget
bad
that
starts.
the COVID 20 to 22.5 wasn't good.
Yeah,
it wasn't good at all. And so he gets off to bad starts, but it hurts because I think it partly hurts because he's the latest also. Yeah. And you're running out of heartbeat guys. You're running out of dudes. You're running out of, frankly, the core of what got you here. And the Astros have just slowly faded away like an aging beauty who and they're not trying to go quietly into that good night with a bunch of fillers and face stuff. They're just aging beauty, and they still look good. They're still competitive, but they're just slowly going away.
No. It looks like the Giants are a real possibility. They just gave Chapman that big deal. They move Alex to second. The Phillies are talking about Alex at second base. The Yankees are talking about moving him there instead of Gleyber Torres, along with Soto, Judge, Stanton, and Bregman in that lineup. That'd be pretty good.
When do you think the city of Houston gets really fed up with this? I think this is it.
You do?
As soon as you don't make the playoffs, it's the Wolves are coming.
I think people will. I think you give it a couple more years before people start to stay away.
People don't give. Well, I don't mean stay. I don't mean stay away.
Well,
I just kind of
listen. They
chirping.
still fill up that stadium.
Yeah, I just mean chirping.
Well, there's always chirping. There's always. I mean, what are you going to do? Chirping. As long as people are spending their money, what the hell? What's the difference?
It's funny though. Houston fans they'll shut it down faster than you think.
Yeah,
it doesn't take long for them to go.
I don't know. I think this organization has built up enough. A goodwill that with how good they've been,
but those rates are going up and up and up on tickets. Like financially, just not great financially for people right now.
Yeah,
I wonder if that will be
over the next 4 years, though.
Okay. By the way, there's an article. There's an article that came out that's like they're admitting, "Ooh, your groceries about to go up."
Yeah, well,
because there's about to be once the immigration and this is Elon said this, like, yeah, when immigration, we start deporting people. That's some workforce.
Yeah, well,
your rates are going to go up a little bit at the grocery store.
Yeah, I think they're going to go after the newbies that haven't even gotten jobs here yet. So we'll see. Yeah.
You'll ask, are you working in grocery store?
Right.
Are you doing produce?
Well, how long have you been here? I've been working here for 20 years.
Hey. Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
right.
I'm sure.
I'm sure there's a lot of disseminating.
Yeah.
How long have you been here? Where do you work? Is this going to affect my apples?
Yeah.
And my bacon and eggs?
Mm-hmm.
No, my point, not to go too deep into that rabbit hole, my point is that there's going to be a lot of people who, if you're not a winning product, if you're not a good winning product, they're not paying premium prices. You know how expensive it is to get anything at Minute Maid Park or Daikon Park? No, not Dakin Park, yeah. You know how can we just call it, what is it, the Icebox now? Yeah. Is that what we're calling it?
Well, it's the air conditioning company, so I don't know. You if it's the juice box, well, I think Icebox would be natural.
Yeah, I think we'll call it Icebox. That's fine. If you I don't know how many games I'm going to the Icebox if it's going to be, you're not buying drinks or food or anything like that. You're not doing that.
Well, people do actually do that.
I know they do, but
those
you can't do a lot.
Gigantic margaritas in those.
But you ain't doing it all the time. It's expensive. Not for families.
Yeah.
Not for people with kids who don't have, big incomes. It's hard. That's expensive. That's a night out. Now that's instead of going to dinner, you spend a lot. Like I've done it with just one cocktail for me and the wife, and food like for me, and it's like, when you add tickets into it, woo.
Yeah. No, it's going to a nice restaurant. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But you know what?
And I don't go to nice restaurants 2 times a week, 3 times a week, spend that money. I also have kids. I got kids I got to send to college.
Just get to meet people that'll give you tickets. That's all. That's the way to do it.
Mr. Out of touch with the man of the people.
That's what you do.
Get to be friends. Like nobody in the city has the connection to you, and you act like that's the norm.
I mean, I can't tell you who your friends are.
Why don't you give them Chad and Justin's numbers?
Yeah, just hand out that number and see how people
Why don't you pass that
thrive
number out
like
right
you
now?
thrive.
I don't want them to be friends with Chad and Justin.
Why not?
Because then they get the tickets and I don't.
But
why would I do that? That's stupid.
I get going to the nice restaurant.
It's like trading to somebody in your own division.
I get going. I get you guys saying you're going to a nice restaurant. It costs the same, but at the nice restaurant, they're not serving you McDonald's like watching Whitcomb and DeCenzo play.
Well, and that's the thing. Yeah,
true.
It's not like you're getting great food options.
Yeah, right. It's
not often.
No,
and
even the restaurants there don't have their very best.
Ain't a Michelin.
Yeah, like
if it turns into fast food, then yeah, people ain't gonna pay it no more. But you know what this organization has done time and time again? They've replaced it with good players.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
they don't replace those guys.
They won
you
in
got
22
Jake Myers
with a lot of guys that weren't
here.
here.
Let's look at every replacement. Who's been a replacement for George?
George Springer has been, I
Chaz
don't know. Chaz climbed up a wall like Spider-Man and won a World Series.
So you like Chaz?
Yeah, I love Chaz.
Chaz and Jake are your guys.
You like that
You're officially in with Chaz and Jake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not what you were saying during the year.
Yeah. Well, that was last year. Okay.
Yeah. You mean during the greatest season in Astros history?
Yeah, greatest season in Astros history. Chaz was right there some of the times. And then he got hurt. If he didn't get hurt, God forbid what happened to the league. Maybe Kyle Tucker's been okay. And maybe Pena's been okay.
Who did Kyle Tucker replace?
He wasn't there at the start of this. He actually replaced
George
Springer.
19.
That's who replaced George Springer.
He was here in 19.
No, yeah. Not in 17 and 18.
Josh Reddick. He replaced Josh Reddick.
Yeah. No.
You had to have. Kyle's been good except for playoffs. He's really good.
No, he's really good except for that whole playoff thing.
Except for playoffs, where he's historically bad.
How's Jordan been as a replacement? That's been pretty good.
As a replacement,
Jeremy Pena's been
Jordan's
pretty good.
Been here since 19.
Oh, how's Yiner? Any good? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's fine.
Oh, how about all the pitchers that they brought up?
I know best. We saw the best the Astros have to offer last year.
What does this team have to do for you?
Keep players.
Okay. They know.
It's not a lot. I'm not asking for a lot. Just keep a player every once in a while.
It's a new era in Astros baseball.
What era is that?
Which is what?
Which is it's a defining era.
Which is
going to be great. It's a great era.
But what do they do in this new era?
It's hard to come off the greatest season ever.
Do they keep players?
Continue to play that well. It's hard. Okay. Yeah. It's not.
I like when they sign guys early. I do like that.
That's smart.
What I don't love is when it gets to the market. I already know dead man walking. Soon as it's to the market, you have no chance of being an Astro. Nobody comes back when they hit the market unless they're taking 2-year deals. Nobody.
That is true. And Jordan, what they do with Jordan? Signed him. What? Yeah.
And I remember the talk about, look, it was George or Carlos. It had to be George or Carlos. Like George is leaving. It's going to hurt, but it was George or Carlos. So now they'll sign Carlos. And so
now it's Kyle or Alex.
Yeah, it's Kyle or you're going to have to solve Kyle or Alex. No, it's all of them are gone.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? And they don't trade them, which is the most disappointing part, is they don't trade them for pieces.
Because the lead up is about 2 years of knowing, all right, we're going to get to a point and free agency is going to hit and he's going to be gone. So they know they have 2 years. But of course, Jim Crane tells you, we as long as I'm here, we're competing. So he can't trade guys during the middle of this window, but he won't re-sign them. And he's fine with them walking away.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's worked we did it for a decade.
We've done it with Bregman for two seasons now. Next year will be the second season of knowing Kyle Tucker's not coming back. And we're going, hey, the window's always open, right?
The window is always open. What? Is that window closed? That window ain't closed.
I mean, it felt pretty shut against the Tigers.
Well, the Tigers are nobody could beat that team.
Except for the next team we played them.
Nobody.
No, the next team we played them beat them.
Well, I know, but not in a 2-game series.
At home, no team with home field advantage can beat the Tigers. It's a 3-game series. The Astros just made it 2 because they got swept.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Just 2 wins. Then no advantage Tigers until they got to a 5-game series. Then they lose their advantage.
Okay.
Because you don't have Trouble.
Understood.
Trouble. He was in Trouble. Not so much.
No.
Time to talk right now about HR&P. Your business is in trouble. Your business is not what it could be. If you're looking for the best way to get into that and into payroll and HR, my boys over at HR&P, they're awesome. You're probably gonna meet Mike Hawley, who owns the company. You're gonna meet Chris. Okay, Chris is awesome. Chris Fisher, and then you got all of the great guys over there, Plotkin and Robler, and I mean, it's just, I mean, they feel like family. They really do. They're going to be part of your business. They're going to make sure that your business is operating as efficiently as possible. They're going to get your people, your payroll perfectly every time. The technology is second to none. The HR, you don't want to be doing that. Let them handle that because they know HR, and you don't want your business to be at risk because you make HR mistakes. And then there's also the tax implications that you don't know the Affordable Care Act. You're trying to do stuff that you just don't know. And if you've got an admin company, well, you don't know what they're doing because they're sticking you with their benefits packages when HR&P gives you options for them. So if you're looking for a great way to find out where your business is and how much more efficiently you can do business, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So ESPN did a really big expose on the rookie quarterbacks and grading the rookie quarterbacks. And this was done by Ben Solak. Do you know who Ben Solak is?
Yeah, he's
Yeah, he used to work for The Ringer.
He also used to work for Draft Network.
He's a film nerdish type guy.
Yeah, very
he
nerdy.
is.
This
very
thing is very
small.
nerdish.
He's a very diminutive guy.
Very small. He doesn't have
Bill
big
O'Brien
hands.
would hate him.
Yes.
Oh.
Ben loves
This isn't a football guy. He's telling us how to play football. He's not a football guy.
Yeah.
Bill would look at him and say, "Oh, He's part of Mina Kimes' crew.
Yes.
She's like got all those guys from formerly a Draft Network, and she likes the football nerd types,
Diminutive.
well, just football nerds. Like she likes that, and Ben's a nice
Why
enough guy.
can't you
I think
be
Ben does a nice
A
job.
football nerd and be big.
You can 100 and be big.
Be big.
you wouldn't be called a
can't-
nerd.
Like you can.
Like Nate Tice wouldn't be. He
Plays
does
against
the same
type.
type of stuff, but he's like Mike Tice's son, played quarterback at Wisconsin. You wouldn't call Nate Tice a nerd, but he breaks down film.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nate Tice's a
But he's
football
a nerd.
But
Why can't he be a nerd?
Well,
He
but we don't
probably
think
wouldn't-
of him
you
as
would
a
think of him
nerd.
that way because he was a former college quarterback.
We don't think of him as a nerd because he was a former college quarterback.
Yeah.
That's right. Nate
He can
Tice
still
would.
be a nerd.
This
Yeah,
guy,
but he doesn't get that type of.
the Raiders. God, who does he write for now? It's
Well, Nate Tice works for Yahoo.
no. I'm
Oh.
thinking of. Is it Win? It's There's another guy who used to follow the Raiders exclusively who does a great job with tape too. But yeah, I think it's just. You're right. Film nerd. You're only a film nerd if you played, they won't call you a film nerd.
Yeah, right.
Or if you're big.
But you could still be a nerd. You still very much
Yeah,
could be a
you
nerd.
could be, but no one's going to call you
Oh.
a nerd.
So anyway, Ben Solak looked at the rookie quarter, the top four rookie quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, what kind of grade do you think he give him?
He's weird. Like he was the biggest Justin Fields fan in the world. Ben died on a hill with Justin Fields, so he's probably unusually high on Caleb Williams.
No, he's not. C plus.
Okay.
C plus.
That's what he should be.
Yeah, right around there. He had a nice little run, and then, but he just is. Well, he's under that offensive line. It's just
Yeah, but it's not like
Yeah.
it's also him.
It's also
he's
him.
holding on to the ball long
Yeah.
time. He had his best game of the year this last week.
Yeah. Number one, he continues trying to escape every pressure as it appears. Williams learns how to erase sacks by throwing the ball either away or to a receiver, which takes his sack rate from a worrying level to a high but acceptable level. Williams never learns how to stop taking sacks and accordingly always limits his offense.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
That's
that is
accurate.
fair. Jaden Daniels.
He'll give him an A.
He's got an A. I was a little surprised at this. Drake May.
Drake May probably is a C.
A.
Okay.
So he compared him to now. I think it's a comparison thing because Jacoby Brissett, and that's a fair comparison because with the same circumstances, same wide receiver, same offensive line, how are you doing
Well, that's
versus
what
the other guy that's a veteran?
That's what a guy with an analytics background will do.
Yeah,
Like he's a numbers nerd too a little bit. It's not a pejorative.
but I think that's fair
yeah,
because
that's what he would do. Is say,
everybody's in different circumstances. Jaden Daniels is
Yeah.
in tremendous circumstance.
I would still say his play would be more like a C plus to a B minus, but I wouldn't give him an A. But I understand what he's doing there. He's trying to go apples. He's trying to go apples to apples, not with rookies, but with another quarterback on the same.
Well, and
team.
under his circumstances, what quarterback could succeed right now in New England with those wide receivers, with that offensive line?
Jaden Daniels.
I don't know. Really?
It depends on what your definition of succeed is, but Jaden Daniels isn't loaded at wide receiver. He has McLaren. He's not loaded at wide receiver, and he makes them all look
Noah
good.
Brown, I had to pick him up this
Noah
week.
Brown stinks.
Noah
Brown is somehow, yeah. I mean, that's my whole point.
Yeah.
But here he is. You know what? 9 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, completion rate of 66.8. Just from a numbers, his quarterback rating for the season's 87.5. I think that's higher than CJ's. That's actually yeah, it's not terrible.
In large part because they got to play the Texans.
They did have 3 touchdowns against. No, I was told yesterday the Texans' pass defense is literally in. You cannot touch the Texans' pass defense.
I will say this: did you happen to see
big games from Richardson, long touchdowns and multiple touchdown passes for Richardson, Caleb Williams, and Drake May? Think about that. 3 of the lower graded quarterbacks in the spectrum of quarterbacking.
Did you happen to see
games
Brian
against Houston.
Baldinger break down Danielle Hunter?
Yeah, it was good.
It was really good. And I agree with him in that they're creating havoc, but they are giving up way too many big plays. Bo Nix, what do you think his grade is?
Bo Nix should be an A.
Bo Nix is B minus, which is now
Okay.
Bo Nix's numbers. He said, "Here's the."
Well, tell me what he says. I want to be fair
the
about
standard game. Okay, a standard game where the outcome is not already in, where it's like a 95, a win probability of 95%. Bo Nix is unbelievable. He's outstanding when they're either blowing out or getting blown out. Bo Nix is tremendous. In a standard game, he's not nearly as good, which I find. I mean, if you're going to nerd it down that hard, I guess that's. But Bo Nix picks up a lot of his stuff, a lot of his numbers, but they're winning. They're a decent team. I mean, I agree. I think Bo Nix should get much better than this. Bo Nix has had some really, really good games.
So what he's saying is Bo Nix picks up his numbers in garbage time either way?
A lot of garbage.
So here's what I'm worried about, and I'm going to look into this, see if I can find it. But I feel like sometimes, like I said, Ben could not get off the Justin Fields train. Justin was he couldn't just say he didn't end up playing all that well at Chicago. It was everyone else's fault. And so I wonder if he was low on Bo Nix in the draft, and this is kind of confirmation bias he's looking for. I'm looking for his whatever his his rankings were before the draft. But sometimes what happens is people in the draft space they give their ratings, and then they want their ratings to be right so bad that that's how they see everything. Because he may have been a big Drake May guy, and all of a sudden he gets that rating, but then he was low on, Bo Nix. My guess is he had him 5th, that he had Penix 3rd. This is my guess. And then Jaden Daniels 2, Penix 3, Drake May 4, Drake May 2, something like that. But my guess is he had Bo Nix 5, and he doesn't want it. Bo Nix I don't know how
I know.
I don't know why would you be. Bo Nix is winning games. You cannot tell me that in his big argument was Justin Fields is winning games in Pittsburgh. You can't take him out. But then Bo Nix starts winning games, but that doesn't count with better output and with more efficient production.
A lot of guys who do what he does, beyond the fact that they may have a bias, as you talk about with the draft, they have a certain style of quarterback that they like. Like some guys like big guy throw ball far. They love that. Like a lot of guys like Justin Herbert because of his traits. And they'll ignore some of the things we will look at and go, wait a minute, this guy doesn't win. Or the second half that he played, like Ben tweeted in the first half of that game about, he tweeted back to 2020. How could people really did the thing where they thought Tua was better, but did not comment about the second half of the game where Herbert was awful. They have their certain biases, their certain beliefs, and if you play a certain way and you have a certain play style, they're going to love you. So Justin Fields, big, can run, can throw the ball far. That's something he likes. Now, Bo Nix doesn't have that strong of an arm, can move a little bit, but they will tell you Sean Payton is doing wonders to make Bo Nix a viable quarterback.
So here's what Ben said. I don't buy any first-round hype for Bo Nix or Michael Penix. So he said that about Penix too. That's what he said on April 9th of 2024. So I do wonder. I do wonder what that's, what if that plays into
bias.
Yeah, if that bias in September. Bo Nix's 60 passing yards is the least in a quarterback win since Eli Manning with 59 yards in 2007, according to Ben Solak in September. I think there's confirmation bias there because Bo Nix right now has been the second best quarterback. It has been one Jaden by a mile, Bo Nix, and then it drops way down to your argument is either for Caleb or Drake May, and I would say Caleb ahead of Drake May. Probably, I don't know why. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not. They've had different levels of starts. Maybe Drake has outperformed Caleb.
Yeah.
Relative
maybe
to what
you two were wrong. Maybe you two are totally wrong.
Am I?
Yeah.
I've seen Drake May.
You were wrong about Joe Burrow. Now you're wrong about Jake.
If Drake May will ever stop turning the ball over, maybe we'll have a real discussion about what Drake May is as a player. He turns the ball over a lot, fumbles and interceptions so far.
He's the perfect quarterback.
But you know that 9 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, he's got an A. I can't argue with that. Somebody gave him an A.
Yeah.
And once it's in the
inarguable, though.
Once it's
how
in
many
the digital
games has he
space,
started?
it is what it is.
How many games has Drake May started?
I don't know.
Like 6,
and he's turned the ball over. He's turned the ball over at least 7 times in 6 games. Like, give him an A.
Oh, that's right. Did CJ turn the ball over the other? How's that?
Now
CJ's no good now.
Jared Goff get an F?
Yeah.
with his
Jared
5.
Goff, 5 in
Oh,
one
I guess
game.
he gets an F from you.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he's in no conversation for MVP
Yeah.
now.
I didn't give him
Wait,
enough.
what am I doing? Arguing for Drake May?
Yeah.
What exactly?
What
Why?
exactly am I
Yeah.
doing?
What are you doing? Why are you arguing? You're just hating on me. That's what this is
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're
Although
the one that brought the Drake May hate to the
Although
table.
John started it by calling us both out, and you somehow turned on me instead of turning on him. What?
Good. Deflect.
Yeah, but
it's over there.
But he called
It's
you.
over there.
He got called out too.
Maybe the hate that you two showed. Maybe you guys are biased.
Oh, you know what's coming up this Sunday?
Yep.
If Drake May goes for like 302 touchdowns on Sunday against my team, I ain't gonna survive. I ain't gonna survive.
I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I
I don't see that either.
Does he have a 300-yard game?
I don't
you know
think
what
so.
never happens
Against
anymore?
the Texans?
300-yard passing games.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Other than Joe Burrow, that's it.
It takes an absolute. Joe Burrow's up by almost 400 passing yards on anyone
I
else
know.
for the year. Next up is, I think, Kyler Murray. Or no, Lamar Jackson's next up with 2,800. Burrow has over 3,200. Lamar has 2,800.
I mean,
It's like a 400-yard
It's the
difference.
worst passing year I can remember, maybe ever. And there's just a couple of guys are actually. I mean, CJ, if he throws for 250 now,
I
it's
mean,
like
Drake threw for 282.
CJ was throwing for 400 last year.
Drake May threw for 282
How about
against the
Drake May?
Rams.
Yeah, How about that?
And also, had a strip sack fumble and threw a pick. So that's
He had 276.
Always with the positive.
I
Hold on,
watched
he
the
threw
game.
for
Always with the
270.
Sorry
positive.
for watching
Threw
the
for
game.
276 against Jacksonville and 282. It's possible.
Yeah.
In those two games, he has 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. I mean, it's possible he could get
you didn't mention the 4 touchdowns.
I mentioned the
Oh,
turnovers.
well in those two games.
Yeah, in those
they were
two
both
games.
losses.
Yeah, both lost. Oh, he didn't win the game.
didn't have to.
Lost to the Jags.
Oh, really?
He lost to the Jags.
How do you like this?
Yeah, you're
Most people say, look, we're going to bring our quarterback along slowly. We're not going to put too much on his plate. Here's the Patriots. 37 pass attempts, 41, 25, 40. Like, they're like,
And those are
to
just
the
the
Wolves.
attempts.
Yeah.
Drake May is going to win. We're going to throw him out.
And
we're
those
going
are
to
just
throw him
the
into the water and
attempts.
see if he
He's
can swim.
scrambling too, so the attempts are higher than that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Chastang Ford is what we're talking about right now. I went over there the other day. I love Chastang Ford. The people there are fantastic. It starts with, it starts at the top. It starts with Patrick, Mandy, Joe, all of the great people over there at Chastang Ford. The Chastangs, for 80 some years, they've been selling vehicles in the city of Houston because they do it right, because they give you the best deal that they can, and they're not going to gouge you, and they're not going to add on, and they're not going to mark up. There's no sneaky business going on. They're going to give you the rebates, all of that stuff. But and then it's like a pyramid, because everybody there can't be nicer, can't be more attentive, can't be more attuned to what your needs are. It's all about service. It's all about taking care of the people. They've got unbelievable deals right now. If you own a Jeep, they'll throw an extra $2,000 if you want to trade that in for a Bronco. If you own a Ram truck, you want to get the F-150, they'll throw in another $2,000 on top of all of the other things that they're giving away as well. They've got great interest rates right now for if you're buying a new F-150 or a new Bronco. It's incredible. The deals are incredible. We're heading toward the holidays. Is this something that you want to get done before the holidays, or for the holidays you want to buy something really nice? I'm telling you, the place to go, ChastangFord.com. They got deals. They're trying to get these off the lot before the end of the year. They're going to make that deal for you. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Spencer wants to get in here and talk about that Astros discussion that we were having earlier. Hey, Spencer, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So, not to rain on John's parade and celebration of what the Astros have done over the past few years, but, I mean, the reality is that, the 22 season was just absolute perfection. 106 wins, blow through the playoffs, win a World Series. Verlander came back from Tommy John, won the Cy Young. Framber had a career year, on and on and on. And that next offseason was a terrible offseason. It was absolutely horrible. You let Yuli go, you bring in Abreu, you extend Montero, and you let Verlander leave. And then the 23 offseason was terrible. You didn't improve the team. You bring in a closer that you don't really need a closer, and you spend $20 million a year on a closer, and now you have a very expensive two closers without much bullpen underneath that. And you don't really do anything to address the outfield. And so we're now in our third offseason since James Click was fired. And, Dayton Brown, it's his team now. And he needs to do something. I don't know what he's going to do, but, I mean, this has not been a great team for 2 years in a row. We won 90 and 88 games. We won the division, and making the playoffs and making the deep run in 23, I think kind of covers up a lot of real problems with the team. Now, the good news, they're in really good shape, but, I mean, I think Lance put it perfectly. They're an aging beauty that is aging before our eyes. And, I'm just really curious to see what Dana Brown does. And, I think some people might freak out if this happens, but I'm open to trading Framber and Tucker. If you can get a massive haul for them, trade Framber and Tucker, bring back Bregman, just make moves, because the Braves have done a phenomenal job, and that's where Dana Brown came from. The Braves have done a phenomenal job of moving players in and out and continuing to win. And, it's time, because if this team slips to 85 wins with no Bregman, it's going to be really, really, really quiet at Dakin Park, and it's going to be hot. People are going to be bitching about the team and the HVAC, and it's just 25 could be a long year. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but that's a real possibility.
Well,
So,
Dakin is an air conditioning company, so maybe it'll be cooler there. Okay, so maybe they'll install some air conditioners, and it won't be that hot.
So it's
inside.
a trade deal with.
Yeah, they own it, so they can.
You put our name on top of your building. We'll give you air conditioning. We'll fix things.
You know how expensive air conditioning
I know.
is these days.
A trade wouldn't be a trade deal wouldn't be bad.
Okay, so I would tell you. Okay, a lot of that stuff that you said is fair. That you didn't need a closer is incorrect. I think you saw Presley.
$20 million 5-year closer?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, for a top of the line closer,
who didn't pitch like a top of the line closer?
No,
pitched like an average.
But he has
closer.
been one of the best, and you know what?
He has for another team.
I thought he was pretty good this year.
I didn't hate it when they did it, but I did. What he said though made sense. Underneath it, what did they have underneath it? And I think that was you went into this season. Because every year,
I don't mind strengthening a strength though, and it wasn't a strength. You can say that it was all because Presley was moved. Maybe Presley's stuff isn't good, and they saw that, and they know that.
You had Abreu,
and so they were like, "We can't have Presley as our closer."
But everyone in baseball, everyone around baseball, everyone here, we're not going to rewrite history. Everyone said Abreu, Presley, Hader, lockdown, generational. You're done. You're literally done. You'll get no blown saves. It didn't work out that way, but he said underneath that, and he was right. There was a very weak bullpen underneath it. It was very weak. It was led by Montero, was one of the only guys you could point to. You've lost a guy here, Graveman injury.
Actually, you got a lot. Actually, you had some good production from a lot of people.
To start the season?
Yes. Yeah, to start the season. Taylor Scott was. Did
Taylor Scott start the season?
Yeah,
here?
he was here.
Wasn't he like a camp invite?
Yeah,
and it worked out for him.
But he pitched really well.
But that was not. But that had nothing to do with the. I don't think he had anything to do with the signing of Josh Hader. The two are unrelated. What Spencer's talking about is building out the roster.
Okay, but you also feel like another thing They lost literally five starters. So you figure you're going to be able to get to the 7th, 8th, and 9th a lot of times with your starters, which they weren't able to do because they lost five starters.
But you keep saying that, but you had two guys that were never going to be. You can't say they lost. They lost three starters.
No, they did not.
They weren't going to have Garcia to start the season. They weren't having Lance McCullers. They knew exactly what they had to start the season.
They thought they were going to have Lance McCullers.
Not to start the season.
No, not to start the season, but they thought that they would have Lance McCullers this year. They absolutely thought
they may have thought that, but you got to still understand what you have in terms of your bullpen. We can't just use this. But it's okay to get better talent. But when you lose all of those guys, J.P. France and Urquidy and all of those guys, it trickles down to the bullpen. Okay, what are your thoughts? Instead of arguing that, what are your thoughts on what he said about the Dana Brown era after James Click? I think he was right about the two off seasons.
Is the jury out on Dana Brown, or have you decided that Dana Brown's
the jury's very much out? But I don't think his two offs. I'm not gonna look at. Well, he had two. What has happened after 2 years? It turns out neither one of these off seasons were very good.
Now they did hand him some. They handed him Abreu and they handed him the Montero contract.
Uh-huh.
I mean, and that's not his fault,
right?
So but he had to live with that.
I don't blame him.
He had to live with that.
That's not.
You can't make any moves because you spent $60 million on Abreu.
That's not on him. That's not on him. Then that's on Jim Crane.
That's right. It's on Jim Crane.
It's on Jim Crane. So let's say it's on Jim Crane.
Well, it is on Jim Crane.
It's okay.
We all know
he's not going to hurt us. He's not going to have us murdered like Putin. We can say when Jim Crane screws up.
You don't know that.
Jim Crane screwed up.
Okay.
Jim Crane screwed up on this.
Who said that? Jim Crane. They screwed that up.
Everyone wants to just give him, man, we can do both. I love what Jim Crane, when we sit around and drink beers and drink drinks and cocktails and whatever around a fire or having food, we're going to talk about the great times of the Houston Astros. We're going to remember them fondly. It's okay to also live in the now with where your team is now. That doesn't mean that we don't appreciate and love what has happened in the past. Typically, you sit and ruminate on that, and you become, the emotional connection sinks in even deeper over time. Like, I wasn't thinking about the Rockets winning in 94, 95 when they traded for Barkley and they're, and the moves, and then Eddie Johnson comes in, and then they keep getting older, and Dream gets dominated by Shaquille O'Neal in the playoffs, and then Steve Francis. I'm not thinking about that, but with time, I think more fondly of it. And you sit back and you talk about the good old days, and you become more nostalgic. We'll be extremely nostalgic for the Rockets teams. I mean, the Astros teams. We're going to love them more than any era in professional sports in Houston. But right now, it's okay to also say that's awesome and we love it. However, also, we like for you to make better moves right here in the now. That's okay. It doesn't make me, I got some jackass on Twitter, Lance is typical crybaby Astros fan. No, I know what it looks like when it starts to drift downhill, and it's in that, we're in that phase. Like, there's nothing that can get out of it. I saw it with Texans. I've seen it with Rockets before. Once you start heading that direction, that's where we're headed. It's not hard to see. You just have to look at history and you can recognize what's happening. And it is scary because you have an opportunity with commodities. I'm working off of Roy Oswalt, and I'm working off of real history. Do you remember when they had Roy and Lance Berkman, an outfielder, first baseman, whatever, and a pitcher? And they had a chance to move those guys, but they wouldn't do it. Drayton wouldn't do it. Thought the fan base would be upset, thought he had a great chance to win. He wouldn't do it. And by the time he did it, they couldn't get that much for either one of those guys. Had they done it a year earlier, they would have. We're sitting here with, I'm going to say Fromber as Roy Oswalt and Kyle Tucker as Berkman, except Kyle Tucker's younger than Berkman was when they were going to trade him. And you can get something in return for those guys. You at least have to have the conversation.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure they're having a conversation. I mean, and yes, they're absolutely having a conversation.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because when have they ever done it? This would be the first time.
Well, but you know what? Maybe, how do you?
I'm not saying they're not having it, but they've never done it.
Well, they've never done that, but it doesn't mean that you won't do it or can't do it.
Right.
Or will not do
I'm hopeful that they will.
I don't know that I want to see them trade him away, if you want to know the truth. And because you know what? The Astros always, it's Jim Crane says, we're always going to be about winning.
Then you ride it into the shore, and you have to be okay when the waves.
And then that's right. You have
when
to
it recedes.
And you have to be honest
you have to
about
be okay with it.
You have to be okay with it. We got a break. 8:00 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. When we come back, let's pick a Warehouse Live contestant, because we got to do it tomorrow. We got to do it on Thursday. Can't do it on Friday. Justin's going to be on a plane, so we will do it tomorrow. We will do it tomorrow, and we got to pick a contestant. So stay right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about getting you ready for the rodeo. All right. Lance and I both been there, love that place. We were up on the stage. We did the show from the stage. That's where they do on Friday afternoons. They have a singer there, a guitar, and every Friday afternoon. If you want to go someplace and have a few drinks, they got a bar right there. They can't sell it because they don't have a liquor license. So guess what? They give it away. But if you want to just hang out there, and they love that. They love that. And when you go to Republic Boot Company, you see a different kind of attitude. You see everything is, I mean, it is fantastic. I walked in there and I said, I have to have that. I bought a jacket. I said, I have to have that jacket because it's awesome. But everything in there is awesome. And you can get it right off the shelf. 1836, it's like it's customized, but it's off the shelf, which is crazy.
Yeah, and well, what they do is they custom fit it to your foot. So they'll custom fit that, and they can do that. It's a process I didn't even know existed, and yet they can stretch the boot out for wider feet and things like that, and so that it is comfortable for you. Go to the website. I just pulled it up, republicbootcompany.com. This video that they have on the front page absolutely shows you and tells you everything that John and I have talked about. You'll get a complete feel for what this store is like. Only, to be honest with you, seeing it in person, like this is, unless they've changed some things, this is a little bit older, and you get something that's even better than this when it comes to where the custom hat fitting is, and where the little bar area that they have. And you're not paying for drinks, just a little something. Have a little something while you're shopping. And of course, you can get custom designed boots that are specifically for you and unique to you. It's our good friends over at Republic Boot Company in the Heights. Make sure you get rodeo ready with Republic Boot Company.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk about our Texans now. Our Texans are got the. Is this a bye week? They got
They actually have to play a game
against Tennessee.
I think.
I don't think that.
I think Tennessee will actually put up more of a fight.
You think so? Than not.
Than the Cowboys.
Than the Cowboys.
Yes.
Yeah, I could see that.
Tennessee hosted Minnesota, and it was competitive. Tennessee hasn't quit yet. The Cowboys have quit.
Yeah, the Cowboys are terrible. There's no question about that. I don't think so. You think Tennessee will put up a better fight?
I don't think the Texans are beating Tennessee by 24 points.
Dude, okay, so I was just looking at all of the teams. Oh, the Jets story is fun. That's fun. They fired Joe Douglas yesterday, and apparently Woody Johnson, the owner, wanted to bench Aaron Rodgers in Week 4.
Oh, wow.
And so Robert Saleh fought him on it and said, "Nah," fired the next week. Fired the next week.
They say Woody is the loosest of the loose cannons in the league.
Maybe
I had a buddy who worked for him. It's not my buddy Rex. It's a different guy. And he's like, dude, with Woody, you could see him in an event. And this guy is not a real high up. He was a mid-level management type guy. He said you could see Woody in an event, and he didn't go to a lot of events, but he said you could see him there and he's talking to you and you think that, man, I'm in good with Woody, and you're fired on Tuesday. Like there is no building rapport or whatever. He is a wild loose cannon. When Trump had originally he was an ambassador to
Britain, Great Britain.
Was it Ireland or Britain?
It was Great Britain.
Okay. When he was over there, they said, man, things are great. Like when Woody was gone, it wasn't ideal necessarily, but it was way better than when Woody's there and Woody comes back. I've never been more of a believer in the idea that it starts at the top. It doesn't mean a good owner is going to make you a winner, but a bad owner really, really makes it hard to win.
Yeah. Look at the Commanders. I mean,
looking for years with the Texans and Cal, frankly.
Yeah.
Cal was not set up to deal with a bully like Bill O'Brien or a snake like Jack Easterby.
No,
and he wasn't. He got rolled.
But now the ownership is great with Hannah in charge. It's
Once Hannah took over, everything got the right. Once they got the cancers out and they got the right people in.
That's terrible.
Once they got those guys out of there, what did he do?
He's doing stuff you can't hear because you don't have your headset on. The Jets need a quarterback. The Giants need a quarterback. Do the Cowboys need a quarterback? No, they just paid Dak. They can't. They're stuck. They're in hell. They're in quarterback hell.
You say that? Are you going the direction I think you're going?
Trey Lance?
No. So they'll pull up my Michael Irvin audio. Now I'll put my thing on.
Oh, now he wants to put it.
Now the headset's on, so I don't have to listen to the things that you're saying.
I didn't say anything.
So let's talk about this. Michael Irvin was on with my good, close personal friend, Colin Cowherd, who loves me very much loves me. So anyway, he was on with Colin Cowherd yesterday, and they were talking. You've heard Dion all along the way say, "I ain't going to the NFL."
How about a kickstand comment yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday Dion said, "I'm staying with the kickstand."
I got my kickstand down.
Yeah. Oh, he's staying in Colorado. As soon as Shiloh and Shador leave, he's gone. Just in case. He didn't want to blow up his recruiting class, and here's why. You keep that recruiting class because if you go to another college team, you take them with you. Yeah. You steal them and take them with you. So you don't want to blow up your relationships. So he has to say all this stuff. I'm staying in Colorado. We know he has no ties to Colorado. Anyway, Michael Irvin, who is close with Dion, who's on the sideline of Dion's games, you'd think he actually, although he spends more time in Miami's sidelines.
Yeah, they turned out to be good.
But he and Dion are good friends. Michael Irvin was asked this question by Colin Cowherd. Listen to his answer.
News today, you do believe, and I do too, that if Shador went to the Cowboys, Dion would accept the job.
I believe 100%. And I can tell you, good sources have told me that.
First of all, Shador ain't lasting to the Cowboys unless they trade up and get him. Even though the Cowboys
trade
are
up.
There, yeah. Well,
they don't have much. They don't have far to go. How many wins do they have?
3.
They have 3 wins.
Yeah.
They're one win off. They're one loss off.
What's the draft order?
The updated draft order.
Yeah. What's the draft order right now? It's got to be Vegas.
Updated. Here it is for tankathon.com. The updated draft order
Vegas,
is
Giants.
Come on, full order.
It's Jacksonville,
Tennessee, Cleveland, Giants, Vegas, New England, Jets, Carolina, Dallas. Wow.
Yeah.
Look how many 2-loss teams. But that changes very, very quickly. They've lost 5 in a row. Vegas has lost 6. The Giants have lost 5. All it takes is one, because strength of schedule, the higher your strength of schedule, no, actually, the lower the strength of schedule, the more you're. And Dallas' strength of schedule right now is 525. So that kind of hurts them if there's a tie. So, yeah, Dallas probably going to be best case scenario in the top 5. Best case scenario.
It could possibly move up.
I can see Cleveland winning a game. I could see
Shador the
Jacksonville
number 1
winning a
pick.
game. I don't know. I haven't studied it close, but he could be.
He could well be.
He could be. I think Cam Ward is more likely because Cam has a better arm. Well, I don't know if he has a better arm, he has a stronger arm, but Cam has dual threat capabilities. Shador is a bad runner. He's not mobile. He won't run. He's a pocket passer only. Cam is a dual threat quarterback. It's not going away. The need for dual threat players, which 4 of the quarterbacks in this year's draft, Penix was a pocket sitter.
Yep.
But the other 4 could run also. It's just such a major part of pro football right now. And
Penix should have never been drafted.
So I would, with Cam Ward, without studying these guys close, I think Cam Ward,
what you've watched of Cam Ward this year, is he going to be, would you want him quarterbacking your pro team?
You have to.
That's a no.
No, because he's supremely talented. He trusts himself to a level where you love that confidence. But Cam is a big game hunter. He doesn't check down enough, I think. He's always looking to make the big play, and that has turned out for the most part really, really well for Miami. But there are times when if you just dump it off to Martinez or Fletcher or Arroyo, they'll break a tackle and get you a first down. But he's always hunting.
You know what the saying is about quarterbacks, though? You'd rather say whoa than go.
Yeah.
Meaning you'd rather try to rein a guy in than have to crack the whip and get him to – because the guys who you have to say go to, their nature is more passivity, more conservative. They're not going to do it. So you'd rather take your aggressive guy and say, hey, let's try to rein him in. Yeah. And I'd rather have a guy who's more woe than, who you have to say woe to than go to.
You're going to have to live with him doing things that are going to
infuriate you. You also get big plays.
This is what I'm saying.
I got news for you. This could be a year that you don't want a quarterback and that every quarterback would get you fired.
Well, that's what I was getting to. Is Tennessee is going to be – is Tennessee on that list? Or are they staying with
Levis? You got to keep going Levis.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then
if you
got to keep playing him. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we know something at the end of the year. He hasn't played enough. You got to start getting these guys.
I've seen him. He's playing enough. He's played enough. Yeah. I've seen him.
I can't. At what point do you say we made a mistake? We got to go.
Well, I mean, don't you let these guys play at all? We can't say you have to let Richardson play, but then you say, but you can't let Levis play.
What do you do with Jacksonville?
Levis has started a total of. In his career, he's at 16 starts right now.
So if he stays healthy the rest of the way.
He's got a total of 16 starts. He's got 16 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. He's got 61% completion percentage. I mean, you have to let him keep playing. They don't.
What's the investment in Levis? When did they draft him?
No, they're cheap. He's cheap. He's a second round pick. But also, there's not. Look, I don't believe in Levis. Let me just put that out there. But I mean, also, I'm trying to be consistent.
He's also
also give him some targets. Give him some help.
But the coach isn't his guy. The coach got there after he got drafted.
Tajee Spears. Who do you have for help? I hear all this crying
Calvin
about
Ridley.
Help for everyone else. Yet you brought Calvin Ridley in, who's been average. You have Tajee
Is
Spears.
He average because of Levis, or is he average because
where is he? He was average.
He had
Trevor Lawrence.
He had DeAndre Hopkins and Calvin Ridley, and DeAndre couldn't wait to get the hell out of there.
Well, Hopkins is at the end of his career.
Yeah, but look at him now.
No,
he's pretty good.
Look at him now with Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
If you got a better quarterback,
you got to give Levis. Some weapons and to see what he has. You have Tajee Spears, who has a degenerative knee condition. He and Tony Pollard, and Pollock's done a good job. Those are your 2 running backs. You have a bad offensive line. Like, I don't think Levis is, to me, will get a coach killed. But I can't let my opinion get in the way of actually letting the guy have a chance. I mean, he's only had 16 starts.
I love it. Stay there.
As long as you want.
Trevor Lawrence, stay there.
Now,
AR5, stay there.
Now,
that's great.
Now, now maybe they see enough in practice and all this stuff. But we can't sit here and talk about quarterback development. We cannot be this inconsistent to say, God, man, we lament the days that quarterbacks don't have a chance to develop. Everyone does. All these smart guys, Rich Gannon, Troy Aikman, Kurt Warner, they're all saying the same thing. All these evaluators who played the game,
and yet they were
saying the same thing.
The Cardinals were right to get rid of Josh Rosen after 1 year.
The Cardinals also had, but that's a one-off. That guy had a low football character, low leadership, was not built for it. Kyler Murray has played better.
Should the Bears have gotten off of Justin Fields quicker?
No, I think Justin Fields got the amount of time they needed with him.
How many starts
because
did
they
he
had
get?
The problem was you weren't in a position. The first year is like, how do you even judge the first year? He had no running game and a terrible offensive line, and they didn't have weapons. Then they slowly added. And over time, you see it. I think Will Levis deserves 3 years. He started 9 games his first year. So far, 7 this year.
How much more does Trevor Lawrence deserve?
But they're not drafting. And you know what? You draft one of these quarterbacks, and please, you might as well just roll with Will Levis.
Yeah, right.
You draft one of these quarterbacks, it's going to be more expensive and a longer.
This is the point that I was trying to get to. Is you got a team? You got the Jets, you got the Giants, you got the Browns, you've got the Jags, you got Tennessee, you got the Raiders, all needing quarterbacks. Yeah. All of them. You don't have that. This draft,
you got a bunch of coach killers in this draft. I think.
I think so too. 817 ESPN 97.5.
Once again, this idea that you're going to just be happy drafting. Can you imagine signing Dion and drafting Shedeur if you're the Cowboys? A, you got a nightmare contract to get rid of with Dak, and then and then B, it wouldn't work with Jerry and Dion, and that is a nightmare scenario.
No way. All right, you got to talk about dream scenario with Craig DeSerf.
Yeah, Craig DeSerf gives you the dream scenarios. You know, I'm coming up on the end of my lease over there. I've got a lease with my wife on her vehicle. I got a lease with mine. We're coming up on the end of it, and we were going to get done with it a month early. I was going to trade that thing in about a month early, and Craig DeSerf just said, look, I don't like some of the programs I see right now. Let's wait for December and see what the programs are. And that's one of the things that they'll do for not just me. They do it for you. They do it for every customer. Their job is to make you as happy as possible. And that means different things for different people. For some people, it's about customer service. For some people, it's about trade-in value. For some, it's about keeping, as low a monthly payment as you can, even with prices that continue to move up on all of our goods and services. So how do they do that? Well, there's different ways that they look out for you. They get all the dealer cash back they can. They get all the best interest rates that they can. They give you the highest value in trade-ins. With my wife, she had an issue with her car. Jeff came and brought a truck out and went and switched out car and loaner car with her because that's the customer service they had because she wasn't able to get out to Angleton. Their customer service, their prices, their selection, the people who work there, the service department. I've been privy to it all and used it all, and I've been so happy with them. And that's why I tell you about Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC on a daily basis, because I believe in them, and I think they're going to make you really happy with some outstanding vehicles. Go look for yourself. The people in Angleton are great people with great prices. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
Time to talk about mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Time to find a place for you to bet, win, and get paid. You know your football. You know ball, right? You know ball. Let's go. I'm telling you, hey, the people have been killing the books. Been killing. The favorites have been coming in. I mean, this is a time for you to make hay. This is when the favorites are shining. People love the favorites. Oh, they're a better football team. Let me bet on them. And they win. It's not always been the case, but it is this year. So if you're not on and you're not making money, that's on you. But if you want to make money, mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. This is where you can play, win, and get paid. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Casino gambling. I mean, anything. It's incredible the number of things that you can bet on. Live in-game betting as well. Your deposit, you're going to get a bonus money to play with, but you got to put in promo code bet975. You're looking for the best way to have fun, watch the games, win money. Let's go. mybookie.ag, promo code bet975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So, yeah. No, we all agree. He's a terrible producer. We all agree on this. Okay, so we were supposed to pick a contestant for Beat the Warehouse Live guy because we're going to play tomorrow, 9:30 right here. And if you want to play and you want to beat Justin won this week, though, I think. Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, he won. He was like 4-1.
He had a really good week.
Yeah, had a good week, which is terrible for us. But at 8:30 exactly. At 8:30 exactly. 713-780-3776. When your iPhone, or you know what, if you got another one of those other ones, Samsung or something.
Yeah, an Android or something. Yeah.
It's probably the time's probably not accurate. I don't know. You don't know.
It's atomic time.
No,
it's not going to be inaccurate.
You don't know. Anyway, so
by the way, this clock is inaccurate.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
The one we use.
Yeah, the one we use is inaccurate. I always say the time and it's always off, but it doesn't matter to me. At exactly 8:30, caller number 5 is going to play Justin tomorrow, where you pick 5 NFL games, he picks 5 NFL games, and if you beat the Warehouse Live Camp, you are going to probably a Rockets game with 4 tickets and the limo ride there and back. So there's that. So we got that done. How about the well, first of all, the college football playoff rankings came out. Ohio State's up there. Ohio State loses their starting center. Is Ohio State in Joe Moore?
Yeah, they're in the semifinals.
They're still alive?
I just got a text this morning about, you know how you heard it?
How'd you heard it?
Carrying a big screen TV down some steps. He tore his Achilles.
What? They said he got
that came from some of our people.
Because they're reporting it like he got hurt in practice.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just telling you what they're putting out there.
No, I think that's great.
Well, what's the difference? He's got a torn Achilles.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
embarrassing.
So let me tell you what they're dealing with right now.
Right.
Their left tackle is out injured. Their backup left tackle out injured. Their left guard went to left tackle. Their backup left guard out injured. So they got a new starter there. Their center out injured. All these guys out for the year, by the way. 4 guys. I mean, they've got games. So I made a point for the Joe Moore Awards, like, hey, let's not write them off. I mean, they got a chance to play Indiana, Michigan, and then Oregon. They're, if they win these games, Indiana, Michigan, and Oregon, that's a great test.
Yeah.
That's a great test for them. So we'll see. We'll see. Ohio State, I mean, there's still a chance they don't even make the playoffs.
Oh, no.
2
absolutely.
losses they will still be in, for sure. 3 losses? Do you penalize them if they lose? Let's say they lose to Indiana, but not Michigan. Let's say they lose to Indiana, they beat Michigan, and then they lose. Well, no, because then they would be in it. And that actually would be maybe a benefit.
Yep.
No, because you know what? You're right. If they win their next 2 and they lose to Oregon, they're in. As long as they don't lose their next 2 games, they're in.
Yeah.
Ohio State.
Yeah, because they can lose in the championship.
What did you guys think of 4 of the top 5 teams being from the Big Ten?
Well,
that was last week too.
Yeah,
same thing. It hasn't changed.
But it'll change this week. Ohio State and Indiana play each other, so we'll find out.
Ohio State
there.
loses, they're out of the top 5 for sure.
I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you here and now. Well, first of all, Joey Galloway says that Indiana should not start their starting quarterback. They should bench Curtis Rourke. They do not want a Florida State situation where Travis got hurt and then they're out of it. Even undefeated, they're out of it because they lost their quarterback. You cannot go about it that way.
Am I missing something? Is there an injury?
No, Curtis Rourke was hurt earlier this year, but he's back now.
I know he's been back.
Yeah.
Is he just?
He's saying
that
they
is
should.
The strangest
they
thing I've
do
ever.
not play him.
So literally play like you're terrified.
Yes.
Don't try to win.
No.
Play not to get people hurt like it's a preseason game.
Right.
Take the biggest game in your university's
history.
I don't know if they made a Rose Bowl, but this is probably the biggest game.
This is the biggest game in their history.
They're on the precipice
and Joey
of the
Galloway
playoff.
from
Ohio
State University is saying, you know what I would do? I would sit your starting quarterback because you don't want to have. Remember what happened to Florida State with Jordan Travis?
Well, but somebody agreed? I think Booger agreed.
No,
with
they all were like, well, we can play the initial clip, and there's a clip
trust
of all the guys.
Because
he brought it up again, and everyone was like, "What? What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
Here's the initial clip that started the broadcast, kind of.
They can't go any higher. They are behind a one-loss team. They have a chance to go on the road and prove what they are. Now, honestly, if we believe in what our metrics are saying, if I'm Indiana, I don't know if I'm playing Rourke against Ohio State. We've seen what happened to Florida State last year, Jordan Travis. What could keep Indiana out of this? Getting their quarterback hurt. We've seen it happen to Florida State last year, having not played anybody. Or losing by 30. If you look at 3, 4, and 5, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana, they literally have played nobody between all 3 teams. The toughest team in that is Vandy. So a lot of this that we're looking at is eye test because Boog, when you look at the resumes of 3, 4, and 5, it brings back the idea of let me not play anybody and be undefeated. Yeah. And be in a good position. I agree with that. The eye test is going to matter because 3, 4, 5 have played nobody, and that includes.
Yeah, of course. You always want to be undefeated. You always wanted to be undefeated no matter your schedule. But that's the most insane take I've ever heard. It's literally one of the worst things I've ever heard a paid analyst say on television. To bench your starter in the biggest game in your university's history when you are trying to finish the season undefeated and win the Big Ten against all odds. And he's saying, you know what? Let's sit the quarterback. Like Sebastian Maniscalco. He's telling you to sit the quarterback. Aren't you embarrassed?
That is embarrassing.
Aren't you embarrassed?
I mean, and how about that they might win the game?
Yeah.
They might win.
But did you hear somebody mention, you could also get beat by 30. How's that going to help the eye test? You got beat by 30 by Ohio State with a bunch of people who think you're a pretender anyway because you haven't played anybody. Shoo!
Well, but how much worse? Wait a minute. If they play their backup and get beat by 30, it looks a lot better than starting a starter and get beat by 30.
Well, that's the point is you got a better chance to get beat by 30 with a backup than a starter.
Right.
That's the whole point.
But you still have a chance to get beat by 30 with your starter.
Not really.
Yeah.
Then I would unload on Ohio State if I were you.
If you feel that way.
If you feel that strongly.
Well, I do. I mean, listen.
What's the line?
Indiana hasn't played
anybody. I think
anybody.
it's like 14.
Indiana hasn't played anybody.
But we've seen Ohio State scuffle in games. They were, for a half against Nebraska, they weren't good. Yeah.
Will Howard's not that guy.
Ohio State isn't exactly a juggernaut. No. I mean, if Indiana's.
And then now with their offensive line all banged
beat
up.
to hell. Not even more reason to put. You don't want to lose. How would you like it if you lost to a team with a beat up offensive line and your quarterback got hurt? You got to bench your quarterback here if you're Indiana.
Who else can they bench? Who else can they bench?
Who else can you bench? Yeah. You got
maybe you just start the
You got to
second
sit your number one wide receiver and number one running back. You have to because they could get hurt.
Just start the backups. That's all.
You got a guy from Ohio State telling the team to treat this like a preseason game.
Yeah.
The biggest game in the history of Indiana. And Joey Galloway from Ohio State is telling you to sit your quarterback. That's the most scandalous thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm looking at some of the headlines. Yes, Joey Galloway said IU football should bench Curtis Rourke. That's from Indy Star. USA Today. Joey Galloway, Indiana should bench Curtis Rourke. Sports Illustrated, Indiana receives bizarre take before Ohio State matchup. Outkick, ESPN pundit makes insanely stupid comments. Joey Galloway, bizarre Indiana suggestion. Yahoo Sports, Indiana quarterback Curtis Work will be in the mix with the win. Oh, they're talking about him being in the mix for a Heisman if he beats Ohio State. I don't know about a Heisman. In the mix for a Heisman?
He's missed time. I don't think his numbers get him there.
No, they're pretty good. 21 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
That ain't good enough.
What's his? No, not really. Not when you have Ashton Genty is always like, you can't break the Genty line. You have no chance. And he can't break it. We'll see. It's just Dylan Brooks, Cam. It's Hunter, maybe Cam. Cam right now would be the favorite if he hadn't lost to
Georgia Tech.
Those slappies from G-Tech.
Yeah. Just crazy. You know what else is crazy? We're going to get food, but you know what? Taqueria around us needs to bring us food.
I ain't crazy. Hey,
hey,
let me tell you something. I'm gonna get a hold of Saul today, and I'm gonna say, hey, Taqueria Arandas, we need to have that breakfast taco in our life. So do you. I've been telling you about Arandas sports bars, where they now have sports bars inside of Taqueria Arandas locations. But did you know that when it comes to breakfast, you're not going to find a more hearty breakfast? If you love great breakfast, Taqueria Arandas has you covered. You have, I'm bringing up the schedule right now, or the menu right now, because I'm telling you right now, stopping in and getting breakfast tacos is a Houston tradition. It's really what we do. So, for a lot of people like me, I like to have a late, right after this, I love to go get my food. I'll stop over at Taqueria Arandas, which I did last week, and go get a big breakfast/lunch. We also call that brunch. And you've got so much to choose from. For example, for your breakfast tacos, we got potato egg, bacon egg, chorizo and egg, eggs a la mexicana, spicy sausage, eggs. You've got potato and chorizo and every combination in between. For your breakfast plates, how about the desayuno completo? 2 eggs, 2 pancakes, bacon, ham, huevos divorciados, 1 egg, red sauce, 1 with green sauce, beef steak served with refried beans. What I'm talking about is a hearty meal to set you up for the rest of the day. That's what we're talking with, real authentic Mexican food waiting for you. Stop in at one of the local locations. You know you love it, Taqueria Arandas. Multiple locations around Houston, but get your breakfast today at Taqueria Arandas.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Still ahead, super welterweight Andreas Katsarakis is going to be with us here. He's got a fight coming up on Friday night.
They call him AK-47.
No, that was what was that?
That was Karolinko.
Karolinko.
But they might call him that. You don't know.
I don't know. You're right.
His name starts with an A. His first name starts with A. His last name starts with a K.
Well, he's got cats across his boxing trunk. K-A-T-Z.
Like Katz's Deli?
Like Katz's Deli.
Oh,
he represents Nico Nikos. So okay. there's a bit of, I'm going to have to ask him about that.
Well, maybe it's just for breakfast.
Conflict of interest there.
Maybe he just represents cats for like at 2:30 at night in the morning.
It's 24 hours.
Cats never closes except during Burl.
That's it?
Yeah.
They close during Burl?
Yeah, I took a picture of him like, you're closed.
Lies.
I thought you never closed.
Did you call him on lies?
I thought you never closed.
Okay.
Hello.
Anyway, he's got cats across. You can watch the fight. It'll be podcasted live through DAZN, YouTube DAZN Boxing, their boxing channel. So, hey, boxing made a comeback the other night. While a lot of people are pissed off about the Tyson thing.
Well, streaming was an issue even for those fights too. I had some issues streaming those fights.
There was, yeah.
It was buffering there too.
Yeah, Netflix notwithstanding, the fights were awesome.
Whoever put that together did a great job of making sure you had legit fights to carry the day. Okay, so I don't believe in conspiracy. I get there's a visceral reaction I have to people who start trying to sell me all these conspiracy theories. I think it's been terrible for our country and terrible for people in general. Young people like my kids' age, they don't believe literally anything now. Everything's a conspiracy. With that said, I will say, now I did not get to see, because of streaming issues, I saw the first 15 seconds of the first round of Paul Tyson. Didn't see any of the rest of the first, any of the second. I came in the third.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You didn't miss anything.
So what I saw, well, apparently Mike Tyson landed some punches in the first and second. Not a lot. He landed some punches. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he landed, he threw some and landed some when he was in tight. So they show, so this one conspiracy theory TikToker shows they're up against. Now, I did see this in like the third round. They said, as you can see in this fight, Mike Tyson landed punches in the first round and second round. But then in the third round, Jake Paul leans in after getting caught by punches. Jake Paul, you can see him lean in here as they are in a clinch and says something to Mike Tyson, who pats him on the head as an acknowledgement, as Jake Paul likely said, hey, take it easy. Remember, you're not supposed to land punches. And after that, Mike Tyson stopped throwing any punches and never landed. And the whole point was, this conspiracy theory. And I started, and I was the last one to believe in, like, I didn't buy all the way into steroids back in the late 90s. You did early on. You believed in it. I was like, no, it can't possibly be. He can't be using steroids. And then the pitchers can't be using steroids. You and I, neither one of us thought pitchers could use steroids. And Darrell Hamilton's like,
okay.
Oh, because they're not look like the Hulk? Like, he wanted to say, I'm sorry. Him. So anyway, so yeah, I like to believe in truth and
justice,
the good
in the
guys.
American way.
Yeah, and I believe that people are
I don't want to do what some of you get at is it was rigged. I believe Mike Tyson's too old. With that said, I will admit that for a second I entertained the fact that, is there a chance that I don't think Mike Tyson had enough to beat, and I think something was jacked up with his right knee, but is there a chance that Jake Paul could have said, hey, take it easy? No, or anything? I mean, maybe. Is there a chance that it was, hey, Mike, you go just play along. We'll give you an extra $10 million. Let Jake Paul win, but you know what? You'll stand up. We won't embarrass you. But yeah, we'll give you an extra $10 million for hanging around.
I think Mike Tyson's too old. However, if somebody's got a gun to my head and you ask me that question, yes, there is a chance that happens.
And listen,
there's a chance. I don't think it was scripted. I do think there is a chance that there may have been staggered payments.
I think that there was a very good chance that there was some funny business going on, and I think it backfired. I think it backfired for both of them, but especially for Jake Paul. If they wanted to make Jake Paul because Mike Tyson's not going to have another big crowd like this. Jake Paul is the guy that brought in most of the viewers. Now, everybody was for Tyson.
Mike Tyson brought the viewers in.
Well,
not now.
It's the Jake Paul series. It's the Jake Paul series. Jake Paul, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Jake Paul's fight this guy. Jake Paul's fought this guy. They want to keep the Jake Paul series going on. Jake Paul hurt him. They hurt Jake Paul on Friday night.
Well, see, you think that, but Jake Paul got beat by a boxer and it didn't hurt anything. He just kept fighting. He fight Nate Diaz.
No, but this is worse than actually
Mike
losing.
Tyson.
This was actually worse than losing. It wasn't entertaining. It was a farce. It was terrible. It was terrible to watch. You wasted all of our time with this fight.
If Conor McGregor fights Jake Paul, we're all going to watch that. Because we know that Conor McGregor has a chance. We want him to kick Jake's. As long as you want somebody to get beat, there was a lot of white America wanted Ali to get beat so bad in the 70s when Muhammad Ali. There was and I only bring it up because there was a very specific racial component that was going on when he went from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali, the way the country was at that particular time. There was a lot of people that wanted Muhammad Ali to get beat. A lot of people loved Muhammad Ali. A lot of people. Now, I'm not saying that Jake Paul is beloved like that, but what I am telling you is we always have to acknowledge.
I think it's the opposite. The whole stadium wanted Mike Tyson to win.
That's my point. As long as Jake Paul is calling out people who the general public believes has a chance to beat Jake Paul, they're in, because we want to see Jake Paul get knocked out and humbled. We want to see it.
Listen, I don't think you're going to hit the numbers that this hit because
never.
Because you, first of all, it was Mike Tyson. You're right. A lot of people watch because of Mike Tyson. But secondly, it's a farce. The whole thing is a farce. They have put him with guys. It's the perfect. They're the perfect matchup for him every time.
But
except
it's
the one
clever.
time he did lose when he actually fought a fighter,
Tommy Fury. But it's clever. He's clever, though, because he fought Nate Diaz, who's been a UFC champ, who talks a bunch of trash, who knows how to sell fights. That was a real win he had. That was a real win against Anderson Silva, a former UFC fighter, champion, Brazilian, who has good hands, also good legs, elbows, all that stuff. But Anderson's well past his prime also. Like, all these guys are past their prime. Yeah. He fought Tyron Woodley, who is a good puncher, a heavy puncher, and he knocked him out. I mean, bang, on the chin, a very violent knockout. He's been very smart at who he picks on. Now he's, talking about Canelo. Canelo would have to gain, they'd have to meet at about Jake would have to lose the 40 pounds he gained. They'd have to meet at and Canelo would have to blow up to 180. I don't know that that's possible. Every pick, you're right, he's not stupid. Every pick, the other guy's at a disadvantage, either through age or weight class. He's picking, and you get people saying, "Oh, what would happen if you fought a real boxer?" One guy goes, "What would happen if he fought Mike Tyson in his prime?" would have never. He would have. They would have called Mike Tyson in 1984 when he started his career. He would have been just another tomato can Mike walked through. Right. No one's arguing that. But that's like, what will happen if he fights a real fighter? But that's the whole thing. Is it doesn't matter. He doesn't care about. I heard he'll never get respected in this sport. He doesn't care. He just made $40 million.
Yeah,
he needs your respect.
Jackie says, "What the hell, LZ? You told me last week I wasn't able to think critically when I asked if this fight outcome could be rigged, even after he told that 12-year-old girl he didn't give a flip about his legacy." Jackie, did you and Jackie have a back and forth about this?
I don't remember, but I don't think the fight was rigged. Could it be on the Vegas board? Yes, it could be on the Vegas board. Do I think that they went in with a script? I do not believe they went in with a script. No.
I think, well, it doesn't have to be a script, but if the outcome was secure before, then it was rigged.
Oh, yeah, but I don't believe that.
You don't believe
I don't believe the outcome. No, I don't believe the outcome.
I don't know.
Why would I have played?
After watching it, I'm not.
I think we were reminded what 58-year-olds look like, even though they used to be the baddest. Mike Tyson got beat up by some of the worst fighters in boxing at the end of his career when he was still boxing.
Yeah.
Like, we just glaze over the fact that Mike, who was the guy that put him on his stool? Mike couldn't even get off his stool against some sloppy white guy, and we're like, that was 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, 4 years ago,
better now. Against Roy Jones Jr. wasn't great.
Well,
and Roy, poor Roy.
All right, we got a break because
is Jake going to fight Roy next? I won't watch it.
I'm not watching it.
I won't watch it for free.
I'm done with Jake Paul fights.
No,
I'm
you're
done
not.
with him. I'm done with him.
Over
No,
under a half, you're going to go over.
No,
the right fight will be made.
Quick assist. That's what I'm all about.
Would you watch Jake Paul fight the guy from the Dallas Cowboys who gets beat up in MMA now? The bad guy, Hardy.
No, I don't want. I wouldn't give Hardy.
No, because when we're helping Hardy,
money.
Yeah, it's good.
I hate that dude.
That's a good point. Would you watch him fight Devin White?
I would not. What?
Would you watch
Texans
Jake Paul fight Devin White?
I'm hoping Devin White's playing for the
An
Texans.
LSU guy.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No.
What about Joe Burrow?
Don't want him fighting Joe Burrow.
He'll kick Joe Burrow's ass.
No, Joe Burrow kill him.
Let me tell you about Quick Assist. Quick Assist is a chance to assist you in selling your tickets to any sporting event, really. It's the majors, right? Pro football, pro basketball, MLB baseball, college basketball, college football. No matter where your tickets are, they can sell them for you. They list them with 15 plus ticket agencies. And so the most eyes are on there. When I say ticket agencies, I mean the big boys that advertise the big names that you've all heard before. They list them on all these sites. And then from there, what they do is they'll work with you on pricing. So if you want them to price it, they can price it. You can set your own price. And then they move it up and down relative to what's going on with the market. That's called dynamic pricing. It's how hotels work. It's how airlines work. Well, they've got the same algorithm, and they can move your ticket prices up and down to maximize the value of your tickets. So you make the most money that you're going to, or you increase the odds and opportunities of you selling your tickets to almost 100%. It's Quick Assist. This is the way that you sell your tickets. Get the most eyes, get the highest price, and it is no hassle, super simple. And the creators of the business are right here in Houston. They're big Houston sports fans. One of them, for years worked in Major League Baseball. They are sharp, they're smart, and they got a great company that is really going to help you. Quick Assist, download the app, Quick ASYST.
Time to talk about Billy over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. The best. 281-488-6238. Have that number in your phone. 281-488-6238. I'm serious. Put it in your phone, because when you need a plumber, you call that number. Boom. All right. 24-hour service. They're John on the spot, especially if you have a major pipe breakage or some crap like that. It's awful. We found it was a slow leak, but man, it was our floorboards were starting to come up, and we're like, wait, something's going on over here. No idea. On the other side of the wall, there's a sink, and sure enough, we had a leak there. And boom, they came out, tore up the floor, stopped the leak, and then we had Resto Pros come and fix it all back up. But otherwise, we're having some serious problems if it's not for how quick and how wonderful Aqueduct Plumbing Company was. Look, you're looking for a plumbing company. You only need listen, you could do some preemptive stuff, okay? Like cleaning out your water heater. You could do that, because if you don't, then guess what? You got a lot of buildup and some problems. So there's preemptive stuff you can do, but if you need them, they're on the spot. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got Baylor
just
tickets.
to clean
Let's
up,
do this now.
I think the Ohio State center did get hurt in practice.
He did?
Yeah, I think so. Based on a text that I got from somebody in the know.
Well, then why did you
So
say that?
We'll see.
Why did you say that about the
internet,
TV?
The internet said that he got hurt.
I thought you said you got that from
you got
someone.
it from a reliable source.
Well, new media told me that they.
I thought he knew someone in the building.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
You knew his dad or
somebody
something.
on the text string said something, and everyone jumped on it and went with it. And then the
Man.
kid said, "No, it's a soft step on an inside zone."
Oh. Well, who cares? If he's carrying a TV, who cares?
It's
Actually, it
people
doesn't
carry
matter.
TVs.
It really doesn't matter.
No,
You
it's
can
not like
carry
he was doing a bunch of blow.
It's
and
funny.
all of a
I hurt
sudden-
my
and
shoulder.
All of a sudden, he kicked.
I hurt my shoulder getting a tennis
Kicked
ball
the
out
wall.
of a
It's
out
a
of
better story and
gutter.
funnier for the rivals if he blew out his Achilles. Carrying a TV.
Yeah, what's the difference?
For the rivals, it's funnier if he blew out his
Oh,
Achilles.
Well,
carrying a
yeah,
TV.
but I hurt my.
Why?
Why do y'all care?
Funny?
It's fun. It's funny in college football, people.
But why do y'all
have you met
care
college
how I
football
hurt
fan,
my
John?
ankle or shoulder? Y'all make a big deal about that because
Well, you
it's,
fell off a ladder in the rain instead of having somebody hold it or something.
but it doesn't matter
Yes,
how
it
it happened.
does.
It
That's
matters that it
stupid.
happened. You don't care how this kid hurt his Achilles. You shouldn't care how I hurt my shoulder.
Yeah, no, that was stupid what you did. No,
Stupid to take an inside zone step and
no,
tear your
No,
Achilles.
that's just
not.
practice.
That's your job.
That's just practice.
We got UH
I
Baylor
just get held to
tickets give
different
them.
standards. That's
Baylor-
what I've noticed.
What?
Yeah,
No,
I get
you-
held to completely different
don't.
standards
No.
than everyone
If
else.
he was up on a ladder and didn't have anybody holding it in the rain trying to clean out gutters, then I'd say, wow, you're stupid.
And my son offered to hold it,
Yeah, and he offered to hold it. You
but
said,
Snacks is smaller. I just figured it won't matter with him anyway.
oh, yeah. UH Baylor tickets, we got a giveaway right now at 9 o'clock exactly. 713-780-3776, color number 4. They're playing Baylor Saturday night, 6 p.m. We got tickets to the game, giving them away. So if you want to go, 713-780-3776. Wear blue. They're giving away towels, all kinds of great stuff. The blue towels.
Do the towels have a voice?
The towels.
Do the towels speak?
That's hanky. That's not,
I know.
It's not Towley.
That's not
It's not
Towley.
Towley.
It's not Towley,
No,
it's
these
hanky.
towels are not stoned.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm really high right now. That's all Tally says.
I'm just stoned, right?
Man, I'm really high right now.
No. It's not, and it's not a poo. It's not a piece of poo either that talks.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It is their tickets that we're giving away. 713-780-3776 at exactly 9 o'clock. Excuse me. Exactly 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. So for those of you who didn't hear, TNT, their pregame and halftime show, what's it called?
Inside the NBA.
Inside the NBA.
Pre and halftime and post.
In post. Pre, halftime, and post. It's the best pregame, halftime show in the world. It's Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith. It's moving over to ESPN. So here's Charles. They were discussing this on the air.
Well, Chuck just made a joke, as he likes to do. And
Chuck does? Chuck has jokes?
yeah, and everyone knew what he was talking about.
Okay, let's go.
Hey, it's Inside the NBA presented by Kia from Studio J in Atlanta, where it's 11:57.
Kenny, 12:30. I got a bet for right. Times have changed, Kenny. We got to go back to kissing ass.
Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and longtime Golden Girls fan Charles Barkley.
Ernie just ignores it.
Yeah. We got to go back to kissing ass.
Gotta go back to kissing ass, Kenny.
Yeah.
There's Ernie just like, I'm gonna act like I didn't hear this. Ernie's like, y'all are messing with my
Shaq's
money.
laughing.
Times have changed.
Yeah, the deal is, if you missed it, they're going to ESPN, but they keep creative control. It'll be a licensing thing, where the TNT people will produce it. They'll have all control. It'll just be on ESPN.
It's like Pat McAfee. That's how his is. He's got his own company, and that's why they can't. They're screwed now. But Charles isn't going to make it his. He may make some jokes, but who cares? It's not going to be that big a deal.
I think they'll be fine. Just keep the ESPN personalities off the show.
Yeah, now
yeah.
100%. This is
Yeah,
not
no,
your
no,
show.
no.
I don't need Perk on there. I don't need McAfee on there. No Stephen A. Dominic Foxworth. I don't need him on there.
No Harry
don't
Douglas.
Put Harry Douglas or Dan Orlovsky.
Why
Mina
would the football
Kimes doesn't
guys
need to be
go
on
on there?
there.
JJ Redick, we don't
They're
need
on
him
everything.
on there.
Well, he can't unless he's a guest because he's a
No
coach.
Windhorst. Brian Windhorst. We're not doing that. I don't want Shams on there. Nobody. You get nobody on there.
Mm-hmm.
You got your own business. Put your business on that. Would they ever give us somebody to do an interview with?
Who? No.
And we're their sister company.
Well, we have had.
We've had ESPN people.
Yeah, we've
Who?
had the college football woman.
Wait, that's
Heather.
just because Aaron called her up. They didn't offer her.
No, they don't offer.
Aaron hustled.
We have to reach out.
Yeah,
and then,
Aaron hustled. They
we
don't
could
offer
actually make
anybody.
a call.
and it takes
That would
about
be
2
okay.
weeks.
Aaron, but you don't call ESPN. You try to get to the people directly through like social media.
But
Yeah.
they
Heather
they
Dinich,
don't
yeah.
like that though. They don't like you directly
No.
approaching their
No,
talent.
they don't. No, they actually said you have to go
You have to
through
go through them, yeah.
through ESPN.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't like that. And Aaron had to actually,
He
go
didn't-
through ESPN. to
Yeah,
do
but
it.
she was great. The college football woman, as
Heather
you call her.
Dinich.
Heather
Yes.
Dinich.
You know, that college football woman.
That broad.
She's
talks
the
college
mom
football.
of college football.
I did not say that college
mi-
football broad.
You might as well have.
I never said
Heather
that.
Dinich
I know
is,
you
is the
didn't.
I
mom
couldn't
of
remember her
college
name.
football.
And then I remembered her name.
Yes.
No, I
What?
remember her
Was
name.
I supposed to say that college football man? No,
No.
she's a college football woman.
Heather Dinich.
Well, Heather Dinich.
She's great.
Yes.
She's great.
Okay.
We don't have Josh
Although
Pate.
she thinks three loss SEC team should be in the playoff.
We don't
She
have
doesn't?
Josh.
She does.
Yeah.
She thinks it could be a real possibility.
LSU.
No,
They have
Oh,
more
okay.
than 3 losses.
No. They got
Uh,
4. Yeah.
So Josh Pate will not join us today. He'll join us tomorrow. He's got something he's got to do in Miami. Just since I've got like 30 seconds, have you paid attention to Dalton Connect?
Oh yeah. He had
in
9
his-
threes.
He had 9 threes and 37 points yesterday in 37 minutes. In 38 minutes. Do you realize he had 27 points the game before? His last 3 games, his last 4 games, he scored 37, 27, 14, and 19. Somehow he's only averaging 11 points a game this year?
Well, early on.
How is this
but he got
possible?
limited minutes early on.
But
and
he's
he
only
did-
played 14 games.
Yeah.
He's played 14 games, and 4 of them are 37, 27, 14,
Well,
and
the other
19.
ones must have been poor.
Must have been nothing.
Well,
This
look
guy's
up his
gonna.
game blog.
Is he? How many years has he been in the league?
He's
This
a
is a rookie.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
He-
I mean,
he's
I'm
23
starting
years
to
old.
believe now. I'm starting to believe now that Reed Shepard is not going to be Rookie of the Year,
Yeah.
and that Dalton Connect is going to be.
He never
or
was.
Jared
but
McCain who's
Yeah,
playing
McCain-
well for the Sixers.
McCain's
the one
playing
thing going well
really
for them.
well. Okay, so Dalton Connect in his last 4 games where he scored 19, 14, 27, and 37. Let's see. He's 14, 15, 16. He's 21
Well,
of 31 from 3. He's
Well-
shooting 66%, 21 of 31 from 3.
but before that run, he had 5 points, 2 points, 3 points, 5 points, 5 points. That's why he's averaging 11.
Right. But he had an 18-point
And then 0,
He had an
and then
18-point
well,
game.
18-point game, and then 0, which averages out to 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And
then
then
10,
10, and 8, and 5.
But based on the last 4 games, and the fact he's a rookie, I would be looking for more minutes for him. And more playing time.
yeah. Probably.
He's literally, like I said, he's
Well,
made 22.
I think he's learned that. So here's his minutes. 16, 13, 20, 11. Oh no, you got 16, 11, 22, 19, 9. Now he's playing 31, 26, 37, 38 minutes.
There's an injury in there somewhere, but he's played 20. He's made 21. They've won all 4 games. He's won 20. He's hit 21 of his last 31 threes. Like, this is the guy you bet for Rookie of the Year right now, because when you look at the rookies, it's not great. And now all of a sudden, this is a guy who
You
may
should have
just
done it
take
before
off.
yesterday, because the odds are going to be higher now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us. Hogue Landscaping is what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about just it's incredible what Hogue Landscaping does. When you go to their website and see, you can take a look at the different backyards that they've done, and it could be just a small patio backyard. It's smaller than this studio right here, and yet it looks incredible. Okay, with the tile that they use, the table, with the plants that they do. I mean, they don't leave. It doesn't matter how big your space is. Now, you want to put in a tennis court, you want to put in a pickleball court, you want to put in bocce ball, you want to put in a pool, you want to put a fireplace, a fire pit, you want to put in an outdoor kitchen, you want to put an outdoor lounge. You can do all of that. You can do all of that and make it look incredible. The place that you're going to want to be. And listen, it's nice here year round. You spend a lot of time outside. And if you do, you have it as perfect as possible, and that's Hogue. They will design it for you. They'll show it to you on your laptop. They will have it all, and they'll do it perfectly. Hogue, HOGUELS.com, Hogue Landscape Services. I'm telling you, if you want a backyard that's special, HogueLS.com. All right, 906 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on the show. You are more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. Locally, not a hell of a lot happened, but there were obviously some national stories. The college football playoff came out yesterday, and Tennessee is the team outside looking in right now. It changes. It's so fluid every week, but Tennessee feels like they have gotten screwed now by the playoff. The playoff committee, I don't know that believes in Tennessee.
Did we say that it was a playoff game, though?
When Tennessee had one loss, one week they moved Indiana and BYU ahead of them. They moved Indiana and BYU, two undefeated teams who hadn't beaten anybody, ahead of them. And Tennessee was like, what the bleep? How are we behind? And now, with all of the two lost teams in the SEC, it's Tennessee that's the trailer. And feeling like we're getting screwed here.
Well, they're the most recent team to lose, and that's times how it plays
I
out. Now,
hate that recency deal.
it's
Yeah,
how
but
they
I'm
treat
fine having
everything.
a bunch of SEC teams in. It's everyone else doesn't like it. It's
Who
like
doesn't
it's
like
not fair. Anyone
there's
who's not in the SEC.
There's 4 Big Ten teams. I'm not sure that they're. Listen, Indiana loses badly this week to Ohio State. I'm not sure they make the playoff.
What if they don't start their
One-loss
quarterback?
team should absolutely make the playoffs. With that said,
If they lose
bad
Curtis
loss,
Rourke,
What if they
now
don't
if
start?
Joey Galloway is right and they lose Curtis Rourke,
it doesn't matter. You're still wrong.
No.
You play your guys. There's not a world where Joey Galloway was right. But you
All
play
right,
to
we'll
win the
see.
game.
yeah, we'll
Herm
see.
told us you don't play not to lose and to create doubt. And they're like, well, we can't blame him for they didn't play their. Basically, what he's saying is, don't play him. He'll stay healthy, and the voters will have to say, well, they didn't play their quarterback. We can't really hold this loss against them.
Just tell him.
What a weird
Just
way.
tell the world that he got sick before the game and he can't play. So it wasn't us. He got sick. You know, Lane Kiffin is putting out there that many people are telling him that that playing in a conference title game is harmful.
Yeah.
Like a lot of coaches feel like they're going to get punished for playing in that game because you add a loss to their resume, they're not going to be in the playoff.
It's not fair. You cannot make it to where a championship game, an appearance in a championship game, puts you in duress if you lose. You can't have that. But at the same time, if you do win, it obviously helps you.
He says,
but I don't like that. Like that's not right.
Yeah, he says the possibility of having a bye is outweighed by the danger of losing and falling out. So if you are a 2-loss SEC team who would only have 2 losses if they didn't play in a title game, and you lose, and so you're a 3-loss team and now you drop out, it's tough. But if you're a borderline team, let's say you are the last SEC team in, and somehow, some way, it works out because, well, however, the tiebreaker has you into the title game. Should you be punished? Probably not.
But last year Georgia was punished, right?
Yeah, in a 14 playoff, they got punished.
Yeah. So I mean, that happens.
It does.
You're a 3-loss team now.
It's happened
regardless.
throughout history. Kansas State. Now we're going way back. Kansas State played A&M. They don't have that title game. They're playing for the national title. Instead, they lose and the dominoes start to fall. It's happened year after year.
Okay. Now let's look at this scenario. Everything plays according to Hoyle except one game. Texas A&M beats Texas.
Texas still in.
Texas still in.
The brand.
But now Tennessee out and possibly Georgia out. A&M goes to the championship game if they beat Texas.
Yes.
But A&M can't. A&M I don't think can get in.
And then they play Alabama. Alabama's the highest ranked 2-loss team.
Is that how it works, or will they go by tiebreaker?
No, I think they go, well, I don't know.
What are the SEC's tiebreakers for that stuff? Because Alabama has the head-to-head over Georgia. They lost to Tennessee, though. So I'm not sure how
it's
that
all
works.
intertwined.
Yeah.
All the losses are intertwined.
Ole Miss, didn't they lose to Bama, or have they played?
Record versus common opponents. Record is first. Record against the high place opponent among the tied teams. Cumulative conference winning percentage of all conference opponents. So those are tiebreaker scenarios. This says when was this written? This was written November 17th. So this is tiebreakers for LSU, Alabama. It talks about.
Well, is there
head-to-head? Number one is head-to-head competition among the tied teams.
Well, but there's 5 tied teams.
Okay, record against common opponents. Then you would go into, you might have to go 3 deep. Record against the high place opponent among the tied teams. And finally, it's cumulative conference winning percentage of all conference opponents.
Well, regardless, it's going to be,
Which
even
is
if Texas wins, it's going to be convoluted who they play anyway.
Yeah, either way.
Because A&M would have 2 losses, Georgia 2 losses, Tennessee 2 losses, Alabama 2 losses, Ole Miss 2 losses.
And A&M's 2 losses would not be against teams they're battling, because A&M's 2 losses would be against Texas and South Carolina.
Yep.
And they didn't play Georgia. They didn't play
So
Alabama.
could they
didn't
play them
play
again?
Tennessee.
I'm going to throw some salt in your game.
Possible.
Alabama loses to Auburn and beats Texas.
They don't play Texas. They
In the
play.
championship.
They play
I mean
A&M.
Texas A&M. Texas A&M loses to Auburn. Beats Auburn. No, Texas A&M loses to Auburn and beats the Longhorns. Chaos.
Well, it would be chaos because there'd be 7
2-loss
teams.
Yeah. I don't know how the tiebreakers work right now. I'm not sure they do right now.
That's not my business. That's your business.
It kind of is your business.
You started it, so it is your business.
Okay, here's what they say. SEC common opponents. Alabama beat Georgia but lost Tennessee. Georgia beat Tennessee but lost to Ole Miss and Alabama. Ole Miss beat Georgia. Tennessee beat Alabama but lost to Georgia. Texas A&M hasn't played any other two loss teams.
We're going to need
future
Josh Pate
opponents.
to figure this out.
Alabama
straighten this whole thing
Alabama beat Alabama's got Oklahoma easy, Auburn at home easy. They will cruise. Georgia.
Well, why is
done.
Auburn easy for Alabama but not A&M?
They got them at home.
Saying they got to beat.
They got them at home.
So what? That don't
Oh,
matter.
they'd smash Auburn if they were at home.
Alabama, Texas A&M is going to smash Auburn. Going to smash Auburn.
Nope.
Yep.
Auburn's ready for Marcel Reed. They've been practicing for him. Ole Miss has got Florida there. Could be a little tricky. I'm not just going to rule out the swamp. Mississippi State at home, they'll smash Mississippi State.
Mississippi State.
Although that game also gets weird
The
sometimes.
Egg Bowl gets weird.
Tennessee at Vanderbilt. Hold on,
does,
Tennessee
John.
at Vanderbilt away. Tennessee will be like a 9.5 point favorite. Who you got?
At Vanderbilt?
Yeah.
Oh.
If I made Tennessee a 9.5 point favorite.
Well, they don't care about that. They just want to win.
I know.
I don't know. I think I'd take Vanderbilt in a 9.5. I mean, is Iamaleava
here?
Iamaleava.
Is he healthy?
He played against.
I know he played, but is he healthy?
Well, he was coming back from a concussion against Georgia and played. Unless he got another one.
I think you can be goofy for weeks.
If Texas loses,
yes.
against A&M, they have no chance because the cumulative conference winning percentage, which it could come down to, Alabama's the highest at 509, then Georgia at 451, and that's not going to change. Well, I guess it will change relative to what teams do. Then A&M at 442, then Ole Miss at 400, then Tennessee at 396. Texas is below that.
Yeah, their schedule is so
wow.
You need a statistics degree to figure out who they're playing.
Yeah, Texas has it easy. Just win your games.
It's going to be A&M or Texas playing one of those teams.
As long as they're not a ridiculous upset, but before they play each other, which we don't expect. Yes,
A&M's going to take care of that Auburn business, even though they got the look ahead. That you know what? That's a scary spot.
Jordan Hare is a weird spot to go, and when you have Texas coming up,
and you got look ahead.
Yeah,
yep. 9:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Access Vascular Health is what I'm talking about right now. Prostate, guys, you could be older, you could be younger and have a prostate issue. I mean, if you're getting up in the middle of the night, you find, I don't know if you're in your 40s or 50s. Doc Benavides has worked with guys. I mean, age obviously plays a role in this. If you're older, okay, and if you're on Medicare right now, it's really, really easy for Doc Benavides, okay? She is going to make sure that, I mean, this is something that you can handle, guys, especially financially. It's a go. It's a go. So don't let money in any way, shape, or form, because money is not going to be an issue if you're on Medicare. So Doc Benavides is saying, here, we'll help you out, and we'll take care of this deal for you. We're going to do everything we can to make sure. But the most important thing is your health. The most important thing is not to, if you got an enlarged prostate, you could get kidney problems, liver problems. You could have all kinds of issues. Well, if you're somebody that might have, go get tested, get your MRI, get your ultrasound, and get on over there to see Doc Benavides, because it's all it is an IV to take care of it. That's it, an IV, not surgery. You do not want to have surgery if you have an enlarged prostate. You have to go one place, 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
Hey, let's talk about John Daspit. I was telling John about how John Daspit actually had a lawsuit for many people, multiple people during Hurricane Beryl. There was issues with security in an apartment. There was a bunch of things stolen, so it was a property issue. And John Daspit said, no, this isn't going to stand. So he went and took the cause up for those guys and got all their money paid back. I mean, everything that they lost, got all that paid back, got it taken care of because, the apartment complex, the security company was like, it's not on us. Too bad, so sad. Sorry, everyone was breaking into your multiple apartments and doing that. And they're like, no. Absolutely not. John Daspit fought for them. It's just an example of, I talk about these horrible accidents on the roadway, loss of life. I talk about issues with refinery blasts, explosions, and offshore accidents where people lose limbs. And it can be terrible, terrible accidents. And John Daspit works hard in those cases to make sure and take care of all the hospital bills, all your pain and suffering, your time missed from work that you're going to have. But he also has different types. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm have different areas of law that they will work for in your favor to recoup losses as well. So make sure you check the website. That's why I always tell you, go to the website, DaspitLaw.com, to get a complete overview of how John Daspit can help you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com. Create an image of John Granado and Lance Zierlein doing a radio show on a football field.
9:20, I said. Yeah.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Yeah, you didn't have. Oh, by the way, Texas struggled last week.
Texas played. Who did they play last week?
They played. Oh God, I can't remember.
They
won
Arkansas.
Oh yeah.
20-10.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Texas could. I said they were going to lose to A&M. I told you that.
No, I
had
told you
A&M
that for weeks.
I just said they're going to lose to Texas. A&M's going to get
telling
upset.
you that for weeks. That
A&M's going to get upset by Auburn, and Texas is going to lose there, and it's going to be mini chaos.
You think there's
and they'll
chaos
just have
coming?
to deal with it.
I think there's chaos coming. I don't think there's any question. There's chaos coming.
Here we are doing radio show. I asked AI, and here we are doing radio shows on a football field. They made us pretty old, but Lance Zierlein and John Granado doing a radio show on a football. AI just created that image.
Well, that's not us.
Yeah, but that's what they think we are.
What? That's two really old guys doing a radio show.
Well,
and you said in front of cheerleaders. Where are the cheerleaders?
Where are the cheerleaders?
Create an image of Del Olaleye doing a radio show in front of a firing squad.
Wow. A firing squad. Why not in the electric chair?
Let's see what AI.
What type of person is
my
he?
AI? I can do whatever I want with this. Del.
What type of person is this?
I can do whatever I want.
Why would that even float in your mind?
What, are you a traitor of some sort?
Yeah.
I didn't spell. It didn't spell your name.
Do you get
right,
a cigarette at least?
What am I being in front of a firing squad for? What crime did I commit?
Traitor.
It's not my decision.
It is your decision, actually.
No, it
was your idea.
It's like a TV show. It's just a.
It's just a TV show. Okay.
Have you guys seen? Speaking of TV, Say Nothing on Hulu?
I'm watching it right now. Wait, no. You sure it's not on Apple?
No, it's on Hulu. FX/Hulu.
Oh no, I'm watching What Would You Do? It's about this guy who shoots three people who get on a bus to rob the bus.
Some guy shoots a Spanish language show.
Yeah.
And they have the people on the bus aren't
or
telling,
like protecting them or something.
But my show, since bringing it back to me, show Say Nothing on Hulu is about the Troubles, the Northern Ireland, and their fight to be independent, and what they do to people who they think are telling on them. They just disappear them.
Oh,
they go, hey.
They don't fall off buildings like in Russia?
No, even
they just disappear.
Even if you're not part of the IRA, if you're just like a local who isn't helping, or they think you're helping the British, they'll just pull a mom out of their home and with just like 8 kids. Hey, you're coming with us. What do you mean? No, you're coming with us, and they'll drive you someplace you never come back.
See him again.
Yeah.
You mean kind of like John Dutton from Yellowstone?
Say Nothing.
Say Nothing on. It's an 8. I think it's an 8 episodes series. It's about the Northern Ireland, the Troubles.
It's a doc?
It's a TV show.
It's a TV show.
But it's based off real people.
Okay.
John Dutt did the same thing from Yellowstone. You go to the train station, you disappear.
Anybody watching Yellowstone yet?
I'm way behind, so I'm not watching.
I'm not.
I'm like back till season 3. That's how far behind I am.
Care as much.
Yeah, I don't care as much.
I know
either.
they kill him in the first 5 minutes.
They do.
Yeah, because Kevin Costner's couldn't come to an agreement because he was trying to do his Horizon or whatever his movie was.
His three-parter.
They're like, we can't do this.
A TV show that they made. They charge $60 to go see.
Yeah. Oh no, let me tell you something. Kevin Costner put all of his money, like everything, into this. Yeah. I feel bad for him now because I don't think it did great. Now maybe, and I was watching.
It's going to do even worse the next two.
I was watching Matt Damon talk about this. You know, a big problem that why good movies aren't getting made anymore, and why they're just pretty much either going to stream or you're just having everything turn into Marvel. Marvel
or series.
Yeah, well, they go to stream.
Yeah,
they go to stream. They don't do movies. He goes, you know why? Because the amount of money that you have to put into TV, into a movie to create a movie, is so high. But they used to be okay with that because they said, you know what? Like, if a movie doesn't do great at the movie theater, we still have DVD sales. You know, we're going to make our money back on DVD. Like famously, Office Space, which is a cult classic, didn't do well at the movie theaters, but did incredible with DVDs. And actually, same thing with Rounders, which Matt Damon did there, and with Good Will Hunting. They didn't care as much about. They knew the DVD market was really, really big. The post theater market. Now they don't have that anymore. So if you don't make your money up front at the theaters, which has never been harder, like people ain't giving you money to go make movies anymore. Good luck. You want to put your own money in? And they're like, I don't want to. Like, these producers are asking these producers, you want to put your own money in? Investors are saying that, and they're like, because the post market's not making as much. You know, you go to stream, you go to Apple Rentals, I guess helps, but we all just wait for them to come on free stream. You know, I say free, we're paying for it, but yeah, that's a problem. That's why all the best shows that are being made now are series, and they're on streaming platforms. They're not movies. What's a movie you want to watch? There's a movie out right now that looks like who is it? It's two guys. It looks like
Gladiator's the only thing I want to see.
With those shark fights they're going to
have?
Well,
apparently it's true.
They
Do you feel like it's true?
No, but I don't feel like it's true, but it is.
They flooded the Coliseum in real life.
Gladiator.
It is.
I'm not watching Gladiator. I like Gladiator 1. I ain't watching 20 years later Gladiator 2.
It's a continuation. The kid from
It's
Gladiator 1
is
the star Gladiator 2.
It's going to be lame. I bet y'all watch it. Y'all will go, I bet you think it's going to be as
you
good as
like Rocky 2
You think it's going to? No, I loved Rocky 2.
Right.
And I loved Rocky 3. And even Rocky 4 was okay. Oh, even Rocky 4 was okay. Well, actually, Rocky 4 is pretty good because that. Wait.
What about Michael Jordan Jr. Rocky?
Wait. Hold on. Was Rocky 4? Was that Russia?
Yeah, that's Russia.
Yeah, Rocky 4 was good too. Rocky 3 with scary Mr. T.
Michael Jordan Jr. or whatever his name is with the Rocky.
Michael B. Jordan?
Whatever.
No,
Michael Jordan Jr.
I think I watched it. It's all right.
You mean Creed?
Yeah, Creed.
Yeah.
That's different. Yeah. That's a whole different.
Now you got
it's a whole different category. But wait, you're asking me to okay, is it going to live up to Mountain versus the guy that was
Pedro Pascal?
Yeah, Pedro Pascal.
This is his brother, isn't it?
No.
What do you mean?
It's a Pascal, right?
Pascal's in the movie.
No. The main character is a Pascal.
No, it's Mescal, Paul Mescal, and Pedro Pascal. They're both in the movie.
We got a break. Andreas Katsarakis.
Did you just say Mescal was Pascal's brother? Is that what you just said? Those are two different names.
Brothers.
No, but they're both in the movie.
They're both in the movie. Oh, Pedro's in it too?
Yes, he's
in
the movie.
Now it's a hit.
There it is.
There you go. And you know who else is a hit? Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows. What? Jim Fiume is awesome. Jim Fiume has the best window in the history of windows. This is not, listen, so you go by your window right now, okay? And you hear stuff outside, and it's warmer right there at your window. You know what happens when it's warmer at your window? It means your air conditioning is working harder. You know how much more air conditioning you have to use because it's hot? But I don't know if you heard, but it's hot here in the city of Houston. Not sure you heard about that. Yeah, it's hot here. And so our air conditioners have to work. Don't make them work harder. Get the window that is going to deflect that heat from coming into your home. What you need, my friends, is a Gulf Coast window. Double pane, double strength, vinyl, wood, aluminum, a hurricane, whatever it is. They're the best windows in the history of windows. And Jim Fiume has proven he's the best with his Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. If you're looking for windows, one place to go, GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Hey, I got to say, for Christmas, it's right around the corner. Why don't you start shopping today? And I'm going to tell you something right now. If your wife or girlfriend loves watches, if your husband or boyfriend loves watches, Zadig Jewelers, I want you to stop in at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. They've got the finest selection of watches in the state. They are boutique providers and boutique locations for some of the top brands in the world, which means they get unique timepieces. Unique timepieces that are set up just waiting right there for you to look, to try on, to explore, and find something you love. Now, if you're somebody who's already in the watch game, well, this might be a great time for you to buy, sell, or trade, because they're doing all three at Zadig Jewelers. It's all in one location. If you love watches, no one's going to beat Zadig Jewelers. Go to Zadig.com. That's Zadig.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Now, is being Greek the best now, Del? Oh, you always say, oh, it's not great being Greek. Yes, it is.
I've never said that, and I'm not Greek, so
Okay.
I don't know how great
You
it
don't
is to
know.
be Greek.
You don't know. Now you know, because Demetrius is here with Nico Nikos. He brought wings, double burgers, gyros, shish kebab.
Well, I am not questioning the greatness of eating at Nico Nikos, but it doesn't make me Greek. I'm not taking that on
Well, you're
because
Greek
it's
now.
not okay.
Right now, right? Andreas Katsarakis is joining us right now. Andreas, if you eat Greek, you're Greek, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
You got to be. You have to have some Greek in you.
You have to have some Greek in you. Now, you got some Greek in you, Lance. You got some Greek food. Lance says it's the best chicken he's ever had. You eat there at Nico Nikos, right, Andreas?
Yes, sir. I definitely do. Not while on training camp, unfortunately, but when I'm off, 100%.
What do you eat there?
Oh man, there are so many things. Look, my favorite thing to do is a gyro sandwich, because that's a big Greek thing, and that's a thing that I really miss from back home. So a gyro sandwich is a go-to, but anything you can get off the menu, it's always fantastic.
So yeah, actually, like a lot of Mexican food here isn't real Mexican, right? Because they Americanized it. But gyros,
Yes,
you
like
guys eat
Tex-Mex.
you eat gyros in Athens, right?
Yes.
Yes. And the Greek salad, you got the Kalamata olives, right?
Yes, sir. The Greek village style. Village style is my favorite.
The what?
The village style.
Oh, yeah? And
yes, sir. That's my favorite.
And obviously souvlaki and everything else, obviously, right?
Yes.
And it's authentic at Nico Nico's. Listen, they just opened a new location in the Woodlands. Have you been up there yet?
Oh yeah, it's an amazing location. And now that I don't know if you've been lately, but the Christmas decoration that they did on this place, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. No. It's at the Woodlands, Research Forest and 45, right over there. I-10 and the Beltway, and obviously the old Nico Nico's, the original, over at Montrose and West Hammer. You gotta go. You gotta visit. I'm telling you, the food is fantastic. So you can't eat this now. You're moving down in weight, right?
Yes, but it's my final day. It's my final day. Tomorrow they are the weigh-ins for my fight. So once I'm back from Atlanta, the first visit is going to be Nico Nico's.
Yeah, then you'll be at Nico Nico's, your first visit in the city 100%. Of Houston. So are you coming back now? There's this. What's the title for? You're in Atlanta. You're fighting Friday night. What is this for?
Yes, sir. So I'm fighting in overtime for the overtime tournament. It's at 154, and it's for two titles basically. It's for the WBA Continental Americas, which makes you a legitimate contender for the world title. And other than that, it's for a WBC collaboration with Overtime, which puts you on probably top 5 in the world in their division, in their organization, and the mandatory for the WBC silver status.
For the silver title. Right?
Yes, sir. The silver title, basically, it's the mandatory for the gold. So I think after this fight, we are 2 fights away from a world title opportunity.
So you're fighting Brandon Adams Friday?
Yes, sir.
Brandon Adams. Tell me about tell me about Brandon Adams and how tough this fight is going to be.
He is probably going to be the toughest fight of my career until now. He's a strong, tested, and experienced opponent. He fought for the world title already. He didn't get it, but he fought for it, so he has the experience. He won a decent 12 rounds and 10 rounds many times. And it's going to be a very fun fight. I think he is an action fighter as well, like getting the inside and really throwing a lot of punches. So I think it's going to be definitely a fight to watch.
Okay, so you can watch it on DAZN. That's on YouTube, DAZN Boxing, Friday night. What time you going off? Like, are you the main event?
We're the main event. So I think the show starts probably 8 p.m. Eastern time, so 7 p.m. our time. And the main event, I don't know, I think probably it's going to be around 10 o'clock, I would imagine Central Time. Okay.
So did you watch the Tyson event on Friday night?
I did.
Very disappointing, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, the fight was disappointing, but I'm very excited. It was very exciting to watch the 2 previous fights.
They were great.
They were 2 amazing fights. So, I think everybody got their worth in terms of action from those 2 fights. But what everybody wanted to see, which was Mike Tyson knocking out Jake Paul, didn't happen. I thought it wouldn't, because even though he was such a great athlete and such a great personality, right now he's 58, 59 years old. And, it's the age. The age gap is just too big for him to be able to make what he wanted to do.
Andreas Katsarakos with us. He's fighting Friday night in Atlanta for a title, and then he moves on and hopefully gets to a BC title after that. He is fighting super welterweight, moving down, but then he can eat again when he gets back here, and he's going to eat at first stop Nico Nico's when he gets back into town.
100%.
I thought that the women's fight, I didn't like the decision. Did you like the decision on the women's fight?
It's very complicated fights like that. When you see, I wasn't really scoring the fight while I was seeing it, just enjoying it. And when you see the punch stats afterwards, you have to think that Amanda Serrano won. What I didn't like about the fight was the fact that when the eye split like that, the doctor didn't stop it immediately, because it's such a terrible and deep cut that's gonna ruin her for the rest of her life in terms of boxing.
Yeah.
And you can't ask an athlete as a doctor if you want to continue. The doctor has to make this decision, because the athlete will never tell you no.
But she seemed all right. She seemed all right. It just looked like that eye was, it was ugly.
Well, they asked her, and she said,
the fight is always going to say.
Blood in my eye.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But, it is hard to imagine a fight that was that even throughout, being a being a unanimous decision, especially after one fighter had lost, after the winner had lost a point.
A point.
That seems inconceivable.
Yeah, right. And all three of the judges had her winning, which was incredible.
Yeah, that's incredible indeed. I mean, a split decision at least could have been something better. But if you see the fight, there are some times that maybe Taylor is landing the more, let's say, accurate or statement punches, and Serrano is just going through the motion, because I don't even know if Serrano was able to see with that cut in her face. But still, an amazing fight. She was a warrior. Yeah. And if I had to pick a winner, if I was and I had to pick a winner, probably would be Serrano. But I think it still was a close fight.
Yeah, agree. And Ramos and Barrios, that was a great fight as well. What weight class? What weight class was that?
They're at 147 at the welterweight division.
147, and you're fighting. What you're fighting at 154?
154, one division above.
One division above. Any chance you're going down, or are you at where you want to be?
I'm going to have to cut a link to go down to 47, so I don't think so.
No.
It's less Nico Nikos for a long time.
That you can't eat Nico Nikos ever again.
Probably Dimitris is going to have to ban me from the restaurant.
Right. So you've been in the United States for a while now, right?
I've been for 6.5 years.
6.5 years. Wow. Okay, I got some questions for you. You love Nico Nikos, right? Right.
Yes, sir.
Better American women or Greek women?
Wow.
Greek woman. I'm married to one, so I can say otherwise.
Oh, you're married to one.
His mom is a Greek woman. He's married to Greek women. What is wrong with you?
No, I didn't know he was married to a Greek woman. Okay.
So why don't you ask John, my co-host? He's half Greek and half Italian. What's better, Italian women or Greek women?
Oh, they're good. But hey, Greek women are really good. No.
Which is better?
Absolutely. Which is better?
And you're married to a Cajun woman.
I'm married to a Cajun women are the best. That's all. And then there's Cajun women and then everybody else. That's it. Because I'm married to them. Who's your favorite Greek actress?
Favorite Greek actor?
Actor, actress.
That's a tough question. If we go, I would say Bezos. Bezos is an amazing actor and he's done some amazing series, and I really like him.
Bezos. Jeff Bezos? I don't know him. You know Zach Galifianakis, right?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Yeah, that's a great Greek.
Does he count?
Yeah, he does.
But I mean,
Greek.
look, the reality is that Tom Hanks has a Greek citizenship right now, so I can go with Tom Hanks as well. Tom Hanks is an amazing actor.
Yeah, his wife is Greek. Tom Hanks' wife is Greek. Yeah.
Rita Wilson's
Greek. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So is Jennifer Aniston. And
I knew that.
And Maria Menounos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maria Menounos is Greek girl.
She's not Latina?
No, she's a Greek girl. Yeah. And Melina Kanakaredes. You know her?
I don't.
You don't know her? No,
you can't just ask him if he knows all these Greek women randomly.
John, they don't know each other.
I knew all the previous names.
Yeah, he did know
them.
that.
The actor's talking about is Giannis Bezos.
Giannis Bezos?
Giannis Bezos.
Yeah, do we
he's
know
an
him?
actor. He's been around. He's been doing it since he's 68 years old, so he's been around a long time.
Well, we would know him if we saw him?
Maybe. No. But he's more a theater actor and known in Greece.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. And what do you like most about America?
What I like most about America? I will tell you what I like a lot about Houston. I love the people in Houston, how warm they are, how welcome they are. I love that. And at the end of the day, what I like about America in general is that it still is, I believe that America still is the land of opportunity for people that really want to work hard and achieve something.
Yeah.
Because it gives you, it has opportunities. It is what it is. It's what the phrase says. It's the land of opportunity. It gives you the courage and everything else to try and achieve something.
Yeah. Yep. Did you vote for Trump?
Don't answer any of
I can't vote. I can't vote.
You can't. Well, wait a minute. There's a lot of states you could have voted in here. Okay.
Look, leave this man alone and let him try to win a fight.
You can vote in a lot of states.
You're trying to get him in trouble with every question.
Leave him alone.
No.
What kind of woman do you like? Who'd you vote for? Like, what is wrong with you?
This is my guy.
He just brought
Andreas. Okay, we're Greek.
Nico Nikos just brought us food in, and you're literally trying to get them to say never again.
Right. No, we got to find out about Andreas, and then we root for him.
What do you mean? If he voted for the wrong person, you wouldn't root for him?
No, I don't care who he voted for. But you know what? And there's a lot of states he could have voted.
What's? Oh, never mind.
Don't-
Forget
don't-
it.
You're playing into it.
Forget it.
Yeah.
Forget it.
That's all I'm saying.
Ha, bear, ha!
That is Andreas Katsarakis, and he is fighting on Friday night. Friday night on DAZN, and it's on YouTube. Go find it and get there and watch him. And then you know what? When he becomes a world champ, then all of a sudden you guys are going to go. Now I want to know.
Remember when John Lynch had him on? And
that's right. Then he won't talk to us anymore. When he's a big
No,
star.
but I still will.
He still will.
All right.
Still
We're
will.
going to hold you to that. We're going to hold you to that.
Hopefully I'm gonna come to the studio with some Nico Nikos and we can have all together.
Absolutely.
Hey, every week.
Absolutely. Every week you want him on. Andreas, you come on every week if Demetrius brings us food. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, Andreas, thanks, man. Good luck. Beat his ass.
Thank you so much.
And then we'll have you back on when you're fighting for that the next title.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for having me.
All right, there's Andreas Katsarakis right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's
Brought
ripped.
to you by Nico Nikos.
He's way stronger than we are.
Wait a minute.
Look at him.
Lance thinks a guy who's
Look at
fighting
him.
for a super welterweight title is way more ripped than we are.
Look at him.
No,
Told you.
I saw him.
I knew it. I knew he was going to be in good shape.
Yeah. Oh,
He's in way better shape than we are.
He thinks a super welterweight title guy is a little in better shape than we are.
14-0.
How about that? 14-0. Yeah. He's going to be. You never know. We might be onto something.
We may have
be
really
onto something.
We may have just found ourselves
in the
a
middle.
champ.
In the middle of it.
In the middle
we're
of the
right in the
champions.
middle of this thing.
They're a pretty good chance.
I'm going to tell you this. I was playing golf yesterday. Sam and Abigail came out and shot a video. We're going to have a Coors Light video that we're going to have on display for you all coming up here shortly. I just want you to know that it's happening. Yesterday, I may have had a few Coors Lights. I may or may not have had many Coors Lights, many of the best. They're the greatest. They're the greatest Coors Lights you could ever have. They use the greatest water, okay, from Colorado, not crappy water from some bay, okay? It is the best water you can have, and it produces the best beer you can have. There were plenty of Coors Lights flying. We played golf, had a great time. It was a perfect day. It just doesn't get any better than that. If you're looking for the best way to enjoy cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, make sure you climb on, brother. I love me some Coors Lights. You'll love you some Coors Lights. Have some on hand when your buddies come over. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill.
Hey guys, yesterday I saw I was Underdog Fantasy. I had my I've got notifications on with Underdog, and there was a notification that came through and said claim your special bonus. And so I looked at the bonus, I clicked it, and it turns out there was a huge profit boost available for a game for basketball. And I'm like, well, I'm in on this. And so I did my work and I said, you know what? I'm going to go with Luka over 6.5 points in the first quarter. He just came off some rest where he didn't play. So I figured he will be well rested. So I'm going to go higher than 6.5 points in the first quarter. That was a winner. He had 7. And then I looked at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's numbers. It's right there on the website. And I said, you know what? I think I'm going to go lower on points, rebounds, and assists. However, I'm going to move the number up a little bit and go lower on that, which will lower the payout just a little bit, but it makes it a little easier to win. So I made it at 44.5. He ended up with 42. It's a winner. The chicken dinner. 2 picks, ends up winning, and it was a good payoff for me. And the reason is simple, because I'm doing my homework. These are games I'm watching anyway, and I got a chance to make real money, having a great time with Underdog Fantasy, with football, basketball, baseball, in-game, while the game's going on or before the game's played. You can do this all with Underdog Fantasy. It is a great way to not only make money, but just have a lot of fun with the sporting events that you're watching anyway. And we're talking about all the different sports. Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. By the way, use promo code Lance for bonus cash of up to $1,000. Call 1-800-GAMBLER if you feel like you have a gambling problem, or call ncpgambling.org.
I'm not nearly as prepared for this News of the Weird because Nikos.
Should we have people call and tell us weird stuff?
Well, I get texts or tweets all the time about stuff. So if anybody has anything weird right now,
if you have something weird
this
that's
is
happened
basically
to you, the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you, or even if it's more recently, or something weird you heard about, 713. It's kind of like, what did you learn?
Uh-huh. What did you learn? Only
713.
Only what weird stuff?
780-3776. 713-780-3776.
The High Court has ruled that using the word bald against a man could be considered sexual harassment.
I like it.
Which has caused some disbelief among some social media users. Apparently, being called bald is sexual harassment. Am I sexually harassing Jackie all the time?
Yes.
Because he's hairless. Can I say you're hairless?
I think you need to change the word, so hairless might be okay.
Hairless without hair.
No, it's called unhaired.
Unhaired.
Yeah.
You're unhaired. Jackie, you're unhaired.
So you can't say homeless because they say, well, it's not homeless because why, Del? Why do you have to say
I don't know
unhoused?
why. I know they just say unhoused is the better term.
Yeah.
Or,
so instead of saying bald, we should be saying unhaired.
And what's the thing for food? You can't call people hungry anymore. There's like
food insecure.
Yeah, food insecure.
And if you can't say fat anymore,
I can't say I'm hungry.
Like for kids,
I'm food insecure.
No, for like kids who don't know where their next meal is coming from, and they depend on the school.
Well,
that
makes sense.
That's different. But
that is different.
But what about like, and if you can't call people fat, you call them unthinned.
Unthinned?
Yep.
Okay.
You can call Jackie follically challenged.
You can say stuff like
but that's
that.
forever. I don't like that one.
Okay.
I like unhaired.
Unhaired makes more sense.
Unhaired makes a lot more sense. What if you're too thin? You're unfat?
We can't call them skinny, so you call them.
Yeah, like Ariana Grande or something. Like she's unfat.
Calorie
She's
challenged.
unhealthy.
Calorically challenged.
Calorically challenged. I don't know what you call her. Thin.
Yeah. No. Well, that's being that's sexually harassing
I'm
her.
Sexually harassing her by saying she's thin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you're bald and you're bald, you're bald.
Can't say
How
that
is that
anymore.
sexually harassing?
How's it harass? Usually, when you call someone bald, is an insult. That's harassing them? Sexually harassing them to do that?
I don't know. I like your bald head.
Oh, that's different. That's different then.
That's different. Yeah. You
But
can
you've
like
never-
someone's bald head.
But you've never said that. You're always using it as an insult.
Oh, I used to think that about Kojak, Telly Savalas. He was a Greek. Now there's another Greek. There you go. Nico Nikos. How about that? All Greeks are brought to you by Nico Nikos this morning right here.
Telly Savalas hasn't been on TV since like 78.
I know, but he was one of the first Greeks that was, out
one
there.
of the last.
No, one of the last. We just gave you all these Greeks that are famous now. We just gave it to you.
But not full-on Greeks.
You didn't even ask him about Giannis. Do you think Giannis is a real Greek?
Oh, yeah, he loves Giannis too.
Yeah, I think he would.
And would he like Giannis to be in Houston? Why didn't you ask him?
Those guys would
because you were doing the interview.
I know, and I asked the pertinent questions like Greek or women, Greek or American women.
And who did you vote for? All those things.
Greek women are nice now. I'm telling you, they're curvy.
Tommy Lee is Greek.
Tommy Lee's Greek. Yeah. There's all kinds of them. A 22-year-old man was killed by his brothers for bringing a chicken home in Beauport. Do you feel like if you bring Popeyes home that you should be killed?
No, but I think this is just like bad luck or something.
Two brothers under the influence of alcohol strangled their own brother over a dispute about bringing a chicken home in Indira.
Was it a chicken or a chicken head?
Chicken.
Okay.
The crime which occurred, the mother attempted to conceal the murder weapon. A rope was used, apparently.
We don't need these chicken heads coming into the house.
We don't need any chicken. Well, that was your grandma. She used to tear off the.
No, I'm talking about chicken heads. It's different.
Oh, that's like. Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's a term from like the late '90s, early 2000s.
Like hood rats.
Pretty much.
It's in that category.
It's in that category. Yeah.
Can we say hood rats, or do we have to say?
I don't know if we call them hood rats anymore.
Okay.
We call them thotties, birds. Sometimes.
Oh, okay. You can call them birds.
I think you can still call them a bird.
You can still call them.
I wouldn't. It seems
that bird.
It's offensive, but no, there's different. I know what you're doing, the English version.
Yeah.
But the American version's probably far more insulting.
It is.
She's a bird.
Oh yeah. That's not good. That's not good. No, my buddy still uses hood rat, but I don't.
Your
I don't
buddy
think
still uses hood rat.
Hood rat. I don't think that's.
I don't think it's a term.
Well, I don't think it's ever gone away.
A term of endearment. No.
I don't think it's ever.
Never
gone
has
away.
been.
It can be a term of endearment if that's how you mean it.
What? Who are you calling a hood rat and trying to make them feel good about it?
Well, now it's just short for she's a rat. Now you just
I'm out on all this, so I don't.
You started it.
You're the one that started it.
I didn't start hood rat.
Hey, by the way,
a chicken head. That's
did
all.
that Euro? Did that Euro ask for consent?
No.
That you ate?
No.
Did the Euro ask for consent?
No, it didn't.
Or did it assault you?
Oh, it assaulted me.
I'm talking about Lance.
Yeah,
He's
Lance.
the one who started it.
It assaulted me. We don't have news of the weird. We can get out and let Del start a show. We're done.
On time.
We're done. Yeah.
Well,
for all the show,
an Italian village is offering $1 home to Americans upset by the election. You can move to Italy for $1.
You know, this story's like 6 years old, right?
No,
they've been
this
offering,
is brand new. It's updated. I know, but they've been offering $1 home.
It's the same. I read the story. It's the same one that's been offering $1. Like, hey, if you're mad about the election, you come to Italy for $1. Last time they did it was, hey, Biden won. Come on, the Trump people, come to Italy for $1. You bring your money here.
I don't know why they want to give away houses for $1, but they've been doing this. You're right. This is all.
This has been going on. Hey, America, what are you mad about it now? Your eggs cost that much? You come here for $1. Are the houses ready to live in, or no? They disrepair. You got to bring all of your money.
And $1, but it costs you about $450,000 to fix
to redo it.
Right, we're done. So we're eating. You're not, Del. You're working. And Lance is talking about Allstate Siding Windows.
Allstate Windows and Siding.com. That is the jingle. I made it for Allstate Windows and Siding. I talk about windows a lot. They're made here in Texas. They're made for Texas weather. You see how it can shift. Tomorrow we're going to have weather in the 40-degree range. Your home's going to be cooler. For some of you, it's going to be much cooler because you have leaky windows. And you know when you have leaky windows, when you see a lot of excess dust and the house gets unusually cool when it's colder, or it's unusually humid when it's in the summer and your air conditioner is always running. That's a telltale sign of having a leaky window. But it's the windows that are installed properly, that are measured properly, that are made properly with the right materials. Those are the ones that not only hold up, but they look great. They add value to your home, and they're going to add safety to your home. They are going to make your home quieter. These are all advantages And AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com wants you to take advantage of it. They want you to get the discounts for being an ESPN 97.5 listener. So just go to AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com. Tell them you're a listener with ESPN 97.5 and that Lance told you to come by. They're going to give you a big discount, not only for that, but also complete siding jobs. It's AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com.
Welcome into the show. It was a quiet night if you only care about local sports. There's another story involving Alex Bregman, and MLB executives don't believe he'll be an Astro, which falls in line with what we think. We'll get to that in a little bit, but I did want to get to some of the things we didn't get to regarding the Texans game. Yes, they won, but I started the show talking about the physicality of that Texans defense, and we didn't get much into that because, as you know, the show devolves into whatever it devolves into. But I was thinking about this today. I don't know if this defense has been more physical, or any defense has been more physical in Texans history. That is D'Amico Ryan's mindset. But even the J.J. Watt, Jonathan Joseph defenses, they were good, but they didn't punish people, and sometimes their own teammates, like this one does. The Kamari Lassiter concussion from Jimmy Ward aside, they hit people, and Jalen Petry's been a big part of that, and he has his flaws. Namely, anytime he has to cover anyone more than 10 yards down the field, there's problems there. But for what he does, what they should ask him to do, and what he does well, he's really good at it. He got penalized for the hit yesterday on Monday. It wasn't an illegal hit despite the flag, and he has been part of kind of the physical transformation of this defense. Not only just different body types, but the way they play. Him and Azeez Al-Shaair is another one of those guys. So their linebacker, their middle linebacker, and you want to call them a box safety. Those guys are enforcers, and you see it kind of throughout the team. Guys want to hit people. Sure, you have your ball hawks like Stingley and Bullock, but I don't know if there's anyone on the Texans who turns down a hit, even if it means taking out one of your own. So I didn't want to play this sound from Jalen Petry. I think it was Aaron Wilson who was talking to him on Monday night about the hit that got the flag, and really just his physicality and what he brings to the table.
A hard-hitting performance by you. Were you trying to set a tone? And obviously, it's the way you play, but did you want to send a message a little bit?
For sure. Every time, that's the mentality of this team, of this defense, is to send a message every time we out there, to make plays and to impact the game. And I think for the most part, as a team, we did that today.
Physical football play. We saw you lead with the shoulder. What's your take on kind of the tackle you made?
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it as what's the word I want to use? Legal as possible, but still, deliver the blow for sure. But definitely trying to lead with the shoulder, keep the head out of it, and make sure that I'm not, having any helmet-to-helmet contact.
Crazy play, Derek Barnett. He strips it, and you force a fumble on a big offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. Then he scores, which I'm not sure if that's ever happened in football history before.
Yeah, that's my dog, man. He shows up every day ready to work, and I'm just feeding off his energy. Like you said, he got the strip sack, wonderful rush, and then I was just running to the ball because I thought I was going to super score it. Then he ended up with it, and then it just happened. It was just like hit him, and it came out, and then he scooped and scored. Looked pretty athletic on that one too, for sure.
All right, Aaron Wilson, the author of 10 Toes Down, when talking to Stephon Diggs. I think it's happened before. It was a great play, but I'm not going to put in the category of never seen before. I'm not going to give the Texans that.
Yeah, I've seen Tuesday Night Action before.
Yeah.
I've seen
things like that have happened before.
I've seen a dumb play like that.
I've seen enough football to know that those plays happen, but it was a great play. We talked about it yesterday. That play, the Derek Barnett touchdown, put the game away, and they went on to win that game easily. It didn't change Michael Parsons from saying that the Cowboys are a pretty damn good football team. I'm like, excuse me. I don't always prescribe to your record. You are what your record says you are, because strength of schedule can matter, who you're playing, and your injuries can matter. But the Cowboys are 3-7, and injuries have taken hold. But they weren't good when they were healthy. I don't know what he's talking about. He's just out there talking. Like, he's got a podcast. You're just out there talking.
Hey, it's a podcast.
Yeah,
gotta say something.
I'm not going to accept that I'm on a bad football team. Understood. No one wants to believe that they're on a bad football team. And then you get to a point, I would think, 10 games into the year, where you're like, oh, yeah, we're on a bad football team. This is a bad football team that I'm on. But Michael Parsons may be a little delusional, or maybe, as we said, just talking on the podcast. So that's kind of the fallout from the game, other than the speculation about Mike McCarthy. But that's been there since almost, it felt like, 2 years in, despite the fact that he's always winning 12 games, except for this year. Well, that's a double-digit win team under him, Doesn't matter for the playoffs, and it doesn't matter this year. They are bad. Okay, so the Texans will be, I think they're back at practice today. So if anything pops up between now and the end of the show, we'll get to that. But they have the Titans on Sunday, which should be another comfortable win. But I think the Titans will put up a better effort than the Cowboys. The Cowboys have quit. The Titans are bad, but they try. Their last game, they competed with Minnesota, just not good enough. And I think it'll go the same way here against the Texans. They'll compete. They just won't be good enough. And the Texans should get that one too. Okay. What else happened? We had the Cavs going down to the Celtics, which is unfortunate because who wants the Celtics to win anything? But also the CFP. We had the latest rankings. And I don't think I disagree with anything that happened yesterday. I mean, I don't know why Alabama jumps anyone when they played Mercer, but hey, they have another data point. Some teams don't. So you give them an extra spot beyond what they were going to get because Tennessee and BYU lost. But now it's for a week, but Boise State can believe that they may get a bye. I don't think it's likely. And we probably didn't do a great job of mentioning that the Big 12 is pretty open with BYU going to Arizona State. Arizona State well in the race. They have a real shot to get to the Big 12 title game. We kind of just penciled in Colorado and BYU, but Arizona State's right there. They beat BYU. Now they're on track. So that leads me to think about who could win the Big 12 and not jump Boise State. Could Arizona State, after potentially beating BYU and then Colorado, sit behind Boise State if Boise State wins out? You look at Boise State's schedule the rest of the way and really what they've done so far. They have a win over a top 25 Washington State team. They have the close loss to Oregon where they played them to within 3 in Eugene. And then they have one more win where they beat UNLV, who's a top 25 team. So Boise State right now, if you just go by the rankings without getting into power ratings and all that stuff, they have 2 top 25 wins, and no one has played Oregon closer than them. Then I guess Ohio State. I don't remember the final score of that game, but I know Ohio State had a field goal to win. So I guess Ohio State may have played them within 2, and Boise State played Oregon within 3. So would it be justified? Would the Big 12 champion be justified in jumping this Boise State team? I don't know. I thought it was a definite, but when I start to look at their schedule and who they've played and who they've beaten and how they played, maybe not. They obviously have to finish strong. Beyond just winning, they have to be very impressive. Right now, they are the 4 seed with Miami the 3. Obviously, these are projections because the seeds go to, or the buys go to the teams who win their conference. And then you have Texas, and then you have Oregon. So I'll ask you this, Sean. After we talked about it. Do you think there's any chance that Boise State does get their bye, or are they locked in if they win their conference to, at this point, would still be going on the road if they don't get a bye?
I think they have a chance. What they need is like whoever wins the Big 12 this week to lose. So whoever eventually is going to win the Big 12 to have an extra loss on them.
I see that.
So if Colorado loses to Kansas or something and then turns around and wins the Big 12 against either BYU or Arizona State, that is what they kind of need. They need more carnage in the Big 12 rankings. And other than that, I think if whoever wins the Big 12 wins out, even if it is Arizona State, I don't know if there's a team lower that can win out that controls their own destiny like that. But if Arizona State wins out, I would expect them to pass BYU just because they would have 2 top 20 wins in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, recency bias will play.
They would just shoot up because they play BYU this week, who's 14. They win, they're going to probably get around Colorado range, and if they beat Colorado, then they'll move up even more.
Yeah, I still think it's a
chance, but
it'll be tough.
If anything, it says a lot about the Big 12 that we're not sure that the committee would screw over a Group of 5 team for the Big 12.
Well, the brand matters, and the brands of Arizona State, the brands of Arizona State, BYU, and Colorado aren't great. It's not what the Big 12 has been used to with Oklahoma and Texas. We wouldn't even be questioning this if those two teams had a chance to win the conference. Instead, it's two new members. Actually, it's all three of them are new. What shout out to the Big 12 for letting three new teams come in and be at the top of your conference. Although Colorado spent plenty of time in the Big 12 in the past, but they went to the Pac-12. You know the history. Now they're back, and they've got a shot to win that conference in the first year back. So, the outrage will continue from the SEC. I guess because they don't understand that it's just a product of Georgia losing to Ole Miss and Alabama, and those two teams ahead of them having two losses, and the committee is willing to keep two lost teams below one lost teams. But how could Georgia be below this team or that team? Well, don't blame. Although Alabama did jump Miami, but don't blame the committee for Georgia losing to two teams that the committee thinks highly of. And there's no way the committee won't. If the committee won't put Ole Miss ahead of Miami, then they won't put Georgia ahead of them. But they did Alabama because I guess beating Mercer was enough. You put a 45 spot up on Mercer, you get to rise up the rankings. Georgia had to stay behind Ole Miss because Ole Miss didn't have a data point where they could rise up above some of the teams that they're below. So Georgia's comfortably in at 10. Not guaranteed to win their conference. That is a mess. We discussed the disaster scenario of, at least the chaos scenario of A&M losing this week and then beating Texas, and now you have six two-loss teams, and how the tiebreakers work. I didn't really foresee a way that A&M or Texas, one of them wouldn't be in the SEC title game until I thought to myself, A&M could go into Auburn and lose. It's part of their DNA to lose that game. You might want to get mad at me, but don't just look at the history. It's part of their DNA to lose that game for whatever reason, and then jump up and beat Texas. It would be the Aggie thing to do.
Yeah.
So, and then we got complete chaos. We're talking about like opponent, how you fared against like opponents. So eventually the last one is like, they just look at your overall SEC schedule and see how tough it was. Texas would not win that battle. They just have not played enough of the good SEC teams. I'm not saying it's your fault. It's just how
Oklahoma.
Well, sorry, Oklahoma let you down. Sorry. Sorry. It's not Texas. It's not the fault of the Longhorns. It's just how it is. The opponents that they have faced in the SEC have not been good. They better avoid a tiebreaker scenario. They don't want to get into tiebreakers because it gets sticky for them at that point.
No. I normally have a pretty strong stance of don't tell me the tiebreakers until the last day of the season.
Sure.
Because it's always, you need so many things, so many dominoes have to fall in the right spot to where it feels like a waste of time most of the time to be like, if this happens and this happens, when there's like 4 games left, it's like, well, chances are most of the stuff isn't going to happen. And a lot of times it works itself out. Now we're getting to the point where this might not work itself out, guys.
Yeah.
This really might not work itself out.
All it takes is for the Aggies to be the Aggies. And then for Texas to go into a hostile place where the Aggies' season is on the line and go in there and win.
Well, Texas season's also on the line.
Yes, understood. But it's a different – no matter what. But the Aggies could probably convince themselves if they beat Auburn, even a loss to Texas gives them a real shot. Possibly, but unlikely. But they lose. All their hopes would be pinned on winning that game.
Yeah.
So they would have to win it. It's probably the same scenario plays out whether they beat Auburn or not. But coming off a loss, angry, everyone's counting them out. All the stuff that Aggies lean into when they want to get an upset going. So it'll be hostile no matter what. It could mean everything for both teams. It could be a winning you're in or losing you out. But I don't think they're losing to Auburn. But would not surprise me if the Aggies did.
And Texas needs to beat Kentucky. We're not overlooking Kentucky.
I am, because I'm not a Texas person.
We are not.
But you're not overlooking Kentucky.
My focus was 100% on which team is it? Kentucky. Basketball.
If you don't know what we're talking about, what Sean is talking about, yesterday Mike Elko was asked about the potential for the big game with the series and the rivalry coming back, the big game of A&M and Texas. And he was asked, no, how we've been built, how we approach things. We are focused on our next opponent, and we are not being distracted and we are deadly locked in on Auburn. That's what happened in this presser yesterday. I think it's just a slip of the tongue, but it was funny.
It was very funny.
It was very funny.
Like the last thing you can do. Just don't say that part.
Don't say Texas. But that is a couple weeks away. Those two teams do have big games in terms of staying on track for the biggest game in a couple weeks. So, and you'll hear that game right here on ESPN 97.5. The Longhorns heading into College Station to take on the Aggies at Kyle Field. Okay, so the playoffs as it stands right now, you are looking at 4 Big Ten teams in the top 5. Notre Dame is in there. And, of course, the SEC with Ole Miss and Georgia and Tennessee are hanging around. Tennessee, the first team out as it stands right now. And, of course, Texas at the top of the heap of the SEC being ranked 3rd in the rankings. But a lot of things can change. And I'm not even looking for chaos. I'm just looking for fun. Even if the teams that should win, I want them to be spooked. I want Sean to be throwing his long Bevo hat in the middle of the 3rd quarter against Kentucky. Yelling
I don't want that.
I do.
It's foam.
I do. It's not going to break. It's foam. If I do.
One of the horns is kind of.
It's already a little damaged.
Yeah, it's a little damaged.
Yeah.
Having to wear it so much.
I want you to come in here next Friday. If you're we're not going to be here Friday, so it doesn't work out. And you're taking the 3 days off before then next week.
Yeah,
right?
This
Friday is your last day before
until like December.
Yeah, Sean is taking advantage of his days. So I need you to give that Bevo hat to AJ or Sam to wear. For them to wear it on the days they fill in, just so I know that the Texas presence is still strong.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, just leave it here on Friday, and we'll just make sure. Nah, it's dangerous. Someone might take it.
Someone will definitely take it. Lance will take it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out for me. That the Bevo hat won't make an appearance leading up to the game between A&M and Texas. It's unfortunate.
I don't think anyone else would wear it.
We wouldn't wear it. We might just
just have it like as a
as
a memento.
Yeah, I mean, just have it in view for that camera in there,
just like right here.
Yeah, so everyone knows. Just remember, Sean may not be with us right now
in spirit,
but he's always with us in spirit. Yes,
with the obnoxious hat.
It's the best hat I've seen in a long, long time. All right, we will get out of here. But before we do that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and you can get on the action really at any time. I don't know what you're waiting for. I mean, they have stuff all the time on the app. All you have to do is you download it, you go, and hey, it's a Tuesday night or it's a Wednesday night. Whoops. It's a Wednesday night, so there's going to be basketball, of course, college, pro. There's going to be some action on tonight. There's going to be anything you want, NHL, soccer, whatever, tennis, MMA, women's college basketball, whatever you want. Prize Picks has it. All you got to do is you go to the app, you download the Prize Picks app, and you use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES for $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll give away tickets to the Cougs and Baylor. I think we got tickets to give away today. And sticking with the Cougars, well, at least their former coach, Tom Herman, got fired. Tom Herman fired from Boca Raton. They said, get out of Boca Raton. He used to be the coach of Florida Atlantic. Not anymore. His run did not go well. And a lot of Cougar fans are talking about how, hey, you leave us, things go poorly for you. From Kevin Sumlin and now Tom Herman. Just hasn't been a run for former Cougar coaches. But you can say the same about Texas coaches. Charlie Strong didn't do well after he left. Tom Herman's the latest who didn't do well. Mac Brown's been okay in North Carolina. Hanging on. They've bounced back since struggling really early this year. So Mac may be back if he wants to be back next year. But I don't know if it's a curse of the Cougs or the curse of the Longhorns, or maybe, hey, if you hire a bad coach, they're going to be a bad coach someplace else. Whatever that might be. That might be the correlation, as opposed to, hey, they just happen to be at your school and then they went someplace else. Maybe they just aren't that good at doing the whole coaching thing.
Maybe these unsuccessful hires at Texas were also unsuccessful at other places.
Yes, because you shouldn't have hired them in the first place.
Yeah.
The Cougs will say they won here. They just couldn't win anywhere else. Maybe.
He won with Levine's players.
Ooh. It's one way to put it. Sumlin, you can't really use that.
No, not Sumlin.
No. Sumlin is
the
only relevance to Aggie football, except for that 2020 COVID year since they've been in the SEC. So as poorly as it eventually went for Sumlin.
Whose players did he win with?
Sherman's.
Yeah.
Sherman's.
He won with
Sherman's players. Yeah. Johnny Manziel was not a Kevin Sumlin recruit.
No,
he was not. Mike Evans, not either. So
he won Cliff Kingsbury's players. For being real, like if we're just talking about who's been successful after their meteoric rise.
Local guys, or at least coaches who coached here in the city, who has had the most success after leaving? Like Dana was an OC.
Yeah, Holgerson's a good one.
Went to West Virginia, left West Virginia to come here, and obviously it didn't go well. Art Browse, Baylor, went well until it didn't.
Yeah. Hate to hand it to him, but he
was great.
he was a great coach
until the other stuff happened.
Yeah.
So I think the legacy is
Bryles number one.
Bryles clearly the number one.
Okay. Show, we're a Bryles number one.
There's a giant asterisk next to Bryles, but sure, as a coach on the field, did a good job after leaving Houston. Everyone else, the argument, I won't even make the argument that they should have stayed because the money that they got for leaving. Like Sumlin, there's no argument to say Sumlin should have stayed. Look at all the money, even failing at Arizona and everywhere else. He's the OC now. Is he at Maryland? No, that's Josh Gaddis. He's an OC somewhere, I think.
I thought he was at Maryland.
Is he? Maybe they're both there. Kevin Sumlin and Josh Gaddis, but you take the money.
Yeah, 100%. Because you don't want a lot of times when it's your time to move up, it's your time to move up. Like when you're the hot group of 5 candidate, a lot of times that's as good as it's going to get.
Yeah.
And then you take, that's why people do it. You take the job and figure it out from there.
Sure.
Because there's no guarantee that if you wait around that the next time a Texas A&M, a Texas, one of these big schools open, LSU, whatever, there's no guarantee that you'll be the guy the next time around too. Ask Matt Campbell.
Hell, ask Bobby Slowick.
Well,
maybe he should have took a job last.
I don't know if he was offered the job last.
That's possibly the case. We know Ben Johnson had a lot of interest.
Yeah,
and it's working out for him. He's fine. He will get his opportunity if he wants one.
It's a little different when you're a coordinator.
That's true. I bring all that up mostly to get to this. Apparently, Ray Lewis is a candidate for the FAU job.
When it's time, it's time.
I don't know any coaching he's done.
He's been waiting around, waiting for the
opportunity, waiting for Boca Raton to come calling. So yes, the former Raven, legendary linebacker, Hall of Famer, is a candidate for that job. And I'm not sure what he has in his resume. Has he ever coached anywhere? I don't think Ray Lewis has put on a polo and a hat to coach anywhere. And yet, this is the Deion Sanders effect, right? I mean, not Ray Lewis, Ed Reed.
I was gonna say, didn't Ed Reed also
for like a day?
Yeah,
and then he ripped
spectacular failure.
and then he ripped everything that was going on. They had to get rid of him. But Ed Reed had been on a staff, I think.
Yeah, wasn't he on a Miami staff?
I don't know if he had an official title as a coach or he was like an analyst or something. I forgot.
Chief of swag or something.
No, that we saved that stuff for Austin. Okay, it's a ridiculous name for celebrities to get jobs. I don't remember exactly what Ed Reed was doing there. I know he was at first. He was like a GM, but not like a real GM.
Before that term had like actual meaning.
It had started already, but he wasn't doing the thing that those guys typically did. He wasn't doing all the administrative stuff. While you joke about like him being some type of swag coach, that's pretty much what he was, but they gave him a different title.
No, that was what he was.
Yes.
I don't know what his title is. Probably like chief of staff.
Yeah,
or something.
chief of staff was his title.
He's the president.
He wasn't a general manager. He was the Miami Hurricanes chief of staff for Manny Diaz.
Chief of swag. Same thing.
Might as well. He was supposed to impart the knowledge to let all those kids know what it used to be like and how you could do it again.
Hey, so when I was going up against Peyton Manning, what I would do is for one game, I'd do all the wrong stuff.
And trick him.
Just to trick him on one play.
Yeah.
I would get the interception.
So I need you to do that against Sam Hartman and see if it works for you.
It's like, I'm also way worse than you, Ed Reed.
Which is always a thing. Stop asking Hall of Famers to coach your players. They are going to expect things that those players are incapable of doing just because they used to be able to do it.
I'm a 4-star from Fort Lauderdale. There's no way I can do
Well, Ed
that.
Reed will tell you I was a 2-star from Louisiana. Look what I became. That's part of the story. That's part of the mystique, too. Of course, there was a time before recruiting was really recruiting. So now Ed Reed wouldn't have fallen through the cracks. But he
He
did.
would just been a starter at LSU.
Yeah, he just would have went to LSU. Yeah. That would have been his life. Wouldn't have got out of the boot. So Ray Lewis, a candidate. Good luck, FAU.
I like it.
I don't mind it.
Sure. Whatever. Is he going to do the little shuffle?
Is it the cricket dance? Is that what he calls it?
I forgot what he called it.
I don't know if he's going to be introduced before every game, but I think
Just leading him out
at his initial presser, do you think he should do it?
I don't know if he should, but he probably will.
I would say don't do it if you're wearing a suit. If you're wearing FAU issued gear and you want to do it, fine. But if you got one of your suits on, don't do the cricket dance, whatever he calls it. So I'm looking forward to the Ray Lewis experience. The Ray Lewis experience at FAU.
Does he have sons that are really good at football?
He had a son who was bad at football and then passed away. Well, not bad. He was given a scholarship at Miami because he's Ray Lewis's kid. He was a okay high school football player. I think Ray Lewis II has passed away. I believe that happened, or the third. I think that was his name, and I think he passed away recently.
Okay.
Yeah,
last
year.
Not to discredit Deion Sanders, but a huge part of his success is how good Shedeur Sanders is.
Yeah, I get it. There is no potential top 5 pick in the draft that is Ray Lewis's son.
Yeah. Okay.
Or plays quarterback. So
then
he doesn't
he'll
have
need
that.
his Travis Hunter. Is there a guy that is a super 5-star?
Is Ray Lewis going to have some 5-star commit to Miami and then steal him days before signing day to come to his school and screw over his alma mater like Deion Sanders did?
And have the Twitter spaces for fire Mike Norvell, which by the way, fire those back up.
Mike Norvell will get another year at least because he convinced people that Alabama wanted him. So he got his contract extension. Have some foresight, everyone. If your head coach is only good when one player is available to play, maybe wait until that player loses eligibility and then see. Jordan Travis was the only reason Mike Norvell, only reason is strong. He got Jared Verse there, Brandon Fisk, the 2 Rams rookie defensive linemen. He did recruit those guys, but if not for Jordan Travis, Mike Norvell is already fired from Florida State. Instead, he gets a new deal. Now they're stuck with him, which is great if you hate them. And now he has to rebuild again.
Yeah. If it wasn't for Jordan Travis, Mike Norvell would be interviewing for the FAU job against Ray Lewis.
Yes. And people down there go, hey, do we want the FSU washout or the guy who's never done it before?
We already tried Willie
We tried
Taggart.
the Texas washout. Let's try the FSU washout.
And Willie Taggart.
Another FSU washout. Hey, we've already done that. Let's see if the guy who's never coached before can get better results. Eric, I see you. You want to talk NBA. Anyone else want to get in? You can. 713-780-3776. There is a non-surprising story about Alex Bregman that we'll get to as well. Surprisingly, or not so surprisingly, the prospect of him returning to the Astros, at least according to MLB execs, isn't likely. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But Eric is what we will get to and who we will get to when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Eric here, and then I'll let you know how you can get a shot at winning Usher tickets. Yes, that Usher. Let it burn Usher. Caught up Usher. That Usher.
Ursher.
If you want to be disrespectful, sure. Usher. Let's get to Eric. What's up, Eric?
Hey, do you think they should do away with the NBA season in tournament? I think they should.
Why do you think they should? Hold on. Why do you think they should?
It doesn't do anything for the game. It's just, a fake championship is what I call it. It's kind of like a preseason championship. I'm old school. I like the regular, NBA season, and then have the real champion crowned in June.
Okay. I'll answer that. What's your other one?
And why are fat kids and superhero movies or TV shows so annoying? The fat kids that try to act tough. They should not be on the screen. And what's your favorite Usher song? Gonna Make Love in This Club? I'll hang up and listen.
So did he ask me why are fat kids and superhero movies so annoying and should they be on the screen? Is that what he said?
Oh, well, he said they shouldn't be on.
They shouldn't be on the screen.
He should not watch the movie Heavyweights.
Is that a superhero movie?
In a way.
Okay. I don't take issue with, as you say, fat kids on television. They don't annoy me in superhero movies. I don't think they should be banned from being on television or in movies. That's your opinion. I understand. You have every right to that. It doesn't bother me. Kids in movies generally are annoying. Has nothing to do with weight of the child.
I've told you that I don't like movies where kids are like the protagonists and save the day.
Well, yeah, I won't watch them.
Yeah, I'm like, surely somewhere down the line, an adult would step in and like actually.
Yeah, you have to suspend disbelief to watch this kid save the world. Yeah. Like in The Last of Us, the TV show, she is being mentored by an adult, and she's not even like a kid. She's probably about 15, 16. So I may be able to buy a teenager can shoot zombies and stuff. But even that one's not even about killing zombies. It's like fighting against human beings and what they want to do to you. But hey, watch Last of Us. Good show. Season 2 comes out next year. But his other thing about the in-season tournament, I don't mind it. In fact, it appears that the players care more. They try more. I mean, even in games and blowouts, they will still keep putting up shots because they know the score, the differential in points matters. It doesn't bother me. But then again, I'm a person who likes international soccer, and there's always a different tournament going on during the middle of a regular season.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, what, the NBA Cup, like that cheapens the beauty of November 19th basketball.
Yeah.
Like what are we talking?
I
What
don't know.
are we ruining?
We're not ruining anything. Maybe you don't like the gimmicky courts, or you don't like the fact that the semifinalists wind up in Vegas. I don't know. I mean, it's still regular season basketball with just an added thing to it.
Yeah, and no one's like, the Lakers actually had a super successful season last year because they won the in-season tournament.
Yeah.
Like no one says that.
For this to matter, it'll be like 30 years of it. And if the games and people continue to care about them, then we'll start to talk about the NBA Cup as something that matters. But now it's just a couple extra games for the teams who play well in those group games, and it's fine. The court's different. Sometimes the uniforms are different. It's whatever. Speaking of courts, the Rockets are unveiling the court and the uniforms that honor the championship from 1994, and I believe they're honoring that team. At least we were texted by someone. I don't know if they know, but they appear to know that they're honoring that team tonight as well. So the Rockets, you'll see new uniforms, a new court, and it'll invoke memories of 1994. You can check that out on Space City Home Network, or maybe go to the game.
Except these Rockets don't make threes.
They probably make as many, but they take way more.
Way more, yeah. Mario Ellie isn't walking through that door.
They don't shoot them at the same percentage as that team did.
Mario Ellie might actually be literally walking through that door, but
he might be
as
on
a
the court.
50-year-old man.
Yeah. Hakeem hopefully is there. Kenny Smith it's not a TNT night, so maybe Kenny Smith is there. Who knows? Sam Cassell has a job, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be there. He is a coach, an assistant. You think that's enough of a reason to get away? Skip.
It's not even an NBA Cup night, so game doesn't matter.
The Celtics played last night. He's an assistant there, so maybe he can be here.
Yeah, come on.
Maybe. I don't know. Joe Mazzulla's kind of nuts, so who knows if he'll let him come, if he wanted to come. If that's even a thing. I know.
Why do you want to go to the enemies?
Yeah. He doesn't even like his former assistants who are now coaches hugging him. I don't even talk to him. He's the enemy. He's got some mind control over me because he came in and gave me a hug. If you don't know,
he's gonna look for psychological tells.
yeah. If you don't know, the Charlotte coach, I forget his name, Charles Lee, last name Lee. He used to be one of the assistants for Joe Mazzulla, and Joe Mazzulla didn't want to talk to him. Didn't like that he came in and hugged him.
He was the assistant for Joe Mazzulla 4 months ago.
Yes,
they won a championship.
Yeah, Joe
together.
Mazzulla hasn't been a head coach for that long. So yes, you are right. He that's a recent departure. They were working together to go win a title, but now that man cannot get a psychological advantage on him. So no hugs, no talking, and the fact that you did hug me without my consent means you may have something over me now. That's the guy who apparently can win a championship. Maybe it's not that hard to win one in basketball.
Is this why you're anti-hug?
No, I don't think people get a psychological advantage on me. I just don't like rant. I don't want you touching me. I don't know.
Okay.
Why? What for?
Okay. No, I just.
No, I'm not. This is not me now berating you for questioning. This is me going through all the reasons why I think it's dumb. Yeah. Relax,
Last
man.
time I asked a question.
Hey, calm down, Mazzulla.
Yeah. Joe Mazzulla would be awesome at hosting a radio show.
Nothing would be, but the problem is he wouldn't think anything is funny.
That'd make it so great. The fact he's being so sincere all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Why are you laughing? What are you laughing about?
What am I, clown? He just does the Goodfellas thing.
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't know. Normally, I would be like, this guy's obviously playing into the character of every answer is basically a parody of
the
what you
most
think.
ridiculous thing you could say. Yeah, you think everything is him.
Like playing into what you think of him.
Yeah, what you think him. Him leaning into everything you think about.
But he does such a good job at it that I think he's actually just.
I think he's just that
he's
guy.
Just a psycho.
And if this is something where he's just doing an Andy Kaufman thing and coaching a team to another title,
that's incredible.
Congratulations, man! You are far more talented than I thought.
He should honestly be an actor.
They used to call him. They used to call him second row Joe. He was so far down the pecking order of that Ime Udoka staff. He wasn't even on the front row coaches. He was in the back with the other guys, sitting with
a laptop.
Yeah, checking to see if there are challenges necessary. He was one of those guys. Now he's a defending champion, and they They beat the undefeated Cavs last night.
It was an upsetting group play.
Yes, the Cavs.
It was a must-win game.
It was a must-win for the Celtics to go to, maybe go for the double since we're doing the soccer thing. The double. Win the NBA Cup and then win the NBA title.
And for half the guys on the team, it would be the treble with the Olympics.
Not Jaylen Brown, though, who's still upset.
That's all right.
He's getting in fights with Nike on social media, too. If you missed that, Jaylen Brown called Giannis a child a couple weeks ago. And then when Giannis had a big game, the Nike basketball account said nothing childish about that. And then Jaylen Brown quote tweeted it and called them weird or something. I forgot exactly what he wrote, but so that is going on. That seems healthy to be fighting the social media account. Some nameless admin. It's like
22-year-old.
Yeah, it'd be like fighting Sam. Jaylen Brown would take issue with the Sam of Nike basketball.
I would be on his side with that.
Understood. I agree. I mean. But as a champion, all-star, and very rich man, maybe find your petty in other places. I understand petty, but maybe find it in other spots.
Not with the social media manager, yeah.
Yeah, find it someplace else. Maybe you can have that conversation with an actual Nike executive. He's in a spot where he could actually have that conversation.
But that executive, Phil Knight's cousin or whatever.
You think it's all about nepotism at Nike?
I don't know. We'll just be like, I don't know. That's what our 25-year-old.
No, I'm not talking about even that particular comment, but he has an issue with Nike beyond that. He thinks they kept them from being in the Olympics. You want to have that conversation with them? I understand, but the social media manager just following, hey, Jaylen Brown doesn't like us. We don't like him. Let me type something that's funny. What are we doing?
I kind of wish the Nike basketball or whatever would have gone back at him again.
Yeah.
Don't let it die.
Yeah. Work on that left hand.
Yeah.
Something.
Sorry. What's your career high?
Sorry. I only talk to Olympians. See how you handle that. Eric, you want to clarify? You can clarify with Sean if you want. The other thing he asked me about, what did he say? My favorite Usher song? I like Let It Burn. I don't know if it's my favorite. I don't think I have a favorite Usher song, but he has so many hits. And speaking of that, that reminds me, if you want a chance to see Usher at Toyota Center, you have to be ready at 11 and go follow the ESPN 975 account on Instagram. You have to like, follow, and share a post. Well, you obviously have to follow the account, like and share the post, and it gives you a chance to win the tickets to Usher next Wednesday at NRG. That Wednesday before Thanksgiving. You want to see Usher? This is your opportunity. Follow the account if you don't already. Like and share the post at 11, and that'll give you your chance. And if you don't win, blame Sam. She's handling all of that.
Yeah, blame Sam. Sam also wants to let it be known that the concert's at Toyota Center.
Toyota Center. There. Usher at Toyota Center. You want to see Usher and maybe be called up on stage if that's your thing?
Oh, yeah.
Or your girl might be called up on stage.
Yeah, I was going to say it's more likely for...
Well, I don't know who's listening.
Yeah, for our demographics, it's more likely.
That your girl will be called up on stage,
Yeah.
or Usher will sing to her if he comes out and does some crowd work. If you want that as part of your Wednesday before Thanksgiving...
The day before Thanksgiving, if you want Usher to sing to your girl.
If you want Usher to seduce your woman, follow, like, and share 11 o'clock ESPN 975 on Instagram. So there that is. Okay. We will get out of here for this segment, and then when we come back, we're giving away things. I'm going to give you a chance to go watch the Cougs on Saturday against the Baylor Bears. We'll do that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Eric did clarify with Sean off air. He doesn't like Little Oz from the Penguin, and he doesn't like, I forgot his character's name, but the big kid from original Deadpool 2, was it? Or the original?
Yes, Deadpool 2.
Deadpool 2. Okay. But he does like big kids in non-superhero movies.
Yes. Heavyweights, which was mentioned. Sandlot. There's another one I forgot.
Yes. Just keep them out of his superhero
Little
movies.
Big League.
I don't even remember the big kid in Little Big League. Sorry. But keep him out of superhero movies and he's good. He doesn't want a plucky big kid solving any crimes or saving the world. But moving on from Eric, if you want a chance to watch the Cougs in their final home game, now's your chance. Caller 5 right now, 713-780-3776. Wins a pair of tickets to the Cougs versus Baylor Bears at TDECU at 6. It's senior day. It's the Houston Blue game. So if you want to see those Houston blue colored jerseys up close and personal, now's your chance. Caller 5, 713-780-3776. The tickets start at just $15 if you don't win them from us. We are going to be giving away tickets all throughout the week on the station, so you'll have more opportunities. But if you don't get them from us, $15 for the tickets. You just go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. They want you to come early, be loud, and wear blue as they pack the stadium for their final home game of the season. They're celebrating the seniors. The first 20,000 fans will receive a Houston Blue Rally towel compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips. And remember, the Houston Blue uniforms will be on display. Check them out. I'm sure if you guys haven't already gotten your Houston Blue, whether it be shirts or jerseys or hats, they're out. They're going to be for sale. I know that's a big thing for people. You're a Cougs fan, or you just like the color of that uniform, and it'll have Houston written on it. That might just be what it's all about for you. Those are available now as well. So Cougs, Baylor, the Cougs try to close out their home schedule with the win, and they've been feisty. Didn't go well in their last game, but they have turned it around compared to the first half of the year under Lee Fritz, and that was what you kind of expected. He's a program builder, and they've had wins over ranked teams. So I would say overall, this season has been a success. It's been patchy at times. We had the 2 games where they didn't score a point, which ain't great, but they went on the road and beat TCU, had a couple big home wins, and I think Willie Fritz will be one of those guys where Houston fans are like, hey, you know what happens to all our other coaches when they leave? Bad things. So you should stay. And they do have the benefit of being in the Big 12, which might be something that keeps him around once he gets this thing turned around. So check him out in their final game at home in Willie Fritz's first year. And as I said, this station will be giving away tickets throughout the rest of the week. And it's about that time, almost 11. So if you want those Usher tickets, remember, go to the 97.5 Instagram account. Follow it if you haven't already. Like and share the post, and you have a chance to go watch Usher next Wednesday at Toyota Center here. Let him serenade your girl. Let him get your girl up on stage, whatever. Or if maybe you're the girl.
Yeah, if you want to be serenaded.
Yeah, this is your opportunity. I think we're going to have people going to that concert. At least that's what I was told.
Oh, yeah. There'll be 97.5.
It won't be
representatives.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be a 97.5 night.
Oh, they won't be representing the company.
No, they will just be going to
which
the
is
event.
good.
Yeah. There'll be some people just excited to go see Usher, and they're going to go.
Yeah.
I will not be among those people. I'll be at home like getting the yams prepared and getting the mac and cheese prepared.
Yeah, I'll be, I think, spiritually, not physically, but spiritually, as far away as you can be from an Usher concert. I'll be at my 8-year-old grandmother's house.
Yeah, that's pretty much as far away.
I don't know if. I don't know.
You don't know.
She might be. She might want to be.
Just play "Caught Up" on your phone and see if she starts singing along.
I don't think she.
You may not. You never know.
I you know what? I don't ever know.
you will never ever know because you are never testing this.
Do you have any confessions?
Hey, Grandma. Actually, you know what? I don't want to hear him.
Yeah, actually,
I don't want to hear him. So there that is. Hey, He's a big name act, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to be excited to be there. And hopefully, you'll have the chance to get there thanks to us. Okay, hour one is done. We'll get to the Alex Bregman article as far as how MLB execs think this is going to go for the Astros. And I have a question for anyone listening. Certainly, we'll talk about it as well regarding this Astros run, because I was starting to compare their runs to a run that's going on right now for an NL team who happened to just win a World Series, and they operate in different ways, which is why maybe the Dodgers run will last and the Astros run may be coming to an end here very shortly. We'll talk about that when we come back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. Hope you did what you could to go win those Usher tickets. Okay, so there is a poll done by ESPN, and they asked a number of MLB executives, I think 18 to be exact, where players are going, from Juan Soto to Alex Bregman and others. Right now, this survey has Alex Bregman leaving the Astros 11-7. So out of 18, they think he's gone, and it doesn't really depart. It's not a real departure from what we've said here. When the numbers came out about what he might be asking for, I thought just do it. I think the numbers were 6 years, 26 a year. That feels reasonable, but that flies in the face of a recent report in the last couple of days where Alex Bregman is looking closer to what Manny Machado got, which puts him out of Jim Crane's stratosphere. We're talking about 11 years, $300+ million. All right. Well, if that's what Scott Boras and Alex Bregman are looking for, let's wrap it up. No more conversations about Alex Bregman. That first projection was like, okay, that's comfortable. This one is like, I guess we'll have to get comfortable with Whitcomb. I guess the Whitcomb era begins because the thought of Jim Crane giving any player double-digit years and over $30 million a year on top of that was like, the Alex Bregman's not going to be here if that's what they're asking for. I don't think that's what he's getting. But even if that's a starting point with the Astros are like, no, you can come back to us around February when no one gives you that, and then we can have a conversation with you.
I was going to say, I don't think anyone's giving Alex Bregman 11 years, $300 million.
So this is from Ken Rosenthal. Suspects Bregman and Boras are aiming higher than most projections, specifically at a deal closer to 11 years, $350 million, the deal that Manny Machado signed in February of 2023. Well, say goodbye. And maybe say goodbye to the MLB because no one's giving him that.
No.
He's going to have to come down. And that's fine to have a starting point, but that starting point is so ludicrous. I don't even know if the Astros would even start negotiating until he came back with a different number.
Yeah, that's why we hear it all the time with Scott Boras clients, and that's why Scott Boras clients always take until February to sign. It's because Scott Boras is always out here with some crazy number that he wants for his guy. Remember when like Bryce Harper was going to get over $500 million?
I do.
Did he maybe got into the threes for 13 years? So he signed for the rest of his career. It's just, I mean, sure, you want 11 years, $300 million. Congrats.
You want the Astros.
So do I.
You want the Astros to be paying you upwards of $30+ million a year when you're 40 years old? Is that what you're looking for? Yeah. Is that what you think is going to happen? Or forget about the Astros, any team. Who's paying Alex Bregman that much money when he's 40?
Like Alex Bregman, great player, love him, awesome. Like he's not a paying him $30 million a year when he's 40 just because the current years are going to be so good. He's
not going to be good enough between ages 30 and 35 to make the back half of that contract something you're willing to take.
It's not like Miguel Cabrera.
No,
no.
Where he is going to lock you in to be a title contender year after year. And you know what? Yeah, I know it's going to hurt when he's awful and we still got to pay him. But the first 5 were wonderful. We'll take it because we know he's going to put us over the top. No, forget about it. If that is what it is, we might as well start the Whitcomb propaganda
or the cheap options
or what 2-year option can they go grab? Maybe they can convince Adames that whatever he's asking for isn't what he's going to get, and they can bring him in for a couple years.
Well, if I'm Willie Adames, I'm like, Bregman wants how much?
Yeah,
I'm not signing until he gets that.
Yeah,
because if he gets that, I'm getting pretty close.
Yeah, so. That number, if that's real, if that's something that they're actually looking for, is one I think is going to price him out of even beyond the Astros price. He's going to be someone that's not on a team until late, where he comes down and signs some 3-year deal for not anywhere near the same amount annually. So that's where we stand, according to reports. That's nuts, absolutely nuts. And it leads me to this. Now, the Dodgers are willing to spend money on everyone, but they wouldn't be giving Alex Bregman that. But we know the Dodgers have spent money on top of money to continue their run. So while we're obviously American League focus, and we talk about the Astros all the time and what their run has been since really 2015. The Dodgers have made the playoffs. I'll ask Sean, how many years in a row do you think the Dodgers have made the playoffs?
I'll go since I've been following baseball again as an adult. So I'll go since 2014.
Right around there. They've made the playoffs 12 seasons in a row.
Okay.
They won the division 11 out of 12 times. 11 out of 12.
So, wow.
Yeah.
Basically a decade straight of winning the
Yeah. So
division.
while we make fun of them for the Kershaw stuff and the failing in the playoffs because it's fun to make.
Only makes it worse.
Yeah.
They're in it every year.
Yeah.
Come
It's fun for us to make fun of them because they haven't accomplished what they like to up until last year. And of course we can scoff at the COVID World Series as well.
Mhm.
They have their two. Their run is even longer than the Astros, and they're clearly willing to spend the money to keep it going as long as possible.
Yeah.
And they have the bank account to make sure that stretches until money starts losing value. I guess we stop using money as a way to pay people. We go to bartering, and maybe they don't have the ability to do it anymore. But until that point, the Dodgers feel like, you know what, we can get this thing going for 10 more years. We're going to keep spending money. It does not matter. Our pockets are endless. And apparently the projections for the money Ohtani's bringing in far outseeded expectations. So they're already winning on the deal.
Especially when you win the World Series.
Yeah, all the things. Yes.
Yeah.
You win
I think the Dodgers are the new Yankees when it comes to that. Or they're the team that's just going to spend everything. For every free agent, they're in the mix. I mean, we hear reports that they're going to meet with Juan Soto and are interested in signing him. Like that, it's just such a Yankees move. Like they are the Steinbrenner Yankees who are gonna come take your best player and win every year.
Yeah, when I started to look at, because I was trying to compare the Astros run and how long it's been and try to find someone comparable. I wasn't even thinking about like a concurrent one, something that's going on right now. I was thinking about it in the past, and
like the Braves.
Yeah, I was looking back then, and I go, wait a minute. Every time I think about the postseason, the Dodgers are there. So how long has this been going on?
Yeah.
And it's been going on since 2013. The only time they didn't, and as I said, they have only not won a division one time. That was 2021, coming off their COVID title, and even that year they got to the NLCS.
And didn't I think that was crazy year where
they won 106 games and still finished in second place.
I think the Giants that year won like 108.
Yeah. So the one time they didn't win a division, they still won 106. That's how great they've been. As much as we can't stand them,
Astros just won how many games and won the division?
Yeah. They have been on one for longer than the Astros, and it looks like their run is going to extend far longer because they operate differently. The Astros aren't in the realm of paying guys the type of money the Dodgers are willing to. The Astros have to be despite how much the Astros spend. I think they're like fifth. I think they're right around their top 5 in terms of cap and stuff. They aren't at the level of the Dodgers, and because you keep losing guys and you're not replacing them with major league ready talent, you're hoping for Whitcomb and the DeCinzos to be ready to contribute and win, and not just contribute. You're hoping they're ready to be big time parts of playoff teams and World Series teams. That's different from being, you know what, he's had a nice year as a young player. He's had a nice year. He wasn't a mess at third.
Yeah.
And
figured things out towards the end of the year.
You're looking at him to be the top of what maybe like a Chas McCormick type at third, which we've seen ain't really good enough. But you're looking for that to replace Alex Bregman. You're not expecting Whitcomb to be great. You just hope he's not awful.
Yeah, and you're looking to replace a guy who puts up like all-star numbers, not in the first half, which is why he doesn't make the all-star team. But
yes.
Because the all-star heavily weights what you do in the first half of the year.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're looking for you're looking to replace basically all-star level third base, and you're going to do it with a guy who you feel is pretty good.
You hope so.
You hope is pretty good. You think is solid. That's a far cry.
That is not a way to continue what you hope is a long running dynasty. And the Astros have, I think, even since 2015, to stretch it this long is remarkable. But there are ways to keep it going, and the way they operate doesn't feel like it's sustainable. At some point, you're going to run out of hitting on guys, or run out of hitting on Latin America, and turning pitchers who maybe didn't have as much esteem as others into legit MLB starters. And the injuries have certainly played a part in what's going on now. But it feels like it's a slow leakage, and every time one of these guys leaves, the path to continue to win gets even harder. And if Bregman's going to demand what those numbers that I put out there, that at least Rosenthal put out there, then we're talking about losing him. And then why would Kyle Tucker be someone beyond asking for an exorbitant amount of money too? So, and I don't see anyone coming around the corner, beyond all the talk that we joke about how bad the farm system is. At some point, that's going to mean something, particularly for your position players. I won't question the Astros about finding pitchers. They seem to do that. I'm sure there'll be someone up in the next year or so who's a giant surprise that'll pitch well for them. But as far as everyday players, that's getting a little shallow. And if you're going to lose another one that you've had for a while, I don't see a clear replacement.
Yeah. This is also where not having a draft pick for 2 years.
Yeah, that hurts as well.
That this is where you feel it, because you needed a first round draft pick type of talent to at least have somewhere in the pipeline as a infield replacement. Either first or third. You would take an either. Because those are the two biggest positions of need heading into the season, especially if Bregman walks.
First, third, give me a center fielder. The Myers McCormick thing, I'm tired of. You don't have Chaz had a bad year last year. He was good the year before. So if he's going to revert back to 2022, we won't have that issue. But I would like to see it. So there are big spots with big questions, and then right field feels like that's going to be a question inevitably going into 2020, the 2025 off season. So that's where we are. I've never said I wish the Astros were the Dodgers, but I wish they spent like them. Like, the pockets aren't going to be as deep. That's just reality. But hey, you got a new title sponsor for your building. Isn't there new cash coming in? Just bring as long as those numbers from Rosenthal aren't real, bring Bregman back. But if he's going to be asking for Machado money, then all right, Jim Crane, understood. If he's asking for Machado money, why would the Astros and his agent even have a conversation? Why would Boris even take a call? Why would you even call him? If they're Machado numbers that they're asking for, don't even take the call. Don't even call. Don't take the call. You're not getting there.
Yeah.
It's never getting there.
Scott Boras, you've talked to the Astros before.
You're aware of how they do things, right?
You know what they're all about.
The Astros know about him. He knows about them. Don't have a conversation. There's no point. Machado money. What am I?
How old is Machado?
I think he's early 30s now. I think. And he signed that deal a couple years ago. He is 32. So he signed that deal when he was 30. So I guess that's why.
Okay.
I guess that's why Bregman was like, if he can get it, I can get it. Well, he got it from the Padres. You play for the Astros. You're not getting it from them. But who would give Bregman that? Who would give Bregman the Machado deal?
Yeah, right.
I know he's a Gold Glover. I know that became a thing this season. He's a legit defensive third baseman, and obviously we know about his bat after the month of April and maybe deep into May. But come on, man. 11 years, $300+ million. I want Machado money. But Machado's been in the MVP race legitimately 5 times in his career. And the year he got his money was coming off finishing second in MVP race.
There's a good year to
there's a good year to be a free agent and get that money from the Padres. Bregman didn't have that type of year. But cash those checks, CTC, right? If you can get it, go ahead. I just don't see it happening. Not in this city. So I wish we could spend like the Dodgers, just not part of the cards.
They should have signed Ohtani. make some money.
Money off have some foresight. You know how much money? You know how much money Ohtani would have brought in if you would have signed him, Crane? What the hell is that about?
I mean, the second that you would see an Ohtani highlight or watch a Dodgers game in LA, and you'd see behind the backstop those ads that are normally like whatever for Allstate or whatever. They're all in Japanese. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, they're making a lot back on this investment.
They are bringing in so much money. And the deep playoff run, the World Series, the 50-50 year, all of it came to fruition this year.
He hasn't even pitched yet for him.
And they don't even get that part of him until next year.
They've only had him as a DH.
Yeah. Think about that. If he's ready to go and back to being Ohtani as a pitcher, man. Hey, it's hard to be jealous when you root for the Astros. But right now, don't want to say it. Dodgers got it good.
They're living it good.
Just bring in Juan Soto too. Why don't you? Why don't you do that too? Well. We'll sit with our 2 piddly World Series wins.
Yeah.
And another division title. Feels a little different coming off losing to the Tigers, though.
Doesn't matter, Dell. AL West champs, Dell.
Look, we're still champions. It just feels a little different watching them beat the Yankees, and then let's be clear, I didn't watch them beat the Yankees. I wasn't watching. Know that they beat the Yankees, and then having to sit through Scooble, and then losing a bullpen game to the Tigers.
Forgot about Scooble.
Yeah, Scooble.
Forgot how disrespectful.
That's fun. That's fine because he is a Cy Young Award winner. But the bullpen game, and then getting swept at home, losing 2.
Yeah, scoring like 3 runs in 2 games.
It's rough. It's a rough one. But just watch the highlights. Go on YouTube, watch 17, watch 22. It'll make you feel better.
At least they're on YouTube.
That moment,
at least they're in HD.
Yeah, the moment that you hear that Bregman signs a deal someplace else, if it happens, just have your playlist ready to go and watch all the great moments, and that'll make you forget for a little bit, right? They have enough moments where you could have a YouTube wormhole that could last a couple hours. Hey,
Man,
just
Marvin Gonzalez was a problem.
Yeah,
don't ask why.
Rewatch Game 5 of the 2017 World Series. Of course, you got all the big hits from Altuve.
That's like 5 hours
against the
there.
Yankees. Yeah, the Yankees. Altuve highlights against the Yankees. You can get that in, and then watch Game 6 against the Phillies. That's like a day.
Yeah,
that make you forget.
I mean, you got Game 6 and 7 against the Yankees in 17.
So much. Relive the moments.
Game 2 of the World Series in 17.
There's a lot to get to on YouTube where you can go, you know what? I don't even remember that Alex Bregman.
Game 4
signed someplace else
against the Phillies. Come on.
Yeah. The no hitter. Yeah. The World Series no hitter. What are we doing here?
Some of those guys are still on the team.
Maybe not healthy because their arms are falling off, but still on the team.
That happens.
To the Astros a lot. All right. We will try to get away from the thought of Bregman making $300 million someplace else. That feels unlikely, but more unlikely that he is an Astro. Okay, we'll get away from that. We got a couple more things to get to before we wrap it up. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Vernon Maxwell has confirmed he'll be there tonight. Rockets honoring their 1994 team with jerseys that mimic the banner and the court from that era. Maxwell and his teammates will be there.
The jersey is fine, whatever.
Sure.
Okay. If they really were to honor the 94, 95 teams, shouldn't the jerseys be
the actual throwbacks?
The throwbacks? They threw back to like the green, like San Diego Rockets.
I mean, they've worn those era jerseys before. I think I've seen Jalen Green in them, so it's recently. But
I think they also did in 2014.
Yeah,
when it was a different anniversary,
20-year anniversary.
Yeah.
What?
This
is the way to sell a different jersey.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're wrong. Why not just wear the throwbacks from that era and honor those guys? But with that,
because they're going to be playing on the Summit Court,
but they have jerseys to mimic the banner that they want. So they want to wear those jerseys so you can buy those.
You know what? I forgot how much I love the banner of those teams. All my memories are with those teams are tied up with the banner that they put up afterwards.
Sure.
Yeah.
So they believe that you've already bought your regular throwbacks. Here's a chance to buy the banner jerseys, or they call them their city jerseys, whatever they're calling them, but they mimic the banner. So why will we sell you throwbacks that you already either own or probably would buy anyway? Let's give you another option to buy these jerseys.
Oh, okay. You know what? Thanks, Tillman. Appreciate that.
Since you wanted to know, this is what they're doing. We sold enough of those, although we'd like to sell more.
Yeah,
now we want to say now we want to sell something different.
$400 on Mitchell and S. Like, let's not act like they're.
No,
everyone can just pick them up.
But they're going to look so good on the players.
And what if
you're going to want one?
What if I don't want an Elijah Wan throwback? What if I want a Şengün throwback?
Well,
what if I want a Tari Eason
They already
throwback?
have those. You can get one of those.
At the team shop?
Can't you order one specifically off the website and have it the throwback and then put the name on it? You could do that. But we also have these. The banner jerseys you can wear and buy as well.
These say H-Town on them.
Yeah.
You like that, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Don't you, 28-year-old? You like H-Town?
Yeah. They're
It doesn't say Houston.
They're marketing it to you.
It doesn't say Houston. No, we're cooler than that.
It doesn't even say HTX.
It says
H-Town. So when you get your jersey, Sean, I know you are pushing back against this concept now, but just remember, when they get you, when you see Jalen Green go viral for another reverse layup while he went 9 for 30, or 9 for 24. Let's be honest, he was 9 for 24.
They play the Pacers. They're not good at defense. He should go off.
That's true. He has a better shot of having a good night tonight.
This game is setting up for a Jalen game.
It is. Tyrese Halliburton's not staying in front of him. Not even going to want to. Not even going to try. This is a chance for Jalen to get to the basket over and over again. In those new H-Town jerseys. Get yours today. And at halftime, I hope it's, you know what? I hope it's before the game. Actually, people arrive late, so I guess it'll have to be at halftime.
I feel like that was the thought process that the actual Rockets did too. They're like, it should be before the game, get everyone pumped up, and then someone was like, well,
yeah, because
get 4,000 people. Pumped
if it's at halftime, they're probably not going to extend halftime like it's like a retirement ceremony. So it will be a shortened time. It'll be the regular halftime, but not enough time to really honor all these guys.
They'll just walk out, say some names, wave.
Hakeem Olajuwon, get the loudest pop. Yeah, all that stuff.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champ.
Rudy,
all right, time to go.
Understood. Let's beat it. We gotta watch the Terror Twins. Beat it.
Rockets down 4 at halftime. We gotta.
We need a big third quarter here. Before the game is better, but I just wouldn't think the crowd would be there for it, so they have to wait till halftime. So, if you don't have tickets, you want to see the guys from your childhood show up. They're going to be there. That'll be nice. I don't know how many guys are going to be there, but at least Vernon Maxwell has already said he'll be there.
Yeah, Hakeem will probably be there.
Yeah, he's we talked about it. Kenny Smith isn't working tonight, so he should be there if he wants to be. And obviously the other guys as well. Robert Horry, I guess.
Is Bullard going to be there?
I don't know.
Okay.
Possibly. I don't know the list. I just know we have one confirmation from Vernon Maxwell's Twitter account that he doesn't run. Whoever wrote it Whoever runs that is saying Vernon's
You
going
don't
to be
think
there.
Vernon Max will run?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you think he dictates it like Magic Johnson?
No, I
does?
believe Vernon Maxwell did a great job of picking someone who types in his voice.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And that person is typing in the way they think Vernon would type, making fun of Utah, all those things, and now we get what we get. We get one of the better former player counts on Twitter, if not the best. I don't think like Antonio Brown is a thing.
Different type
of account.
Different vibe.
JJ's pretty normal with what he does. He's not attacking anyone. He's just a football guy for the most part and commenting on where he eats.
He does attack people from time to time.
He does?
I mean, not like personally or anything, but when he sees like something dumb, he'll be like,
Okay.
What they're taking physicality out of football.
Yeah, he's like I said, he's a football guy.
Yeah.
He's not attacking.
This is a shame. Oh no, he's big on the fines too. The like hit for fines.
Yeah, he
where,
doesn't like that.
Guys will play for free basically if they get a personal foul penalty.
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't specifically go after like cities like
he doesn't
the
have
Vernon
cracker
Maxwell
of the
account.
day like AB does. Yeah, you're right.
That's not what I was referencing. I was gonna just talk about Vernon's issues with Utah, but sure, that is a thing. But that's really like Antonio Brown gave that to the two kids. I talked about it, or the three kids in this case. Two were police officers. One was in a Tyreek Hill jersey. He gave those kids that that award too. So that's what we're talking about with Antonio Brown. CT ESPN. Did a good job breaking uniform news, though, in the offseason. He had all those uniforms before everyone else did.
I forgot about that.
Somehow, some way. He had the sources.
CTSPN.
Yeah, an accomplished, accredited news source, Antonio Brown. That's another question. Do you think he runs his account?
No.
I don't think so either. I think there's someone else doing that, too. Speaking in the voice of Antonio Brown and being dead on about it, too. Everyone believes in.
Well, that's the thing. Like, there's no lines there.
No.
Like, you don't have to. Like, you just be as crazy as you can be.
Yeah, and everyone's going to believe it. No matter what you write.
Like, you can just say whatever you want.
And it sounds like Antonio Brown. Dead on.
As long as it's a little unhinged. Or a lot unhinged.
A lot unhinged, I think, is what you're looking for. If they tone it down.
It can't be too coherent.
Yeah, if you tone it down, people are like, oh, that's not Antonio Brown. Yeah, what's going on?
What, did he use a comma there?
Hey, did Martavis Bryant take over that account? What's going on over there? Start naming nuts ex-Steelers receivers. All right, we are closer to being on time, but still late. But we'll get to break here. We will talk about, well, if you are a part or a fan of a Northeast team, you've got some issues, whether it be the Jets or maybe you're a fan of the Sixers, which I'm not surprised by what's going on in Philly, just because that whole concoction felt like it was going to be a disaster. But we've got confirmation that Joel Embiid isn't a hard worker, as if we did not know that. But we know, according to Tyrese Maxey, that Joel Embiid isn't doing what he needs to do as a superstar. And that's unfortunate for Daryl Morey and that Sixers organization. They think they're a family, or at least they want to be. But I'll tell you about a real family right now. That's a family at Monument Chevrolet. They've been in the business for 50 years, and they all work hard. They're not lazy. All they want to do is sell you a car, and they want to do it as quickly as possible. That's one of the things they lean into. We want you to get in and get out. They understand you don't want to be at a dealership the entire day. You want a new car. You want something that you are going to love to drive, but you don't want to hang around. You want to get it and leave, and that's what they are willing to do. The prices are the same no matter where when you see them on the website at monumentchevrolet.com, or if you go on site at 3940 passing the freeway off the Beltway in 225. The prices don't change. There are no upcharges. There are no hidden fees. The price is a price, and if you see it and you like it, the car will be yours pretty quickly. They're going to work with you, and they will match the competition. So if you see a price someplace else and you say, you know what, I'd rather get this car from Monument Chevrolet, they'll work with you. They want to make sure you get the best car that you can, whether it be a Chevy or a Silverado. They will be there for you. And if you want a pre-owned vehicle, they have those too. And if you own a business, they have the 6th largest fleet dealership in the entire country. So if you want to add something to your business or just start, or you want to start with your fleet, they'll take care of you there. Remember, they have this great new deal, this monthly deal right now at Monument Chevrolet. You get 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine, or maybe you want an electric vehicle. There's 0% financing for 60 months on all those vehicles for well-qualified buyers. Remember, They have a thing where they have the salesperson of the week, which means they're competitive out there. They want you to get you a car, and the salesperson right now is Jonathan Guajardo. So if you see him out there, he's probably going to be wearing the championship belt. That means he's doing a great job getting people their cars, so you know he'll work for you and get you your car. Remember, MonumentChevrolet.com is the website. Go to Monument Chevrolet, 3940 Pasadena Freeway, off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevy, together, let's drive.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Sean and I were talking about Wayne Knight being accosted at the airport by TMZ, and Wayne Knight saying he's been negatively affected, his career has, by the weight loss. You can be the judge of that if you've seen Wayne Knight. If you don't know who he is, he's Newman from Seinfeld. He's also the guy who kind of set it all off in Jurassic Park because he was, doing some back dealing.
Also, Michael Jordan's assistant in Space
Jam. Yeah, so that you would know him from that. He might be one of those guys whose name you never known, but you would know him from some big roles. But it led us to start looking at guys who remind Sean of Wayne Knight.
Well, no, because I was saying how impressive it was for the TMZ camera person to be in the airport and be like, "Oh, that's Wayne Knight." Just be able to point him out,
pull that one out and know who it was.
And I said, "Wow, that's not."
And Wayne Knight,
Stephen Root,
and Wayne Knight, yes, like I forgot what his character name, but he was the one who they fired but didn't tell him from
Milton.
Office Space. Milton had a stapler and all, which led me to think about something I watched yesterday. Billy Bob Thornton's in a new show called Landman. It's by Taylor Sheridan, the guy who created Yellowstone and all the Yellowstone spinoffs. The clip that everyone's seen.
I've only seen that.
Yes.
And honestly, that's a good. It gets me interested.
It's based in Texas. Obviously, you hear Landman. It's about oil and the clip that's floating around on the internet. It's not so. The show isn't all about things like that, but the daughter's role in the show kind of flows down that path, like where she's with a high school star quarterback, and things go awry. Billy Bob has a part to play in that in the episodes I've seen. I think they've only had 2 episodes. They only have 2 episodes out. I've seen 1 and 2. It's fine. I mean, I don't know if it's Yellowstone quality, but if you like that vibe, you'll like this. I think it's like at 70-something% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's good. It's fine. It's not something that you need to lock in week after week on. If you want to be someone who binge watches it in a month or so, I don't think it's going to be a show that captures the imagination and everyone's talking about it week after week. I don't think you have to worry about
Not
spoilers
a
there.
water cooler.
No, I don't think, because the only clip that's come out from that show is that clip that Sean's talking about, where the girl's talking about sex with her boyfriend, and that's all I can talk about. You have to find it. Of course, the daughter's really like 27 years old. She's playing 17.
I was gonna say, when you said that she's dating the high school quarterback, I was kind of stunned because she looks like she's my age.
She is like a year younger, but she's, TV. They have her play younger, but if you watch her, because like in the second episode, all she does is sit in her underwear, and that's part of the bit. Like Billy Bob Thornton has 2 roommates because he's in debt, even though he helped run this giant oil company. So he has his roommates, and the bit is like she's walking around in her underwear, and the old guy's like, oh, that type of thing. And one of the guys walks in on her in the shower. She thinks he's a rapist, so she kicks him in the balls and hits him in the eye. It's stuff like that. It's that type of stuff.
I don't think I'm watching the show.
That's her as the chaos agent. Now there are other bigger storylines.
Oh, okay.
That don't surround the 20-something-year-old playing a 17-year-old, but that is part of the story. It's on Amazon. You need a Paramount Plus subscription. That's how I watch it. So I watched the first 2 episodes yesterday. It's fine. I do appreciate that clip went viral. It did remind me to watch. I won't deny. I was out on it. I was like, wait a minute. This is a clip that made it to the internet. Let me watch this show.
This what time it is? Oh, all right.
Yeah, she's dating the high school quarterback who's a top 50 recruit.
Nice.
And
any offers?
Yes, he's going to Alabama.
Wow, leaving the state.
And of course, she wants to go to Alabama to be with him. And then she goes, and Billy Bob's like, that's a long way away from Tech, because they're based in West Texas. One of the guys has a Texas Tech tattoo, so apparently Tech is one of the schools of choice there.
Joe McGuire, drop the bag. Come on, can't let him leave your backyard.
So he's gonna go, and then he said, "Yeah, I know, babe. I know, but I talked to Coach Saban." I was like, "Wait a minute, Coach Saban. This isn't accurate. And then Billy Bob's character goes, "Actually, Saban's retired." I was like, "Oh." There it is. Someone follows sports a little and knows,
but not
the high school kid who's supposed to be going there doesn't know that Saban isn't even a coach anymore.
Okay, now I don't think this kid's actually going to Bama.
That's what I thought. And the kid's like, "Oh, that's rumors." Like, no, it's confirmed. It's confirmed. So
like 10 games into the season.
Watch Landman. Landman. It's pretty good. If you like schlocky soap opera type stuff, it's pretty good.
I'm kind of in. I was out, but now I'm back in.
The other thing is
probably gonna binge it.
They subvert expectations in the show, because there are like 3 guys in the show who you know from a lot of different things, and you just assume they're going to be around forever. You'd be wrong. I'm not going to tell you who the guys are, but a lot of guys in this show are guys you may not know their names, like Wayne Knight. But
Wayne Knight's in the show?
No, he's not.
Oh.
A lot of guys like Wayne Knight, where you've seen their face in a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So, but you don't know their names, stuff like that. So you're gonna be like, "Oh, I've seen this guy. There's no way he's not gonna make it past a certain point." And then they're like, "Hey, you're wrong about that." I'd like to see you guess who I'm talking about, because there are a lot of guys like that in the show.
Stephen Wright.
He's not
as the football coach.
As right now. We haven't seen a football coach. We've seen an actual spring game. They were at they went to the Permian spring game, but it was the real spring game. You could tell these are real high school kids playing during the spring game.
They look 10 years younger.
Yes,
than
and they just shot around it. They did an actual shoot at the spring game. So there is actual football being played by actual football players, and then the high school kid in question is like 30, the quarterback. Let's also, I see you want to talk movies. We'll get to that. Anyone else want to get in before we wrap it up? We'll do that. But watch Landman, and also watch Say Nothing on Hulu. That's a good show. That's actually a really good show, not one where Sean and I would just make fun of it. It's not a lot of fun going on about the troubles in Ireland, the fight for independence for Northern Ireland. Not exactly humorous. They make people disappear if they think you're a spy. All right, let's also get to you when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
This has nothing to do with our discussion, but Dez, a listener of the show, says landman is just what everyone thinks oil men do, but don't actually do. So apparently not a lot of deep knowledge done or deep research done to make it a more realistic show. But I don't care. I'm not looking for that.
So it's not super realistic on the football stuff.
Or the oil and gas stuff either, apparently, according to Dez. Still fun, though. I will say that through the first 2 episodes. I did want to get to this before I get to Let's also get to you before I wrap it up. So, if you missed it, Tyrese Maxey called out Joel Embiid in a post-game team meeting. The Sixers are now 2-11. They lost to the Heat on Monday night, and Tyrese Maxey had some things to say about Joel Embiid's commitment. Said he's late to everything, and we can't have you do that when you're supposed to be the leader, and it influences how the rest of the roster works. Now, Joel Embiid has worked himself into being an MVP. He is a great player, but it appears that the project that Daryl Morey is trying to get done in Houston. Well, it didn't work here either, but in Philly is off the rails. Who could have predicted that leaning on oft-injured Paul George and Joel Embiid would have gone poorly? Oh, everyone could. Anyone with any sense could.
I will say it going wrong in the first 15 games.
That is
season,
surprising.
That's the surprise.
The fact that it's so bad this early is surprising, which Sixer fans or at least Daryl Morey would say, hey, it's early. This is a multi-year deal. We are not simply basing it off a 13-game sample size. But when the guy with the highest approval rating on that roster, Tyrese Maxey, I don't think anyone says anything negative about him around the league, is like, hey, Joel, this isn't what we want. You don't know what's going on because you're never to practice on time. You're confused about things because you're never here. That's not what you want from a guy who just got paid. You want that from Maxey, who just got paid. You don't want him to have to call out the other guy who just got paid. And of course, if you missed it, Woody Johnson said this. Apparently, he wanted Aaron Rodgers benched in September in favor of Tyrod Taylor. Robert Saleh said no, and then the next week, Robert Saleh's gone. So Robert Saleh turned into a defender of Aaron Rodgers, and he couldn't keep his job that way either. So those are things going on in the Northeast when it comes to sports. The Phillies, the Sixers are a disaster, and the Jets are too. But we already knew that. Couldn't happen to two better cities. What is I said Javon Mims. It's not. It's Denzel Mims. What did Denzel Mims say about Philadelphia? Dirty ass, trash ass city. I've never been, but I'm not going to fight him on it. He was there. I'm going to trust Denzel Mims on that. Dirty ass, trash ass city. I can't think of one redeeming quality about any of the Philly sports franchises. I've never rooted for them once in my life, except when the Eagles played the Patriots. I did root for them, but that's Boston. You always root against Boston.
Andy Reid.
They ran him out of there, so no, they don't even get to claim him. We played them in the World Series. Did you like anything about Philly during that time?
Kyle Schwarber.
Okay.
Kyle Schwarber seems cool.
All right.
I think Bryce Harper would also seem cool if he was on your team.
I think you would love Bryce Harper if he was on your team.
I feel like he does a good job. He does a good job.
He is an appropriator.
Yeah.
If he gets to your city, he's going to wear all the team's jerseys. If he was in Houston, he would have a CJ Stroud jersey to wear.
He'd be at the Rockets anniversary now.
He would. He would be there. He'd probably show up at a Dynamo game. He would embrace. That's if you want a guy to embrace your city, he'd be that guy. Let's also hung up. I don't know what movie he wanted to talk about. I'm gonna guess it would be something I've never seen.
Oh,
something involving some woman from the 90s that he loved. That's kind of what his profile is. I don't fault him for it. I mean, we all got our crushes, right? His happen to be ones he hopes does stuff on the internet at some point. Usually my childhood crushes don't get to that point where I'm like, man, I wish he did this. I'm like, no, that's from the past. It's my childhood crush. Let's keep it there when I was more innocent. He's like, man, I've grown with her. How come she doesn't do stuff now?
I'm grown. Why did she grow?
Well, she's grown. She just has chosen to do something else with her career, not get on the internet and do stuff. Maybe she became a mom. Maybe she decided to continue her career in acting. But joining OF wasn't part of the equation for her. Sorry. That's a relatively new thing. Like I'm trying to think, will there be an actress we know now, 10 years from now, joins OnlyFans? There's
probably for you because you just watch more things than
maybe,
I do.
but there's like too much money in acting. I think if you hit the right notes to have to do that.
I don't know. It's like, is someone from Landman? See,
if you get on a Paramount show, a Taylor Sheridan show, how much are you making per episode? Would you ever have to go to that?
And maybe if you're playing like the daughter's friend or something, that's like tertiary.
Maybe, but I said an actress we know, like
okay.
The one who has lines and is in every episode. I don't think you get in like that, and you'll get roles for the rest of as long as you want. I don't think you ever would have to do that. So
yeah, because also people don't watch enough like CW shows anymore, like where it's like this is teetering on like viability of this is a real show. Like you can tell by the sets that they're on and the like clothes they're wearing that you're like, they're cutting some corners here. I don't know if everyone's getting paid on the 1st and 15th.
I don't think they have to beat down the door to get their money. I think the direct deposit goes through.
I just some shows from back then.
I
don't know. I don't know how all the Power Rangers got paid.
Oh, back then, okay, that's different. The CW was a little after that.
Yeah.
Like the
CW is just more.
The people from Dawson's Creek got their checks.
Oh yeah, the successful ones did. I mean, the ones that like.
Ben.
Only the real ones.
Ben, I'm sorry, we gotta go. I wish you would have. Maybe you're just calling in to reserve your spot for Gallant George. Who are up next? You hear the music. I can't get to you. Maybe you want to talk to them. That's fine. We won't hang up on you. And if you want to call in to the show tomorrow, I'll welcome that too. We're in for the day. Gallant and George are up next. followed by the Killer Bees. So since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And welcome aboard Gallant George on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. He is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Guys, how you doing?
Doing great.
That's good.
Doing great.
Sean, how are you? Are you doing great?
Yeah, doing good. Doing good. Hump day.
It is hump day.
Hump day.
We are officially halfway through the week because, you see, guys, it's 12:03. I'm finding things to be positive about. Now, for those who don't know, I got a lobotomy yesterday after the show because I realized I am being too much of a miserable prick when it comes to talking really just about everything, but specifically the Houston Texans. This lobotomy has me seeing the light. It also has me seeing things because, in case you didn't know, when they give you a lobotomy, they stick a big metal thing through your eye hole, and then they scrape your brain a little bit.
Sounds terrible.
Yeah,
that sounds terrible.
Amazingly, a routine practice to help with mental health back in the 50s and 60s.
Oh, what a bizarre world we live in sometimes.
Mm-hmm. But
you're feeling more positive today.
There's a permanent smile on my face. Nothing can bring me down.
Nothing?
The Houston Texans, Joe, are 5-1 in games that Nico Collins plays.
Fact.
They're about to play a god-awful team on Sunday, the Tennessee Titans, a team that they actually have gotten 50 burgers against in the past. I'm feeling good.
Good, you should.
And I'm going to try to make sure that I'm feeling good for the entirety of today's show. And I know it's tough. I know. Sometimes I'm sad. Sometimes I'm miserable. And I take it out on the Texans, on Joe, on Sean.
Well, yesterday after the show, probably deserved it. I spoiled the TV show for Paul. So if you were still mad at me today, I would understand.
I didn't even remember. I didn't because of the lobotomy. I didn't remember. But hey, you know what? It doesn't matter because I still don't remember the TV show that you brought up. I'm smiling through it all. And I want to look at this team that we're talking about. I mean, there are concerns, but I feel like there are ways that I can turn them into a smile because that's who I am now. I'm Mr. Effin Rogers without the cardigan.
You have a good career if you're Mr. Rogers.
Well, yeah, I would. But I don't think anyone would take me seriously as Mr. Rogers. But give me something. Give me something that you think traditionally I'd get mad about, upset about, frustrated with, criticize with the Houston Texans. Give me anything.
CJ Stroud. We'll start there.
The prince who was promised. Look how he's playing right now. Then imagine how he'll be playing either at some point this year or at some point in his career.
That's true.
I mean, at this point, can only go up.
This does feel like the low point. So it's not the low point. So that's a positive. It's not the low point. Last year was the low point. The Panthers game.
You're right. Or the Jets game. But no.
You can't be negative about a concussion, Paul. Okay, this is a positive segment.
Well, look, he rebounded from that concussion.
That's right.
I mean,
he hasn't had another one since.
Right. Tua Tagovailoa, he's had many.
He's had like 5.
CJ Stroud hasn't had many.
CJ Stroud, not a soft boy, not wearing the special helmet.
No, although I mean, I get it. It's an aesthetics thing. You know what? I'm going to be positive. Tua, you look great out there, buddy.
Hey, Devon Achane. A&M legend. He's not wearing it anymore, I don't think.
Yeah, see,
Took it
looks
off.
great out there. Those Dolphins helmets, I mean, they used to be cooler than they are now, but look, they're looking spiffy in those.
CJ is, look, while there are things to nitpick with him, he's still a very good quarterback.
What things would you nitpick? He's 4th in the NFL in passing yards.
I did see that. I saw that going around social media yesterday, that we're now looking at total yardage as what makes a great quarterback.
But we do, because in fantasy football, it does help it a lot. So
touchdowns help in fantasy football more. Would like more of
those. That's true too. That's true too.
But he's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a ton of passing yards this year, and he's going to get better.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The offensive line
getting better.
It was an improvement.
I mean, they go from 4 sacks 1 week to 1 sack the next week.
I don't know if this is positive enough, but Kenyon Green's not out there anymore. Is that negative or is that positive?
Well, listen, we wish Kenyon Green well. Okay, he's had a lot of bad luck. He's had a lot of injuries. He's a guy who I feel bad for. You know, I want to give him a pat on the shoulder.
You might hurt him.
Listen,
don't pat too hard.
Kenyon Green's a great run blocker, but now the Texans are a better pass blocking team. Huh? Positives.
Joe Mixon.
Oh, Joe Mixon's the best running back in the NFL. He's the best running back in the NFL.
Isolate that.
Ooh, look at me. I'm Derrick Henry. I fumbled at the beginning of the game against the Steelers and blew it against that team. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Oh, look at me. I'm Saquon Barkley. Although I got nothing to say about Saquon Barkley because that jump backwards that he had was cool.
It was probably the coolest thing we'll see this year.
But Saquon Barkley, he's going backwards while Joe Mixon, he's going forwards.
That's a good point. Technically, Saquon was going forward while also going backwards.
That's true.
That
play was really cool. I
think that and the this is not as positive, but the Garrett Wilson catch against the Texans might be the two best plays of the season.
But guess what? We got to see something incredible.
You're right. We did.
We saw something incredible. Did it happen against our Texans? Yeah, but you know what? Sportsmanship is sportsmanship. And sometimes you just got to tip your hat.
You got to tip it.
Give the man a handshake after the game.
Anything.
Spank him on the ass.
What do you need to be the most positive about with the defense, Paul?
Well, God, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. Look at what they're doing without Will Anderson.
It's true. Daniel Hunter, 72 pass pressures this season.
Daniel Hunter might be the greatest pass rusher in the NFL, given what he did last year, 16 and a half sacks and all those pressures he's doing.
Yeah, he's number one by 15 pressures. That is, I still don't totally know what a pressure is defined as.
I don't either, but guess what? It sounds cool.
He has a lot of them.
Why question it?
Yeah, he has so many of them.
I want Daniel Hunter to get paid again. And I feel like he's well on his way to.
Do you know what a havoc play is, Paul?
No, but it sounds cool.
It does sound cool.
Sounds very swarmy.
Yes, it's maybe they need to cause more havoc. But the 33rd team, this is actually, I think this is a cool stat. This is a positive thing. A havoc play is a tackle for a loss, forced fumble, interception, pass breakup, or sack play.
Whoa.
The Texans have 3 of the top 20 players in the NFL in havoc plays this year.
Hell yeah, who are they?
Jalen Petrie at number 9. Will Anderson, Derek Stingley Jr. both tied with 15 plays.
And we didn't even talk about, as Alan Bees brings up, Daniil Hunter's biceps and the veininess of them.
I can't believe that you didn't bring that up.
I couldn't either. Honestly, thank you, Alan Bees. Sometimes I got to remember.
Yeah.
So they got havocers out there.
They got havocers.
I like that. That's a cool stat.
Yeah. I've never heard it before. I guess it's a new thing that maybe people are trying to make a thing, but it shows you that it's an impact stat. Like actually impacting the game and more than just good coverage. So for the Texans to have 3 of those guys in the top 20 is incredible. That's a very positive thing.
We got to be more positive about things, guys.
Bobby Slowick.
Bobby Slowick. Used to work with Kyle Shanahan, bringing some ideas over from San Francisco. Bobby Slowick has Gerard Johnson as his quarterback coach. Bobby Slowick is young, and young people, they get better with time, right? Yeah.
Bobby Slowick still might be a head coach. That's a positive.
Bobby Slowick, cooler sounding name than Robert Slowick.
At some point, when do you stop going by Bobby, though? Isn't there like an age limit to Bobby?
Good question. I imagine that Robert F. Kennedy was once called Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby Kennedy. I'm sure he was.
I know that the old RFK, he was definitely called Bobby for a while. It's a good question. Look,
once you become a head coach, you can't be Bobby anymore. You have to become Robert.
Here's what I'll say about Bobby Slowick, and I'm going to quote Pete Carroll. Can you win a Super Bowl in the first quarter of the year? No. Can you win a Super Bowl in the second quarter of the year? No. Can you win a Super Bowl in the third quarter of the year? No. Can you win a Super Bowl in the fourth quarter of the year? Well, you would like to start getting towards there, but no, you can only win the Super Bowl in the fifth quarter. We're only in the third quarter.
Oh, is that? I didn't know he went 5 quarters deep.
No, he didn't. I'm taking it another level.
Okay, gotcha.
Bobby Slowick's got plenty of time to get better as a play caller and to figure out what his team does well and doesn't do well by the end of the year. I mean, listen, people are asking how many more bye weeks do the Texans have left? Sunday against the Titans, the next Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and then an actual bye.
Yeah.
They're on basically winter break right now.
Oh, winter break. Those were the days. I miss those days.
How many days did you get off being in Chicago for winter break?
Well, I mean, typically it would be
or general Illinois, whatever.
Like if it was like this, like this week, or this year where Christmas is on a Wednesday, we would be off Monday and then come back probably January 6th.
Damn, we got a month off.
Yeah, we would get like 2 weeks off.
We were off December 14th to like January 15th.
Yeah, usually we would come back the Monday after New Year's Day.
I think they didn't want to pay for heating.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Legitimately that.
Yeah, they get. The kids get like fall breaks now. They get like the whole. They get these like extra just like weeks off during the year. Soft boys.
Well, listen, I'm not calling anybody soft. I'm a positive man today. We are manifesting positive energy, and one of the reasons that we have to manifest that positive energy is a Houston Texans that we didn't even talk about in that first segment. Guys, some people are saying this is glazing on the text line. It's not. Stop. It's not cool, okay? We are looking at the future, and we're being positive about this team that is 5-1 when Nico Collins plays games. How about that?
That's a very big positive.
And I'm not being sarcastic at all.
No, when Nico comes, look, we knew things were going to be better. Wasn't going to fix everything, but they are 5-1 when Nico plays, which means Super Bowl back on.
I mean, listen, anything's possible. It's the NFL. Football is football. And no, I'm not being Larry and Stafford right now about my boys on Kirby, because I'm talking about not just the black players and not just the white players. I'm talking about everybody, okay? I'm not a divider. I'm a positive man. And things are going places. I'm going to tell you about that Houston Texan. Joe's going to tell you about that Houston Texan. More importantly, that we got to be also patting on the back. Positive vibes only here. That's all we're doing from here on out. Stick around. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 97.5. We're staying positive.
Positive.
Joe, I am positive that you have a piping hot, steamy take for all of us.
Yeah, I think we have not done a good enough job giving Nick Caserio the credit he deserves this season. When you look at what's gone on for the Houston Texans, like we've given him some grief, I think rightfully so, about the offensive line. It's not been great. The interior guys, really all three of them, Shaq Mason, he's kind of gotten a pass, I feel like, this year. We know what the issues are with Titus and Laramie in terms of penalties and accountability. So a lot of the focus, like when we talk about Caserio, has been on that. But when just when we were having DJ on yesterday, it kind of popped in my brain. Like, I don't think we give Caserio enough credit for taking an all-pro corner, when he did. For trading up for Nico Collins like he did, who he just paid, and they developed him in a great way. For the aggressiveness to get Will Anderson and CJ Stroud, but specifically for Nico Collins and Derek Stingley Jr., and then for Joe Mixon. I mean, Nick Caserio, he's checked all the boxes in terms of building this team almost as near perfect as you can. Like, I don't even think it's on him, the failures of the offensive line outside of Kenyon Green. Like, he brought in veteran players that are, Shaq Mason was a well-respected player. He's been mostly good for the Texans. He paid Laramie Tunsil. He paid Titus Howard at a reasonable rate. And some people might not like that, but he's just done a really masterful job with this roster. Even choosing Danielle Hunter over Grenard seems like a win at this point. Now, we questioned that after the Texans-Vikings game, but Danielle Hunter is having a major impact on this team. Azeez Al-Shaair has been a great move, and I like Blake Cashman, but guys left, and I think he brought in better players overall, and then he's crushing it in the draft. So I think Nick Caserio really deserves a lot of credit, and a lot more than I think we give him.
The only questions I'd have would be about the offensive line construction.
100%.
Because, I mean, look, they probably wanted Bryce Young, but they got CJ Stroud. And sometimes you have the right quarterback fall in your lap. You could argue that maybe New England or Washington are getting that with this year's quarterback class. Still early for all of them. I know. All of a sudden, I'm seeing that rhetoric start with Bo Nix, which, to Nix's credit, he has made the most of what he can with that Sean Payton offense and with that Broncos team. So I'm with you. I wonder what happens next. I do think the big contracts that they've given to Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard have, to a degree, led to them, I don't want to say fat and happy, led to them being, I think, a little bit overconfident in themselves and maybe confident in the belief that things that were acceptable when they first got here are still acceptable in the same way. But that's legitimately it. Tunsil's one of the best tackles in the league. Titus is good. I don't think he's bad.
Definitely good.
That's really all I got. You're right in that there's been a lot of successes for Caserio, and you're right in that we really haven't talked about Caserio much this year outside of asking questions about the offensive line and the pick of Kenyon Green. But you do have to give credit for the positives.
Yeah,
smiley face.
I mean, look, and this is it's a fortunate place to be in, but Nick Caserio has put himself in a position where he's gonna have to make a lot of tough decisions. When we were talking about with DJ yesterday, the potential contract of Derek Stingley Jr., where you're going to have to pay him. Before you know it, you'll have to pay Will Anderson. Before you know it, you'll have to pay CJ Stroud. Like, there's going to be a lot of guys that the Houston Texans are going to have to pay. And that's part of the other thing with when you think about the future of this team, where I like how he's structured a lot of the contracts. Like, not to get too nerdy in it, but not to have Danielle Hunter locked up long term when you're going to have to pay Will Anderson eventually is a win for this team. Not having Titus and Laramie locked up forever in these long-term contracts. Like, it just gives you flexibility. And in the draft, he's one of the margins everywhere outside of offensive line. Like Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, Tank Dell. What we've seen the last 2 weeks out of John Mechie, like, gives you, I think, a good amount of hope.
Of the draft?
A good amount of hope for Mechie. Like, just I guess just because you've seen anything from him.
He clearly belongs in the league.
Yeah, it's when he was inactive week 1, I never thought we'd see even what we saw the last 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like he's been a dominant player or anything like that, but just looking like he can actually have a role on this offense has been a really good story. So yeah, I think Nick Caserra's crushing it. I think we should just give him credit.
Positivity, baby.
Positivity.
We do have a couple of texts here. 713-780-3776. People are bringing up the negatives. I don't like this. I just really think the flow of the offense is effing Stroud up. Slowick has completely changed the flow of offense from last year. Another texter, Key from LA. It seems that Bobby only has level 1 of the Shanahan offense. He never unlocked level 2. Well, positive. He still could unlock level 2. Never say never.
Maybe we just overvalued the offense. You see what's going on social media with Kyle Shanahan?
What's happening now?
49ers fans.
Oh.
Uprising.
Rebellion?
They seem unhappy. I don't understand why they'd be unhappy with Kyle Shanahan. I hope they fire Kyle Shanahan. That'd be great.
Well, you're not going to hire him.
I in my dreams we would. But, like, people seem upset with the 49ers on social media. It's social media. But like I saw like Benjamin Albright from, Denver Broncos, an NFL reporter, having to defend him yesterday against people. People are upset with Mike McDaniels in Miami.
People are upset with DeMeco Ryan. Some people are upset with CJ Stroud. Some people are upset with Patrick Mahomes. People aren't talking about that.
People are always upset about something.
What is happening? What is going on? There's a lot of people upset in the world, and sometimes you just have to think back about something that a bunch of celebrities did for us to make us happy.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when all of the A-list celebrities got together and sang this beautiful song? Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us, holy sky. Imagine now the people. Bobby Slowick's getting better. See? That was a great song, and it brought us all together.
Have you watched the documentary on it?
There's a documentary about that video? Really?
It's on Netflix. I haven't watched it yet, but like I see it. Like I think it's like the making of like getting everyone together. The only clip I've seen.
Is it sarcastically done?
I don't think so. The only clip I've seen
Even
is like
better.
one where like Michael Jackson has like disdain in his face watching other people try to sing the song.
Dead Michael Jackson?
No, like it's footage from that.
Oh. Wait, hang on. What?
Yeah. The Imagine song?
Oh, the original Imagine
no, you're
song.
talking about the celebrity version.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about We Are the World.
Oh, yep. My bad.
You're talking about the We Are the World
Tap out
documentary.
there.
But it was just as impactful.
We're on the same page, but we're not.
Imagine and the We Are the World.
Yes.
Now, one of them raised a lot of money for the children.
I was gonna say I'm not an expert on We Are the World, but I think that was a little bit more successful.
And another one of them gave us all something to get mad about during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Yep, my bad.
One, I got to see what Chris Pratt's backyard looks like. I don't know if he was in that video.
Now I hope they make a documentary about.
Yeah,
the
I was going to
version.
be in on the documentary.
I was so in. Honestly, I did get excited. Sean and I, our ears perked up to that. That sounds great.
Oh man, I'm getting crushed, rightfully so, on the Twitter.
No. It's
no,
fine.
I think it's fair.
Honestly,
positive. I think it's fair.
But it's the same kind of deal.
Yeah.
Like, hey, here's a bunch of celebrities getting together and
Should we do
singing a
our own
song.
version of that? Getting
Uh,
everyone from the station to sing Football Time in Houston.
yeah, but then we all stop and we make Joel be the only one who sings.
That'd be funny.
Yeah,
I think we can do that.
Yeah.
Or it is like the Imagine video, and it's just like after the Texans lose in the playoffs, just hey guys, I know they lost, but it's not too bad, and then we all just sing Imagine into our camera.
That's what we're gonna do after the next Texans loss.
When they lose in the wild card or divisional round. That's how we do it.
This lobotomy is helping me out, guys. I feel like, you know what? I feel like Ebenezer Scrooge on Christmas Day. I feel like the Grinch when he decided to give the Who's their presents back.
Oh, your heart's growing?
It's grown 3 sizes. This segment. I don't even want to talk about what's going on in my pants. Like the Deep Steel Blue Pill has fully engaged.
You got the Battle Red Pants tent going on?
As always, dude.
Yeah.
As always. Anyway, guys, I'm positive. You're positive. Everything is positive. Nothing is wrong except for all the soft boys in the world of sports. And in soft boys, we're actually going to, you know what, be positive in soft boys to a degree because we're going to compliment people who are not soft. It's important. It's important to do that. It's Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Stay put. In honor of Ime Udoka calling out LeBron James in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game last year, calling him a soft-ass boy every single Wednesday at 12:30, we talk about the people who have been soft in the world of sports. I think this texter is soft. I'm positive I want to kill myself every time you effing sing. Hey, guys, I'm trying to bring magic to your ears and warmth and love into your heart, just like the Imagine video did. And now George needs to make a documentary about it because he teased me.
Yep, my bad.
You don't have to say my bad. I think it's a good idea.
It was very funny though. Man, we got some people that are really anti Paul singing lately. I don't understand why. I enjoy it.
I mean, you should have
It's
heard
funny.
me at T-Bone's Saturday night. Best karaoke spot in town.
What's your go-to karaoke, Paul?
Depends on how I'm feeling.
Oh.
How dare you limit me like that? Like I have a go-to song. I do what I'm feeling.
I feel like, you gotta have like one.
Well, it's anything Creed. I sang
okay.
One Last Breath by Creed.
Nice.
Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge. Is that Texter 6 feet from the edge? I hope that you didn't explore the 6 feet not being so far down. That would hurt. You might get a raspberry or two. You know, I want to start off with who's not soft in the world of sports. How about Kansas City men's basketball? So there's a school in Kansas City. I guess they're just called Kansas City University. They played a school called Calvary University on Monday night. The final score, 119-19. And you know what I really respect about this? Even though Calvary University has only 430 people that go to the whole school, I want to give the head coach of Kansas City credit. Marvin Menzies, after the game, said this with a straight face per the article. I want to pay a compliment to my guys for staying within themselves and not getting caught up in the score, said Kansas City's coach Marvin Menzies somehow with a straight face after the game. Once the game was obviously out of control, then we wanted to do some specific things and work on some things. But also I wanted to make sure the guys didn't take them lightly.
How do you?
They didn't take them lightly.
How does a school allow you to have an athletic program if you lose by 100?
No, come on. We can allow people that lose a basketball game by 100 points to play sports.
Where is this university even at?
If we're gonna let people that have maybe, I don't know, biological advantages play sports, then we definitely should let anyone who is willing to field a team play sports.
That's true. Calvary University is a member of the National Christian College Athletics Association, the NCCAA, Division II, and the Midwest Christian College Conference. They only have basketball teams for the men and women, a women's volleyball team, a men's soccer team, and a men's baseball team.
Well,
where's the women's soccer team at?
I don't know. Maybe Title IX doesn't apply there. Whatever the case.
Gosh, could you imagine losing a game by 100?
I mean, I've lost football games by 66, so yeah, I could.
Have?
Yeah. Gosh. Do you know the level of play in Florida? Like when you go up a level, it's terrible. We had a team that dropped down 4 levels to play in our district so that they could win states. It was BS. They were way better than us. They had actual special teams. We had to play the whole game. It was that game. I was so relieved when the running clock began.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm out there the whole game. I didn't get to play off. I'm just running up. Here's another 80-yard touchdown run, and I got to run with this guy the whole way so that my coach doesn't get mad at me on the sideline. Awful. So I'm doing Charlie Hustle, staying within 5 feet of some guy who's going to play football at Auburn. Great, Ontario McCaleb.
That sucks, Paul.
Is that the one that you gave a pregame speech for?
It was, yeah. It was. Right. For what it's worth, I had a lot of great returns in that game, but generally when you get kicked off to 10, 11 times, you should have a lot of great returns.
So does that mean you didn't score at all? Your team?
No, we didn't score at all. No. Fort Meade owned us.
Yeah.
And we were so pissed when they dropped into our district. We used to run that thing. And all of a sudden they just drop in. What the hell? But yeah, they're way better.
Not soft. Ontario McClendon.
McCaleb, get it right. He played at Auburn. He was a great player.
But it still wasn't 100 points.
No, it wasn't 100.
Most
but I mean, if the clock hadn't been running, who knows what would happen?
And also, not soft for them not ending this game early.
Yeah, I like it. We
saw that in college football this year.
We
did
did.
Running clocks like week 1.
You're right. More soft boys. You know who's not soft? Dan Campbell has gotten the most out of Tom Ball's own Jake Bricklay and Bates. Remember him, the guy who hit that 58-yard game winner against the Texans in Sunday Night Football? So Dan Campbell tries to irritate Jake Bates before his kicks in practice. Sometimes he'll get super close, hands on his knees, and just stare at me. Bates blocks him out and kicks him through. He squints when he smiles, but he does not blink. So Jake Bates, not a soft boy.
I mean,
from the ball, Jimmy Butler and Jake Bates. Let's effing go.
Maybe we need D'Amico to do a little bit more of this. Kaimi's been slipping a little bit.
Kaimi's fine. They've asked Kaimi to do too much. Honestly, I feel like D'Amico, talking positives, step in the right direction, stopped settling for field goals on Monday because he realized they got to score touchdowns.
Yep, go for it.
Not soft. Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla, who refuses to hug other coaches.
I think this story is very funny. So his assistant coach, one of his former assistant coaches, is a assistant for the Charlotte Hornets now. And then he tried to hug Joe Mazzulla before the game. Joe wouldn't let him. He tried to come into like the coaches area before the game to see like his former coworkers. And Joe essentially kicked him out. I love that.
Well, he said it was against NBA protocol.
Yeah.
Like, the other team's coach can't be over here.
He can't.
And he doesn't want to hug because he might give out a psychological tell.
And that's why the Celtics are the defending NBA champs and just ended the unbeaten start of the Cleveland Cavaliers, who had won 15 in a row.
I've never really been jealous of a coach, like a team that I follow or root for not having a certain coach. That's not like Kyle Shanahan or Bill Belichick.
Well, an acquirable coach. I mean, Mazzulla was not a hot commodity.
Yeah.
He got the job because Ime Udoka was, let's be honest, a little bit frisky.
Yeah, he's just, he's being positive.
Who hasn't? Who amongst us?
Let you without sin cast the first stone.
That's
what I say.
That's true, Sean.
But I love Joe Mazzulla.
I'm happy that they stuck with him. He is a hilarious character. And of course, a hilarious character like this plays when the team wins.
Yes. That is the most important part that he's doing.
Right.
Is winning 75% of his games.
Yeah.
They have a ton of talent.
This would not work if he was losing.
Definitely not. Not soft. Harrison Butker was kicking hurt all year long. He was basically falling after every single kick that he had this year because he was injured. So they had to put him on IR.
So he's just trying to battle through it.
Yeah, eventually his leg just kind of gave way.
Just gave way. And I mean, look, Harrison Butker, the man stood on business with some of his takes.
Yeah, man's man.
Real man's man.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are all the people who haven't been soft. And again, it's a positive show, and I wanted to make sure we started with that. Now let's get to the people who actually are soft. Joe, let's set up this Paul George clip that we found because the Sixers are a disaster. They're a leaky ship. Everyone's talking bleep about everybody. There's team meetings going on, and the details of those players-only team meetings are getting leaked. What's going on with Paul George?
Well, we'll start with a positive here. It's a positive that Paul George, who's a big fan of Jalen Green and the Rockets, is not a Rocket. Because apparently after they played the Lakers, here is Paul George on his podcast discussing things he was frustrated with in the game.
I saw JJ after the game. We talked and laughed a little bit. They were trapping and they were, sending doubles and playing up in the pick and rolls. And I'm like, JJ, like I'm on minute restriction. Like, let me hoop. Like, let me play. You know what I mean? Like chill with the hedges and the doubles and like, let me hoop. I'm not out there for long. He laughed. I will always give Bron his flowers on just his longevity.
I don't need to hear about LeBron.
That's positivity, though. What, Joe?
Yeah, he ends being positive.
He has a lot of longevity. I'm not going to dump on LeBron today. I've got a lobotomy. I'm positive now.
Be positive that, he's, having his son not even travel with his team for some reason. Because Bronny can't apparently play away games in the G League. Only home games allowed. Is apparently the rules. But okay, I know he's being a little tongue in cheek there.
Mm-hmm.
But this is sometimes why players shouldn't have podcasts. Because you're admitting that after the game, you're complaining about getting double teamed because you're on a minutes restriction.
Well,
don't be on a minutes restriction.
And talk about something that plays when you're winning and absolutely does not play when you're 2-11 or whatever the Sixers are.
Yeah, if they're 11-2, this is a very funny podcast.
Hey, come on. I'm
and
trying
he
to get
still
some work
scores
in.
30 in that game.
Yeah.
But being what the Sixers are right now,
Which is
getting there and complaining about this to the opposing coach, soft boy.
2-11 to open up the year. Do you think they do anything crazy at the trade deadline? I mean, obviously everyone's talking about the Milwaukee Bucks. For what it's worth, the Bucks are 5-9 now. They are the 12 seed in the East. But I mean, the Sixers have the same record as the Washington Wizards, who effing stink.
I think they might do something at the deadline.
I'm
because I know we're going to talk about Joel Embiid later, so I don't like spoiler alert it.
Well, just for those who don't know, Tyrese Maxey had to call out Joel Embiid at a players-only meeting, the details of which were leaked online because apparently Joel Embiid is just late all the time.
And
All the
then
time.
Joel Embiid was
To everything.
Daryl Morey.
Everything.
Like, I guess it was the right thing to do from a morality standpoint. Like, Daryl Morey told the NBA reporter who got pushed by Joel Embiid that, Joel Embiid was in the wrong and they were ashamed of him. Are we sure Joel Embiid's not going to demand a trade here in the next month?
I would think about it. And I mean, he's already been laying the groundwork.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how relevant it is for the Rockets. Like, thanks, but no thanks.
That's what I was kind of thinking too.
So, sure. But I will say,
Daryl Morey back in the day would have traded for Joel.
Yes,
Embiid.
Daryl Morey.
I mean, he took a job for it. He was the best player.
Yeah.
The Sixers are only 5 games back from the 3 seed at 2-11, which is just Eastern Conference basketball, folks.
Can the Rockets move to the East? I mean, Houston is in East Texas.
They'd be the second best team in the conference.
I brought this up before. I don't think I think they're east of some of the teams in the Eastern Conference, right? Milwaukee,
maybe Milwaukee,
not Milwaukee,
not Milwaukee.
No. I mean,
Detroit,
maybe.
I think we're close to Detroit.
But Memphis and New Orleans, I feel like, would have first dibs. On
they would. They would for sure.
Yeah, they could still move them though.
I would love to be in the Eastern Conference. Right
Tillman,
now.
Fertitta, just grease the pockets a little.
Yeah, just
make it happen.
Hey, I'll buy a WNBA team.
Yeah, we'd really appreciate it, Adam. So
yeah, most of the East, please.
Let's continue to talk about soft boys. The New York Jets, a bit of a mess. Sauce Gardner was in a DM exchange with a sports betting personality called Mikey Over. I'm going to be positive. I'm not going to say anything about Mikey Over or just gambling experts. Over, I guess, got a DM from Sauce Gardner after Sauce Gardner was called out by many folks saying that the guy can't tackle and the Jets can't tackle, messaging him this, F yo 10K, do something about it instead of going live and chatting. No one needs to get off social media more than Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
I think the guy really lives online. It's not healthy, man.
No, it's not. And he's feeling it. He's feeling the heat in New York and being on the biggest dumpster fire in the NFL. Maybe.
Mikey Over had lost 10,000 betting on the Jets. I mean, now I will criticize Mikey Over.
What are you doing?
What an idiot.
Why are you betting on the Jets like that?
I was wondering what the 10,000 meant. You bet 10,000 on the Jets? Your family should leave you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I might be on Ahmad Gardner's side. He's not Sauce anymore. He's Ahmad. I'm on his side. You can't be Sauce Gardner and playing the way he's playing.
Oh boy, what's the biggest NFL mess right now? Well, while we're on this, let's just shift right into talking about the biggest messes in the NFL. So the New York Jets have had themselves another week. Of course, they fired general manager Joe Douglas yesterday. They fired Joe Douglas, by the way, while saying, this is Woody Johnson, owner of the Jets, we probably have the best roster in 25 years as an owner. And they just fired the guy who put that roster together.
Yeah, what an idiot.
It's strange. I don't think Joe Douglas is the problem. I can understand wanting to clean house, but I don't understand moving on from him, given that you said also that they have the best roster they've had in 25 years. I don't know. Also, Ryan Fitzpatrick made a joke. We could have a coach, GM, owner. I don't know about that, because the other story that came out of the Jets today is that Woody Johnson wanted to bench Aaron Rodgers after they lost week 4 to the Broncos. Talk about very much, as Bill Belichick said, shoot first, aim later. Wait a second. His 4th game back, you were going to bench Aaron Rodgers? He played 1 game last year, 4 this year, and he had to be talked out of ordering that Aaron Rodgers gets benched.
Yeah, strange. And apparently he benched one of their starting safeties this last weekend, Tony Adams. And that's really bad. For an owner to be that, like, there are bad owners. Jerry Jones, like, there the Reinsdorfs. Like there are people in sports who are, but to have an owner.
Is Jones bad? I don't think Jones is bad. They've been really successful for the last decade. They just haven't won a Super Bowl.
You're right. I think I put a lot of it's almost like the Woody Johnsons, like talking about the talented roster. Jerry Jones saying they're going all in and then doing nothing and then having this season.
Yeah, but we talk about the Cowboys a lot. It's just part of the media cycle. They have been good for a while. A year like this was probably bound to happen.
Yeah.
Given that they haven't actually won a Super Bowl. But anyway, to the other owners you were talking about.
Yeah, but like just could you imagine if we got wind of Jerry Jones doing this? Like being like, hey, bench Dak Prescott for Cooper Rush?
Oh, yeah, he would get crushed. And it's funny. Woody Johnson is in a category to himself among NFL owners. And I really appreciate the artistry with which he continues to make the Jets a laughingstock. It honestly deserves credit. I mean, he is unintentionally making the Jets as constantly in the news as Jerry Jones for all the wrong reasons, but he's still doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's what's the difference between Woody Johnson and the Costco guys? The Costco guys became famous by being cringe. You see the new Christmas song that they put out? Yeah. Is it good? No. But does it ultimately get catchy and you kind of just can't look away from it to the point where you appreciate it? That's where I'm at with the Jets. The Jets are loserdom, but in a beautiful, artistic manner. And I commend them for it because the Jets always stay as relevant as the Dallas Cowboys. And it's really funny.
Yeah, thankfully for maybe, I mean, I don't know, because obviously the Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh era didn't end great, but it felt like they were heading in the right direction. I mean, Robert Saleh was putting a competent team out there with Zach Wilson as his quarterback year after year.
Mm-hmm.
So thankfully for Jets fans, there's a good chance that Woody Johnson is going to basically be leaving the team once again because people are speculating that he will be returning back to his U.S. ambassador post like he did from, I think, like 2012 to 2016 when his brother Christopher was the one running the Jets because Christopher hired Saleh and Joe Douglas. So if Trump puts Woody Johnson back in to a ambassador role, then he can't really be also the owner of the Jets at the same time.
Right.
So maybe they'll kind of like low key get rid of their owner a little bit.
Well, the last owner, and by last owner I mean the brother of Woody Johnson. You know what he did, Joe? Drafted Zach Wilson. Let's bring this small, petite little Mormon into the Big Apple. I'm sure that'll go great going from BYU to a city that has an unbelievable amount of negativity. Not the kind of positive vibes that we're putting out.
Maybe that's the Shedeur Sanders, Deion Sanders combo. The New York Jets.
I don't think that Deion Sanders would go there. But speaking of, the messy situations. The Dallas Cowboys are also messy right now. I think that they are arguably the worst team in the NFC. We'll talk about the Giants. The Giants also a mess. Mike McCarthy isn't giving up play calling duties. Cooper Rush is still starting. I don't know what they can really do differently right now, but because of the way things are going, you are getting all sorts of juicy rumors along the same lines that you're thinking here, Joe. First off, here is Michael Irvin with Colin Cowherd talking about a scenario where Deion Sanders would be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
You do believe, and I do too, that if Shedeur went to the Cowboys, Deion would accept the job.
I believe 100%. And I can tell you, good sources have told me that. Great sources have told me that. That's all I can say like that without violating anything else.
The playmate. You know I love having it.
What was that laugh?
It's strange. Colin Cowherd's a strange person.
But that wasn't Cowherd laughing.
That is,
Sean, can we play Michael Irvin just laughing for a moment here? This is a little jarring. Here's Michael.
Told me that.
I don't know. Maybe it's both of them.
I think it's a little bit. It's a combo there.
Okay.
It's a strange laugh.
Well, so clearly they're saying Deion Sanders has told Michael Irvin this. Here is Deion Sanders, meanwhile, at a press conference, being asked if he would leave Colorado for the Cowboys. This is just such a great operation, don't you think? The Dallas Cowboys. It's really funny.
It's only slightly worse than our operation.
Like
as we wait for the ad.
Thanks,
before-
ESPN, for having an ad that automatically loads before every single one of your clips. I agree with this,
Here
Sean.
we go. All right. Oh, wait.
There's
Okay,
another
we're done
ad?
we're done talking about Hyundai. Here's Deion Sanders.
You gonna talk about me going somewhere with my AD in there? Yeah, they mentioned us with a lot of other stuff before we start winning too, didn't they? Did that? That wasn't fair, was it? Like, I'm happy where I am, man. I'm good. I got a kickstand down. You know what a kickstand is? A lot of people don't in there and not of age don't know what a kickstand is. I mean, I'm resting. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm enthusiastic about where I am. I love it here. I truly do. Next question.
Well, I think that my favorite part of the Michael Irvin thing is that he says he'll take the Cowboys job if they draft Shedeur Sanders.
Do you think they would?
Well, the draft is like 4 months after you would hire a coach.
But
so you can't really the timeline unless they're going to keep McCarthy for another year,
or unless
bring him back.
The Cowboys are the worst team in the NFL.
That's
and
true.
It is in range. I mean, they look real bad right now.
I've heard that they're a good team, though.
That's true.
From who?
Micah Parsons.
An expert.
I forgot.
So they're a good team.
Do we want to play this clip yet? Let's play Micah Parsons.
If you don't want.
Let's save it for the 10-minute drill. But basically, TL didn't listen, but Podcasting Parsons said that he believes the Cowboys are a really good team.
Really good team.
Despite the score.
Really good is tough. It doesn't look like he believed that on Monday Night
He clearly did not.
Yeah. CeeDee Lamb does not believe that.
CeeDee Lamb did not believe that.
So those are generally the two messiest franchises in the league. How about the Jaguars?
I think they got to be at the look.
Peterson's still employed.
Exactly.
And everyone's like asking, wait, we're in a bye week. Seriously?
I mean, there was reports coming out today that people thought he was going to get fired, and they're surprised he hasn't been fired
Peterson probably said that. And Peterson wants to be fired. Peterson wants to take a vacation. It's like they're punishing him. No, you got to coach out the rest of the year. You're stuck in purgatory.
Yeah. I guess they're just going to ride it out. But is Trevor Lawrence come back at some point this season then? I'm assuming the answer to that's no.
It doesn't help the Jaguars at all to bring him back.
Like, he's looked worse this year. He's gotten worse. Like, it looked like it was pointed up when Peterson first got there.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they win that playoff game. But then it's gotten worse. And then this year, it's nosedive after you just paid him. I mean, your good young players aren't really producing anywhere. Etienne's been kind of a bummer for a lot of people this year. Brian Thomas has been good, but they are kind of a huge mess. And we still think they're moving to London. At some point.
Giants, equally messy?
I would put the Giants in that category, yes, because of what happened yesterday. So they've benched Daniel Jones, and your own players are having to come out and say that Jones is the best quarterback on the team and that this is stupid. Because Daniel Jones has an injury guarantee in his contract where if he gets hurt, then they have to pay him next year, and they're screwed, basically. So when your best players are saying that this is a problem, it shows you're losing your team. Brian Dable, they got the ring-in endorsement. Now there's reports that he's likely to be fired. They're talking about Daniel Jones being the fourth quarterback this week. That they might sign Tim Boyle and make Daniel Jones the fourth quarterback on the roster. They're always kind of a mess.
Yeah. DeVito playing appeals to the fans. Jones sitting saves you money. And when the whole locker room is like, what? We know why he's getting benched.
Yeah, and they know
that's the worst part. They're all talking. I mean, Dexter Lawrence said
it.
He's the best quarterback on the team. It's crazy that everyone in the Giants is basically saying, we know he's getting benched so that they can cut costs. That's a really bad sign. And I feel for Brian Dable. I sort of to what we were talking about a second ago with Peterson, like Dable right away. Well, great.
I think Dable, it wouldn't shock me if he gets a job right away.
I was gonna agree with that. That he could get fired and then get hired at one of the openings this offseason.
Look, if you told me if I woke up one day and the Bears hired the New York combo as their head coach in DC and they just brought in Dable and Saleh, sure. Like, he won a playoff game with Daniel Jones.
That honestly his biggest sin as a coach was that he was too good with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, so they had to
one.
pay him.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to lose the locker room, and I'm sure that's not Dable's call. That's a GM and ownership call. because they don't want Daniel Jones to get hurt and then be stuck paying him money. So
And who would?
no, who would? Like, he is a terrible quarterback. Like, think about it, your players know how bad of a quarterback he is, but even they're having to say he's the best quarterback on the team.
He's better than Tommy DeVito.
Yeah.
Dexter Lawrence is like, I'm not Italian. I don't care about Tommy DeVito. He doesn't appeal to me.
Hey.
Yeah, Drew Lock being passed over because he's not Italian.
That is true. That is true.
Can't be a made man.
It's anti-non-Italian discrimination.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're being positive here, though, guys. Okay.
Positive.
It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Here's my challenge for you. We're going to do a different version of Paula rankings today. We're just going to rank the AFC legitimate contenders. Rank the Texans among the best teams in the AFC right now on today, November 20th, 2024. He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So every week on Wednesday, we've been putting the Houston Texans into tiers amongst NFL teams. And generally, they keep on falling into the same tier, which is they're good, but they leave a lot to be desired, and they're not a true Super Bowl contender. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and nothing's changed with that. Especially because as now the other teams in the AFC their arrows are definitely pointing more up than the Texans. So Texans are probably falling farther behind in terms of Super Bowl contenders.
Maybe. I feel like they're in about the same spot. I think that this Sunday with the Chiefs losing, the Bills won, you beat the Bills. Some people are doing mental gymnastics to say, hey, I mean, we can beat anybody in the conference. Others are saying, we beat the Steelers last year by a significant amount, who just beat the Ravens. You can do a lot of that rock, paper, scissors stuff if you so choose. And you know what? Today, I'm going to be positive. I'm not going to stop you because in case you're just tuning in, I got a lobotomy before the show. I found a guy underneath the bridge on 59 and I gave him a couple of shekels and this man proceeded to grab a steel rod and then jam it into my eye as hard as he could, do a little scraping, and now it's only positive thoughts.
Only positive thoughts.
Only positive thoughts. So where do they rank among the best teams in the AFC? And let's just agree that in no particular order, the best teams in the AFC are the Broncos, Ravens, Chargers, Texans, Steelers, Bills, and Chiefs.
Yeah. I think the way the playoffs are set up right now, 1 through 7. Is there anyone else you would want to even put in that category? The Bengals,
The Dolphins could theoretically
Yeah.
make up ground and find themselves overtaking Denver as the 7th seed by the end. But I think that where things stand right now, those 7 teams are probably going to make the playoffs. The Colts, if they get some help, and if Anthony Richardson does more of what he did against the Jets on Sunday, which I'm skeptical about, great. The Bengals literally need to win their last 6 games. Is that impossible with them? No, but they're going to need to do that. I think right now that's the 1 through 7. I will take a argument for the Bengals if you really want to call them the 7th best team with the way Joe Burrow is playing right now. But let's just say 1 through 7, it's the Chiefs, Bills, Steelers, Texans, Chargers, Ravens, and Broncos. Where are the Texans among those 7?
I would put them in front of the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
And
let's even do
that's it.
Okay. Oh, just the Broncos.
Yeah. I think so.
So not the Steelers.
No, the Steelers are so hard because I don't believe in Russell Wilson. But Mike Tomlin has them at 8-2, and they keep finding a way. Jalen Warren and Najee Harris has been a good combo for them. They're playing great defense. Something clearly is working with Pickens and Russell Wilson. Like, even if that's their only offense, it seems to work in terms of the passing game. So yeah, and the Steelers just beat the Ravens.
Of those 7 teams, they've had the second easiest schedule. Down the stretch, gets a little trickier for the Steelers, who, like the Houston Texans, are going to play the Ravens in Chiefs within 4 days on the 21st and 25th.
Just flipped.
Right. It's the exact opposite. At Baltimore, home against Kansas City on Christmas Day.
I mean, they'll play the Bengals twice.
They also play the Eagles. And yeah, you're right. They have 2 more games against the Bengals. There's definitely a lot of fraud in the air with the Steelers. I'll allow it. I'm putting the Texans above the Steelers. I'm putting the Texans above the Broncos. I think the Steelers are very good when they match up against Baltimore. They hung on to beat the Washington Commanders not too long ago. They also did beat the Chargers earlier in the year and the Broncos in a game where they won a defensive slugfest with Justin Fields under center. Sean, you're moving back and forth.
I think if the Steelers and Texans played, I'd pick the Steelers.
You would.
Yeah. Because they can win a defensive slugfest. And with this Texans offense, it's going to need to be a defensive slugfest. And the Steelers defense. Like, I just trust them to win the muck it up, we're going to kick 6 field goals and win kind of game. They literally did it against the Ravens, who is a team that we would all have above the Texans.
Yeah.
I'll hear that argument.
If the game were Like, especially if the game were in Pittsburgh, it's definitely picking Pittsburgh.
Okay.
If it's in Houston, I'd be more inclined, but then again, we've seen what happens in Houston when Pittsburgh comes to town.
Yeah.
It's basically a Steelers game.
It was J.J. Watt retirement night, and it was the Steelers majority crowd, and they had Kenny Pickett starting at quarterback.
I think they are the 5th best team in the AFC right now. I think the Chargers are barely ahead of them, and it's all about Jim Harbaugh, and it's just a bias towards Jim Harbaugh over DeMeco Ryans. Paul, are you saying DeMeco Ryans suck like you did last week? You're race baiting guy who's engagement farming. I just think Jim Harbaugh has proven that he's one of the best coaches in football history.
Okay, so that's where this bottom 4, because the top 3 are easy. It's Kansas City, it's Buffalo, nearly lost to Pittsburgh, it's Baltimore. But this next group of the Steelers, coached by Mike Tomlin, the Broncos, coached by Sean Payton, and the Chargers, coached by Jim Harbaugh, that's why I think it kind of goes back to last week, where it's like, is DeMeco a better coach than any of them? He's not. He's not proven it yet.
We're going to learn a lot about the Harbaugh effect in the coming weeks, because to this point, the Chargers lost to the Chiefs, and while they beat the Bengals, they're playing the Ravens on Monday. It's a Monday night football game. And then they play the Chiefs in a couple of weeks in Kansas City.
So
that will be where we determine whether or not the Chargers are really towards the top. I honestly would say maybe if I'm being really fair and I'm looking at things through the battle red, deep steel blue positivity that this lobotomy gave me today from the man underneath the bridge for $1.53, I feel like you can say they're on the same level as the Chargers right now. I heard this is an argument by Danny Parkins on Breakfast Ball. And I think it's actually a good one. They do a lot of things well, the Texans, just like the Chargers. This is Danny Parkins gassing up your Houston Texans.
And as I look at Houston, they kind of remind me of the Chargers in a sense that they do basically everything well. Like if you look at what Houston is, now Stroud's numbers are worse, but 7th in rushing touchdowns in the NFL. 2nd in explosive plays of any team in the league, and that's with Stroud not having the greatest statistical year. They move the ball. They're excellent at taking the ball away. They're excellent at getting to the quarterback. You cannot pass on them. They lead the league in tackles for loss. They got one thing that they don't do well, and that's protect that dude, C.J. Stroud. They're 30th in sacks allowed. Their offensive line's been bad. But last night against Dallas, obviously not a great pass rush, they only allowed 1 sack. So if you're going to tell me that Nico Collins is back, Joe Mixon is playing like this, and maybe, just maybe, they're going to protect C.J. Stroud, yeah, man, they're really, really good. Okay.
Interesting. He's not wrong.
They do a lot of things well.
But do they do anything great?
I think they get after the passer great.
Okay.
I think with Will Anderson healthy, I think they get after the passer as good as any team in the league.
Statistically, you would say that Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr. right now is one of the best
I like
cornerback duos in the NFL. I mean, the number-wise in terms of yards allowed and per completion or per reception against them is super low per target. I mean, so you can argue like the defensive side, maybe there's some great things.
It ultimately comes back to how do you feel about Stroud? And Stroud against Herbert this year, Stroud's been a little careless. Stroud's been a little inaccurate. Guess how many interceptions Justin Herbert has right now?
Probably more. 7?
Justin Herbert? How many interceptions he has this season?
2?
1. He has 1 pick this year.
But they're doing the J.J. McCarthy, Michigan, and San Francisco thing.
Herbert's averaging 7.9 yards per attempt. C.J. Stroud's averaging 7.4. For those who don't listen to me enough, I think yards per attempt is like the best barometer to determine how good a quarterback is playing. Got in an argument with old Texans commenter, and he was like, well, people aren't talking about how Patrick Mahomes has a lower yards per attempt than C.J. Stroud. No, they are, because Mahomes is having his worst season ever. Like, this is the worst season he's ever had. Herbert is not turning the football over, and you're right. Hey, it's a McCarthy offense. J.J. McCarthy offense, Jim Harbaugh offense, but the Chargers run the football well. J.K. Dobbins, who I'm so pissed, I kept letting him slide in my fantasy draft. I knew that Harbaugh was going to make this guy look good. I mean, he's averaging almost 5 yards a carry. 726 yards on the year. One of the comeback stories that we've seen for running backs in the league this year.
Yeah, they've done. I mean, they're that's why like the Chargers are for sure in front of the Texans for me, is because we're seeing Jim Harbaugh pivot his team away from their problems. They didn't Charger in the last game. They almost did, but they didn't go full Chargers. Justin Herbert can be an elite quarterback, but Harbaugh runs a very safe system, and it's working for them. And Quentin Johnston was going to be an all-time bust, it looked like, after a year coming out of TCU, and he's been great this year. I mean, the Texans this weekend won by 24 points, and going into Sunday, they were tied for 8th in Super Bowl odds. They were plus 2,200. They then won by 24 points on Monday Night Football, and they moved to tied for 10th at plus 2,500. So people even watch what happened this weekend, and the Steelers moved way up, the Packers moved way up, the Chargers moved up, and the Texans dropped. So even though they did all these things, like the AFC is a gauntlet, and unfortunately for the Texans, in the long term, this ain't changing. Like Lamar and Herbert and Mahomes, these guys, like they're going nowhere anytime. Josh Allen, they're going nowhere anytime soon.
Bo Nix,
Joe Burrow, Will Levis. Oh,
don't go that far.
Drake May.
That was disrespectful to Joe Burrow.
Sean McVay
lump him in.
did say Drake May looks like one of the greatest things he's ever seen in his life.
John Gruden said
he's a
5-tool guy. John Gruden said he's gassing him up.
I'm just saying what others are saying. I didn't watch. I didn't watch on Sunday,
but the Texans might be. I would have them 6 right now as best chance to come out of the AFC.
Man, I will put them on the same level as the Chargers because I think that overall they have more talent than the Chargers. And I think you can also look at the Chargers and what they have done this year and say fraud. You can say that about the Chargers and the Steelers. The Bills are better posted on Amari Cooper. I got to put the Bills over the Texans, even though the Texans won. The Texans beat the Bills in a game where Josh Allen had one of his worst games ever. I mean, he looked like him his rookie year, and they barely hung on to win that one. Like that one was way too close. Can't do it over the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are definitely gettable. I do.
Do you have Bills number 1? Would you say? It's really hard to ignore. I mean, I guess in the playoffs
right now, because of what they just did, yes. It's entirely based off of what they just did because we're doing power rankings, and that's how this thing kind of works. They're at the top. Chiefs are 2. Ravens, because they've beaten you, are 3. All of these teams look gettable right now. So that's the one good thing that you do have going for you. And if you want to believe in this team through all their struggles, today, after my lobotomy, I'm not going to do it. I'm not. But I feel like if we're all being honest with ourselves, they are in a has questions that need to be answered category.
Yes, but in a positive outlook to what you just said.
Positive.
I don't think the gap is that wide right now between the Texans and the top of the AFC.
Right now, I agree.
It's kind of chaotic. And
Sean, you with us? Sean,
I think the gap between them and like the Bills and the Chiefs, like the tier 1, I don't think it's that close. I think there's a pretty good gap between them. I think the gap between them and the Ravens and the Steelers and the Chargers, that's a small one. They can get up to 3rd pretty fast.
But they beat the Bills, Sean. And Patrick Mahomes is having truly, this is not an exaggeration.
Yeah, but they're 9-1. He's having the worst. Their defense. The Texans have an awesome defense. The Chiefs have a better defense.
Chiefs might have the best defense,
and they have a better quarterback.
But they have a better quarterback
and better coach
who might be struggling as much as CJ Stroud.
I'm also putting the Bills ahead of them too.
You're putting the Bills ahead.
Much like the College Football Playoff Committee, I am ignoring head-to-head results.
Circle those wagons. It is weird. I mean, guess how many interceptions Patrick Mahomes has right now?
Like 9?
11.
Yeah.
Damn. Wow. It's concerning.
That's not good. What's his yards per attempt?
His yards per attempt, 7.
Oof.
Yeah, he's having a rough year, guys. And just putting that out there. Just putting it out there.
Maybe he needs a new offensive coordinator. Matt Nagy stinks.
Bears have an opening.
What about Eric Bieniemy? Bring him back.
Where's he at? Washington?
UCLA.
Yeah,
that's right.
Whoever was the University. Oh, no. Steve Belichick's at the University of Washington. That's what it is.
It's a great coaching tree. The Belichick coaching tree. It's Washington unranked after making the national title over the
Maybe
year.
bowl eligible. I don't think they're bowl eligible.
I don't think they are.
No, I
either.
think they are. I think they just got there.
Okay, good for them.
Good for them.
Happy for them.
I don't think you are. I think you wanted them to suffer this year, Sean. I would have too after that game.
I mean, everyone who did that to my team was in the NFL now. So
what if the Texans were in the AFC? We did this earlier with the Rockets. What if the Rockets were in the Eastern Conference? Okay, let's take a look at the NFC. If we're power ranking the Texans among NFC teams, now obviously they've lost all their NFC games this year, except for the one against the Bears. Sorry to bring that up, Joe.
It's okay.
And the Cowboys.
That's true. I forgot.
There we go.
I forgot.
There we go.
Cowboys, that is an NFC game. That is true.
I'd have them fourth.
Fourth behind.
Lions, Eagles, Packers.
Eagles. Interesting.
8-2.
Interesting. But you have them ahead of the Vikings, like the committee.
Yeah, I think I know they won 34-7 against the Texans, but the Vikings are
8-2,
pointing down.
They won 3 in a row. I mean, they just beat the Colts, Jaguars, and Titans back to back to back.
21-3, 12-7, 23-13.
But except for they're undefeated in the AFC South because they beat the Texans.
Yes.
But they beat the Jags and Mac Jones 12-7. So pointing
Not a lot of style points.
Yeah, pointing down.
BCS computers don't like that.
Well, as Bill Belichick says, stats are for losers. The final score is for winners.
You're right.
If the Vikings win a game 12-7 with Sam Darnold under center and he throws 3 interceptions, it's better than the Texans holding on in a clunker where CJ Stroud is randomly inaccurate and throws bizarre interceptions.
Probably true.
There are double standards for sure.
I know. Yeah, I know the Vikings are 8-2, but I do not believe.
I think with the way that Flores is calling up defenses, I feel like Flores would be able to throw another fast one.
Yeah.
I feel the same way about Jeff Havley with the Green Bay Packers defense. I like my chances against the Eagles. I like my chances if I'm the Texans against the Eagles.
I would too. Yeah.
Cardinals.
Cardinals are weird. That's the game. Like, I don't want to play it because I feel like if the Texans lost, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't even be mad. But a lot of people would be mad about it.
Yes.
Because everyone
People
thinks
would not
Jonathan
like it.
Gannon's a boob.
Yeah.
Because he did the
Texans, Commanders. I like the Texans.
I like the Texans against the Commanders.
Yeah, Commanders are pointing way down.
Yep.
Yeah. Cliff Kingsbury, second half of the year.
He's.
I know, you're right.
Not
even the head coach.
Jay Daniels is walking off that cliff with
every year. I have to relearn this lesson.
Dan Quinn, second half of anything.
I know. There was this.
That was one time.
It was a pretty bad one though. Pretty significant one.
He's got other ones in his bag too.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cowboys weren't perfect in second half of games.
No, you know what? They were not perfect.
Yeah.
As his time as defensive coordinator.
Yeah. So,
guys, be positive.
Positive. Dan Quinn, love the backwards hat.
No, we don't need to be positive for him.
Not about Dan Quinn.
No, okay. Positive for the Texans. If the Texans were in the NFC, they'd be one of the best. And in the AFC, they're still one of the best, but they're not the best.
They're a playoff team. Anything can happen.
And that's the best thing of all.
Football is football.
Football is football.
Oh, wait. We forgot that from the opening segment.
Oh, no. We're positive.
Paul.
We're positive.
Paul,
do not reverse.
I want you to be positive about football is football.
Do you want to play it? We have the clip, I think. I mean, you could play it. This is the real test. Did the lobotomy work? If we play Bobby Slowick saying football is football, it's football, then and I don't get triggered, that's the sign.
Football is football. What's happening? It's football.
Positive. Be positive.
I'm trying. Deep breath. He's right.
You're right.
That is literally true.
You are right that he is right.
It's literally true. I can't disagree with him.
Yeah, it's not soccer.
Although, if you pronounce it a little bit differently.
Some people call it football.
What if he said football is football?
Think about Kaimi.
Could have disagreed with him there. Football is football. That is. Try not to have a stroke. Correct. That is correct.
Football is football.
It is football. The lobotomy work, guys. I want to thank Francis under the bridge for the 153 lobotomy. Someone texted in, Paul, that wasn't what you put in your face. Hey. That's illegal. Okay. You don't need to pay for that. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 10-minute drills up next. You want to hear Micah Parsons spin zone on the Dallas Cowboys? You'll hear it. Stay put.
When you leave Texas to bet on, anywhere, you should do it at LaBerge and Lake Charles. ESPN Bet. Sean and I were just there this last weekend. Incredible environment for a UFC fight. Honestly, it was kind of wild, even for the Tyson Paul fight. People were loving it as Tyson was being introduced. But for A&M in Texas, it'd be a great place to go and watch that game. They got the 24-foot video wall. Every single game that's important is up there on the screen. And look, and if you're a nice enough person, you ask nicely, they'll even put the game you were betting on a small TV. I can almost guarantee it. The food's great from Chef Lyle. He's always cooking up something very good there. Favorite place to go for me. I love going to LaBerge. It's a great time. The food there, inside the sports book, out of it. Love spending time in the casino as well. When you leave Texas to bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at ESPN Bet inside LaBerge, Lake Charles.
I know that things look bad for the Dallas Cowboys, but on a day where I'm as positive can be, I'm as positive as one side of an Energizer battery, Joe.
You're going to be positive about the Cowboys?
Well, I don't even need to, because the Dallas Cowboys, they're being positive about themselves. They're looking at the man in the mirror. And this is what Micah Parsons is seeing from his team that seemed to quit at many times during their Monday night 34-10 loss to your Houston Texans.
I'm going to put this out there. We're a damn good football team. I know the scores ain't showing it, and I know obviously people feel like we got so many missing pieces, but I just truly believe like you almost got to go to things like things that we messing up on. Like I think our defense is really turning things around. Like up until that last quarter when they got that touchdown defense, we only really gave up those 2 touchdowns in that first quarter. But other than that, we gave up 6 points in the other 2 quarters. You know, the score don't really show how good we actually are. And I hate that, you know, it seems like, especially for me, you know how good of a coach Al is and how good of a coach I think Zim's doing. I'm just speaking defensively. How good, you know, our coaches have been. You know, I just hate that outcome because our coaches is really doing an amazing job.
Okay,
Joe, why that face, Joe?
Because you can't be a damn good football team if you have lost games 34-10, 34-6, 47-9, and 44-19.
Well, those are all happening at home. They're a damn good football team, and sometimes
you know what? You're right. They are all at home.
Sometimes it's hard to play in a stadium where the sun might blind you and the roof might kill you.
Yeah, maybe they're worried about dying.
What are they on the road? Bet they got a winning record. We're doing the math because they're what, 3-7?
Yes,
and
0 and however many home games.
0-5 at home.
Yes, they are 3-2 on the road this year. They've beaten Deshaun Watson, Daniel Jones, and Russell Wilson.
One of those guys, quarterback of an 8-2 football team.
You're right. And they lost to Brock Purdy and Kirk Cousins also on the road.
Brock Purdy was an MVP candidate last year.
He was.
Last year.
Kirk Cousins
wears a lot of chains.
Was an MVP candidate 2 years ago.
Playoff team. It is a playoff team.
Vikings were 13-4 2 years ago. Paulie's on the Falcons. Doesn't matter, Brian. Kirk Cousins a winner.
NFC North champs that one time, Brian.
They beat him. I respect Micah Parsons for trying to get people to listen to the podcast. I do. Always be podcasting. He's playing chess, not checkers. Last week, he slipped up because he should have saved his Mike McCarthy comments for the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
This time, he is saying the Cowboys are one of the best teams in the league. I respect the hustle. I respect the game. I don't know if I'd listen to that podcast because I'm not going to lie. I feel like Mike needs to work on the showmanship, you know, the style.
Mm-hmm.
I need a little more.
Yeah, a little
spice
more.
it up a little.
Stephen A. it up, baby.
Yeah.
I will say him going, listen, we gave up 2 touchdowns in the first quarter, but only 6 points the next 2 quarters. I'm like, well, that's 20 points in 3 quarters that you've given up. Like that's not what great defenses do. That's normally like a pretty like bad game is to give up 20 points in the first 3 quarters, especially when you're starting quarterbacks. Cooper Rush probably not going to be able to keep up with that. Just as a damn good defense, I feel like you should be doing a little bit more.
If he said that we had a damn good defense, you know what? I also wouldn't believe that.
But that's less offensive to me. You know, that's less like I see it, I'm just make a face. Like that one's like maybe. Like, okay. I'll let you say that.
Yeah, like they're missing their number 1 corner or number 2 corner. A guy who had didn't Deron Bland have like 6 touchdowns last year? Something crazy.
Yes.
But not a damn good football team.
Not a damn good.
Sorry,
football
no,
team.
I did. Yeah,
I think we can all agree on that.
I think we all agree. Not a damn good football team,
but a damn good breakout clip for a podcast.
Yes,
that's
Triple H reports like hell yeah. Thanks, Micah.
Thanks, Micah. You're saving the podcast. Adam Schefter told the Pat McAfee show yesterday there will be no less than 7 coaching changes this season. Guys, how many coaching changes do you think that we will see from this year to next year.
So we got 2 already.
Correct.
Jacksonville, Chicago.
Okay. Oh, you think they're going to keep Matt Eberflus for
No,
next
I
year?
think Eberflus has earned another year.
He's only running the defense. He's a defensive-minded guy.
They're a damn good team.
Joe's just ignoring us. Good job, Joe.
The Giants.
Oh, I don't know, man.
That one's on the fence. But if you're going to get to 7, you kind of need
the Cowboys.
Cowboys, yes. It's a lame duck year for McCarthy. They can let him walk without firing him.
Someone from Ohio. Can I put it that way? I think I feel like Zach Taylor or Stefanski, one of them gets fired.
I think that's fair.
So that puts me at 7.
Where else?
Vegas?
Yeah, they've lost 8 in a row.
I mean,
something that has been a fun subplot of the Raiders this year, and I know we haven't been paying attention to them much. Antonio Pierce hates Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
I feel like the only thing Antonio Pierce is still coaching for is for more opportunities to randomly bench Gardner Minshew and bring him back. I think Minshew's been benched 3 times this year.
It's awesome.
It's kind of funny.
Hey,
so yeah, I think he's out. Antonio Pierce is going to be back in broadcasting.
Philly?
No, unless they got to Schottenheimer it up. And for those who don't remember, Marty Schottenheimer was a great regular season head coach with a multitude of teams. Famously, after a 14-2 year with the San Diego Chargers, who had, I think, in 2006, maybe the best team of the 2000s, including the 2007 Patriots the next year. And they lost that game to a Patriots team that was one of the worst ones that had made the playoffs over that decade. And they fired him on the spot. And it really wasn't his fault. Like, they got a game-winning interception, and the guy fumbled it. And if they had played the Colts the next round, I remain convinced, I think Marty Schottenheimer would have been playing coaching in a Super Bowl against Joe's Chicago Bears, and I think they would have skull-bleeped you just like the Colts kind of did.
Yep, I agreed.
So not trying to rub it in. I'm just saying,
I do agree.
Schottenheimer got canned after an incredible year, and they moved on to Norv Turner, and Norv Turner was always one of those, like, hey, he doesn't get as much out of his team as he should coaches, much better as a coordinator.
Like,
so that could happen with the Eagles, I guess.
Yeah, like if they don't make it out of the first round of the playoffs, they definitely change.
I was gonna say if they're the 2 seed right now, if they play the 7 seed, which right now is the Commanders, could also be the Packers, could also be the Rams. There's a lot of opportunities for they lose the 7 seed and they lose it in an ugly way. There is a chance that he gets Schottenheimer.
Yeah, and then before the season, like. I mean, most of the season, even as they're winning, like we talk about how bad of a coach he is, how much of a hot seat he's on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's on the table. I'm trying to think other contending teams. I don't think the Dolphins would pull the trigger.
Tampa. They're not contending.
No, the Bucs have had a brutal schedule recently. They have been playing good team after good team. After good team. I think the Bucs are better than their record indicates.
Yeah. There's not really like Steichen's probably good.
I think Steichen is good now that he's gotten one good game out of Anthony Richardson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was the one where if it goes bad, you could see Steichen.
Do you think McVay maybe retires? Does that count as a coaching
that's
change?
Always possible.
Yeah, I mean that storyline is going to be here for it seems like for the rest of time
until he actually does it.
Until he actually retires. And then goes into coaching, and then he's like the new John Gruden.
Yeah,
and every year we wait for him to come back.
Rams just hire Gruden after McVay steps down. Boom, there you go.
Does Reed step down if the Chiefs win another Super Bowl?
He just signed a new contract, didn't he?
I think he did. You're right.
I would say no because I don't think he has a plan in place yet.
Brian Callahan's certainly on the hot seat in Tennessee. I think because he cried at a press conference after a win. Will Levis, this is the first game that they're coming off of that Will Levis looked decent, and I think they brought him in to be somebody who can make Levis work.
I think that they have to realize it's not going to work, so I don't think he gets fired.
I was gonna say I think he gets another quarterback.
Yeah,
I think he gets a chance to after the season be like, Will Levis stinks. Give me someone else.
I feel like the Titans always used to do the 2-year thing too, even with all the just random other boring coaches like Mike Munchak and Mike Mularkey that they hired. No offense to those guys. They were like, what? No. Are you?
You're like, yeah, sure. I've heard of him.
So I think in total we could see up to 10 happen.
Yeah, I think we could, but I think you're gonna need some surprises.
And like all 10 can't happen because you'd need like some teams have to win. Some teams have to exceed expectations.
Did you say Gerard Mayo?
Yeah.
Did you say Mayo?
I don't think Mayo's on the table anymore. I think he was, and I think Drake May is going to save him.
Okay.
I think next year Mayo could be fired. But
because when Sean was saying that's why I was like, well, like New England's kind of figuring it out a little bit.
May's playing out of his mind right now. Like that's Sean McVay was glowing about him afterwards. Boston Sports Talk Radio, notoriously critical, was raving about him. He threw a game-winning interception. So I feel like Mayo has saved his job for now, but we'll see.
Yeah, but if we get to 10,
I like it.
But like, where are the next coaches coming from?
Good question. There's going to be a bunch of duds hired again.
Yeah, like that's why I'm still not sure Bobby Sloak doesn't end up with a job. How do you have 10 openings and Bobby Sloak's not one of the top 10 candidates?
It's a fair question.
Like you're not going to go back to Matt Nagy with the Chiefs.
You can't rule him out from being one of the candidates for 10 coaching gigs.
Yeah, that's why like Saleh probably gets another gig. If Daboll got fired, probably gets another gig.
Vrabel, Belichick probably back in the game.
I think you're right about Pete Carroll. I don't know if we see him back in the game.
I would love to see Pete Carroll back, but I agree. I think Pete was kind of miffed with the way that Seattle kind of forced him out at the end because it was a mutual parting of ways, the same way the Belichick one was.
Yeah, but 10 openings.
It's a violent league. You know what they say about the NFL?
Not for long.
Not for long.
Wow. Really?
They do.
Who came up with that?
Jerry Glanville. We talked about that last week. Houston Oilers coach. Great
Current
turn.
coach at like some high school or something, right?
He has no one has had more jobs than Jerry Glanville.
The longest Wikipedia page of just coaching jobs.
You know what's funny? Again, to stick with the Glanville conversation that we had on last Friday when we were doing our like ex-Houston coaches that we would draft to work at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One time I was doing a interview for a Syracuse women's basketball game, and I had to figure out the head coach of, I think, Portland State women's basketball. So I'm going through the directory, and then I'm like, wait a second, what? Jerry Glanville? Wait, why is Jerry Glanville from the NFL Today here? What's going on?
Yeah, Portland State. How many? It's like we will not count the defensive coordinator to head coach transition. How many like different jobs has he had? Do you think? Like teams,
like
has he
jobs
been
at different places. How many teams has he worked for?
Yeah,
not enough.
God, like 20.
It's the new Infinity Stones. You have infinity of them.
14.
14.
Whoa.
He said 14 like different jobs.
All in the same field, generally.
My gosh.
Variety. It's the spice of life.
And honestly,
he's a nomad, a traveler.
It says that as a coach, he started as the defensive coordinator at Western Kentucky in 1967.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't just start as a defensive coordinator. So I think that they ran out of Wikipedia space. And like he had to do something before 1967.
They cut out all of his like GA work.
He was a CIA operative.
That it has to move a lot.
It looks like he was just a defense. He was an assistant football coach at Western Kentucky and then became the DC. So I guess it was one stop.
What was he doing for 3 years in Bolivia? What?
Mm-hmm.
Venezuela. Don't ask questions about Jerry Glanville.
Don't ask questions. And don't ask questions about what goes on at a players only meeting. Guys, there's a lot of leaky operations going on in sports right now. The big question I have is, why do these leak the way that they do? Specifically, what's going on with the Philadelphia 76ers right now. You know, we laughed at the Cowboys earlier this segment. We laughed at the Jets earlier this show. Are the Philadelphia 76ers the worst organization in sports on today, November 20th, 2024? We'll discuss. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Before we dive into this leaky ship in Philadelphia, run by former Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, it seems that current Rockets general manager Rafael Stone, or somebody in his immediate person, has leaked something, Joe George, to Kelly Iko of The Athletic, who covers the NBA, but largely the Houston Rockets, given he was on the beat for quite some time.
Yes, Kelly reports the Rockets are not interested in breaking up their core for Bucks forward Giannis Antetokounmpo. Sources tell The Athletic. Houston, sitting at 10-5 and a game out of first in the West, remains focused on developing its young core players. So at least they're not interested right now. That's how I take that.
I feel like it's posturing to a degree. I think right now you're looking at Milwaukee's situation and whatever Milwaukee is asking for Giannis, and you're thinking to yourself, it does not benefit me at all to seem like I want to get this guy. The longer you wait, that's when you pick up the phone and you make a call. Because we talked about this, I think last week. It was Brian Windhorst who had reported that the Bucks were frantically calling around the NBA trying to add pieces to a team that has gotten off to a slow start and does seem to be pretty limited as far as its ceiling this year. Yeah, they got Damian Lillard. Is that going to be the difference maker that many thought it could be? No, I think they really miss Drew Holiday with the Boston Celtics right now. So I think the longer you wait, this conversation can happen again. You say this right now, you got your players back, and on top of that, Milwaukee's going to have to continue twiddling their thumbs.
Yeah, it's a little bit of you're playing a little bit of poker here, and we're so far away from like Giannis actually being available that there's no point in being like, yeah, we'd love him.
It doesn't happen this year, does it?
No.
I think it happens after they lose in the first round of the playoffs or lose in the second round of the playoffs. I think that's when it happens. Or miss the playoffs. Losing the play-in.
It's on the table right
I mean,
now.
they're going to make the play-in. Like,
I would
they're at
think
the
so,
very
yeah.
least going to make the play-in. There's enough East teams that are, like, so bad enough that they will lose their way out of the play-in. Less so than, and it's a little bit with Philly, too. Philly, Milwaukee actually winning their way in. The field is just going to fall back to them to a certain point. But they're not championship. Neither of those teams are championship contenders. Like, I feel like we can say that pretty easily. You watch the Celtics play, you watch the Cavs play. That's the class of the East right now.
Yeah, I mean the Bucks
These
will
teams are
probably
so far away.
The Bucks will be back in the play-in by the end of tonight. They play the Bulls tonight. Like they'll probably win that game, and then move back into the play-in spot. I do think it's interesting that Windhorst also said on his podcast recently, though, that the message has been sent that Amen Thompson and Tari Eason are untouchable. So I don't know if those
again. What do you have to do?
Whoa,
You kind of have to do.
Alperen Şengün isn't untouchable.
Well, he can't be traded.
Jalen Green isn't untouchable.
I think they're touchable.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know Jalen Green's touchable,
Especially of late. Good God.
I've seen the video. Oh yeah.
Well, he was touching Josh Christopher. Wasn't he?
Oh, okay.
He was lifting Josh Christopher in a playful, bantery way.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas has a thought on the Rockets at 713-780-3776. Hello, Thomas.
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, so I was just thinking, or I could be off. I don't know the contracts and stuff, but in theory, you know, what they were putting out there was Jabari, Reed Shepard, a crap ton of, first-round picks and whatnot. And I kind of fall in between. Like, I think we're, like, still developing, but if we're in contention, you can always make a move. So my question is, in theory, if we're just playing the development game, wouldn't it be just better off? Don't we have the contract set up where Van Fleet and Dylan Brooks will come off the books, and then we can sell, hey, Texas, no tax, and we got a crap ton of good players that can probably get you a championship. So that was my thought of, kind of the wait and see game. So I'll hang up and listen.
I don't know if you can wait that long. I feel like if you're going to get Giannis, you got to trade him, right? He's under contract for how many more years?
Yeah, Giannis signed a contract extension last year after they traded for Lillard. So Giannis is not going to be a free agent for, I think, at least 3 more years.
Yeah, I think it's 3 more years.
Giannis is a free agent after the 2027-2028 season. So, yeah, and it's a player option then. So, theoretically, he could opt back into that year.
I have news. The Milwaukee Bucks thing is going to go bad way before then.
Yeah,
So,
for
he's
sure.
going to be available for trade before
But
he's a free agent.
There is something I heard Ryan. I think it was Ryan Russillo talking about that. I can't remember who it was. There is something that we haven't seen. I don't know if this is because they're raised differently than we are, or if it's just by chance. But we haven't seen like the foreign basketball player go through struggles and demand a trade. That like if things weren't going well in Dallas, we didn't see Dirk do it. We haven't seen like things if Jokic hasn't done it. Steve Nash didn't do it. Like,
damn, that's kind of
Canadian.
xenophobic. Foreigners don't want to win a championship.
No, it's
they don't care as much.
No, maybe they're more.
Oh, Nikola Jokic cares more about horses.
Maybe they're more loyal.
Whoa, that's racist against Americans.
Just saying, like
racist Joe.
We haven't seen it.
I mean, they jump around in soccer all the time. I think
That's
it's.
true.
I think it's more just. I mean, I guess people have requested trades for years, but even like Kevin Garnett didn't want to request a trade for like 5 years from the Minnesota Timberwolves. Like that's how recently it was like frowned upon to request a trade and be like, get me out of here. These guys, I haven't won a playoff series in 5 straight years, and I'm in the I'm prime Kevin Garnett.
Yeah,
and even he didn't really want to do it. So I think some of it is just like this is more recent kind of a thing.
Plus, Joel Embiid's about to request a trade.
Yeah, no, but he played for Team USA, Paul.
He traded himself.
He played for Team USA
from his country of birth.
He's too loyal
to the Americans.
No, he's too loyal.
He almost went to France too.
Yeah, he's loyal.
He couldn't decide where he's going to be loyal to.
So they're a leaky operation.
Yeah.
These Philadelphia 76ers. For those who don't know, the big news that came out, there's this bombshell report about a players-only meeting that they had. And in said players-only meeting, one of their best players, Tyrese Maxey, confronted Joel Embiid and said, dog, I don't know if he said that. He might have said, friend, fella, buster, you're late to everything, man. And I don't like that kind of thing. I'm improvising a little bit here. I'm guessing the dialogue was a little bit different.
I don't think this was an after-school special.
Hey, mister. You
Watch
gotta,
it, pal.
Come on, guy. You gotta show up on time.
Punctuality is key in teamwork.
Did we know it was this bad that he was late all the time before this meeting?
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised either, but like
Joel Embiid does not take care of his body.
Yeah.
And I feel like there have been a lot of stories that kind of talk about how he is committed when he is on the court, but how committed is he to staying on the court?
Not very.
It's also like some of the injury stuff, not his fault, whatever. Some of it also is you're 7 feet tall. You have to take care of your body to a different level when you're this tall, dealing with this many injuries. And when he does come back from injuries, a lot of times you can see it like on the court. Like he's healthy. He just he's not in good cardio shape to be. And some of the stuff, it's like, hey, you can't, like, you can still work out even though you're hurt. Like you can stay in shape when you're hurt. Other guys figure it out.
Yeah, he doesn't do that.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He's been enabled, though. He has been enabled by loser juice. When loser juice ferments, like it has in Philly, where you just say, yeah, you're part of this. Everybody else, we're still figuring it out. You're basically allowing one person to do whatever they want because they're the made guy. And you had that in Philadelphia with not just one guy. You had it with 2 guys. You had it with Ben Simmons, and you also had it with Joel Embiid. And if you just let this continue to ferment, I mean, it's going to become pretty strong, you know? We're talking about going from prison hooch to moonshine. And that's why I don't like tanking in sports. I feel like it allows for this to happen with the great players that you might stumble into along the way.
I see your point. I mean, it's not always apples to apples because obviously, like my easy counter is the Astros, but
it's a rarity that
right.
it happens like that. You
know?
know?
I mean, but like, and even if it doesn't happen right away, it does eventually, kind of come back. Because look what also they've surrounded him with or tried to. He's had time with Jimmy Butler, James Harden, and now Paul George as his teammate, and like it hasn't ever gotten any better. And Now we've seen Doc Rivers come through there. Now Nick Nurse is there, who's won a championship at least, and you've got an organization that allowed a player to call the shots essentially, and James Harden that shouldn't have. So I'm not surprised this is a result. And when he demands a trade, and he'll get traded for a ton of stuff. And Daryl Morey will either quit on that team too and leave for a brighter spot that he thinks, or he'll actually try to go through a rebuild for once. But I think he's getting traded at the deadline. I don't think this is gonna work.
Who would want him right now?
Miami?
I mean, what good team would bring him in? That's not a bad one. What good team would bring him in? Rockets? Just kidding.
No
kidding.
thanks.
What about the Knicks?
That sounds right.
Is there any way
Carl
they could pull
Towns?
it off?
That
Why
sounds
are they
so
trading Carl
unplanned.
Towns?
Yeah, but they can't probably, right? They probably can't trade him.
No, they play
I
him
don't
with
know how
they
the
play him
rules
with Cat Towns because Carl
Yeah.
Anthony Towns plays
Oh.
like he's a small forward.
Okay, so
Carl Anthony Towns can take his 18 threes a game and not do anything of consequence.
The Clippers,
I don't know.
Harden and Joel Embiid back together.
I don't know if Embiid wants to do that again.
Kawhi for Joel Embiid.
Well,
You're reuniting Harden, Embiid, and Paul George and Kawhi Leonard.
that would be funny.
I mean, the
Yeah.
Lakers. What are we talking
Yeah,
about?
Lakers,
The-
Warriors. Yeah, like
It's gonna be the Lakers.
they'll kiss his ass too.
Joel
It's gonna be the
Embiid,
Lakers.
Anthony Davis, LeBron James. Joel Embiid's gonna try that.
Dream team.
Bet you Joel Embiid's gonna try when he gets to LA.
Oh God, if that happens,
One last run for LeBron.
the amount of hype that they will get. I mean, they were hyping up that random white guy who hit 12 threes last night.
Oh, well, Don't Connect was awesome.
Yeah, I get it, but like, if that happened on any other team, no one would have cared. But it's the Lakers, so
Yeah.
like, whoa, look at this. Relax. Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. Sean, you just made a face. You got something?
The Pelicans trade him for Zion Williams. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to emote that much.
I love that. I love that. All right. Up next, guys, we're positive here. I'm going to play you a little song that's stuck in my head. I won't sing one anymore. You guys don't like it. Yeah, Joe just made a face.
I want you to sing it.
That hurt my feelings.
No, I want you to sing it.
I don't think you do. I think you're like, we don't want more listeners saying that they'll jump off a ledge.
I just got called a racist.
And now we got Sam, the social media savant's acting like I'm a bad singer too, which is just erroneous. I'm the
No,
great-
she wants you to sing.
Oh, she wants me to sing. Oh, that made me feel good. See, Joe doesn't care about me, but Sean does. And Sam does. What is this? What are we doing? Oh, Joe's making a heart hand emoji. Okay,
Yep.
got it. I couldn't tell. All right. We're gonna stay positive. Just positive about everything. I got a lobotomy from a man underneath an overpass today, and I'm just feeling super, super chipper about the Houston Texans. Is there a big problem for them right now? What is the biggest problem? And is anyone on the hot seat? We'll discuss. Stay put.
Let's talk about O Athletic, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd over in the Heights. You can sign up for one of their classes during the week. They offer over 100 of them early in the afternoon, and they pick back up after work as well. So you can really do anything you want, honestly. You can take a boxing class, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class, agility training, weightlifting training. All of it's there for you. You can sign up for a personal trainer 1 to 5 times a week. Don't wait till 2025 to start working on your goals. Figure out what you want to do right now, whether that's to lose weight, put on muscle mass. O Athletic is the best place to do it. Check them out, oathletic.com and O Athletic on Instagram.
A lot of people told me I was a little bit too negative after the Texans' 34-10 win over the hated Dallas Cowboys on Monday. And you know what? I agree. I brought you down, Joe, right away to start off the show. Joe, you're like, yeah, I like the win. And I said, it was terrible. Let's all jump off a bridge. And you were like, well, you know what? Fair point. I feel like you placated me. It was a little bit like what the English did with the Germans back in World War II, and it's fine. You were a appeaser like Chamberlain. It's okay. It happens.
I veto.
Just had the mustache. You were
veto
like,
that comment.
You're like, I'm just going to let this guy continue to expand his negativity all over the place. Listen, I agree. I was a little too negative yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you need to work on yourself. So I did work on myself. I went to the underpass on 59 and Chimney Rock, as I often do. There's a lot of things there. You can get a car wash there. You can get flowers there.
Mm-hmm.
You can also get a lobotomy there. Okay. And now you have to really like go under the underpass for the lobotomy.
Yeah, you gotta look for it.
The car wash you get without even asking for. You know, you could even say no. That guy's gonna wash your car, and he's gonna get mad at you if you don't tip him.
Yep, it's the worst. The absolute worst.
That guy's so aggressive. I'm talking.
That pisses me off.
It really.
I know that guy
The
too.
59 Chimney Rock guy, dude, relax.
Yeah, like I
Can you
shouldn't have
please
to give
relax?
you money. I get it. You're homeless. I get it. Like you need the money, but like I shouldn't have to give you money when I tell you no.
Well, more is my take is can we get cleaner water? You know, can we get better wiper fluid to use for the forced washing of my windshield? Like I don't want to streak on it.
Can it improve my windshield?
Yeah,
Is what you're asking?
I don't want it to look like, you know, like I've always wondered, is this just an elaborate prank? Is this guy washing the hood of my car with what he pees in? Like,
I
is
just-
that?
I don't want it
that
to
what
happen
it
because
is?
like every time I'm just thinking, I think back to like Too Fast, Too Furious when they, you know, they light the guy's car on fire after doing it.
That's awesome. I don't even remember that. I gotta watch that movie again.
Yeah, it's when like they're trying to get away from like his like gangsters, and that's how they do it. They clean his window, Tyrese does, and then he throws a little match on there.
So under this underpass, to bring it back, I got a lobotomy, and I'm feeling really positive. It's like this song is just stuck in the back of my head. Don't worry, I'm not going to sing it this time because apparently I've driven several of our listeners off of the road with some of my singing over the years. And I understand. So now I'm just going to allow the dulcet tones of never canceled Bing. I'm going to leave it to the dulcet tones of Bing Crosby, who you might remember for this song. You gotta.
No, not yet.
You gotta. Do you want me to sing it instead? Or 7-4. Yeah.
You got to accentuate the positive.
You do.
Feeling, minus the negative.
You do.
Latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between.
Don't do it.
You got to spread joy up to the maximum.
That's true.
Bring gloom down to the minimum.
That's true.
Have faith or pandemonium liable to walk upon the scene.
To illustrate his last remark, Jonah in the whale,
What, Joe?
Noah in the ark.
Where do you find this?
What did they do just when everything
Well, we can
looked
fade the music
so
down now. You get the point.
dark?
Like this, aren't you feeling chipper and happy now about the Texans? They're 7-4. Lead the AFC South. Doesn't matter, Brian. Undefeated.
matter.
Undefeated in the AFC South.
That's true.
About to play the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. Going to be 8-4. I know this song from the video game franchise Fallout. And the lobotomy might have loosened repressed memories of songs that have been stuck in my head. So there you go.
That makes sense. I got positive things for you, Paul.
You got some positive things. Hit me.
Will Anderson back at practice.
Let's go.
Doing drills.
Let's go.
Kamari Lassiter back at practice.
But he played on Monday, right?
Nope.
He didn't play?
No, he was in
Also, Holman,
Didn't even notice.
Holman and Jeff Okuda joint.
I did. Hang on. I did notice. I did notice Jeffrey Okuda.
I don't think he played that much. He played long enough.
No, I saw him chasing after guys.
Holman answered Joe George's negativity with a deflection in the end zone.
He did.
Holman was all right.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't that
He's
bad.
okay. Jeffrey Okuda? Didn't look great.
Wasn't thrilled.
Yeah.
Wasn't thrilled.
No, he got that was one step.
Whatever happened to CJ Henderson? Did he get cut?
I think he
Yes.
Oh, I couldn't remember.
Yeah. That's true.
I was like, he could have been on the team this whole time. Would have had no idea.
Lot of people don't. A
Yeah.
lot of people don't.
But Will Anderson back, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, we don't really know with the reporters.
Back
these days.
to practice.
Yeah, back to practice.
That's all you need. It's a
Look,
step in
that's-
the right direction.
Yeah, that's step one. Back to practice.
So I'm in a more positive mood about the team. In fact, I'm gonna turn things over to Joe.
Oh, we're switching.
Joe's bad cop now, and I'm the
Back-
good
yep.
cop. I'm the really good cop. You know, I'm gonna give you a donut, perhaps a carbonated soda.
Mhm.
What's the biggest problem for the Houston Texans right now?
And maybe it's not even the biggest problem, Paul, but it's what infuriates me the most. I cannot believe that the Laramie Tunsil play and just being illegally down the field on that touchdown the week before when they're driving against the Lions and Joe Mixon has that big run. They get down to the 5-yard line, and then Juice Scruggs gets a holding penalty, and they end up having to kick a field goal. I just cannot believe that we're still this late in the season and the Houston Texans, at least once a week, commit a very costly penalty. Derek Barnett this last week. Now, it ended in a positive result for the Texans somehow.
It is crazy that.
But, like, if you play any competent quarterback.
Honestly, I almost would have been. If I were the Cowboys, I wouldn't have taken that off the board. It was a 64-yard field goal.
It was
a little
an
wind
NFL
in your
record.
sails.
NFL record. Just take the record.
Yeah.
Like, why are you taking that away from the guy?
I mean, it was a 15-yard penalty. And I always think it to myself, with Cooper Rush, like, just get to this part of the field and let Brandon Aubrey try to win the game for the Cowboys.
Just like get there and be like, hey, doesn't matter. Take the 3.
You just get to the 40 and let Brandon Aubrey go on the field.
And I feel like the only reason they went for it on the 4th down is because Mike McCarthy was like, well, I already took a field goal.
Yeah, took a field goal off the board. He had to at that point. But you're
like-
right about that penalty. There's a lot of those.
Yeah, just it's the most frustrating part for me of the Texans right now because like the offensive line, we know what it is, and maybe it is getting better. We know that CJ Stroud has not been as accurate as normal the last 2 weeks, and he's had some bad interceptions. Those are not long-term concerns. You're getting healthier on offense and on defense, but your offensive line and then sometimes your defense as well, they just have these really unfortunate penalties. And it's what, to me, when we go back to the conversation we had earlier about where the Texans fit in terms of rankings of the AFC, it's why they don't belong in that top category. Because good teams don't do this.
Generally.
Yeah, like good teams do not have these kind of penalties and go deep into the playoffs. Where you have how long was Nico supposed to touchdown? Would have been a 70-yard touchdown.
Mhm.
And then it gets called back because Tunsil is 3 yards down the field. He's not supposed to be.
Right.
And he knows that. So I guess just to me, it's the biggest problem the Texans have that they can fix. So that's a positive. It's the easiest one to fix. Stop doing stupid things.
Why does it keep happening week to week? And why is D'Amico Ryans? Whoa, the lobotomy. We're off for a second.
Yeah.
Whoa. Hang on. Joe.
Why does it keep happening every single week? Great question from non-Paul.
Being serious for a moment, because I hope most people have realized I've been sarcastic largely because I was so angry with X yesterday that I thought, you know what? I do want to be a little more chipper with this team. I do. That does keep happening week to week. And you're right. The first play of the game, that's the one. That's the one I really can't get over. It's the first play of the game.
Yeah, and
you plan this. You plan this play. Most of the plays after the first 15 generally are, hey, let's see what's working, what's not. But the first 15 plays of a game are scripted. And the first play of a game in particular is scripted. We know that because remember when Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were talking about the first throw that CJ Stroud threw against the Indianapolis Colts in that Saturday football game that they won to win the division?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
That was the first play. Like
I forgot they were on the call for that.
And the first play worked. And I mean, look, they still scored on that drive. They overcame it.
Exactly. That's where it's like, I know. So it's like, well, they scored anyways. Or the field goal that Barnett play. Well, it didn't cost them. On the Shaq Mason one from last week. I mean, the Juice Scruggs one from last week versus the Lions. They still got a field goal on that possession. But it goes back to the beginning of the season. Illegal formations, false starts, unfortunate penalties at the wrong time. It's just what's going to separate you from being an above average to a good football team.
Yeah.
And it has to stop. And it's not been fixed, and they keep telling us things are going to change. But this is something that's actually tangible that you can say, get your head out of your ass and don't make a simple mental mistake when in a crucial part of the game.
So with that in mind, you threw this question out. And I do think it's an interesting one. And I don't know if I want to answer it because I'm being positive.
We can save it for tomorrow if we need to. When the lobotomy wears
No.
off.
I think I can't be helped, Joe.
Okay.
I think I can't be helped. Much like that character in The Boys who is a superhero that needs lobotomies to cut loose from time to time.
That was a strange person.
It was a strange person, smart person. I think the real me is coming back. I will admit I should have been a little happier about the win over the Cowboys, but what in this organization is on a hot seat right now? We're talking players.
Yes.
We're talking coaches. Set this up for us.
Yeah. Who are the top 3 people who are on the hot seat and chance of being replaced at the end of the season?
3 players or coaches.
Yeah, 3 players or coaches.
Okay.
So number 1 for me, still Bobby Sloak. That just the way the season's gone, he's going to be under hot water and get the blame for what has happened this year. And that because of Gerard Johnson, I think that factors in a lot. Is like, would you rather lose Gerard Johnson or keep Bobby Sloak? And I think
this is such a tricky thing to do. Do you want to let something go because you have something that might be better waiting in the wings?
And might be is the key word. Keywords.
But might not be, right?
Yeah.
Because
I remember Tampa Bay did this. They fired Lovie Smith for Dirk Cutter. It was a disaster.
Right.
And Lovie was like, it was bad, but like it was the Jameis era, right? But like they started playing a little bit better at the end of the season. They were like, nope, we're moving on to Dirk Cutter. Because he's an offensive-minded guy.
Everyone loves the offensive-minded
guy.
Remember last year, by the way, when some people were seriously saying, "You blame the Texans? They gotta let D'Amico walk so they could keep Bobby Sloak around." That actually happened. It did happen. It did happen. You know who you are.
Those people are dum-dums.
They are who they are, though. Being positive.
That's true.
You know who you are, but you are who you are.
Yes, you are who you are. Football's football.
Football is football. To bring it back to Bobby Sloak. Okay, so Sloak's one of them. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
This is where it gets tricky because left guard has been musical chairs.
Yeah, I almost don't even want it's almost like doesn't even fit because it's like there's gonna be a new left guard.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go Shaq Mason. He hasn't been great this year. Based on his contract. And you're gonna have to, move money around to get new players. I think he would be another guy I would just be looking at and say, this is someone who
Here's why I wouldn't put Shaq Mason there. I think Mason, there's not enough noise around Mason to get him into that conversation. So that's why I'm going to put somebody up who has created noise because literally their color commentator rants about his struggles. It's not Laramie Tunsil. I feel like Andre Ware going on a rant about Titus Howard quitting in the midst of the Sunday night broadcast. I don't see how that does not get back to Texans ownership at all. And I wonder if they look at that contract and they talk to Nick Caserio and say, really?
I mean, should Tunsil just be there too?
Tunsil is Tunsil.
I know.
Everyone thinks Tunsil's the best left tackle, and I'm not going to go bother studying offensive line play. Just not going to do it, okay? I trust everybody on that. Tunsil's good. Tunsil might be great. I don't know that Titus Howard is. I know Titus Howard is better at right tackle than left guard.
And there's something else that makes Titus Howard's position a little bit shakier. The second-round pick from last draft.
Ding, ding, ding.
Blake Fisher.
Thank you, Sean.
Who plays right tackle. I think right tackle only. I haven't checked his Twitter, though.
He deleted it still. Oh, okay. He hasn't come back
He
yet.
should stay off of it.
Yeah, he'll come back when he gets traded for like a 4th-round pick.
Hey.
Would you trade more if you were another team for Titus Howard in that contract?
Someone will. A
3rd-rounder?
Look, the Texans traded 2 first-round picks for Laramie Tunsil, okay? And Laramie Tunsil was not even thought to be the best left tackle in the NFL, and they did it. Teams are tackle desperate. Somebody will tell themselves, we can make him a left tackle. And I bet Titus Howard thinks to himself, he can be a left tackle. So
then he definitely shouldn't be on the team next year.
So all right.
Help him out of town.
Listen, I'm being positive to a degree. Now I'm being positive to a degree, okay?
Yeah, you're being positive. The Texans are going to get a really good draft pick next year.
I can't stop moving these goalposts all over the place. It should be the way that it's set up in the NFL now. Random idea, but hey, nope. Not lobotomy crazy thoughts with a moving goalpost like it's an arcade game in the NFL. Bring it back. So, Joe, your top 3 to this point, Shaq Mason, Bobby Slowick. My top 3 to this point, Bobby Slowick, Titus Howard.
Dalton Schultz.
Wow, Dalton Schultz?
Yeah. Dalton Schultz. Hasn't done a lot. A little expensive.
Cool video.
I like the cool video.
But you got Brevin Jordan. You got Cade Stover. There's really no one on the defense I would want to put on this list. Like, even Jimmy Ward doesn't belong on this list. And they just gave him an extra year. So, I'm going with Dalton Schultz as a guy on the hottest of seats in terms of getting replaced.
I had a different one. He's not a starter.
Hit me.
Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, he's not playing.
Not playing, and when he is playing, it's the kickoff stuff. There's a little bit of the what exactly do you say you do here with Dameon Pierce.
I agree.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is his last year on the team.
I'm really struggling with the third one, which is actually a good sign for the Texans.
Yeah, because there's no one on defense that's like, oh my God, get this guy out of here. Jeff Kuda.
Yeah, Schultz might be a reach, honestly.
Schultz, I mean, to what you're saying, I get what you're saying in that. Look at the contract. I think that is reasonable for a tight end, but he's kind of a one-note player. He's not an inline blocker, and honestly, I think really right now they could use a blocking tight end.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've seen Tegan Catoriano out there again. He's at least solid at that, but they missed Brevin Jordan.
I know.
Brevin Jordan, for those who remember, had the big catch and run against the Browns last year. Super athletic. Guy's a good blocker. Man, I'm really struggling with the third one. Because I feel like there's no one really in danger of losing a job. I think they're going to be just as patient with Juice Scruggs as they've been with Kenyon Green.
I was thinking about Juice Scruggs as the other guy because
I think that's if I got to put somebody in there, I'll say Scruggs is in there. I think that Green's out, so he's next up on the interior.
That's like he's inflamed.
He's not even on the hot seat.
Yeah,
we're removing him from discussion.
Yeah, I mean Jared Patterson.
We wish him well.
Like part of this is that Jared Patterson seems like the better center. Like that's why they're moving Scruggs to left guard, and they feel very confident putting Patterson there. It was one drive, but they did score a touchdown on the one drive when Patterson was their left guard. So, like, it wouldn't shock me if Patterson's your center next year and Fisher's your right tackle, and the Notre Dame takeover just begins on the offensive line. So, Scruggs is a fair option at left guard.
Yeah, that's what I wonder. And this is, again, where my offensive line ball knowing falls short, as I don't know how good Scruggs is as a left guard as opposed to as a center.
Oh, the offensive line coach.
Chris Strouser.
He's got to be up there.
Let's.
Maybe he should be number 2 on this list.
I think he's.
Maybe he should be number 1.
You're right. See, he is lucky that he's kind of forgettable.
Can't film his face for whatever reason.
For those who don't know, Sean, God, that is so funny. Sean, for those who do not remember, we heard from Chris Strouser last week. I do not know why, but multiple Texans reporters recorded the audio, but they did not point the camera at his face. He must have asked not to be recorded.
Yeah.
Did he have a zit? Was it a zit day?
It might have been.
Every now and then.
But yeah,
you never know what people are hiding, okay? You're not there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe he's like me.
He's wearing a hat.
I don't throw fat dips in front of my wife. So maybe he had one in and he didn't want to be caught on camera.
But we listened to him and it didn't.
I know.
It didn't sound like. I mean, I guess I don't know what someone with a dip in their mouth sounds like.
Yeah.
Because half of sports radio in Houston, by the way, is doing it.
Yeah. Well, not on the air.
Actually, it's not. No. Well, go back to the flagship, bro.
Oh, that's right. Our mutual friend does that. I forgot.
Which mutual friend? There were several mutual friends. God, I remember doing shows with multiple co-hosts. And I was like, guys,
that's crazy.
Guys,
that's
a wild move.
It's like every
so unprofessional.
It's not that crazy. It's not that crazy.
I know, but I could never imagine doing that. But yes, he does not get filmed. We don't know why.
Okay. We don't want to go down my rabbit hole. I'm about to go down a rabbit hole that no one cares about.
Go down it.
No, we have time.
When I interned at ESPN Radio in Boston, which, by the way, went under immediately after I left, I got so mad one day. I have these days where I get mad, sort of like you heard on Tuesday after the Texans won. Every now and then I just get really pissed off. And with situations that are around me that maybe aren't quite in my control. And one day at ESPN 890, I got really just grossed out by how dirty the studio was. Can you guess how many cans of Skol, empty at this point at least, were underneath one of the producer desks? Like the same desk that Sean Mapes is
Oh,
sitting
so
at.
they would just leave it there?
Yes.
How big's the staff? How many producers were there?
Doesn't matter. Not many.
20.
Not many.
20.
There were way less than 20 producers.
No,
This was
20 cans of
20 tins.
Yeah, 16. Yeah, it was, it was just laying on the floor. I spent the whole day cleaning the station because I was just like, what? Can we throw it out? Like, are there no trash cans here? This is Massachusetts. You guys recycle. What are we doing?
Yeah, we don't recycle.
It would make more sense here. No offense. Like, I mean, just kind of like, whatever.
I still think like the funniest day was when one of the times we had no power and ability to get on the air was when Paul was cleaned.
Yeah, I got mad. This is what I do. When I get mad, I clean. I'm like a
Aggressive
angry
cleaner.
housewife.
Yeah.
Or house husband. I don't know.
There you go.
Gender norms changing.
Do we still have more time? Because I have a follow-up question for Paul. That I forgot to ask.
One, sure. Why not? I mean, I realized we didn't actually
We got
have
Wash
that much
Watch
time.
next. What? One more question. Sorry, I'm all over the place.
This weekend, well, we're going to go more all
It's a
over the
lobotomy.
place. This weekend, when Sean and I were at La Berge, we were talking about me being a cat dad now. My wife
Okay.
was there. And I realized we never got a follow-up story to the mud butt from your cat.
Oh yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, she's fine. She just
we
left the.
We just didn't know if there was anything that happened after.
Nope, just
the next
left,
day.
Just left a streak on my arm.
Okay.
The epilogue. We were
we were just waiting for a
Close the
follow-up
loophole
story.
there.
No, I feel bad. I was clipping her nails yesterday, and I clipped a little too far. I will say she is very tolerant because like I got a little blood, and she was definitely not happy about it. And she hung in there and gave her treats afterwards. And cats who have reptile brains just totally forgotten about it. So there you go.
All right. Yeah, we just want to follow up.
You're welcome.
Make sure everything was okay.
Everything is okay. I had a lobotomy. I'm positive now. I'm positive. You guys are laughing at this. Guys, mental health is no laughing matter, okay? And back in the 50s and 60s, they were avant-garde with that. Just go jam a little stick in someone's eye and twist it. Ding, 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 ding. Who thought of that? Who's the first person to think of that?
person.
What a crazy person.
Well, it's like when they were like, we should probably stop this.
Like the 70s?
No, but like, yeah. So why
That's
did you
when
ever
they thought
start
they
it?
could stop.
Yeah, like why would you start this? And like 20 years later, like we should probably not do this anymore.
It,
Like,
it
duh.
got mixed results, I'll
Yeah.
say.
Very mixed. I mean, yeah, you would put people in jail, for God's sake. Anyway, we're all over the place. It's Gallant George on a positive Wednesday. We're halfway through the week, everybody. Hell yeah. Stick around. So every single Wednesday at 2:30, we discuss who is washed in the world of sports or in a little game that we like to call life. Joe was out last Wednesday. I did a rant about how national anthem outrage.
Yes.
It's washed.
It is. No one cares anymore.
I feel like we should move on. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Especially when it's over nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And where's the outrage when it matters? Like when Clay Walker messes up the lyrics in week 2 at home.
Whoa. Again, the lobotomy is not fully worn off, and you're not going to get me to go after someone who looks like he could be my father.
Haven't seen him back since this year.
Well,
it's probably just planned, but
I mean, on Christmas Day, do you think he's not going to open up for
Beyonce? Just Beyonce and Clay, just football time in Houston.
It'd be so funny if Beyonce's in the middle of her act and Clay Walker just comes up on stage with a guitar. Boom! It's my show. No one else could have it. Hashtag Vida rules. Because he's from Vida.
Hopefully it's better than last week. Last week was a disaster during halftime. I don't know how much of it you could hear during the from the press box.
You mean the Lions game? What happened?
Oh, the Lions game, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it was last week. It was last week.
The band was great.
Okay.
But all I know is that where I'm sitting, it would get really, really, really loud and then really, really quiet.
Oh, well.
And it was happening during the national anthem too. But like their sound system, disaster.
Acoustics of NRG are terrible.
Yeah.
I like the rodeo concerts. To me, if you get season tickets for those, sell. You'll make so much money off of those. You will miss out. Just go to the Wine Garden. You're fine.
Yeah,
all
that's
you need to
why
do.
I'm kind of pro like the one Astrodome suggestion. If they actually ever did it, was to put the rodeo there.
No.
Just because it's not enjoyable.
No. They need to demolish that. Also, washed.
They won't.
Astrodome ideas. Destroy that thing with fire. Anyway, Joe, what is washed in the world?
Boxing. It's just done. It's done. They killed it. It's been dead, but
the problem is I think people will still watch another version of this. They just need to get somebody who is going to be more willing to, throw a punch.
But I think that Jake Paul is setting these rules to where he can't get punched in all of his fights. And we're just really finding out about it this time. Like Anderson Silva, Tyron Woodley, like they're not. It feels like they're not throwing as hard as they can.
I'm with you.
So
when Conor McGregor went up against Floyd Mayweather, I'd actually like if we're gonna do this whole thing where a non-boxer goes up against a Paul brother, I would like to see Conor McGregor do it because I actually got a kick out of Conor McGregor being quick enough to get behind Floyd Mayweather and punch him in the back of the head, which is apparently illegal in boxing. I thought that was awesome.
I think that's the one that I would probably try again.
Conor
for like
McGregor versus someone.
That's the only Paul fight I'm gonna watch is a McGregor.
Yeah, they're trying to promote the idea of Paul versus Paul. I saw that clip.
Do not care.
My wife sent that to me on TikTok. Don't care.
I'm rooting for the meteor. Yeah. Betting on the meteor.
There's only one Paul that I'm rooting for.
Thanks.
It's the one in that studio right there.
Because I've been so positive today. What else is washed, Joseph?
Last night, I don't know why. I guess because of football. Like the last time I had my television on was on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
I think we already knew this, but my God, is SportsCenter washed? It's a terrible product now.
Whoa. With Scott Van Pelt?
No, when it's not Scott.
The Scott Van Pelt SportsCenter
is elite.
I mean, it's not quite what it used to be.
It's still so good, though.
Because that was what you used to watch to get all your sports stuff.
Yes.
But if I feel the need to watch a highlight show with some commentary, I've always felt that Van Pelt's damn good at it.
Yes, he's great. It was a not Scott Van Pelt night.
Okay.
And people, like half the guys I had never heard of. They're stumbling through all the highlights.
Stumbling.
There's no energy.
Stumbling, bumbling like Chris Berman?
No.
Oh.
It was just bad. Like what happened? How did SportsCenter become that bad? I know they put all their money in the Speak for Your Pizza shows, but
they also put all their money into failed Marvel projects.
That's true. That's
failed Star Wars projects.
They're still trying with those. They're still trying to bring back Star Wars.
There's another one. I don't go out of my way to watch SportsCenter at all, even with Scott Van Pelt, who I like. Yeah, like I still don't watch it. I could be lying. maybe it's not even good. I don't watch it.
I don't know. I love Bad Beats. Bad Beats is still like one of my favorite. It's like must. I try to watch it every week.
I watch it as like the post game show for whatever they have on. You
Yeah.
know, because normally there's a game that leads into it, and so they'll
Mhm.
talk to like someone from the game.
Mhm.
They'll talk to
That's true.
Troy
Yeah, like-
and
like-
Joe.
Yeah, CJ was on Monday
Yeah,
night.
that-
I think Joe Mixon was too.
That stuff's normally good, but I also normally only have like 30 minutes in me before I tap out.
And then the last one, it's funny you mentioned Star Wars here.
Watch continues. What's watched?
The television movie industry. We joked about this yesterday during one of the breaks
It's
that
no creativity
they're
anymore.
making a How I Met Your
How to Train Your
How to
Dragon.
Train Your Dragon, a live action.
I saw the trailer. You know what depressed me? Not the fact that they're remaking it. You know what? Get your money. What depressed me was the amount of people in the comments section that were excited about it because the movie's 13 years old.
Exactly, but they're rebooting
It's also
Friday
a
Night
kids
Lights.
movie, guys.
Is it
No, it's not. It's not a full reboot.
Different characters.
Different characters.
same universe?
Same universe.
Same universe.
Really? I'm in.
I'm
in.
also kind of in.
I'm
Also,
in.
Really?
Also, Dale and I talked about this
I've watched
no
the show
less
so many
than like
times.
3 weeks ago,
Mhm.
and I think that Hollywood listens to our show because I was like, how have they not remade Friday Night Lights?
I mean, Permian is back was back in our lives. If you watched the first episode of Landman, they were at Permian.
Sweet.
It was
Oh,
very
and Billy
like,
Bob
like,
Thornton.
Was that Friday Night Lights movie?
When they said it, I was like, oh, like this is smart. Like mental connection here. I know this place in Texas.
I don't think a lot of people came into that TV show expecting Permian to be there. So you're right. There was a little
Yeah.
bit of a Billy Bob Thornton and Permian
Yeah.
re-collab.
I do agree though with especially the live action remakes of
Like they're
animated
rebooting.
shows.
Like Max is redoing Harry Potter. They're making it into a TV show.
They're making it.
Why?
Yeah.
Why are we doing these things?
Because I'll say this. I felt like the movies left a lot out from the books. I loved the books.
Nerd.
Here's what's sad.
I
You know
agree
what?
with you, but like
Joe's bringing this up, and I'm actually some of these ideas I don't mind. So I'm just like these people with How I Met Your Mother. Not How I Met Your Dragon.
I was
How
the
I
same thing.
Trained.
I mean,
whatever.
they did also remake How to Meet Your Mother, or they spun it off with
yeah.
Hilary Duff.
that was very bad.
I did not watch.
Dana watched.
I'm
That was not good.
normally a fan of Hilary Duff. Did not watch.
Also, I did like to see that if you've seen the Friday Night Lights TV show, my favorite character is Voodoo Tatum from season 1.
Oh yeah,
He's got his own TV show now. That actor.
Yeah, he's in a
Alex
cop show.
Cross.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch that entirely because I'm like, that's Voodoo Tatum. Voodoo Tatum.
Yeah.
He stopped being a bad team player and he started to think about another team.
Got some discipline in his life.
Citizens.
Yeah,
The citizens of his community.
became a detective or something.
So they gotta bring some people back, right? For Friday Night Lights.
I imagine since it's the same universe, like you might get some pop-ins from Saracen, maybe.
But what if Saracen's the head coach?
Saracen's got to be the coach.
Landry, the actor, is now like he's too famous.
Jesse
to be
Plemons is too big for it.
too big
He's also a murderer, so in the show.
in the show.
Oh yeah, but that's fine.
But his dad's a cop, so he got off.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you feel
small
like
Texas town.
Yeah, but that's a great.
He was the kicker. They
yeah,
needed him.
but that's a great plot. Head coach of the Dillon Panthers caught up in scandal for murder he
From
committed
20
as a
years ago?
sophomore.
Yeah, but they-
Like,
He murdered someone 20
that's
years
a great
ago.
storyline.
Yeah, but he's in the clear. No, honestly, I'm excited hearing about the Friday Night
What
Lights
if
TV
it's,
show.
What if it's Riggins?
Oh, they gotta have Taylor Kitsch's not doing that much. I feel like
Again, he could have like a half-season arc.
he's accessible. Remember when they tried to make him a movie star, John Carter? That didn't work.
That was
I think the last thing he did successfully was play David Koresh in the
the TV
FX
show
show,
Waco.
something.
Yeah, the
HBO
Waco
show.
show. Right. Yeah.
It was excellent, but yeah, I just
He wasn't even as good of a Gambit as Channing Tatum in Wolverine and Deadpool.
Sure. Well, that's one of the worst movies ever. That's why.
What?
Wolverine. I mean the
X-Men
the
Origins
Gambit.
Wolverine.
Yeah,
I liked
he
it.
was
I
really
liked it. Yeah, I liked it. I mean, it had Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool in that movie for a second.
until they made the weird Deadpool. It was fine.
Yeah, but, holeless Deadpool. Wait, you didn't have any mouth.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really need the. Maybe you guys are convincing me, but
No, I'm with you.
Like the Moana one, don't need that.
That's
don't need the Lion King expanded universe they're making.
I agree with that.
Don't need that. Like you are right in general. It's just
I use bad examples.
The one example works for Paul and I, and another one works for Paul with the Harry Potter. I'm also kind of good on Harry Potter.
Like, how would you guys feel if after they finally filmed Fast 11. 5 years later, they started it over.
You can't start it over, but that's when you
I
make Hobbs and Shaw 2. That's what you do.
Did you like Hobbs and Shaw 1?
It was all right.
Yeah, it's okay. I watched it this weekend.
They got The Rock back in the universe at the end of that Fast and Furious movie.
Before one of our shows on the Burge, I just was watching it.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I didn't know you were bringing that kind of energy into the
I like it.
Saturday at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, well, we were tired.
Sean saw me get so excited when I saw that The Rock was coming back.
It was.
I got up and I was like, "Yeah, let's go!"
It was. Yeah, I forgot we watched that together.
We did. You can come to the next one.
Yes,
you can come to.
You said I couldn't last time we talked
Well,
about it.
no, you've earned your way in because you're watching it before movies. See, that's the right kind of attitude. That is Wash Watch every single Wednesday at 2:30. Good job, Joe. Up next, a little garbage time before we get out of here. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Does T.O. live in Houston? Terrell Owens? I mean, we saw him in the offseason pictured with Cal McNair. I think he was trying to nudge, hey, Texans.
He was at the wasn't he at Minute Maid for Andre Johnson when they did the Andre Johnson bobblehead day? I swear he was there with 50 Cent and
I
everyone.
think so.
I remember him being at an Astros game.
Yeah.
So maybe he lives here now too. Anyway,
maybe wouldn't be shocking.
Some of my peeps saw him playing pickleball last night, and I just got some pictures. That is 100% T.O. playing pickleball.
Nice.
Of all things. Have you guys played pickleball yet?
No,
not yet, but I'm gonna probably try to pick it up here soon. Got some ideas for 2025 for the station. So,
yeah. I mean,
think of a little charity pickleball tournament.
Our friends at East River 9 do have pickleball courts.
Yeah, maybe a little charity pickleball tournament or something like that.
There's another bar in the Heights that has a pickleball court. I remember I went there on a date with a girl who had forgotten that I had a date with her that day. That was fun.
So she didn't go.
No, she went.
She forgot and then remembered.
She invited me to a girls' hang while they were playing pickleball.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How'd that turn out?
I was like, after 5 minutes, I said, I'm going to let you guys hang. You want to pick this up another time in your court? Drop my paddle out. Yeah, it was weird. I thought
this was going to be one of those stories where they asked you that question again.
Oh, no.
Girls' night.
Yeah, girls' night.
Well, if there was girls' night, they would have asked me to stay around, right?
That's what I was at.
Yeah. Not quite that time. Anyway, let's do a little garbage time, because speaking of pickleball, we got a story. I like how artificial intelligence will now summarize stories for you on X, because a video went viral on X of 4 men playing pickleball. One team had just won. As they both went to the net to shake hands, one person either purposefully or accidentally knocked a paddle out of another man's hand. While this person bent down to maybe pick it up for the person he knocked it out of the hand of, the guy who had the paddle knocked out of his hand proceeded to wind up and kick this guy as hard as he could in the face. So this is a horrible story. I don't know what happened to this guy. I do not believe this happened in the United States of America. But the funniest part about this is just that artificial intelligence did a write-up about this to me and said, people are debating sportsmanship. And I was wondering, after seeing that, I figured there was some weird pickleball rule that's not allowed, because there was another viral moment of a person that lived across the street from where I used to live. This court was literally where I used to live in Seattle, right across the street at a pickleball court. She threw a temper tantrum because a man hit a ball straight at her while playing pickleball, which apparently is frowned upon. So inbounds or out of bounds, kicking somebody in the head when they're trying to shake your hand after a game.
I'm going to say out of bounds.
Okay.
Also, though, follow up with this. Bad friend over here. Guy who got kicked in the face, he's got a bad friend. You got to throw hands, dude.
It was a slow reaction.
He
I agree.
walks over, does a slight push. No. First of all, he's bigger than the guy who threw the kick. You got to throw hands immediately.
Was it Karl Anthony Towns?
He's a soft boy for not starting to fight.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like if someone does that to your friend, you got to go after him. But there's a chance that maybe that wasn't his friend.
I was going to say,
could have been a random
does this
double.
work like pickup basketball, or maybe sometimes you're on the same team as someone you just met?
That's possible.
Could be.
Because I definitely wouldn't get in a fight for a stranger.
That's true. But you are teammates, so.
More garbage time. I hate that this random television show makes as much waves as it does. It's called The Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show. One of the guys on this show, Garrett Bush, is like the ultimate Deshaun Watson Bobo. He's been rather quiet this year. This show goes viral all the time, and perhaps they know exactly what they're doing. But DeJuan Jones, they asked the question on the show, is he a player the Browns can depend on going into 2025? A guy by the name of Adam the Bull. Jesus. He said this about DeJuan Jones.
I think DeJuan is one of those players that you have to go into a season not counting on him. And if he's there and he can play, okay. But you can't rely on that guy because he's got a weight problem. That's very hard to defeat. I don't know him personally, so I don't know, but most likely he's got an addiction. when it comes to food, and it's very hard to overcome. And he's probably going to gain a ton of weight dealing with this injury. I would not be surprised. And he has already in 2 years been hurt like 4 or 5 times. So there's no way that the Browns can go into next season saying, we've got our left tackle, it's all set. You can't do that.
So he talked about weight. He talked about food addiction.
My God. As the person that's actively going to the gym here,
whoa.
and trying to lose weight.
Okay, we're both going to the gym.
I'm trying to lose weight.
Okay.
The person who said this looks like he's minimum 350 pounds.
The man is a fatty boom batty.
He's large. He's large.
Like without the accent, fat bastard looking.
I mean, I think even just
he
playing
doesn't have
the
a
sound.
neck. He doesn't have a neck.
I was gonna say, I think just playing the sound, you can tell he's fat.
Yeah.
He has a fat guy voice.
Like he looks like Peter Griffin.
Disrespectful to him.
Like he's got the you see his like chin bones sticking out around like this blob of fat. And he's saying his addiction.
To DeJuan Jones's credit, he quote tweeted this saying, I think we both have a weight problem, but I'll be better this offseason. Yeah, this guy's huge who's saying that. And maybe he's speaking from experience, the food addiction, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah.
I probably make that more clear.
I hate that this show is regularly like on my timeline. It just finds its way. It finds its way. And this is one of my big pet peeves. I think that a lot of us that are in this industry that are not ex-athletes have to be very cognizant of what we are saying about people who are in shape and aren't in shape. I have a negative body image, so that always helps me a little bit.
The only person I recall for being fat was James.
James was fat, though.
But that's because he's...
Fat suit or no fat suit, James Harden was fat.
He shouldn't have been. And he chose to be fat.
It was impressive that he played well while being that.
But he chose to be fat to get out of Houston. That's why.
As one does. Actually, ironically, you would if you moved here, that's how it starts.
Yeah.
There's too many options here. And on that note, that guy's large.
Very.
And you know what was large? The positivity today.
There was a lot of it.
A lot of it.
You did a great job.
You did a great job.
You were super positive.
I was. Sean was too. And thank you to old what was his name? I don't remember because he gave me a lobotomy under the bridge. Francis on Chimney Rock in 59. He's giving out lobotomies for $153. We'll see if there's any leakage, bleeding internally. If I make it in tomorrow, I appreciate you guys for tuning into this show. He is Joe. He is Sean. I am merely Paul Gallant. Thank you to our texters, callers, Twitchers, YouTubers. So long and farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, that was almost a false start there by you.
Why you guys got to call out?
Because it was fun.
Like I had everything set up and realized I didn't pull the microphone in this direction.
you were ready to go.
I audibled quickly.
It was well done. It was impressive. You were ready to go. You had everything set, and it's like, I forgot the one critical element of talking to people over the airwaves, the microphone. I know no one would have noticed. You're right. You did play it off pretty well. It was just impressive. It caught my attention.
Yeah,
it was
no one
nicely
noticed
done.
it until you pointed it out on
Yeah,
there.
but it was well done. Like it was a compliment. I think it was a compliment. Lots to get to today. We'll talk to Garrett Williams. Some people don't even know that's his name. Paul didn't. From Blessing and Stressins. They got into a Twitter fight, Paul and Garrett. So I cannot wait.
Paul got in a social media fight?
With Garrett, yeah.
I just can't believe that Paul got in a social media fight.
Stressin or Blessin, Paul Stressin, Garrett Blessin, or maybe it's the other way around. But I cannot wait until 5 o'clock when Garrett is here and we get his point of view on being on the receiving end of a Paul Gallant cat fight. I only say that because he has a cat. Blankers will be leaving us at 5 o'clock too. Blankers got bigger fish to fry. He's got better things to do.
We'll see.
What are they doing? They're retiring. Are they retiring your jersey at Toyota Center tonight?
No, tonight is the 30th anniversary of the championship teams for the Rockets. So it's Rudy T. Bobblehead night, and then they invited a bunch of players, coaches, and a few staff members to come back and hang out.
I saw that Rudy T. bobblehead. It was the one that Kermit Washington saw.
It's not very fun.
Too soon? That was late 70s.
Yeah, I think you made that joke 3 days ago.
It was late. No, I did not.
It didn't land.
I did not make that 3 days ago.
Yeah,
no
you
chance.
made that joke.
Did not
already.
make that joke 3 days ago.
Actually, it might have been. Actually, it's longer. I think it was Friday because this came
No
up on
way.
Friday. Yes. 100%.
I
You
did
made that
not
joke
make
already.
a Kermit Washington joke within the
Yes,
last.
you did,
I've
on
not. That's
Friday.
my first Kermit Washington joke in November. First one in November. I guarantee you.
You're tracking your Kermit Washington jokes.
I think because I think it's only the second time I've used a Kermit Washington joke in my entire life, and the first time I did was the
I've
day
heard
that I
it
gave
recently on
Blankers
this
his.
show.
I don't think it was me.
Okay.
I don't think it was me.
I don't know if I want to do the effort to go back and dig through and find the needle in the haystack, but I promise you it
I've
happened.
used 2 Kermit Washington jokes in my entire life. One of them was whenever I returned Blankers The Punch book, which is a very good book. Highly recommend that to anybody. And then literally just now, I've had 2 Kermit Washington
That's
jokes
not
in
true.
my entire life.
It's not true.
It is true. It is true. The burden of proof falls on you, sir.
Regardless, either way, it's very inappropriate
Yeah,
to
that's fair.
disrespect Rudy like that.
It was a little inappropriate. I will give you that. But that'll be fun. Hang out with all the former champions.
They got a good group of guys coming back, and
Yeah, that'll be
it's
good.
kind of neat. I think the thing is going to be the guys that no one, not the bigger names, but the Pete Chilcutts, the Chucky Browns,
I'd rather see Akeem than those guys.
I see Akeem every day. I see Akeem almost every day.
So you're more interested in seeing Pete Chilcutt than the greatest Houston
How
athlete
about
of all
that
time.
humble brag?
I do. I see
Just
Akeem
look at
every
the- I
day.
see
I mean,
Akeem every
Mario
day.
Ellie and I are very, very good friends. It's the guys that you don't see that are across the country that you lose touch with. That we've had Vernon on the show. I mean,
Casually, I hang out with Akeem every day.
Yeah,
he shook my hand once. Akeem did.
Hope at a U of H game.
Yeah, he tickled my elbow when he did it. I've used that joke a lot. Now, doesn't he play ping pong a lot, Dream? Olajuwon?
I don't know. Daryl was the
think he
guy
plays
that got the
ping-pong a
ping
lot.
pong table in the players' lounge in the locker room that got people playing. I don't know if Dream ever got into ping pong.
No, I've heard he plays like every day.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll ask him.
No,
I
I've
didn't
heard
know that.
I've heard he plays every day. And I've heard that's like how he keeps his cardio. That's like how he builds his sweat.
Oh
each
no,
every
I've
day.
seen him in the gym. It's a different Dream now.
Really?
Yeah. One day he was
I work out.
He was on the treadmill and he walks by me. He goes, "You are dedicated." And I was like, "Okay." And then he was going and he kind of was hanging on for a little bit. I'm like, "Dream, you all right?" And he's like, "I'm good."
No, he plays a lot of ping pong. I promise you. I'm 2/3 of the way through the Dream book. It's been pretty good.
Oh, the Miriam Fader. Miriam Fader.
They you know whose picture's in it?
No.
Mine.
Is it?
Yeah, they used you for a quote. I'm not done yet. There might be more, but there's a picture of him at a U of H game, and I'm in the background.
Oh, cool.
It's pretty funny. I was like, I didn't expect to see that ugly mug. All right, lots to get to today. We digress. A little chill in the air today, by the way. Top
it.
crazy stuff. I almost wore my igloo jacket just to like troll you guys, but I was like, it's not worth it. A lot of stuff going on in the NFL, specifically in New York. We'll get to that. What are the chances Alex Bregman is gone? Although his 2-year-old son is hitting dingers on Instagram. How many quarterbacks do you have ahead of C.J. Stroud in the NFL? And then Garrett to break down the drama between him and Paul Gallant coming up later in the show as well. I was listening to D'Amico talk after the game Monday night. He talked earlier today. Now, some good news. Will Anderson was practicing today.
Hey.
Will Anderson was practicing today, so that is some good news. Kamari Lassiter practicing. I imagine he's still in the concussion protocol, maybe a step or two away from passing that, which would be nice to get to full health because corner number 2 is a deep drop-off from Kamari Lassiter. So D'Amico was talking after the game Monday, and he had this to say, which caught my ear.
Like, I just want our guys to remain focused, remain locked in on the task at hand each and every week. And if we do that, we're a really good football team. Right, and that's something we knew last week. We're a good football team. We can play with anybody. It's just about finishing.
There you go. So I want to break down what he said and talk about if the Texans can play with anybody. I don't know if after the Dallas game, like even if you believe this to be true, and I think D'Amico does believe this to be true, but even if you believe this to be true, I don't think that the timing of saying it after you beat the Dallas Cowboys is really the time to say that. Like after Buffalo, okay, I'm here for that. But you go into Arlington and you beat the Cowboys, who are a really bad football team, and they haven't won at home all year long. And you're like, okay, now we've proven that we can play with anybody in the NFL. I don't disagree with D'Amico. I don't know how I feel about the timing, though.
No, I understand that. I think that, if the timing would have been better if you came off the Buffalo game, right? When Buffalo was riding high and you said, hey, we believe we can play with anybody in the league. Then you're making a statement on top of a statement. When you're beating a team that pretty much everybody's been beating, especially in Dallas this year, it's a little different. But I think that it's also the fact that as much as they want you to believe they're not hearing the outside noise, although they've indicated from time to time that they know what's being said, the fact is I think that they feel like to the outside world, they have a lot to prove and they have a lot of living up to do for what a lot of people set as the standard expectation for this team this season.
Do you believe the Texans can play with anybody? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Of course, the head coach is going to say that he thinks they can play with anyone. Do you think that they can play with anyone?
Not right now. I don't. I think that there's a lot still to be proven to me in terms of can you maximize what you have on this roster to get the most out of this team in this season. I think we talked about it when I said I felt in a lot of ways after the Cowboys game, they were closer to the Cowboys than they were the best teams in the AFC, because the best teams in the AFC, yeah, they're like the Texans in that, like the Chiefs, they have a great defense. They also have an offense that can click on, almost all their cylinders. They can get the most out of their running game. You have Patrick Mahomes, their passing game, no matter who's catching it, seems to work for them. Baltimore is an offensive juggernaut, it seems, with their running game, the receivers they've added, what Lamar does. Their pass defense is terrible, but their defense can be good enough because they score a boatload of points to where I look at that and say, yes, I think they can play with Buffalo. Do I think that, and am I convinced that they can play with Kansas City and Baltimore yet? No, I'm not.
Okay, I'm on the other side of this. And look, I think that the Texans are going to be a divisional round team, be eliminated before the AFC Conference Championship. But do I think they can play with anybody in the NFL? I do. I think they've proven that they can play with anybody in the NFL. They've played two of the better teams in the NFL, and their schedule is not like this murderer's row. They don't have the top strength of schedule in the entire NFL, but they have played two of the top 5 teams in the NFL. Lions are very clearly a top 5 team in the NFL, and I think Buffalo is very clearly a top 5 team in the NFL. Now, you did play both of them at home, but they beat Buffalo. I think that they beat Buffalo kind of sounded like I think that they kind of handled them, actually. Like, yes, I know you won by 3 points, but that was a game that they could have put away pretty early. So that was one to me where they proved that they could play with the upper echelon of the NFL. I think they proved they could play with the upper echelon in the NFL against the Lions. That was a game where they very well could have won and probably should have won. So they've proven to you twice that they are capable of playing with anyone. Now, am I expecting a deep playoff run? No, I'm not. But that is playing with some of the upper echelon teams. 2 of the top 5 teams in the NFL, they're 1-1 against. In the game that they lost, they were up by 16 points. I think that proves that they can compete with anybody in the NFL. Plus, they have pieces that I really like. Like, what do they do against opposing quarterbacks? they've made Josh Allen, who is probably the number 2 favorite to be the MVP right now, look super pedestrian. They made him look awful, actually. He was 9 for 30 in that game. Jared Goff is a top 5 MVP guy right now. He threw for 5 interceptions and had a 50% completion percentage. So I do think very highly of the Texans defense, specifically the defensive line. I think the defensive line is borderline elite. I think it has a chance to reach elite level if everybody gets right and healthy. Like, we've not seen the full complement of Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, and Danico Autry when they were all like good to go. Will Anderson's missed the last 2 games. Danico Autry was not the best version of Danico Autry in his first game back from suspension. So I think the defensive line, elite, the defense really stinking good, and the offense has pieces that can beat you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you they have a top 10 offense because they don't. But they have a quarterback who has potential. They have one of the top 6 or 7 receivers in the NFL, and they have a running back who's playing at a very, very high level. So with the pieces that they have and the body of work against Buffalo and Detroit, I think it's very clear they can play with anybody in the NFL.
You know what? I think that the bigger thing to me, to why I would say that I have my doubts, is because, yes, they do have a lot of weapons. I do love their defense. I think that they have to be healthy. I think that other corner position is a little bit of a worry to me. We've seen the fact that if they get light at linebacker, it could be a problem. And then the bigger issue is the fact that, they get hot and cold with the running game, depending on, they couldn't run it against the Lions. They obviously got back to running the ball very effectively against the Cowboys, but it all starts with the offensive line. CJ hasn't had enough time to throw a lot. It seems like his internal clock is a lot shorter than it was a year ago. The fact is that he's not playing at the level he was because of that, I think. And I think that because you lost Diggs, you're just getting Nico back, that there's still a lot of meat left on the bone from an offensive perspective. And that line worries me because when we're talking about playing the likes of the pass rush of the Chiefs in particular, but even if the Bills are healthy, but more so even with the Ravens, their front seven, regardless of what their pass defense is, they can wreak havoc and they can get after a quarterback, especially if you have a less than offensive line. So that's where the concerns come for me. Now, we know we're going to see 2 of those teams at the end of the season. We've already seen the Bills. But when you see those 3 games and 2 of them are against the Chiefs and the Ravens late in the year, that's going to be a really good barometer for me to say, okay, between now and then, can they get right and can they do enough so that I believe in my heart of hearts when the playoffs come around? Because I'm like you, I think they're going to be done after the divisional round. But those are going to be great barometers for me to see if maybe they can get to a point where they can play with those teams.
See, I feel like what you're describing, though, is for them to be a complete team. Like, I feel like it's 2 different things because I agree with all the things that you said is the reason they're not a complete team. It's the reason that I'm not comfortable with them winning in the divisional round or the conference championship or then making the Super Bowl run. This is simply, if they're in a divisional round game against Kansas City, can they be in that game? Can they be competitive in that game? Can they keep up? Can they give them a sweat? I think it's 2 different things. I think as they're currently constructed, they could give them a sweat simply because their defensive line wreaks havoc on these opposing quarterbacks. Like, they're going to be in every game, in my opinion, simply because their defense, specifically the defensive line.
Yeah, I see that. But again, because the question is, do you think that they can play with anybody?
Yeah, I do.
You do. And the reasons why I say I don't is because I don't believe that offensive line holds up against the Chiefs. I don't believe, and the Lions defensive line wasn't what it had been because you lost Aiden Hutchinson. So I think that when you line them up and they had problems with the Ravens a year ago. So with those 2 teams specifically in mind, I don't believe they can, in my mind right now, I don't believe that offensive line is good enough to hold up against those 2 teams specifically.
Okay, 713-780-ESPN. Is D'Amico right? Can the Texans play with anybody in the league? All of them. Buffalo, Detroit, Kansas City, Baltimore. We're going to see them all. We saw Detroit. We saw Buffalo. We're going to see Kansas City and Baltimore towards the end of the year. 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. Some changes to the depth chart for the Texans, perhaps. How about Joe Mixon's workload? Are you worried about that at all? 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Brandon. We'll get Brian's input on the other side as well. Can the Texans play with anybody? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Blankers, this coffee's very good today.
Hey,
this is
I
good
did
coffee.
something right.
Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
is good. This is much better than the last attempt that you had.
Right.
Way better than Brian's attempt on trying to explain what coffee was. 4106.
Hold on. I didn't try to explain what coffee was.
Brian, no one wants to hear. Well, no one wants to hear from you right now. 4106, 100% made that joke Friday. So texters backing up your point, Brian. Do you have any recollection of that?
Made it.
I don't recall it, no.
To be
you
fair,
know me, I would have reacted.
Yeah, I felt like, I don't know. I don't think that I did. Now, to be fair, Friday, I do not remember a single thing. Friday was tough for me. Friday was a tough travel day, up very early, jet lagged a little bit, out in the desert, high altitude, dry air. Wasn't a great day. I have zero recollection of that show Friday. So,
how'd the game go?
Not great. It didn't go very good, Brian. Yeah, appreciate you asking, though.
You're welcome.
I know that you care. Asking me
do.
on a Wednesday how that game went on Friday. Appreciate that. Can the
How was the
Texans
play, Mrs. Lincoln?
Can the Texans contend with anybody? 713-780-ESPN 8341. It seems like the Texans play up to just enough to beat teams, but they lack that killer instinct. All offense to really push it to the limit. Okay, so I think that would be an answer for yes, they can compete with anybody. Now, not confident that they can win those games consistently, which is where I'm at. Like, I think they can compete against anybody. I don't think they're going to win 3 straight playoff games and get to a Super Bowl. Where do you land on this, Brian?
I land on it with kind of feeling like a participation trophy mindset. And I know I don't take D'Amico Ryans as a participation trophy mindset coach, but the phrase like, yeah, we can play with anybody. Okay, cool. I mean, we've been in that spot where the Texans have played with a lot of teams in 11 and 12 and obviously a few other years where they've been capable of playing with the top teams in the league. But I don't know. You've been here for 25 years. Don't tell me you can play with any team in the league. Tell me when you can actually be capable of beating the best teams in the league. We saw that last year. They played with a lot of teams in the league. And then they went to the Ravens and didn't score a touchdown in 2 games against the Ravens. So, okay, I hear you, D'Amico, and I agree with you. And I agree with you, Jeremy. I do think they are capable of, quote-unquote, playing with any team in the league. My expectations and hopes are just way higher than that. And it feels like a defeatist or a participation trophy mindset to not that D'Amico, kind of not from you, but it almost felt like D'Amico was like prideful. We can play with any team. Like, okay, cool, beat them.
I think it's a great take. I really do. I like your take a lot. Rack 'em. And I also don't love that you did it after Dallas. Like, if you beat Detroit and then you say that, you got my attention. You beat the Dallas Cowboys and then you say that? Are you the boy who cried wolf? Like, so the timing of it is kind of what doesn't sit well with me. I agree with his take, but the timing of it's like, why are you saying that after Dallas, man?
It's strange in the fact that as much as all season long we've talked about the potential of this team, we talked about the talent of this team, we've talked about just the fact that, they're on the right progression and it looks like the sky's the limit for this team. They haven't kind of put games back to back together and like made that statement where you said, okay, I'm convinced in that what I thought and what I thought I was going to see, I'm seeing now, and this team's ready for prime time. And I think that it's because there's the Jaguars game. It's the games that after the Buffalo game or close nearby, or the way that you play to the level of your competition seemingly week in, week out, and the fact that in the Lions game it took 5 interceptions for you to get that lead. And Jared Goff had a very non-Jared Goff type game.
But you get credit for that. You get credit for throwing him off his game.
You do. That's fine. And like I said, I'm a bigger believer right now in the defense than anything else on this team. But I also have reserved the right to have these reservations about who they can compete with and how they can play, because they haven't convinced me putting back to back 3 games in a row together where I go, now this team's playing at a very high level.
Okay. Yeah.
Green Bay game, they get credit for keeping the score close. That was a awful game for them, especially offensively.
There's only one team they haven't, quote unquote, played with this year, and that was Minnesota.
They got hammered in that game.
Yeah, I mean, so 10 times out of 11, they've either played with or beat the team across from them.
Even the Green Bay game, though, they led with. No, I'm not talking to you. I was talking to Brian. Even the Green Bay game, they led with under 2 minutes to play. Like, they went into Green Bay, who's more than likely a playoff team in the NFC, and they led with under 2 minutes to play. So, like, that's not only playing with them, that's having a lead with under 2 minutes to go. And yes, moral victory, kind of a defeatist attitude. We were in the game until, that minute and a half mark or the minute mark, wherever Green Bay finally took the lead. I rather we're just going to beat everybody we play, as opposed to, yay, we can be in the same ballpark. So I understand where you are coming from. 8341, it seems like the Texans play up to just read that one. Yes, our defense is top tier when healthy, and our offense will get better now that Nico is back. So chalk that up to a can play with anybody in the NFL. 9117, upper echelon teams don't lose home games where they get 5 picks. See, is that game glass half full, glass half empty? Because if you just go 16-point lead, you lose at the horn, or you can go, you intercepted the quarterback 5 times, you had a 16-point lead, and you lost. Like, that game, of all the games the Texans have played, can be glass half full, glass half empty.
It really can. I was going to say that's one where you could have an argument and ammunition for either side of the argument, because you can have the argument of, hey, we held that team down and got 5 picks. When you look at the 50 burgers they put on different teams this year and how prolific they've been on both sides of the football, we did a hell of a job there. We let one slip away, but we can play with that team. As opposed to, you needed 5 picks just to be in that ball game. You found a way to squander everything that you had. You couldn't muster the plays that you needed to put them away, and you lost a game you should have won. So, yeah, you can take both sides of the equation. It depends on if the glass is half full or half empty. But that's why I'm saying I need to see like 3 games in a row and go, okay, now the trends and the tendencies tell me they are really, really good on both sides of the football now. Now the pass game links up with the running game. Now the offensive line's holding up. I already believe the defense is capable of playing with anybody. That I will say.
The thing is, though, like, even if they do, if Dallas was the first game and then you win these next 2 games convincingly, it's still not going to be enough. You're going to beat Tennessee and Jacksonville.
Sure, but then you've
you weren't pleased with, or you didn't think they took a step forward. I mean,
Right.
you were pleased with the win. You didn't think they took a step forward by beating Dallas by 24. If they beat Tennessee by 17 at home and then they go beat Jacksonville by 13 on the road, I still don't think that people are going to think they took that step forward.
So here's where I could take some positives out of that and say that I could. Tennessee's got a pretty good defense no matter what else they do. They were the number 1 defense in the league a couple weeks ago. I don't know where they stand currently, but it's still been pretty good. They've got a lot of veterans on that defense. If they're able to get a game where they both run the football successfully and they can be effective in the passing game, then I can say, hey, look, from an offensive perspective, they are getting on the right track, and they are going. And now, can they stay there? Because you're beating a good defense. You're putting points on the board against a good defense. So that would be an extra takeaway from just beating a team you're supposed to beat. Now, the Jacksonville game is going to be interesting because the rumors are all over there flying already. Peterson wasn't supposed to survive last week. Will he survive it? If you beat him, if he gets fired this week, what's that going to be if they're in complete and total disarray? But if they still just go out there and play whoever they're playing and still doing those kind of things, then I'm going to feel better about the fact that Dallas was basically driven by Joe Mixon and the defense. If I could see another good offensive balanced performance and the defense is still playing the way they're playing and you're hammering a team you're supposed to hammer, I can feel good about that.
That's why I appreciate you going old-fashioned eye test.
Yeah.
I'm an eye test kind of guy whenever it comes to football myself. So I can respect that. 713-780-ESPN. Brandon T. I believe the Texans are capable of beating any of the top-tier teams on any given Sunday. They aren't the top tier of teams, but they aren't far behind. I think it's a fair outlook, too. Also think it's a fair outlook to say that the arrow, like if we're looking, actually, I don't want to have that thought yet. That might be an entire segment.
Okay.
Ocho, are we sure that the Texans defense is good or just good against bad quarterbacks? That's a bad take, Ocho. Jared Goff is top 5 to win the MVP in the NFL. They intercepted him 5 times and held him to a 50% completion percentage. Josh Allen, I was looking at the odds today, is second behind Lamar Jackson. He might even be first in some books. Top 2, Josh Allen to win the MVP. He was 9 for 30 against the Texans. So you can't say that the Texans defense is beating up on bad quarterbacks when they've had 2 top 5 MVP caliber guys have looked their worst they've looked all year against the Houston Texans. Goff's worst game against the Texans. Josh Allen's worst game against the Houston Texans. You can't just say they're beating up on bad QBs.
No, I think that's true. I think that as much as I am hypercritical of Jordan Love has had success in this league enough to be a guy that you have to respect as a quarterback. No matter how much I nitpick the things that I see, because I see probably more than anybody else in watching him play.
Now, he was okay against them, though. He was okay. 24 for 33, 223 touchdowns. I did throw 2 picks.
Yeah, the 2 picks were
he was
awful.
okay.
Right. But you're right. What they did to stifle Josh Allen based on the year he was having going into that game and what he's done subsequently since then, because going into last week's game against the Chiefs, Lamar Jackson was the overwhelming favorite to win MVP. He didn't play great against Pittsburgh. Josh Allen played his tail off to basically at the end win the game for the Bills, and now people are saying it's a race again. So Josh Allen is one you definitely put a feather in your cap and say, hey, we did to him what not a lot of teams have been able to do to him. And that's where you have to give your props to the fact that Josh Allen is a way above average quarterback.
Ocho says, well, Allen didn't have his best receiver. He'd be right. They didn't have Shakir in that game, and they hadn't traded for Amari yet. Now, I would argue that Josh Allen's kind of quarterback or kind of receiver-proof a bit. 1581, it's not if they can play with anybody, but can play with the top four. They've proved they can play with the Bills and Lions. While their offense may be the reason they can't beat the Chiefs and Ravens, their defense is the reason they'll be able to keep up and play with them. I think that's a very sound take from you, 1581. 6181, I didn't even listen to Friday's show because I was in Italy. Humble brag, nice flex there, 6181. Your text, I mean, you didn't have to tell us that. I guarantee you said it because BMAC is a saint and would never lie. Would Brian lie?
Oh, I would totally lie.
Where did the BMAC
in
fan
this
club
case,
come
though, I'm
from
not
out of
lying, but I
nowhere?
would totally lie.
Wow.
So you would lie.
Oh, I would totally lie. But
Does your wife
in this
listen to
case,
the
I'm
show?
not.
Does your wife listen to the show?
No, not.
Oh.
She hasn't listened to a single second of this
The
show.
BMAC fan club came out of nowhere.
Texter, I give the Texans and the Steelers the same odds to make the Super Bowl, and I think that's super respectable. Yeah, I think that's respectable. Another texter, if the Texans only had one loss to the Vikings, will we compare them to the Chiefs right now, or will we be still having doubt? So if you're undefeated minus the Vikings game, would you be looking at the Texans the same way you're currently looking at them, or would you have more confidence?
Undefeated?
So you'd have one loss on the year. It'd be to the Vikings game. So he's saying you can win all the other games that you were close. Like you were close to win the Packers game. You led with under 2 minutes. You were close to winning the Jets game, kinda. And then obviously you were close to winning the Lions game. So let's say you flip the result there. You won all three, and you're 10-1 right now with the only loss being Minnesota, and you don't change that result.
Yeah, how do you not feel a whole hell of a lot better if you've won those games? Because that shows that you found a way to win at the end if it got close, or you lost the lead, or you did what you had to do. The Green Bay game, as you mentioned, it was less than 2 minutes when Green Bay took the lead. If you found a way to win that football game and you beat a good team like the Lions and capitalized on the turnovers and didn't let it slip through your fingers, would I feel better? Absolutely. The Jets game, short window of time to get ready for that thing. I think we anticipated it might not go their way, but if you found a way to pull that one through, especially on a short week, would I feel better about this team? Yes. Would I still be pointing out their shortcomings? You have to, but yeah.
I mean, you're about 10 points away from being 10-1. So, like, that's the over-the-top, super optimistic, yay, fanboy Texans. The opposite side of that, though, is you're also a few points away from being 4-7. Like, you beat the Colts by 2. You beat the lowly Bears by 6. You beat the Jags by 4 when you were trailing late in the game. You beat the Bills by 3, the Colts by 3. So, like, you could go both ways on that. They probably are a 7-4 team. They're a few points away from 10-1. They're a few points away from 4-7. That's how the NFL works, though. It's the beauty of the NFL. A texter, if the Texans only had one, I already read that one. What am I doing? Another texter, any NFL team should be able to play any other team, so the whole statement seems off. We want to be able to beat any team in the NFL. That goes to what Brian was saying, and I agree with that. Another texter, Titans have the number 2 defense. I'm actually worried we could lose this game because of the offensive line. Here's news for you. The Texans are capable of losing any game that they play. I think that they're capable of playing with anybody. I mean every team from the top of the standings to the bottom of the standings. Yeah, the Texans are certainly capable of losing to the Titans, who have a top 3 defense in the NFL. And don't look now, but Will Levis is playing a little better.
And just look at the Jets. I mean, the Jets win and obviously killed you in the second half, and then they follow that up getting their asses kicked by the Cardinals. And who did they lose to this last week? I'm forgetting off the top of my head.
You talking about the Titans?
The Jets.
Oh, they lost to
the Cardinals the week after the Texans game, and I'm forgetting who they lost to this week.
Yeah,
but
so am I.
Anyway,
who you talking about?
The Jets.
The Jets lost to the Colts.
Oh, that's right. They lost at home to the Colts. So I mean, you lost to the Jets, who were a bad team before that, and then follow that up with losses to the Cardinals and the Colts. So certainly, to your point, while they can play with any of the team on the upside, the Ravens, the Chiefs, the upper echelon, they can also play down to their competition and lose games they shouldn't.
Yeah, they can play with anybody on the table, from the very top to the very, very bottom. A few of the responses on Twitter: Mauricio, defense without a doubt, offense to be determined. Jay Sieg, outside of Minnesota, they have. Jason, anyone good? Yes, if their name starts with Buffalo. Oscar says they showed it against the Lions last week. Cougar RX says Minnesota, ? Good rebuttal there. Nathan, 100%. Larry and Stafford. Dun, dun, dun. He says, yep. And then Bryson says, yes.
Holler if you hear me.
As well. All right, 713-780-ESPN.
Holler.
Any concern about Joe Mixon's workload? And how about a couple of defensive changes? Are there a couple of defensive changes for the Houston Texans? on the defensive side of the ball. D'Amico Ryans, is he switching things up? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what this week is? It's Blue Week. It is Houston Blue. You see me wearing my hat? Well, you might not because you're listening on radio, but I am. I'm wearing a Houston Blue hat. It's beautiful. It is gorgeous. And the Houston Cougars, when they play Baylor on Saturday, they will be wearing their Houston Blue. Gotta watch it and gotta watch it live. Weather's going to be beautiful. You woke up and saw the weather today, right? Weather's always beautiful at TD ECU Stadium. And Cougar fans, it's the final home game of the year. Your Houston Cougars will take on the Baylor Bears Saturday, November 23rd. Bears are hot. They're bowl eligible. Cougars trying to beat Baylor for the second year in a row, trying to remain in contention for a bowl. And Saturday, November 23rd, 6 p.m., TD ECU Stadium. These two old Southwest Conference rivals do battle. And it's your last chance to see the Cougs this year at home. Tickets start at just $15, so go to uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS. Pick up your $15 tickets right now. And don't miss the action. We celebrate Senior Day, cheer on our team in their brand new Houston Blue uniforms. Bring your friends, bring your family. Let's pack the stadium with Cougar pride and check out these sweet new fits the Cougars will be unveiling. Get your tickets now, uhcougars.com/tickets, or just call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear blue.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hand to Mixon, cut back. Joe Mixon, goodbye. Touchdown, Texans.
The great Joe Buck. People driving, cringing right now that I said that. The great Joe Buck. Goodbye. That was the first of what were 3 Joe Mixon touchdowns on Monday Night Football. We had the old hat trick. We should have been throwing our hats onto the field in Arlington. That's what should have happened. Are we concerned at all about the workload for Joe Mixon? Because, look, I mean, obviously you need him to win these football games, although Texans won by a lot, and he was in the game late against the Cowboys on Monday night. You're 7-4. You're 11 games in. You have 6 games to go. You aspire to be a playoff team, and if you don't make the playoffs at this point, you've choked, quite frankly. Is the workload for Joe Mixon too high? Should they be watching it? Any concern about Joe Mixon's workload? 713-780-3776. What do you think?
I think right now, Jeremy, because of the way this team has played and because of how much they've needed Joe Mixon, it's been very difficult for me to think that they need to reduce his workload. And the injury as it regards to this discussion, the injury means he's had the time to rest in the middle of the season because he didn't get, all the wear and tear of those games he sat out. Going forward, especially against the opponents you're playing and the performance he had against the Cowboys, you would like to get to a point where if you get up big and as the game dictates it, you could sit him down. We saw basically Pierce for one carry to start one series.
Yeah, I think he played one series, and it was a dreadful series.
It was awful. And so you then go back to, well, they don't have a whole hell of a lot of depth, and we know that Dare is going to be the guy that plays more in passing downs. But overall, when you traded away Cam Akers, you didn't think you were going to need him. At least Nick didn't. But at least Cam Akers might have been more effective in being able to give him some time off. But I think for right now, Joe Mixon probably wants to keep the pedal down, and you need to keep the pedal down until the game dictates it. Because to your point, if they're up big in the fourth quarter to start a fourth quarter of a game, or they have it in control, that's where you do need to just take the foot off the gas pedal and sit his ass down. Because if you lose him, you lose your running game.
To me, there hasn't been an opportunity to try to lessen the burden of Joe Mixon's workload, but it is something that I'm cognizant to, and I'm trying to ease in the load going forward. Now, it's difficult for the reasons you mentioned. Dameon Pierce has been awful. Whenever Dameon Pierce has been healthy enough to play, he's been awful. I really wish that Caserio didn't make the Akers trade, quite frankly.
Yes.
I'm there again on November 20th after watching the film of Dameon Pierce today. So I don't think that there's been a game. I mean, you could argue the Dallas game, but I was okay with the Texans chasing a second half offensive touchdown just to try to eliminate the mental block. So I would be a hypocrite if then 24 hours I'm sitting here today, well, they should have rested him on that final series. I can't do that. I was okay with him playing in that final series to score an offensive touchdown to get over this mental hurdle of not scoring a second half TD. But I'm also looking at the load that he's taken. The first one back, the first game that he came back against the Patriots, which you were able to win that game by 20, and I think you were able to kind of ease him back in. Even then, he had the ball 15 times, 13 carries, 2 catches. The week after against Green Bay, which was a 2-point loss, carried the ball 25 times, caught it twice, 27 touches. Against Indy, he had a total of 29 touches. Against the Jets, 24 touches. Against the Lions, 27 touches. Against the Cowboys, 22 touches. So those start to add up. Like, I'm not sure that there's a running back that exists in the NFL over the last 5 years or so that could be toting the rock 20 to 25 to 30 times per game consistently week in, week out, that you can expect to be healthy for the final 2 months of the year. So no revisionist history here, no hindsight 2020. I don't think the Texans have had the luxury of allowing Joe Mixon to lighten the workload. But going forward, I am trying like heck to try to limit his exposure in terms of these hits and carries.
Yeah, there's one running back I can think of as you were reading off that workload that has taken that sort of beating and continued to be an effective back late into the season. That's Derrick Henry. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a one-of-one situation. And obviously, he's not going to hit this number. I was curious what his pace would be over a full season. And again, he's not going to hit it because he missed 3 games and he missed half of the Bears game before that. But just his carries, not even factoring in the touches he's getting through the receiving game, but just his carry pace over a full 17-game season was 363 carries, which is, especially for an older back, I mean, most running backs, even if they're the lead guy, barely get to 300.
Where are you coming up with that number?
17. I took his total carries, divided it by the games
this
he
year
played, and then multiplied it out over 17.
So you're talking about this year would be his pace if he were healthy.
Yeah, if he were healthy, based upon what he's gotten this whole year, the whole year when he's played, a full 17-game pace would be 363.
That's insane.
Carries. That's just carries. And you mentioned the receiving work, which will put him over 400.
Do you know his career high? His career high in carries is 292.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That would be, again, he's not going to reach it because he was hurt, but that's over 70 carries more.
Yeah. No, you guys are right in that they really haven't had much of a luxury because of how much the passing game has struggled to be able to lighten his workload. But you got to realize you might be playing with a ticking time bomb with a 28-year-old running back. I mean, that sort of workload as you get into December and you play good run defenses in Baltimore and Kansas City, you get into the playoffs, that might be a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, I think again, when we talk about, from a situation by situation, Nick Caserio's pros, cons, strengths, weaknesses, I don't know why, in retrospect, why the Cam Akers move had to be made, unless we don't know what was going on behind the scenes and he really thought that he needed to be in an environment where he got a chance to flourish and get the ball more. But you had to see the writing on the wall that because of the things you just said, because of the fact that he's already been hurt once. And when he has been hurt, Cam got a chance that there was a spot for him and that he could be a guy that would get meaningful touches in games because you don't want to push him too far and because he has been hurt. So, yeah, I understand, Jeremy, you saying I don't want you revisionist history and I don't want to go back.
Yeah.
But even at the time, we were both like, well, I hope there's like a roster move and the reason why he's doing this is something else is there, whether it be Pierce and maybe another guy coming in, whatever it was.
I was looking at it more from the coaching perspective, but from like a general manager roster build perspective, I think you bring up a good point, especially when you consider the fact that you probably had the guy that could have been able to spell him at times. And Cam Akers has been okay in Minnesota. Cam Akers has been fine in Minnesota.
He was okay here.
So like
he was.
These are very trivial nitpicks, right? But like these things matter over the course of an NFL season. How often do you hear the general manager say, "We're going to need them all. We have the 53-man roster. We have the practice squad. At some point in the year, we're going to need them all." So if a general manager is telling us and all of us that they're going to need every single guy that they employ throughout the year, well, then we should be able to critique and nitpick when you trade the backup running back, whenever you cut Noah Brown, who could also help you right now. So if the general manager is going to tell us they're all important, then we're going to critique everything.
I mean, look,
and they traded down. Like Cam Akers is better than Dameon Pierce at this point, in my opinion. And Dameon Pierce has also been unavailable because he's been hurt a lot this year.
And we'll add on to what you said. What you don't know, but you always anticipate guys are going to get hurt. Diggs gets hurt. He's out for the year. But we were already talking about depth in the fact that there are going to be points in this season. You're going to need to rely on your fourth and fifth receivers. Those guys are going to have to be able to play. They're going to have to give you depth. When we talk about Kenyon Green and how much I got completely losing my mind, pissed off about the fact that he didn't have a backup plan and he knew Kenyon Green was going to get hurt a year ago. And then when you take that and spin it fast forward to this year and knew that, hey, as much as he had been in the weight room and done things, you didn't know what you were going to get from him. And yet you didn't have the kind of depth behind him that if he played terribly and or got hurt, or both in this case, that you had someone that was capable of filling in for him at a higher level because it's all riding on this offensive line. So it's fair to put everything on the table at every position group and saying, hey, depth is important. And no, you don't plan on using everybody, but more than likely than not, you're going to use a majority of your guys and they're going to have an impactful role because guys get hurt and things happen.
Chris says there was an opportunity against the Lions to kind of limit the load. He didn't do anything. Rare candy. If Mixon goes down, this offense is toast. And I think that's why you have to protect that kind of guy. It's like why you don't want to run out Yordan Alvarez in left field every single day. It's why you don't want C.J. Stroud running with the football and taking hits. Like you have to protect your best players, because if they go down, then you're going to be toast. And I'm not blaming the Texans for anything. Like I don't think there's been an opportunity, unless you want to say the final drive against Dallas. I don't think there's been an opportunity to really sit down Joe Mixon. All we're saying is that they need to be cognizant of it going forward. 7869. That carry list not only includes hits, but he's talking about Joe Mixon blocking in the backfield on passing plays. So again, contact taking a toll on the body. Key from LA, Joe Mixon steering the offense. Without him, who knows what the Texans offense would look like. Again, why you got to protect them.
That's where I was going to say. I mean, you look at this and say, hey, we're still waiting to see the full passing game on display. And you won't see, obviously we won't see Diggs. But without Mixon, where are you right now, and where would you be going forward? Because he's been so dominant as a role in the offense.
I think you'd be toast.
Yeah,
I mean the offense has been carried by a running attack. Quite frankly, the passing game is struggling to catch up. If he's gone, you'd be in trouble.
And Jeremy, let's talk about the fact that you'd see his frustration. We talked about it in the Detroit game, and the holes weren't there. But we also know that he is going to take punishment with running the football. But the other thing that you can't project for and predict is the fact that if someone's going to tackle him the way he tackled him and his ankle goes down, now you could lose him again, Joe being Joe, no matter when he's in the game and what he's doing. And you don't seem to have anybody capable of at least kind of bridging the gap till you get him back again to carry this team when you need a running game, because it seems like they're going to be a run-dominant offense.
Yeah, you would have Dameon Pierce. You would have
Dare and Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor, they cut and signed him today back to the practice squad, but they can't elevate him. So you'd have to, because he's already hit his elevation number, so you'd have to re-sign him to the roster. That's not a very good backfield. The 3 games that Mixon missed, they scored 7 points against Minnesota, a factor there. They scored 24 against the Jags, which they're the Jags, and they did score 23 against Buffalo. So those are the 3 games that Joe Mixon missed. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Giants and the Jets are a mess, and I don't think Aaron Rodgers is the problem in New York. I have another reason. I have another person who is the problem up there with the Jets. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Ocho says that the Texans got destroyed by Quinnen Williams. Now they have to deal with Chris Jones, Jeffrey Simmons twice, and Justin Matabuke. Good luck with that. Yeah, but it's a new offensive line, Och. New offensive line, Jarrett Patterson, 6th-rounder. Going to save the day for the Houston Texans, Och. Come on. Texter running Mixon up the gut 2 times in a row on 1st and 2nd down when he hasn't done anything in the previous set. No reason they can't rotate Akers in at that point. Yes, in a perfect world, that is true. Although Sloy got away from the pounding it up the middle 1st and 2nd down.
This was a conversation that you and I were having early in the season before. Maybe it even was prior to him even getting hurt, to where, especially when he had the breakout first game, to say, hey, look, there's nothing wrong with a series in the first half, a series in the second half, and then play it by ear accordingly when they're up in games to try and lessen his workload, because he is an older running back. And we know that on the back nine of his career, things can happen. And I think that would have been a logical decision to make. And the backup plan would be to have guys that were capable throughout the year, regardless if he got hurt or not.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. All right, the rumors out of New York. Did you see this? Woody Johnson, the owner, he wanted Aaron Rodgers benched in week 4. That's nuts. Like, people were saying that Aaron Rodgers got Saleh fired, but it turns out that Woody Johnson wanted to fire Aaron Rodgers from his starting
Was that
quarterback
before or
job.
after the Monday night phone call that wasn't about Saleh before Saleh got fired?
Saleh wasn't gone in week 4.
Yeah, it was too early, right?
Yeah, so this would have been before that's
crazy.
Yeah, the coach was like, we're not doing that. We're not going to turn to Tyrod Taylor to be the starting quarterback over Aaron Rodgers. Here, and a lot of people are saying that Aaron Rodgers is the reason the Jets are dreadful. I disagree. The Jets have been dreadful far before Aaron Rodgers got there. Do you know the last time the Jets made the playoffs? Take a wild
8 years
guess.
ago.
It was 2010.
It was 2010.
Oh, my God.
The last time the Jets made the playoffs was 2010. The Jets don't have an Aaron Rodgers problem. Now, it might be a problem, but he's not the main problem. He's not the main issue. You know who the main issue is? It's Woody Johnson. You can't escape bad ownership. And this is what a lot of Houston Texans fans were scared of whenever Cool Cat. Exactly. Brian read my mind. Everybody thought that guy who had desire, I don't know why people thought that. I don't know how you can listen to that desire and that fortitude and that never quit attitude and think that he wouldn't have been a great owner. Right?
Quit.
That sounds like a winner to me.
It says drive, determination.
Yeah.
True leader.
He's not going to quit until the Texans are winners. So he's unlike Woody Johnson. And like, I understand Texans fans feared that Cal McNair was going to be dumb as a rock and just sit at the throne and let Jack Easterby run things, because that did happen. But he fixed it. Maybe Hannah was the reason for that. Whatever. But the Texans now have solid ownership. Like, they don't have ownership that's meddling and getting in the way and telling coaches what to do. The problem with the Jets is Woody Johnson, quite frankly.
You're right. And I think that when you've kind of heard the reports and seen the reports and the people that are talking, they said that the best chance, Joe Douglas really didn't have much of a chance to succeed either, because Woody interjects, like a lot of owners we hear in this league, Jerry Jones, Dan Snyder previously, guys like that Woody Johnson was constantly meddling. And the biggest break the organization got is when Trump won the presidency the last time and made Woody Johnson some international cabinet position in England, where he was away from the team and couldn't deal with the day-to-day, to where they felt like they were more functional, they were more capable of doing positive things to get this thing going in the right direction. And that the minute that Woody checked out because the job was no longer there and he came back into the franchise, that everything just ran amok. Because if you remember, the private plane that went to meet with Rodgers when he was trying to figure out where he was going to go and where Green Bay was going to trade him was Woody Johnson, Robert Saleh, and Joe Douglas.
Mm-hmm. And look, the rumor is that he's going to get that job back.
That's what I heard.
So we'll see if that changes anything. You think Rodgers is a Jet quarterback next year?
I don't.
See, I still think he will be.
I think that unless nobody else wants him, and that I'm not sure how that contract's written.
They can get out of it. No guarantee next year.
I think Rodgers will get out of it, and I think he'll explore what else is out there. Now, that doesn't shut the door and say he's not going back to the Jets, but I think this isn't what he signed up for. Now, the positive is that he's got Devontae Adams sitting there. And the fact that Nathaniel Hackett is his quote unquote best friend, and he's there, but he's not running the offense anymore. But the bigger problem is that everything that Packer fans and the organization was sick of in Green Bay is exactly what the Jets are dealing with. This is Aaron's show. And until you get a general manager that's basically going to tell him, I'm putting my foot down, we're making personnel decisions, we're doing the things best for this football team, we'll work with you to some degree. And I think more honestly than that, Jeremy, they have to change the offense.
What did you almost call me?
I don't know. But the bigger thing is they have to change the offense.
No, I think
it's an antiquated offense.
They need a complete facelift. I think he's going to be back, though. The gut feeling. Meanwhile, the team that they share a stadium with, of course, they benched Daniel Jones, and now the Giants players are really mad that they're benching Daniel Jones because they said that Daniel Jones is easily the best quarterback that they have, which I agree with.
He's right.
I agree that Daniel Jones is better than Drew Lock, and I think he's better than Danny DeVito. But what's interesting about this is not only is Daniel Jones getting benched, which is the whole Sean Payton, Russell Wilson try to avoid that injury because he has an injury guarantee in his contract, but they're so cheap that they're also going to overlook Drew Lock, who has clauses in his contract where he gets bonuses based on how many snaps he takes or games played. So they're so cheap, they don't want Drew Lock to take snaps because they don't want to pay him a few bonuses here or there, which is kind of funny.
That's like a Bengals type move.
It
like,
is.
That
it's also a number one pick move.
I kind of respect it. It's like, okay, we're screwed. We're not any good. We're going to be bad. We want the top pick that we can possibly have. We're probably going to fire Shane. We're probably going to fire Dable. So who cares about winning games the rest of the way? And if we don't care about winning games the rest of the way, why don't we do it the cheapest way we possibly can? I kind of respect it.
With the local folk hero kid, the kid that everybody can get behind and root
Tommy
for the
Cutlets.
kid. The kid, the Italian kid from NYC that everybody, at least from a feel good standpoint, will be okay with, because it's basically telling you what we already knew. They're pressing the reset button completely on the quarterback position next year. It ain't going to be Daniel Jones. Not going to be anybody that's in the quarterback room this year. And if you bring in a new coach, he's going to want quarterbacks that he signs up for and wants to ride with. So, yeah, and like you mentioned, and they're not trying to win football games. This is embrace the suck mode right here, to where you got to do what you got to do. But that's kind of a boss move, because you pull that and people are definitely going to figure out what you're doing in short order.
I think everybody knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, the Broncos did it
But that's
year.
why normally they get ripped and it's frowned upon. So organizations like, yeah, we can't do that. Well, you can, and you are.
I love that they're doing this. Yeah, but I think they're going to completely clean house. Last one, Michael Irvin. I don't know his relationship with Dion. I really don't.
Oh, it's good.
Is it good?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, this makes this even juicier. He went on with Colin Cowherd yesterday or the day before. I don't remember when. But he was asked, Michael Irvin, if Dion would take the Dallas Cowboy job.
I believe 100%. And I can tell you, good sources have told me that. Great sources have told me that.
There you
That's
go.
all I can say like that without violating anything else.
What can you be violating, Michael? What
that
are you
has
violating?
already been violated in his
Dion's trust.
Is he violating Jerry Jones? I mean, he already ruined the trust of Dion.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't think that there's anything left to discover there, unless the source was Jerry Jones.
It could have been.
Yeah,
I think the source was Dion.
I do too. But to break any rules, the only thing that would only be Jerry.
Right. Yeah.
It would be
tampering.
Jerry telling him he's interested, but Dion's still got to have the interest in response to it by saying he would be interested in taking the job, and that only comes from Dion, in my opinion. And they've highlighted over and over again in a lot of the different documentaries and stories and interviews they've done together that they have been the support system and the backbone for each other when they've been going through tough times.
Mm-hmm.
To where I 100% believe that Michael Irvin, his source is Deion Sanders.
What is the percentage that Deion Sanders is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys next year?
Kickstand is down, Jeremy, according to Deion.
Well, he's got to say that.
I mean,
His
what is the
team's in
percentage they
national
wind up with the
championship
number
race.
one pick? That's the odds.
See, I think that the Raiders is more attractive for him being able to be paired up with Shador.
What can happen in
unless
Dallas?
a trade.
It could
unless
happen
a trade
in
happens.
Dallas.
But Dallas ain't great. So, of the two jobs, the organization that he knows better is Dallas. I think that that's the one he'd probably want too. And I think that, Vegas had him as the leading candidate a few weeks ago for the Dallas job.
I think it's everybody's betting him. So what is the blank odds percentage-wise? What chances the Dion's the head coach of the Cowboys next season?
50-50.
Wow.
Wow, that's high.
Yeah,
Well,
down
because
like-
I already
I was
told
down
you
like
in
a
Cash
10.
It or Trash It, he ain't going to be at Colorado next year.
Brian
I
Graff.
agree with you there. I have it run down around 10 because I don't think the Cowboys are going to make this move because of the anchor that is Dak Prescott's contract.
They can trade it, though.
They can,
It
but
would cost them a lot of money.
that's a lot of dead cap you're going to put against your salary
But
cap.
is it
so-
worth it for Dion?
And you could also,
Yeah.
Shador doesn't have to play right away either.
Well, if you trade Dak, who else is going to play?
I think if Dion's the head coach, Shador's playing right away.
Yeah.
I
And
think-
who else is going to play?
I think you play right away if they draft Shador. I'm going to put it at 12%. That Dion's the head coach of the Cowboys next year. What do you have it at? 713-780-3776. And what are the chances do you think Alex Bregman is gone? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Alex Bregman. What are the chances he is an Astro next year? 713-780-ESPN. I saw his 2-year-old son's name, Knox. I think it's Knox.
I think that's right.
Posted on Instagram him hitting tanks off of him at the age of 2. He's a lefty, by the way. And we can do a little Bregman lifetime contract. Alex for a few years, and then Knox, guaranteed to draft him. All right, what are the odds? Blankers graphs, Brian graphs. The odds that Alex Bregman is a Houston Astro next year.
60%.
60% chance he's back.
Yeah.
Okay.
That feels right. I was the 60% was the number in my head.
I'm surprised how optimistic y'all are.
Yeah,
I mean, when you hear everything that's coming out of their camp,
I guess it depends on what you think of the Alex Bregman market. I know I heard Gallant George. No, I'm sorry. I heard Dell talking about how the Bregman camp wants the Machado contract, which is just lunacy. No one's ever going to approach the Machado contract of Bregman. I don't see how he gets over $200 million.
No.
Which then, and I wouldn't want the Astros to go up to $200 million, but if he's under $200 million, that brings the Astros into the conversation. And I think there's a better than 50-50 chance that they're going to listen to Altuve, they're going to listen to the heartstrings and bring him back.
I don't think Crane's going to be held over the barrel by Jose Altuve. I don't think that carries a ton of weight. I think that Crane's going to say the right things. Like, we're going to try, and we owe it out of respect to Altuve to give it the old college try. And Crane even addressed it at the press conference for the new ballpark, the Dike. He was asked about, the Altuve, the Bregman deal, and he's like, well, we told him we're going to give it, our best effort. Like, if it comes short, it comes short.
It just seems, look, as much as when we've talked about the guys in the past, it just seems like they're more adamant and passionate about the fact that they're doing, and maybe it's because of the legacy that Alex Bregman has set here, to where they want it to look like they put more effort into this one than maybe any of the other ones that have come previously up, but that they're still going to, at the end of the day, do what they've done in every other case and walk away. But just all of Dana's comments when he does diarrhea of the mouth stuff, and he does interviews nationally, especially, it just feels like they're really going to be more focused than on the other guys of trying to get a deal done. But there's no doubt in my mind, if they cross the threshold money-wise or year-wise, that they will just decide to go turn the page, go to plan B, and say, tip the cap, thanks for the memories.
So I'm not far off from y'all. I'm at 55% he stays, because I don't think that the market for Bregman is going to be outrageous. I think the Matt Chapman contract is the minimum, 6 years, 151. I think he can get up to like 180, 185, somewhere around there. And I do feel like Crane has the desire to pay Bregman because of the memories. And also, look, Bregman took it on the chin for you in the sign stealing thing. Here were the two players that were outside of the clubhouse addressing the media. It was Altuve, who Crane has been loyal to, although Altuve's taken team-friendly contracts. So that's probably more to do with it than being the face of the whole sign stealing stuff. But and also the fact that you don't have like this ready-made third baseman that's behind Alex Bregman, ready to come up right away. Like Jeremy Pena was probably closer than anything you have at third base now. So I think that also adds to a little bit of Alex Bregman leverage. So I'm at 55% Alex Bregman returns. Here are the odds. Latest Vegas odds, just a random Google search. They had the Astros as the betting favorite at plus 375. That puts them at a 21% chance, stacking up to the competition. Mm-hmm. The Yankees are plus 400 odds. I don't see him ending up with the Yankees.
I do.
I don't see it.
If they lose Soto, they are going to go into complete quick recon mode to try and do something else that's going to
Pete Alonso.
I think it's a combo platter. I think look, money's no object to that.
That's not true though. That's an old antiquated take. Brian Cashman has been pretty conservative when it comes to huge big time spending for not top tier free agents. Like, what have been their huge free agent moves recently? Like, they re-signed Aaron Judge, which is not really a free agent acquisition. That's re-signing your own. Their biggest one's been Garrett Cole. And he was the top pitcher in the game whenever he was out there.
The trade
I don't remember how much Rodon cost, but they added him, obviously.
But that was a short-term deal.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what his contract was, but he was a decent name.
They've been fiscally responsible in the last 10 years.
To your point, the fact that they let Garrett Cole opt out of his contract and then played hardball enough to say, we're not going to give you the extra $36 million you could get. that lends itself to what you're saying. But
They're
he's
not
still
the old Steinbrenner Yankees.
But he still gave up a ton to get Soto, knowing that you're going to have to pay him or let him walk, and the fact that his salary wasn't peanuts.
No, it wasn't that much, and it was only for 1 year.
But you took Stanton's contract on. That was $300-some million.
But that was a long time ago. That was probably within the last 10 years. But I'm talking about like recent memory. The Yankees have not been this like old school George Steinbrenner sign every stinking free agent that becomes available. They've been way more fiscally responsible from the reputation that they've earned a long time ago. The Dodgers are way more willy-nilly than the Yankees are.
But I think that now you know that, look, the Mets are trying to play ball. They're going to be spending money all over the place. Yeah, they're going to be throwing money all over the place. But I think that if you lose Soto, especially a team that got to the World Series, the expectation, and you can hear it in Cashman's voice about, whether he's blaming the Astros or how, important it is that this team has to do those kind of things. In order to do that, I think that if Soto walks out the door, everybody's going to be staring at him going, how are you replacing him? What are you going to do? And I think the combination of Alonso and Bregman would be top on their list to try and, two for the price of one, try and, get them back where they need to go.
You're closer to likely on that one than I am. I actually think they should let Soto go. I don't think he's going to be worth that contract. I don't think anybody is. But also think they need to move to Aaron Judge back to right field. Like, he can't be your center fielder. Seattle, plus 425, third favorite to land Bregman. Likelihood of that?
They're going to try. I don't know that he wants to play there. I would say 25%.
Yeah, I don't think it's very high with them either. They're not they don't spend tons of money.
They're fake tough when it comes to spending money. They want you to believe that they're all aggressive, but then remember, even when the 1 year when they made all the acquisitions and trades and the Robbie Rays and all those guys, and then they just quietly just started peeling them off the books, dumping away for nothing, trying to get out of what they had done previously. I think they want their fan base to believe that they're playing hardball to try and get, but their fan base even knows this is not what we need if we're the Mariners, because they're not going to go for it.
Detroit.
I don't think so. I think Detroit learned a lesson when they went and signed Javi Baez and it completely petered out. I don't think that Bregman's the right fit for that franchise. I'd say 10%.
Baez hurts the chances of it. I'm with you on that. But the A.J. Hinch factor, I think, increases the chances of it. And it's also a young team that could use that veteran leadership and somebody who's been in the postseason.
Could see
Tigers make some sense for me. Toronto.
No, they're another team that they 1 minute they're spending frivolously, and then this next minute they're pulling the plug out of it. I can't see it.
I actually think they're about to go into a rebuild. Vlad Guerrero and Bichette are in the final year of their deal, and it's like if they're going to spend money, I think they try to lock up one of those guys. I personally think they're not going to lock up either, and I think that they're going to go into a complete rebuild. Boston.
I could see that.
Playing
because
second?
Boston, it doesn't matter where he's playing.
Well,
Boston is not willing to.
It does, because Devers isn't moving.
Unless he moves to first, which he's
Unless
not a
Devers
great
moves to
defensive
first,
third baseman.
But there was conversations him going to first, and regardless, and it depends on what was their last big spend. What's his name from Colorado? Story. Yeah, I mean, Boston's looking to get back into being a big time player. They're going to spend a boatload of money. It makes a lot of sense to say that Bregman's the kind of guy that would fit with that team, with them spending money.
I haven't seen enough of their new general manager to know how he wants to spend the money, because I've heard that they want to spend two, but do they want to spend on a third baseman who's in his 30s that's in his decline? I want to see how they use their resources. Chaim Bloom would have never done it. The Mets.
They'll look at him, but their eye is on a bigger prize. They want
Alonso
Soto.
Leaves?
If Alonso leaves, well, first of all, I think if they get Soto, Alonso is gone.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that they want Soto big time, and they know that it's a double positive for them, no matter how much money you spend, because he comes back to the National League and gives you a big boost offensively, and you screw the Yankees over across town. That's their number one priority.
Yeah.
But I could see them looking at Bregman.
I guess you can't ever rule them out with the way that they spend, but I also feel like they big game hunt, and I'm not sure it's a big enough name for the New York Mets.
That's what I'm saying. They're starting with Soto, and they're starting at the top of the pitching market to where they're going to try and add a massive name and number from an offensive perspective in at least one pitcher, if not two. But if you get down to it, Boston and the Mets are the two teams most likely to throw somewhat the money he's looking for, maybe not the years, to try and get a guy like Alex Bregman.
Last one, the Nets.
Everybody says they're going to be throwing money around too, and they're going to try and really reestablish themselves. I don't see him. They got a really young nucleus. I don't see him. Maybe you're right to the point of the Detroit situation where he provides leadership. I think they're looking for a bigger name. I think they're looking to kind of give validity to what they're trying to do to be back on the radar, and they're looking for a bigger name than Alex Bregman.
Yes.
They're supposedly they're in the Soto market to bring him back.
That would be fascinating.
Yeah, it would.
See, Washington makes sense to me because they have lots of money to spend. They have a very young team that could use veteran leadership. They're not bad. Like they won more games than anybody expected them to win. And it depends on what Bregman wants too. If Bregman doesn't have to have like immediate winning and he's just going to the highest bidder, I think the Nationals would be in play.
Yeah, from a just simply from another team that's willing to throw silly money at you. Maybe that's the case because I've read multiple different articles where they said the Nationals are going to be willing to spend with pitching and bats, and they're trying to get veterans on this team quickly. I just don't see it. I think that he wants to be at a place where he gets best of both worlds. He gets money and he continues to win now.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Jose, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Jose?
Yeah, I was just wondering what you guys think of if we don't get Bregman back, would we, I'd like to try to get Arenado. I know he's got 3 years and $74 million. Maybe you get, take 3 years, $60 million, have the Cardinals eat the rest. What you guys think about him coming over? Because he's still got a great glove and still swings the bat well.
Yeah, I don't see it. I just think for that many years at his age, that's not what they're trying to sign up for. I feel like he's diminished offensively. I think he's diminished as good as he is defensively. And I think you've been through this where they're a little scorned by what happened with the Abreu signing. And I think if you got to trade for him too and give up to take another flyer on a guy like that, and with the price tag, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he's gone backwards. He's going to be 34 years old next year. He still makes a good amount of money. Arenado would not be a name that I'm interested in. You just go last 3 years, OPS plus, where the average is 100. 2022, 151. Heck of a player. 2023, 108. Last year, 101. And dudes in their mid-30s don't all of a sudden get better. So he has regressed a lot in the last 3 years. Even if he played to what he played to last year, not worth the money that he's
this
currently
is why you got to be leery of Breggy. He's a little younger, but we've already seen we've seen this happening year after year with Bregman.
See, I think Arenado's career plight is very similar to Alex Bregman's career plight. Like, I would point to Nolan Arenado as a reason I don't want to give Alex Bregman stupid money. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. A lot of CJ Stroud conversation in the sense of where does he stack up amongst other quarterbacks in the NFL? How many quarterbacks, if you're trying to win a game this year, you're trying to win a game tomorrow, not in the future, not what they're going to mean in 3 years, not the next 2 to 7 seasons. You're trying to win a football game tomorrow. How many quarterbacks are you putting ahead of C.J. Stroud? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. I had it done. You can see it today if you're on Twitch and YouTube. Phenomenal results. Got my own hair back where I needed it most, my hairline in front. He did fantastic work. He didn't lie to me. Everything that he told me in the consultation is true. It's my own hair. It's going to be the same color, grow the same direction. It's going to fill out. It's going to do all the things that I did not believe was possible. And it's all because of Doc and his consultation and the NeoGraft procedure along with PRP treatments. You can do the same. You listening to me wanting to talk to him, you get a free consultation like I had. Doesn't cost you $150 like people off the street. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com, sign up for a free consultation. You get that chance to sit down with Doc and his staff. You can ask questions, get answers. They'll explain everything to you about NeoGraft and PRP treatments. And then you can make a decision to see if you want to kind of follow through with it or you want to put it on hold. But there's no commitment, no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, just a question and answer session so that you're familiar with what he can do and how he can help. He helped me. He helped Granado. He's helped so many more. You could be next in line. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com right now, sign up for that free consultation and see if it might be right for you. I could not be happier with what he's done for me. And the secret kind of Cliff Notes version is 95 to 99% of the follicles he's going to move and put where you need it are going to stay and grow and be with you for the long haul because he takes them from an area where they're never going away. You never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, so he takes some of it, repurposes it, puts it where you need it, and it grows, and it stays, and it looks fantastic. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It is the Beast, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. How many quarterbacks, if you're trying to win a game today, we're not talking future, we're not talking about career trajectory, we're not talking about salary cap, none of that. We're just talking simply trying to win a football game tomorrow. Everything else is equal. All 32 teams in the NFL are the same, except the quarterback position. Where would you stack up C.J. Stroud amongst the rest of the NFL? We can go through it here.
Okay.
We can go through the teams and see where we all land on this. Just go division by division. Let's start in the AFC East. Buffalo Bills trying to win a game tomorrow. Are you going Josh Allen or are you going C.J. Stroud?
Allen.
Okay, unanimous, so that'll count as one. Are you going Tua, three-piece, Tungavaloa, or are you going with C.J. Stroud?
CJ.
You said C.J.?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all unanimous there, C.J. Aaron Rodgers.
CJ.
C.J. Drake Mayo.
I mean,
I know it's
CJ.
May.
Yeah.
Drake May is not bad.
No, it doesn't matter.
But
Drake May's not
CJ's
bad.
better.
I'm taking CJ.
I would
every
take
day.
C.J. too, though, but I do think Drake May's got a chance to be pretty good.
That's a
He
different
might be the
conversation.
second best
Pretty
rookie
good.
quarterback right now.
Yeah, that's separate conversation because he's got a lot of talent.
Russell Wilson.
CJ.
Okay, we're all unanimous. Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
Unanimous again. We're at 2. Joe Burrow, my best friend. We're BFFs.
He saw him in
We
an
go way
elevator.
back.
Burrow.
We stared into each other's eyes. Yeah, Burrow pretty clearly. Burrow's playing at a very high level.
Yes.
He's been really stinking good. Famous Jameis Winston.
CJ.
Now, if you need a mountain visit, Jameis Winston might be your guy.
Yeah. Did you
What a
see
leader.
See the videos of him greeting his Saints teammates from the last week? Like,
Yeah.
they all
No, I
still
missed
love
it.
him.
I
They
love
still
it.
After
love
the
him.
game, it was like a receiving line at a
Yes,
wedding.
there's-
I really want
It's like
Jameis
a wed-
Winston.
Yeah, like Joel said, it's like a receiving line at a wedding. Like they're
Mhm.
all the Saints players just lined up to come hug him and shake his hand.
We need to bring him to Houston. He needs to be the next backup quarterback for the
I'm
Houston
fine with that.
Texans. Once Davis Mills is gone
Seriously.
after next season,
Do
Jameis
a lot
Winston,
worse.
Yeah, I'm fine
QB2,
with that.
and then draft like a quarterback in the 6th round that you develop. That's what I want my
Fine.
quarterback room to look like in 3 years. All right, so no on Jameis. Anthony Richardson or Joe Flacco.
No. CJ.
Okay, Will Levis.
No.
CJ.
You sure?
Yeah. Milk, mayo,
Positive,
whatever,
100%?
coffee.
Yes,
Yeah,
100%.
100%.
Really? Okay. Yeah, obviously C.J. Stroud. Mac Jones.
CJ.
Would your mind change if it
Oh,
was
I was
Trevor
I was
Lawrence?
expecting for you to say
CJ.
Trevor Lawrence, but
Would
it's
your-
the same answer either way.
No.
Okay, so we're still on that. We're still 3 quarterbacks going through the AFC first. Pat Mahomes.
Yes.
Patrick
Mahomes.
There's no doubt. I mean, Super Bowl winning quarterback all
Yeah,
that.
easy.
Here's a tricky one. Justin Herbert.
Herbert.
Justin Herbert.
Okay, I don't even need a vote. I would have said Herbert too, for the record. So that's 5. We're not through the AFC yet. How about Bo Nix, who's playing at an extremely high level?
CJ.
Yeah, I'd go CJ too. And then Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell, whatever's
Yeah,
happening in
yeah.
Vegas. They should just bring Tom Brady out of retirement. Okay, so 5 in the AFC that we have ahead of CJ Stroud, which is a big number.
It's more than we had when we did this
a
exercise
big
at the
number.
beginning of the year.
Jalen Hurts.
Hurts.
I'm still not sold.
How many games do you need to win?
This is a tough one because that offense is really, really good. Like you got Saquon, you got AJ and Devontae, you got Goddard, you got Kellen Moore, who's a good offensive
line.
coordinator. Like that's a good offense.
Instead of what 3 different offensive coordinators at this point? Like, this is not
he
like
wasn't
a
very
one-trick
good.
guy.
Well, he wasn't very good last year with Brian Johnson.
CJ's a better thrower of the football.
This one's tough.
This year, I don't know.
Because if we're going, everything else is the same. Like we're not getting the benefit of being with a better offense coordinator. We're not given the benefit of being with a better offense. If we're putting them on the exact same football team, who gives you a better chance to win? Jalen Hurts or CJ Stroud?
CJ Stroud.
This is a tough one.
I would say Hurts this year because of the
Last
added,
year he was terrible.
I'm sorry.
No, last year Hurts was not great.
He wasn't terrible. You said
It wasn't terrible,
first.
but
He was not
okay.
terrible.
It was a slip from where he was
Yeah,
2
he
years ago.
definitely wasn't even close to what he was the year before. And I think that if you put CJ on the Eagles, I think he'd flourish with that line and all the weapons that Jeremy mentioned.
Yeah, probably the
I
second
think
best
if
line
you
in
put
football.
Hurts in Houston, I don't know if he would even
Let's give
be
this
able to
one.
have done what.
Let's
what
give
they've
this
done.
one a half. We'll give this one a half because I'm kind of torn on it myself, and I'm going to sit on the fence. So go 5.5 there. How about Daniels in Washington?
No,
CJ.
I'm probably going to give Stroud just because he's played a little bit longer. He's played in the playoff game. Now Daniels could surpass him though.
He's
Like,
a
I'm not
better,
eliminating
Daniels
that.
better runner, and I just think right now CJ's a better passer. That could change with Daniels. He continues to show what he's doing.
Lap dance Lance. Cooper Rush. Dak
Doesn't
Prescott.
matter. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
CJ for all of them.
Danny DeVito.
CJ.
Daniel Jones.
CJ.
Drew Lock.
CJ
Okay,
for all of them.
Jared Goff.
Goff.
Yeah.
I think you got to go Goff.
You have to.
You gotta go
I
Goff.
hate doing it, but
I
you
wouldn't
have
have said it preseason, but this year Goff's played better.
Sam Darnold.
CJ.
Yeah. Jordan Love.
CJ.
Wow, that was jinx. Really?
Did you expect
Is
me
that a-
of
is
all
that a-
people?
He's been
I mean-
a turnover machine.
Has CJ Stroud outplayed Love?
I think he has.
CJ would not. CJ's throwing some bad balls, but he doesn't make the decisions and throw the bad footballs into traffic the way that Jordan Love does on a consistent
Jordan
basis.
Love is a turnover machine, is putting it lightly. He's got a top 2 or 3 interception percentage in the league right now.
I would give a slight lean to Stroud there, although I think it's close. Caleb Williams, no. Kirk Cousins.
CJ.
Okay. Baker Mayfield.
CJ.
Baker's not bad.
Yeah,
I go CJ, but Baker's not bad.
put that as kind of a side eye, but I'll still go CJ.
David Carr's brother, Derek.
CJ.
Okay. Andy Dalton or Bryce Young.
CJ.
Kyler Murray.
CJ.
I'm going Kyler.
He's so up. See, like his highs have been higher than CJ this year, but he's so up and down. Like the inconsistency that you worry about with CJ is still there with Kyler.
He's a better runner of the football, and he can throw the long ball and do something. I just don't believe in him, like throwing the football consistently. I like CJ better as a passer of the football.
You want to go half there or none at all?
I go half.
All right, so it gives us 2 halves. Don't forget that Kyler Murray is the greatest active athlete that exists on planet Earth.
How could we do that?
Matthew Stafford.
CJ.
See, I think that's kind of
That's-
close
that's- this is
too.
a tough one.
Stafford's had some big up and downs this year.
Yeah,
also.
but he's still damn good.
Yeah.
No, agree.
One
Like,
game
And
tomorrow.
he's had receivers out. I think Stafford.
Okay, we'll give that one a half. I would probably lean Stroud, but I'm not mad at you for picking Stafford. I can totally understand it. Geno Smith.
CJ.
Okay, and then Brock Purdy, the last place team in the NFC West.
CJ.
Okay, so you have 7.5 quarterbacks. 7.5 quarterbacks that you would take ahead of CJ. Or
He's top
we
10.
collectively would have you top 10, but he's not top 5.
No.
Not top 7.
No,
he
we
might
had
not be
him-
in some
And
people's top 8.
That's
I think.
completely indicative of what's happened this year and the way that he's been slightly less than, the line has been slightly less than, and it's just been not what we expected.
Yeah, like we're looking at 7.5, 8 quarterbacks you would have ahead
Yeah,
of
when I did
CJ
my own
Stroud.
personal list, I had 7.
You had
So,
7?
Yeah, that's right in line with what we did as a group.
Yeah, I had them 8, 9. Kind of, on a couple of them. Like I struggled a bit with Kyler. I struggled a bit with Jalen. I struggled a bit with Stafford. So like those kind of could go either way. But he's not in your top 7. He was 7 or 8.
Yeah, I had him at 8 in
Okay.
preseason when we did this exercise. I think I had him at 2.
Okay.
2
So-
or 3.
so
It
he's-
was really high.
So he's probably right
He's
now
dropped.
going to win a game tomorrow, not a top 7 quarterback in the NFL.
All right now.
Fair?
Yeah.
Any
Very-
objection
very
here?
fair.
Can we set that? The judge has ruled.
Yeah, I would not have him as a top 7 QB currently.
Okay. 6-3-3-3-3. Bo Nix over CJ for a game today, 100%. Y'all are whack for CJ over Nix. Says 512 area code. What is a 51? Is that Texas?
Austin.
Okay. So he's a Bo Nix fan in Austin. That's interesting. Huh. He thinks highly of Bo Nix. So we have him outside of the top 7. Is that unfair? Is it fair? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Also, film don't lie. When we return, it is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what else don't lie? A goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the best basketball goal on the planet. Tempered glass backboard gives you a true, authentic feel. Breakaway rim because you might want to lower the goal, throw down some jams if you want to show off to the misses or your kids. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof. You got to have that in Houston as well. And height adjustable. Just mentioned that. 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. You want to throw down some jams, show off, show everybody you still got it a little bit, lower it all the way down. You want to work on that jump shot, see how you stack up with the pros. We'll raise it up to 10 feet, see what you got. And their new goal 4, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, and it is fun to do. And, of course, these goals from Pro Dunk, you're not going to find this type of stuff in the big box stores. Whenever you go to the big box stores, you're going to find cheap goals. They ain't any good. You see them in the neighborhood. They're busted up. They're on their belly. The rim's jacked up. The backboard sometimes is broken. If you're going to get a goal, you need to do it right and get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. You're going to love it. Your kids are going to love it. It's great. Also, their accessories are next level. We understand it gets dark a little early now. LED light kits for night play. Backstop nets. You don't have to chase the basketball around and waste your time. Pull pad lettering. Add some customization to your goal and lots more. And maybe the best thing is that you can get them to professionally install your goal. You don't have to be intimidated or overwhelmed of this big box delivered to your driveway that has a million pieces and you have to assemble. Don't worry about it. The pros from Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You can't screw it up because they're going to do it for you. Give them a call right now, 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. 713-780-3776. Texter, sad thing about it is you're ranking him with this offensive line. No, everything else is equal. We're talking about winning a game tomorrow. If you could somehow put him on those teams that you got the quarterback ranked higher and he's behind that offensive line, he might be a superstar. They might be defeated with CJ, talking about behind this offensive line. No, we're putting everybody on the same exact football team in this hypothetical world. All right, film do not lie. First thing, did you notice these changes on the defensive depth chart? Now, the first one might not be as much of a change. I think they might be platooning their linebackers. Devin White outsnapped Henry To'oTo'o by a good amount in Monday's game against the Cowboys.
I like what I've seen of Devin White, but I've loved what I've seen of To'oTo'o. I think that surprises me a bit because he was all over the place when he was on the football field. He was impactful when he was playing to where I really didn't notice White the same way that I noticed To'oTo'o and To'oTo'o and Petrie, and they were all over the place wreaking havoc to where that surprises me a bit.
Yeah, I think part of this, though, is because they're kind of platooning the two. Like, you're seeing Henry To'oTo'o more in situations where they're going to be running the ball a decent amount. Devin White is like the clear cut. If the other team's passing the ball, we're going to bring in Devin White. And they abandoned the running game, and they were throwing the ball a lot in the second half. And Devin White, they rather have him on the field whenever the other team's passing. So I think it's a split. I think you're kind of platooning. And the Texans actually played some 4-3 the other day, which they haven't done a lot this year. I think D'Amico would like to, but he doesn't love his third linebackers. So that's something to monitor. I think it's going to be kind of a 50-50 split, but because the Cowboys had to go into a passing attack, they rather have Devin White on the football field when the opposition is throwing the ball. The second one, you know who played every single snap as a safety for the first time all year? Who the clear-cut number one safety was for the Texans? Kalen Bullock. Bullock played every single defensive snap. Eric Murray and Jimmy Ward were a split. Ward had a little bit more than Murray, but kind of 50-50. They were trading off series. Whereas Kalen Bullock has graduated to the number one safety on this football team. And thank goodness, because I think he is the top safety on this team.
No, I agree with you. And you want him to be, and you want him to be for the long haul. So, we were talking about a few weeks ago, surprised at the fact that he wasn't on the field more. I'm glad that he's on the field more than any other safety because he deserves to be. And he's a ball hawk, and he continues to get better with the more he's on the field.
All right, here are the other things that I noticed today. In Film Do Not Lie, the Dallas Cowboys defense has quit playing football. They have quit. There is not a team that I've seen all year that has quit as much as the Cowboys. Like D'Amico, he tries to get his team to swarm and play hard and fly to the football. The Dallas Cowboys, they have zero effort. This is like the laziest defense I've seen all year.
To piggyback on that, I was driving home and was listening to Texans radio.
How dare you?
With the general on, and all three guys notated how pregame, when most players are out on the field, working up a sweat, getting stretched out, running drills, doing things to get ready for the football game, there were their biggest names, including Parsons and Lamb and a couple other guys, Diggs and other guys that were sitting there talking to the people that were on the field, signing autographs, farting around, to where everybody kind of noticed, all three of them, that this isn't a team that's got the coaching staff's got control of right now.
Yeah, that's it's bad. Like if the Jones know football, which I don't know if they do, this coaching staff has to go. Like the defense is giving absolutely no effort. They've quit, which means that they've quit on their coach. Like it's a no-brainer.
And it's not just the coach either, because Parsons was very outspoken about being in the camp of their DC, Mike Zimmer. If you love Mike Zimmer, that's not the effort you should be showing pregame or in-game if you want to do something to save Mike Zimmer.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. It's actually kind of sad. When did you hear McClain on? What day was that?
Last night.
Oh, so you weren't listening to...
Glenn was on, and I was splitting during commercials. I was flipping back and forth.
Oh, okay. Danielle Hunter, his motor does not stop. Like you can sit there and talk about his pressure rate. It is very high, one of the highest pressure rates in the entire NFL. He had 2 sacks against the Cowboys. Could have been credited for a third because Cooper Rush fumbled the ball and had a dive on it. Danielle Hunter actually was the first one to touch him. He got credit for a tackle for a loss, but not a sack. I don't really know why. But he chases down plays that are well past him. Like he has every right to not be a dude who has the motor to chase down a running play of 25 yards. Yet multiple times this season, Danielle Hunter is chasing down a play from the backside. He has no quit. And I love it because he's got a body like mine, so I can really appreciate what Danielle Hunter brings to the table.
He is the reason why you don't look just simply at sacks when you look at analyzing a defensive player, because he is like next gen. He's all over the place. If you want to look at pressures, if you want to look at just the disruptiveness of the eye test when you see him on film, and to your point, whether it's a running play or a passing play, that dude wreaks havoc all around the field, and he's phenomenally fun to watch. And that's why you're glad you have him. Yeah, everybody's like, well, he doesn't have the sacks he had a year ago. Okay, season's not over yet, but at the same time, just watch him, like isolate on him for a game and watch how many different plays he impacts.
Yeah, I cannot wait to have Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, and Danico Autry at their best. Like they haven't had that this year. I think that Will Anderson got hurt in the game that Autry came back. If not, it was the second game where Autry was back, and Autry was not good in his first game, but he's been really good now. So healthy Will Anderson, healthy Danielle Hunter, informed Danico Autry can be very, very scary for opposing teams.
You think about it, because Autry came back for the Green Bay game. That's the one that he was, maybe his name was called once. Mm-hmm. And Will Anderson got hurt in the
Well, he's missed 2 games, so you have to go back to 3 games, so the Jets game.
Okay.
So that was Autry came back for the Packers, so I guess they have played a game together. They played 2 games together before he got hurt. So the Colts game was the only game where they had a healthy Will Anderson, a healthy Daniil Hunter, and Danigo Autry shaking off the rust.
If you just watch Autry last game too, he's right in there in that camp with Hunter, where you're right. It's scary. If all 3 of those guys are fairly healthy and on the field at the same time, good luck offense, because from the quarterback standpoint and even the running game, you are going to get hell-bent fury coming at you from every direction.
Yeah, he's all of those guys are good, really good. Jeff Okudah came into the game. They immediately picked on him. We talked about this yesterday, not just the Turpin touchdown, but also trying to get CeeDee Lamb to go up against him. And then Okudah did not play the rest of the game until that final series. That was garbage time. Hopefully he never plays again. It wouldn't shock me if they actually cut him.
I was going to say, hopefully he's not on the roster anymore.
Yeah, maybe. Like, they might keep him as their 4th corner, but he needs to be their 4th corner. I mean, hopefully Lassiter's back. Then you have Holman, who's your 3rd corner, which isn't great.
Nope.
And then your 4th corner is probably Okudah, but do they keep a 4th boundary corner? I think it's going to be on the roster bubble. Dameon Pierce is a waste of a roster spot, too. Now, the problem here is you don't really have an upgrade. He does nothing in the run game. He's unplayable, I think, in the run game. And he's also dropping and kicking a kickoff.
Yeah.
Like, he was kicking it around. What does he add value to this team this year?
You're right. This is the conversation we were having about Sims before. When they put Sims in some pass formations, he actually looked like he could play a little bit. But at the same time, this is not the point in the season where we're looking at going, boy, we could sure use some more depth at running back, and we could sure use some more depth at corner. But if you're Nick Caserio, you should be trying to figure out if there's any way on God's green earth you could upgrade the depth at those 2 positions.
Yeah. And then the final one that I have is I thought this was one of Bobby Slowick's better game plans. You look at what they were doing in the passing game. Quick. CJ Stroud was not holding on to the ball. Like, we're giving all this praise to the offensive line for protecting Stroud and only giving up the 1 sack. Go look at the passing plays. They were getting the ball out of C.J. Stroud's hands quickly. Now, it does beg the question, why weren't you doing this in the first 10 games when C.J. Stroud was getting his head knocked off? Why did it take this long to do it? But you saw some adjustments with how Bobby Slowick was calling plays, trying to keep C.J. Stroud upright, and I thought it was for the better.
The only thing, Jeremy, that concerns me about that is that when you're practicing it all week and then in the game, maybe that's some of the reason why CJ got a little happy-feeted and made some bad throws, was because everything that they were doing offensively in the past game was basically predicated on getting the ball out of his hands quickly.
It was.
So when in his internal clock starts telling you this isn't quick anymore, he's expecting to get hit and he wasn't getting hit. But because he was expecting to get hit, he may have rushed some throws.
Yeah, they really didn't have any shot plays. Like, they had a few deep, like, passing plays, like the Nico Collins where you ran the post, like that one for a big game, but that was pretty quick. I guess the longest developing pass play in the game was the Tank Dell with the deep cross.
Well, he
Even
wanted the
that's
one
not
to
crazy.
Woods too, but he expected the safety to be elsewhere, and Woods stayed with him, and he didn't ever end up throwing it.
I don't remember that play. Maybe because it didn't get completed. But the longest developing pass play that I remember was the Tank Dell crossing route, the deep cross.
It went all the way across field.
Went for a big play. But, I mean, that one still wasn't, like, holding on to the ball forever.
The one I'm talking about, Aikman even pointed out that he wanted Woods, and Woods was on a deep go, but the safety ended up at the last minute staying behind him on the other side of him.
Now that I think about it, I remember 2 shot plays. One of them, C.J. Stroud ran it. It was right after the fake punt that was not successful. He was looking for something deep, wasn't there, ran it. And then the second down play, same thing, was looking for something deep and then took the sack, which was the only sack given up the entire game. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. 11 weeks are in the books in the NFL season. What are your hot takes after week 11? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a minute for Stella Rosa wines. Stella Rosa wines are so refreshing. They're served chilled, and you can serve them with just about anything you're putting out there from a food perspective. What I like to tell everybody is when you're getting people together to watch some sports, have a bunch of people over to the house, you like to serve beer, you like to serve hard liquor, but give everybody an extra alternative to choose from a drink perspective, because it's got just the right amount of alcohol, not too little, not too much, so that you don't have to pace yourself. It'll pace for you. And the fact that it's all natural fruit flavors and a little bit of spice with a lot of different flavor profiles that can go with anything you're serving. From hors d'oeuvres and appetizers to full-blown meals, Stella Rosa has a wine or 2 that will go with what you're serving and will make you look like a hero, not just the host. Check them out because they're available at all your local retailers as well as your liquor stores. So you can get them involved in whatever you're serving, and you are going to be looked at as the hero of the party because they taste great. They go with everything you're serving. And they're refreshing because they're all served chilled. Check them out at your local retailer. Check them out at your local liquor store. And make sure you remember that I told you to go get them because you are going to get a favorable review no matter how your team does do on that given night. And the viewing parties and everything else. Or if you're going to a viewing party to check out somebody else's house to watch some games, bring over a couple of bottles. They're easy to get to, and they're going to be a hit at your party as well. We always tell you to get some Stella Rosa wines and get them at your local retailer. And I always tell you to please celebrate responsibly.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, we're 11 weeks through the NFL season. What are your hot takes after Week 11? 713-780-3776. What you got, Blankers?
Say that again?
What are your hot takes after Week 11 of the NFL season?
Oh, I think that the Detroit Lions are back. I think that from the standpoint of everybody watching the Lions and
where do they go?
Well, but I think after the Texans game, people were starting to question Jared Goff. And Jared Goff jumped right back where he left off. And he had a bad one. All quarterbacks have those games. Now, not all quarterbacks throw 5 picks, but at the same time, Jared Goff was unbelievable. Their offense, we talk about teams at this point, and Jeremy even said it. Are you saying that, you're looking for a complete team at this time of the year? That's tough to do. Detroit Lions, aside from losing Aiden Hutchinson, and we'll see how Smith fills in for him, Detroit Lions are about as complete a team as there are in this league.
Yeah, Goff left the MVP race for a little bit, according
did.
to some, and then he was all of a sudden right back on it as he went absolutely nuts.
In part because they're willing to run up the score. I don't know how much you guys follow this game late, and we saw this in their game against the Cowboys as well a few weeks ago. But they're willing to keep throwing the ball for touchdowns late into the fourth. Dan Campbell does not care about your feelings. He runs up the score.
Who was the other dude that the other team they blew out? They got
Amon
Raw.
They blew out Dallas. They blew out.
They put 52 on the Titans.
There was one where they were throwing touchdowns up like 50.
When they threw it to the offensive line.
It was the Cowboys.
Yeah, so they threw it to the offensive line.
Yeah, it was the Cowboys. They got Amon Raw, a touchdown super late. Yeah, they're willing to run it up on. It's interesting. They just don't care. It's that I kind of like that attitude though.
I do too.
We're gonna step on your throat.
They're not going to worry about your feelings. They're going to do everything they can to make sure that everybody gets theirs and that they set a standard, and they're doing that.
Yeah, this is not Texas playing UTEP. You're all professionals. They're gonna keep playing until the final whistle goes.
I have an admission. I have an admission to make. The Pittsburgh Steelers are better than I thought.
Ooh.
I thought the Steelers were going to have trouble being above 500. I thought that this is a very, very high possibility that Mike Tomlin was going to have his first losing season in the history of his head coaching career. I could not have been more wrong. I sold that defense short. I sold the offense short. I sold Mike Tomlin short. I apologize, Mike
Chris
Tomlin.
Boswell
I will
short.
never do it. I didn't sell him short. He's a Rice Owl. I have a lot of respect for him. I will never make that mistake again. The Pittsburgh Steelers are way better than I ever thought they would be, and I apologize to Yins. I apologize to Mike Tomlin. I apologize to all of you in the Steel City.
Yeah, I didn't have this team winning more than 8 or 9 games. I didn't have this team having quarterback play the way they've had all season long with both guys because I didn't believe in either guy. It's been impressive what they've been able to do. I'm right there with you. I thought that they were going to be 500-ish at best. It looks like they're a lot better than that.
We got to throw in one more name on the apology list. Our loyal listener, Tamara, who always hits
that's
us up
right.
on social media.
Yeah.
She always loves it when we talk Steelers. So apologies to her as well.
Apologies to Russell Wilson.
For sure.
Yeah,
People were criticizing Tomlin. They were criticizing Tomlin for going to Russell
He said
Wilson
he was
over
going.
Fields.
What did he say? He was going rogue or going solo all by himself. Han Solo. That everybody else was saying stay with a 4-2 team and don't make any changes. And he said, no, I'm going to Russ. I believe in Russ. Russ hasn't let him down. Some of Russ can still throw the deep ball pretty accurately.
Yeah, he didn't play particularly well last week. Obviously, they scored no offensive touchdowns, but he's been really good. I mean, and I agree with what you said, Jeremy, though. I think the interesting thing, even though we all agree that, even though we're going to keep telling ourselves it's Mike Tomlin, it's the defense, we should believe in him. When it gets to the playoffs and they're playing the Chiefs or the Ravens or the Bills, none of us are going to pick the Steelers.
No, but they just beat Baltimore.
I know, but it's like we say it, but even though we say it, like deep down when the gun is put to your head to make a pick, we're still going to pick against
They're
them.
still second tier.
Yeah,
they're in Texans territory.
That's kind of what it feels like. Yeah, mine is pretty close to Joel, so I'll go ahead and use it here. But there's not a single team in the NFL that I would pick on a neutral field over the Detroit Lions.
Ooh. Okay.
Neutral field, line them all up, all 32 teams. There's not a single team in the NFL I'd pick over the Detroit Lions.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, I
they're
think,
just, like Joel said earlier, I mean, they're the most complete team in the NFL. They got it. I mean, I obviously wish they had Aiden Hutchinson. That would make the take even stronger.
Sure.
But I still think they can beat any team in the NFL on neutral field.
you think about the way they drafted too, when they questioned when you took Gibbs as early as you did, and you got yourself a tight end as well, and then when you got Brian Branch and you got some of the guys they added on defense, and then they were savvy in the way they got Carlton Davis and free agent. They made all the right moves to make this as complete of a team as they possibly could, and they're easily the best team in the NFC. But yeah, I think the only 2 teams on a neutral field that I think it's worth a conversation are the Chiefs and the Ravens.
Okay.
Not the Bills? You wouldn't throw the Bills in?
No, I don't. I don't believe that the Bills defense is as good as they were a year ago. I think the Bills are good for now. I don't think they're going to be good for the playoffs.
Okay, fair. I'm not a huge Josh Allen guy in the postseason. I think he's going to lose you a game whenever you're going up against. He might win you a game in the playoffs, but I think he's also going to give you a game, and you can't do that in the postseason. Another one that I have. I'm sorry, the AFC West. This is an apology chore, I guess. I'm sorry to you, the AFC West. I thought you were a 1-10 six-team division. I thought it was Kansas City, and then the rest of the division was going to be below 500. I apologize to the other teams in the AFC West, not the Raiders, of course, but I apologize to the Chargers. I never thought you'd be 7-3 and in playoff contention. Denver, I never thought you would have a winning record and be in playoff contention. So I apologize to the AFC West. You're better than I thought.
Yeah, I agree with that. I
They
didn't
get
think,
3 teams in?
Probably.
apologize to B. Hannon because
Maybe.
of his Chargers and the fact that I didn't think the Chargers were going to be anything this year, and they lost the majority of their skill position players. And year one of Harbaugh, I didn't think was going to go like this. And then you get Herbert like that, and all the things, and Quentin Johnston's catching footballs like that. That's impressive in itself. What Sean Payton's done, I haven't believed in anything he was going to do, and the way he's gone about his business. Bo Nix looks fantastic. So yeah, I mean, aside from the Raiders, AFC West has got some talent.
Yeah, they're better than I thought. Better than I thought.
Green Bay, by the way, I'm not giving up on that. Green Bay may sneak into the playoffs. Green Bay is fool's gold.
7-3?
They are fool's gold. And if
How
you
did
watch,
they get into the
did
playoffs
you
if they're
watch that game
7-3?
last weekend?
It doesn't matter.
They didn't deserve to even be. And Jordan Love keeps Jordan loving. And you mentioned
it's just
it
math
too.
at this point, Joel.
We'll see.
Also, I don't love the word sneak. Like, you could ultimately be right that they missed the playoffs, but like they've been comfortably in the top 7 in the NFC all year.
They're
Like,
7-3.
I don't like the word sneak.
They're going to fizzle, but they're going to. They'll probably have enough.
Maybe hang on.
Because they'll hang on. Okay, wrong adjective in your mind, but at the same time, right result. They're not going to be storming into the playoffs to make a statement. And some people sexy pick to make the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
they're going to be a wild card, and I think they're going to be one and done.
They can go 3-4 and still make it down the stretch.
Yeah, there are 2 games clear of everybody else.
That's not sneaking
That's
in.
not sneak. You can't be in the top 7 all year and be sneaking in.
If you go 3-4 down the stretch, you sneak in.
You backed in. You didn't sneak in.
No,
You're
like
7-3.
sneaking in is if like you're 4-7 and you like win 4 or whatever in a row at the end of the year. Like if the Bengals make the playoffs, they would be sneaking in.
Yeah.
You can't be in the top 7 all year long and be a playoff team all year long and then barely make it and be a sneak in. That it's like backdooring it. Pause. It's coming from behind and pushing across at the very end.
Again.
It's not in the playoffs all year, and then you kind of fizzled down the stretch. It's hanging on. All right, you got to duck out of here. You want to tell everybody where you're going?
One last time, going back to the 30th anniversary of the championship teams, honoring the players and Rudy T tonight, and the Rockets invited me, so I accepted, and I'm looking forward to it.
My invitation must have been lost in the mail. Brian, did you get invited?
No, they don't even know I work the show. So
have fun, Blankers. We'll miss you for the final hour. We'll see you again tomorrow. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Blessing or stressing? Garrett Williams will be joining us next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the out of here, I want to tell you about Vanderford Air. I just sent one of my buddies to Vanderford Air yesterday. He texted me today. Vanderford Air took care of him every step of the way. He said it could not have been easier, better, and everything was backed up in writing. They guarantee it with 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. That's the best calling card I can give you, because I always tell you to lock their number in your phone because you never know when you're going to need them. But when you do, you need a company that's going to be there right away, that's going to do a great job, that's going to guarantee their work and put everything in writing. That's why I always tell you to add that number, 281-557-COOL. Put it in your phone right now. You never know when you're going to need it, but you never want your air conditioning or heating to go on the fritz, especially in Houston, Texas. They do so much more. They do plumbing, repiping, dehumidifying systems. But the main reason why you put them in your phone is because you need your AC and sometimes you need your heat, and you need it to be fixed immediately if something goes wrong. 281-557-COOL. Check out their website, VanderfordAir.com. But make sure you get to them before something bad happens to you, because they're going to take care of you every step of the way. Put everything in writing, to the part that they're going to replace, to a whole new system if you choose. And then they'll back it up from the work that their employees do, the parts and or services and or systems they put in, and the performance that everything has going forward. You're going to love them because they're going to make sure that you're covered every step of the way. VanderfordAir.com, or lock that number in your phone, 281-557-COOL.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Garrett's in with us, blessing or stressing. HoustonStressins.com, on IG at Houston Stressins, Texan commenter on TikTok and Twitter. But maybe better known for fighting with Paul Gallant today. Gary got into a Twitter spat with Paul. We understand that not everybody has Twitter. I think I saw all of this. I'm not sure. It looked like it started last night. I didn't really see it until earlier today. But Garrett, Paul Gallant went toe-to-toe in the Twitter ring. What happened here? What went on?
Well, I think like the end play here is a rough and rowdy, but we'll kind of start at square one.
I guess it started with you quote tweeting this NFL top 5 passing yards.
You say this ends in a rough and rowdy fight?
It could potentially be that way. I mean, we'll see how it naturally plays out.
I mean, I'm
messing around.
Paul and Mike Tyson had a fake fight on Friday.
Yeah, we could make
and they had
a couple $1,000 off of it and call it a day.
I think you're probably selling yourself too high. Maybe a couple hundred. It's probably what we're going to see here a little bit.
I give a 10 spot to watch it.
Hey, we got $1 one right there.
Highest bidder, $10. But yeah, so looking at it, you tweeted out top 5 passing yards NFL. You quote tweeted it. You said sophomore slump, kind of like, he's not in a sophomore slump. And then Paul quote tweeted you. Some of y'all put way too much stock into total yards. He's 20th in yards per attempt, much better barometer of how a quarterback is playing. Last night was another clunker by his admission. Too much gaslighting with this team. We all know they're capable of playing better. And then I guess the gloves came off at that point.
There was also like a comment in there. So I didn't see like his quote tweet until later. And then like once I saw it, like, I thought I was being painted in a light as like some dumb idiot who just thinks this stat is whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to make sure like, hey, like, no, that's not what I was doing. Like, I mean, if y'all follow me and watch how I post and interact, I mean, I post everything. But when it comes to like, standings and stats, like if our player in the top 5 or whatever, I typically post that.
Yeah.
And in this case, it like happened to be a time where there's obviously controversy over CJ Stroud, and both sides have valid arguments. I'm not, saying one side's right or wrong or whatever. But anyways, I attached my opinion to this ranking. And then, like you just read out Paul's quote tweet, he kind of like, I felt like he was just like belittling the opinion. And then there was a comment in there too. And so I just responded to those in a non, threatening way, just to kind of make sure, hey, like, just to, get my 2 cents in. And I guess it was late at night and maybe he didn't see it till this morning and it kind of escalated from there. But I don't know Paul. I just interact with him online. Never met him.
He's pretty grumpy, Paul.
Yeah,
I say he can be pretty grumpy from time to time.
I'm sure he's still a good guy.
Paul, I love Paul too.
I would love to meet him. I think I got a decent grasp for his personality. I got friends. You meet people over your life that have certain personalities. And then like the thing that like, so again, like sophomore slump or not, like I don't think CJ Stroud in a sophomore slump. We can talk about that. But my whole thing was, it's not even about whether you agree with that or not. It was just how the conversation with Paul evolved to where he basically accused me of engagement farming with my posts. And that I took personally because
why would you
just
take that
throw
personally?
the crap out there to get clicks.
Granada calls me an engagement farmer all the time.
I mean,
because it's true.
If I ever do it, it's not intentional. And again, this goes back to definitions. Like, so I perceive engagement farming as someone just saying something totally outrageous to get rage bait clicks, which is not what I was doing or ever intend to do. So that's where I kind of was like, all right, bro, like, but no, I mean,
so that's what he like where he offended you is whenever he called you an engagement farmer.
Because I am very particular about what I post. Like, I don't want to be seen as some phony account that just puts BS out there to get, like, and again too, I am a fan. So yes, I am optimistic.
What did you call him? You called him a bozo? Was that the meanest thing you called Ball? Was a bozo?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And I really got aggressive on that one.
I can't see a lot of what I saw this morning.
Like,
it's kind of
1950s comedy there.
Paul did do like this really weird like character thing where like I don't even know what it was.
And then I said he was
telling
weird
me about
AF.
it later. Yeah, it was kind of weird.
Yeah, he was.
Did you see that one, Brian? Like he.
No, I didn't see. I'm getting all this secondhand. I actually haven't seen this interaction.
It was like AOL chat room where like you would do like the slashes in weird ways and like different spaces to where like it looked like a heart.
Sure,
or
to
something.
make a character or something.
Yeah, it was like what was it called? What did you call it?
A character or not emoji.
I don't even know what you would
I don't
call
know.
it, but like you put like a bunch of letters,
Emoticon?
and
Like a
slashes.
stencil, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it was. I've never seen
My
anybody do
question
that on
is,
Twitter.
did he take the time to manually type that out, or does he have
No,
that
he-
saved
no,
in a
you-
template on
like
his
those,
phone?
they
sure he
have those
copy and
things
pasted.
where like you give like a bold take and it's like you're ducking out and looking out from behind a brick wall. Whenever
like
I
that.
want to,
Yeah.
I want to do that. I literally just Google character looking out from a brick wall, and you
Gotcha.
could copy. And
You've
paste
done that?
It. Yeah.
I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
Twitter. I've seen it in AOL chat rooms 20 years ago.
Yeah, that really threw
There's
me for
that.
a
There's
loop.
the prayer circle things. I just Google it and copy and paste.
Yeah,
it.
it was like that. It threw me for. I did not expect to see that. And then you called him. You said you were a weird AF, and you called him a bozo.
Yep.
That was the meanest thing you said to Paul. We called him a bozo.
Yeah,
This
you
is
know-
light. This is nothing.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
did
mean,
that
I
fire
don't.
call up getting called a bozo.
You called him a bozo. And then the meanest thing
Well,
he
I
said
called
to
him
you.
a bozo because he basically said, "Aren't you?" I said I'm a fan. I guess I don't know how if you have it pulled up, but basically I was like,
I can't find him anymore.
Is he
Yeah,
muted
like
or
it-
blocked? Or what?
no,
Is
no,
there
I
like
just-
an alliance going on here? Are you taking my
No,
back?
I can see y'all's messages, but I can't see like the comments afterwards. Like the
Well,
threads,
it's all
like-
buried between
yeah,
different
the threads
threads.
buried.
It's all different.
Yeah.
But anyways, like there was dialogue about, your name is Texans commenter. Like you can't be a fan. Like you have a radio show. I was like, I can still be a fan and like post fan stuff. And it was just like a weird. I was like, so can I not be a fan and also talk on the radio about the Texans?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know there was some rule to where I had to choose one or the other.
I think Paul has some traditional values when it comes to like media.
You could
Frankly,
have stopped at traditional values.
you think he has traditional values?
Very simple. Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation.
In some things, but I think he has like traditional values, especially when it comes to like media. So like, I think that he probably does draw a line between media and fan.
I think he takes it, and this is not an insult. This is a compliment because a lot of people take it half-assed. Paul takes his job very, very seriously. He's very, very passionate about it. It's sometimes not saying that Garrett was doing this, but it's if someone he believes in this case is maybe, I don't know, putting a bad light on what he does, he takes it very, very personal. Not that I thought Garrett was.
I don't know if that.
No, I think what he. I think there's two different
I know his
conversations
angle
because
on it.
I do think that he is very media fan, separation, church of state, and he thinks that that's probably like an area that should not be clouded with fan. Now, sports talk radio, I think, is very kind of in the middle. Like I would never consider myself a media member. Not in my sports talk radio position.
Yeah.
I'm not going to press conferences. I'm not writing articles. I'm not an insider by any stretch of the imagination. So I think that it's a very gray area, quite frankly. Some people treat it that way. Some people don't.
Yeah.
He probably has the traditional view where he doesn't feel like bloggers or whatever. Not calling you a blogger, but like that's not real media. But I think that nowadays it's a very fine line in 2024.
Well, I think his
like bloggers
logic
get
was-
credentials nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think it's the new age of sports media. Like
Sure.
it's changed, but I think his perspective was like, I'm assuming here, and I may be right, but like maybe he's thinking because he seems to have like his perspective on sports is like he's the realist, takes opinion out, emotion out. So maybe he was thinking you're a fan, so maybe that's why. And some of the stuff that he said in this convo, like stands and basically stats make you think that someone's better
He
than what they
doesn't like
are,
stats.
specific to CJ Stroud. So maybe he's saying that like because I'm a fan, that it's like jading my ability to be honest, which I think be true, and I'm aware of that, but I still believe what I believe, whether I'm a fan or not.
I think you just disagree with your take out of the cuff because like a lot of times you're looking
That's
for
fine,
you're looking for takes and it's like okay look at this bozo take, look at this clown take, and it's like okay well I see this take and then you're gonna be like the the justice in all of it, like this isn't, you shouldn't be looking at passing yards, which I mean I actually agree with that. I don't think
Batman
that
opinion of him, out
Yeah,
for justice. And Paul doesn't like stats. I think we all know that. Paul's more of an eye test guy. He thinks in large part that stats are using terminology like wide receiver one is for losers. So
Well, I agree too. The way this happened, like it wasn't intentional. Like I saw this graphic and I put the comment on there, and then in my replies I added other context to it, like this, and this. But like I can see how he sees it and sees, he sees this stupid stat and he thinks that because of the stat, which is not the case.
that's exactly what it was.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was trying to say. Like, dude, come on, bro.
And he's countering a take because there would be times where I see stupid takes. I'm like, okay, let's talk about how stupid of a take this is tomorrow on the show. I'll bookmark a lot of stupid takes and then we'll kind of dissect it later. I don't think I've ever done that with you, but it's coming. It's coming.
There was a take that I saw that someone said that CJ's body language was different this year, that he looks less motivated.
Was that Jeremy? Jeremy is a body language expert.
I am a body language expert. Now, I don't think that he looks less motivated. I have seen him get like ruffled.
Yeah.
Like I've seen him get a little bit, bothered. Like he
As
threw his
would
helmet on the
anybody
side. Yeah.
under struggles.
Yeah. I actually kind of want to see that. It means that you care. Like
Exactly.
I don't dislike that at all, actually. Now where Paul called you an engagement farmer is where you got offended.
Yeah.
I don't think he's wrong. I don't think that he's wrong. See, I think that we have different
It depends on your
views.
definition of
Yeah.
engagement.
Like I personally think that anything that's posted on the internet is farming engagement, because if you're not trying to get, if what's the point of posting? Like, what is your motive of posting?
Yeah.
You want people to see it, right?
Yeah.
Like if you didn't care about anybody seeing your opinion or seeing what you said, you probably wouldn't be on Twitter. Or if you were on Twitter, you wouldn't be posting at all. I feel like every tweet that is fired off is engagement farming.
But if that's the case, then he's being a massive hypocrite. So it's like,
well, I think he engagement farms too. I think we all do.
Exactly.
I think
So that's part of it.
I literally think every single post that is posted on Twitter is engagement farming. It's like you're looking for engagement. You're looking for people to see it. Otherwise, you wouldn't post it. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think you're clickbaiting, or I don't think that you're like, I think that farming engagement gets a bad rap, quite frankly. People like automatically assume that engagement farming is doing like what that H-Town critic guy does, where he's going to put this flat out awful take, and then people are just going to roast him in his comments, and he's going to get ratioed.
That's when I think
Right.
engagement, I have that negative. So that's why, and because he used a word too, like slurpy post. I'm like,
Yeah, I think he
I don't
said
know what the hell that means. but
glaze, I think is what he said.
Well, he said that. He said a lot of weird
said
stuff.
more.
He said one of my posts was slurpy. I don't know what that means. So that was. And
I
then he
think
said
you
I
can
was.
figure it out.
It means
He said
you're
I was.
sucking up to the Texans is what it means.
Yeah, it means you're sucking up to the Texans. Now, again, like every single one of my posts is engagement farming. Every single one of
Yeah.
Brian's posts is engagement farming. Every single one of your posts is engagement farming. Every single one of Paul's posts is engagement farming, because you're posting it because you want people to engage with it. You want people to
Yeah.
see it. Now, what you don't do, and where I think you're trying to draw the line, is that
Clickbait stuff.
you're not doing the clickbait.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to say something so radical
Exactly.
that 1 million people are going to comment, because
Yeah.
you see that's
Yeah.
the extreme stuff.
So what I did was I countered with him, like, and I didn't think his whole D'Amico thing last week was clickbait, but some people took it as that. And so basically I thought he
Yeah.
was saying mine was clickbait. So I countered, okay, with your logic, if mine's clickbait, then your stuff is clickbait too. So that's when it got all kind of muddied up.
That's gonna needle for sure, because that was
I knew,
the response that Paul got to that, I think is probably going to be a touchy
Yeah.
thing coming at him for that.
But my thing was like, I'll use your logic and throw it back
No,
on you.
I get it. You're defending yourself, but
Yeah.
I mean, he got, I think, unexpected backlash on that, and I didn't think Paul was off on that take, but I can
Yeah.
see how that might be a sensitive.
That got
sensitive
misconstrued is
topic.
what happened. Yeah. And I never said that. I just threw that out there like that just to prove a point. I didn't say anything about the topic.
Yeah. Like your motive is to like send out Texas news to the people, like, and to
Yeah.
people that follow you.
It's to engage.
Yeah,
which is ironic.
exactly. So that's where I'm at with it. Like I post these. I post the all 22s.
Yeah.
Like I'll do those
You do a
on
great job.
Tuesday or Wednesday mornings, and I'm just posturing whenever I do that. But
You're trying to do
why-
film study like you're Jeremy Branham. You're
No,
trying to make
but,
everybody
like-
think that you know ball.
So
Who was that on that soundbite?
that was Paul.
How fitting is that?
I told you, he can be a little grumpy from time to time. Paul can be a little bit get off my lawn from time to time, but we love Paul for it. Why do I do that though? Like, what is the motive that I have to do that? Like, if I do love to watch the film,
Yeah.
but I could just watch the film and not show anybody else what I'm seeing, right? So why am I posting it? Well, other people can look at it and then we can have a conversation. I am now farming engagement by doing that. Whenever we send out questions like while we're doing the show, like where's Alex Bregman going to land? I will then tweet that so we
Yes.
have more dialogue and conversation. So what am I doing? I am farming engagement. So I think every single Twitter post that has ever existed is engagement farming. Now, like H-Town Critic and what you're trying to avoid are these like crazy
Yeah.
scenarios where people are just going to roast you in the comments in
Gaslighting
an
posts
effort. Like you're trying. The only thing that you're looking for there is to gaslight and to create this sensation of people just yelling and
Yeah.
screaming at you. That's going to lead to
We
a
need
ton
better
of comments.
definitions is what we need.
Yeah.
I've learned that too with the sophomore slump. When that was the whole thing of the post, and you're arguing with people, but everyone has a different perception of what it means. So you can't even have,
Yeah. Like I definitely farm engagement. There's no doubt about that. Like I also don't run away from that idea. Like I understand what I'm doing, and then I'm going to buy a cup of coffee with the money that Twitter pays me at the end of each month. 7308 engagement farming is one thing. What
But you're
H-Town
not doing
Critic
that
does
to
is
make
engagement
pennies.
ranching. No, I do it. Honestly, the reason that I do
You
it
enjoy
is
it.
well,
But you're also providing a value to the fans. Like I now don't have to watch as much of the All 22. When I go back and watch myself, I've already watched 80% of it through
Yeah.
you, and now it's easy for me to share stuff. So like that's my whole take too. Is like we're making it easier to be Texans fans. Like that's my whole big picture with what I've been doing.
the reason that I do it, so hopefully people would listen to the show. Like, quite frankly,
Yeah.
like, why am I so active on Twitter? It's not to make my X amount of money a month on
But
Twitter.
you
Just
earn
throw
that.
this crap out there to get
You
clicks.
put in the effort to do it, so if
Uh-huh.
someone does tune in, then you earn that.
Like I would, if I didn't have a radio, I probably wouldn't be watching All 22 if I didn't have a radio show. But if I didn't care about trying to get like a listener from social media, I probably would never tweet. I would probably just scroll, get information, come do the show. Sure, I would use some of the stuff that I saw on Twitter, but the reason that I am active on social media in a variety of different ways is
Build your
because
brand.
I'm no, not so much the brand. It's more to try to attract listeners to the show. Maybe we pick up a listener a week because I'm doing stupid All 22 videos on Twitter. You know what I
got a
mean? Like
blessing
I
or
do.
stressing segment.
That's right. Like I do enjoy doing it. But if there wasn't, like, there's a motive for me.
Yeah.
Why do I post it? Because I want to get listeners. Like, your motive is because, like, you're sharing information that you see with your following. But you also want to grow your brand.
For sure,
So,
yeah.
like, there's your motive. And I
Yeah.
think that's what the whole farming engagement thing is. But again, I think literally everybody does that. 6381, only way this settled is to fight at the Astrodome. My bunny on Blessin also gives good use for the
go.
dome. That's Aaron in Mid-County. Now, you were a college athlete. Paul was a TAPS 6A flag. No,
He was an
six-man.
all-district safety.
In six-man football in Florida.
It was a six-man football.
Yeah, but I
Come
like
on.
to say that, Brian. Don't let the truth get in the
come
way of a
on.
good
I know,
story.
But Paul's going to take that and
Well,
get
maybe
angry
we'll just
about
do
it.
like
He was
some
an
one-on-one
all-district
routes
safety.
then, like see if he can cover me, and that'll settle it.
Oh, that'd be fun. That would be
that
good.
might be the angle.
Yeah.
Paul has a very high opinion of his
We
flag
need to lean
football
into
skills.
that.
So
We'll put that to test.
We need to
I
lean
got
into
some
that.
cleats
You know
in
what
my
we
truck
need?
right now.
We
I
need
haven't
to
ran
lean
around
into
in 5 years, but
We
I'll do
can
it.
put it on social. It'd be great.
We need an Oklahoma drill between Paul and Garrett.
He's a receiver, and Paul was a defensive
Okay,
back.
actually, no, yeah, you're right. Let's one-on-one.
Yeah.
No, who's throwing the ball to him?
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Okay.
No, I think I need Tommy John though, because I was
Yeah.
playing, a little softball. I was a great intramural quarterback. Good. I
I'll
wouldn't
be
say
wide
great.
open. Just
Good.
toss it up.
There you
It'll be
go.
fun.
There, I think I can throw it 10, 15 yards these days. 7308, I prefer ethically sourced organic engagement. All right, let's get to blessing or stress. That's enough, Paul. What are we blessing or stressing today, Garrett?
That was fun because my first topic was.
It was way more entertaining than anything you got.
Yeah, of course. I might as well go home now. My first one was going to be Paul Gallant, but I was going to do it jokingly, but we addressed it. But no, I mean, I look forward to meeting him and, all that dialogue. There's no, ill will towards each other. I'm sure he's the same way. It's just a Twitter deal. But as far as blessing or stressing, are we blessing or stressing the win over the Cowboys? And this sounds weird, but, being online and seeing fans and just kind of the way this whole season has gone and the way this game gone, even the way this game went, even though we ended up winning by 24 points, 34-10, I believe, there were still fans that probably walked away not happy. So I am blessing the win. A win is a win, first off and foremost. I know people hate hearing that, but a 24-point road win, whether it's against a terrible Dallas Cowboys team or not, historically bad on the road or not, or at home or not, it's still very impressive. Even though the game was closer than we liked until we broke it open with that offensive touchdown. I think part of that, too, was the entire game plan going into the game. I had mentioned with you guys last week, it was very similar game plan going into it as the Patriots game. Lean on your defense, conservative on offense, run the ball. And to me, it played out exactly how I thought it would. Cooper Rush looked like he was a world beater, but I think that was intentional. I think D'Amico Ryans knew that he wasn't great, and it was a bend but don't break approach. We didn't blitz. We blitzed 5 out of 55 times. So we just relied on a 4-man rush to get there, and we allowed him to get the underneath until he eventually messed up, which he did. So I'm big blessing it.
No, I'm blessing it too. I've heard a lot of people kind of, they didn't take a step forward or Blankers wasn't that high with the victory, which I do understand the big picture approach. Like, do you feel more confident about the Texans Super Bowl chances after beating Dallas? I think it's fair to say they're the same. They didn't improve those odds for you, but you needed a get right game. You could have rested the starters late if you wanted to. Like, I know that they wanted that second half offensive touchdown, so they left the starters in there. But an easy road win in the NFL is an easy road win in the NFL. So yeah, I was blessing that. And plus, like, everybody wants the Texans to be at their absolute best in mid-November, and it'd be great, and you would have a lot of confidence with the team. But you don't win in the playoffs by being the best team in the NFL on November 18th. Like, you're trying to work your way to being the best. Now, there are times in the NFL where a team starts the very best and they finish the very, very best. But I'm not going to blast the Texans for being the 7th or 8th best team in the NFL in mid-November. Let's see what they look like whenever January football rolls around.
Yeah, I'm going to bless it as well because, like Jeremy said, I'm not worried about yet what happens in January and mid-November. Like, the team that takes the field on November 18th against the Cowboys isn't going to be the same team that takes the field in January, both because of injuries, both because players either regress or get better over a full season. So I try to look at it as a more singular one-game event. In that one game, they went on the road and won by 24 points. And they have a chance now with the Jaguars and the Titans coming up to get to 9-4 going into the bye. And at that point, if you take care of business, everything's in front of you. So I'm going to bless it.
Yeah, and then I guess we didn't even mention the fact that it was just we beat our in-state rivals. So, I mean, that alone is
that
worth
alone
its weight in gold.
makes it a bless.
Show the Cowboys that they're little brother.
Yeah, and it's funny too. Like, the discourse online with the Cowboys fan is, leading up to like, oh, if we beat you and then we lose, it's like, oh, well, of course we lost. Like, they don't even let you like say like it's like the game doesn't even count because they're bad.
Yeah,
I just found that interesting. But
carries no weight to them because we already stink.
Yeah, that's a loser mentality. But yeah. So next up, I got are y'all blessing or stressing the idea that we can let dejected Cowboys fans that we just talked about switch to being Texans fans now that their season's in the drain? Would you bless that or stress that?
Okay, is this happening?
Well, for one, my wife is a Cowboys fan.
Okay.
And my father-in-law,
My condolences.
whom I went to the game with, which was awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
I guess I'll go first, but I am seeing some of it like online, and I will say slightly bless it. I know a lot of fans are very adamant against it, but I do feel like there's a lot of people that live in Houston, born and raised, that became Cowboys fans just by happenstance. And, if we can benefit from that, I mean, and we see it too, like all of our home games where we don't have all these fans, that's because we're a new young franchise who hasn't had sustained excellent success, in my opinion, is one part of it. So I will slightly bless it and say I'll take all the fans we can get.
Yeah, I'm gonna bless it too. Like, hey, you have a winning team, you have a bandwagon, jump on the bandwagon, bring on everybody. Plus, it would kind of help out the Texans. I understand it's a salary cap league, but the more money that they're bringing in, the only better, right? Maybe they build a new stadium off of all the Cowboy fans that are jumping on the bandwagon. I am a loving person. I get a bad rap. People say I'm negative and I'm a hater and I'm always a critic. No, I'm a lover. That's what I do. I love. Come on down, baby. You want to join on the bandwagon? Join on the bandwagon. But here's my only rule. If you're going to do it, you can't jump back. You can't jump. If you're going to make the leap, it's a one-way ticket. It's a one-way ticket. I'm okay. It's a one-way ticket. Can't waffle.
I'm a little offended by what you just said, Jeremy. I mean, this takes me back to when the Rangers were in the World Series. We had to hear people in the city, people on the flagship talk about, well, it's a Texas team.
It's a one-way ticket.
I understand, but we took those people to task, saying they were going to root for the Rangers because we got to support Texas. Same thing where Aggies and Longhorn fans, or we got to support Texas, or you got to support the Big 12 or the SEC. I find all that to be stupid. No, if you're a Cowboys fan, sorry your season sucks. Good luck next year. I don't want you wearing Texans gear.
It's a one-way ticket.
I don't care.
You're talking about people who are Astro fans that are rooting for rivals.
I'll stress a little bit what Garrett said about us being a new young team. It's been 24 years.
That's
throw
new.
that out the door.
That's an infancy.
No, sorry. I don't care. I know technically we are the newest team in the league still, but I'm throwing that out. We can't we can't use expansion. We can't use new young team. It's been 24 years. No.
Well, I think none of that will change until we get to an AFC championship, or if we ever win a Super Bowl. I feel like that would finally change. Hopefully.
That's young for a team. Now, the problem is you kind of went backwards with attendance. Like, you've been to the mountaintop kind of, and then you're kind of trending down. Now it's back on the way up.
Yeah, because there was a time where you had to have that long wait list for season tickets. Then the wait list completely went away thanks to Jack Easterby.
One-way ticket.
Yep.
One-way ticket. All you got.
Roller coaster.
All right, last one, Garrett.
All right. Are we blessing or stressing the belief that CJ Stroud is having a sophomore slump, which was the impetus of the Twitter beef we talked about
I
earlier?
feel like we're going backwards.
Comes around full circle. Yeah. So I guess it depends too, based off your definition. So I'll define my definition and then explain why I don't believe he's having a sophomore slump. To me, I perceive a sophomore slump as like a catastrophic fall off statistics wise. And then your team is losing because of your play. I mean, it is apparent that CJ isn't playing as good as he was last year. Yes, that's true. So two things can be true at once. He can be not playing quite as good, but he can also not be having a sophomore slump, in my opinion. I mean, he's missed throws here and there. But you also have to look at context too. Like context matters. Injuries. Nico Collins, top 3 receiver in the league. He's been out for over 50% of the games. Joe Mixon's been out for a good bit. Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell's even missed time.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last part is the offensive line. I mean, we've had one of the worst offensive lines in the league. Has been sacked, at a high rate this year. So I think when you factor all those things in, and then the one thing I've noticed too is I feel like this is something I've caught on to, but I feel like his mistakes are magnified because of the struggles overall. It's like he may have been making some of these same mistakes last year, maybe not quite as often, but they didn't sting quite as bad because the offense was still fine overall. So there's several factors. So I think I'm blessing that he's not having a sophomore.
Yeah, I'm going to bless it too. Now, his production isn't where I thought it was going to be. I thought his numbers were going to be better because he would take this natural, incline into his second season, and I expected his numbers in year 2 to be better than his numbers in year 1 in totality, like the volume. Did I expect him to lead the NFL in passing yards per game for the second year in a row? I wouldn't say that, but I expected his yards to go up. I expected his touchdowns to go up. And I haven't seen that production. But why I'm not going to call it a sophomore slump, or for the context that you pointed out. The offensive line has been in shambles. He's lost multiple receivers. He missed Stephon Diggs for the last however many games it is now. Missed Nico for 5. Even Tank Dell missed a game because he was playing in garbage time against Minnesota. Still not over that, DeMeco Ryans. And even Mixon missed some games. So I think that the reason that his production has slipped, and he's not, the accuracy has slipped too. But it's not because he's in this quote-unquote slump. I think it's the variables around him. So I'll bless that one.
I'm going to stress it just because by the strict definition of his performance last year versus his performance this year, yards per game, interception percentage, touchdown percentage, it's all come down. Now, that's not to say I have any less faith in him going forward. I still think he's as talented as he was. I still think he's capable of being an upper echelon QB, top 5 QB. None of that's changed for me. And there's plenty of reasons, as you guys pointed out, Nico being out, Tank missing the game because of the offensive line being in shambles. There's plenty of reasons and excuses to give for CJ, and that's why I don't think he's any less of a quarterback. But strictly speaking, production stats, he's had a slip back. So I'll stress it because it is worse than last year, but I'm not worried about it long term.
All right, Garrett, what engagement are you farming this week at HoustonStressons.com?
This is kind of funny. I'm actually releasing a directory of all content creators so they can now engage themselves.
You're farming farmers.
Yeah, so it's
You're
like
farming engagement of
like
engagement
inception
farmers.
of engagement.
This sounds like
inception.
I was hoping
it
to
sounds
say
like a
diss
pyramid
track
scheme.
of Paul Gallant, but
What do they call that? Like MSMs or whatever?
It's like
No
Cut
idea.
Code Knives, but for Houston Texans content.
Yeah. Look at you. You're farming farmers.
Yeah, farming farmers.
Sheesh. Yeah.
Farmers squared.
All right, check out all the farmers, HoustonStressons.com. That'll be a fun directory, though. Get your one-stop shop for all your Texans news. You can follow him on Instagram at Houston Stressons, Texans commenter on TikTok and Twitter, and you never know he's going to fight with next on Twitter at Texans commenter. Good stuff, Garrett. We'll talk to you next week. All right, coming up next, Doghouse. Who is in your doghouse? 713-780-ESPN. But before we go, time to give away some tickets. U of H taking on Baylor this Saturday, November 23rd, 6 p.m. The weather's going to be great, but who are we kidding? The weather's always great at TD ECU Stadium. It's senior day. It's our Houston Blue game. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Cougar football game. Tickets are just $15. Head to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear blue as we pack the stadium for our final home game of the season. Celebrating our seniors, too, and the first 20,000 fans receive a Houston Blue rally towel, compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UH Alumni Association, and ConocoPhillips, and our team will be wearing their new Houston Blue uniforms. Giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller number in honor of Case Keenum. Caller number 7-713-780-3776. You're going to go watch Houston Baylor this Saturday at 6 at TD-ECU Stadium. You can get your tickets $15 at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Who is in your doghouse? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
No blankers. He's at Toyota Center. The Rockets are retiring his number, so he had to duck out a little bit early. Who's in your doghouse? 713-780-ESPN. I'm going to put this text in the doghouse. We had tons of texts. They love the drama of Paul Gallant versus Blessin or Stressin. They want to see it on Netflix. They want to see it at the Astrodome. This one texter, okay, now let's talk about sports, not Paul.
Oh,
What
that
has
guy?
happened? What has happened today in sports that is more entertaining than Stressin and Paul Gallant calling each other names and mean things on the internet?
I
Nothing.
don't get that person. Not that individual texter, but the person who texts into a show and said, "Get back to sports." Like, okay, if this topic isn't for you, guess what? You've got other options. Why are you?
Well, to be fair, there are no other options.
That's true. I don't want to listen to.
Hey, don't tell him to turn the
Baytown
dial.
back. I'm not,
Yeah,
but
don't
I'm
tell
just
him to turn
saying,
the
like,
dial.
I don't get the mindset of wasting my time telling someone what to talk about.
Plus the drama. I live for the drama.
I know you love
the drama.
I knew that was going to leave as soon as I heard about it.
I was so happy.
I was surprised we didn't leave within a 3.
I saw that. I think I saw it like at 9 this morning. Like them going at it back and forth and bad words and mean things. And I was like, I cannot wait until 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock is going to make my day. So I was here for it. So you're the car wreck for saying sports, not Paul versus Stressin. What's the first thing on your dog list? Or dog house?
Dog house, yes. Dog list, I don't know what that would be. I saw an updated odds board for odds to make the college football playoff, and maybe this is PTSD from it being a long time since I guess last year, but the long time since the Longhorns are in this spot. But they've, at least the one I looked at, which was Bet Online from Jimmy Shapiro, but his odds list took Texas off the board for their odds to make the college football playoffs because it is a presumed lock that they are in, which I understand the thought process. But if they lose at A&M and then they lose the SEC title game, assuming they're still in the SEC title game, a 10-3 Texas team, are we saying 100% locked they're in the playoff? I don't know. I don't think they are locked. And 2, even if they are, I don't like the jinx of it. Like, let's let it happen before. I get they're running a business. They don't care about my feelings as a Longhorn fan. But I don't like the jinx of, oh, you guys have already got it locked up. They still got to be A&M. They still got to deal with the SEC title game. It's not locked yet.
And what would be their best win?
Yeah, that's the problem. Michigan sucks. OU sucks. There's not a lot of big-time marquee wins right now.
You know how we talk about in the NCAA tournament, we talk about like a soft bubble where like you're having a hard time coming up with the 68 teams that make it.
Sure.
Like we don't have a whole lot of experience, obviously, with the 12-team playoff, with this being the first year. I feel like when we get like 10 years of intel and data, I feel like we're going to look at this year and talk about how soft a bubble it was. Because this bubble feels soft.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. How many teams do you think are still alive, like past the 12? Do you think it's pretty much like?
No, it can be. It can be because
I was just curious how much you thought was already decided. Like, I think Oregon's in literally no matter what from here on out.
Ohio State. I mean, if Ohio State,
I don't know. I think Ohio State. Let's say they lose to Indiana.
I think they're in.
They lose to Michigan. They're out.
Well, yeah, I forgot.
I'm saying, like,
I didn't take
matter,
the Michigan game
no
seriously.
matter what, I think Oregon's in. There's nothing they can do at this point to get eliminated. I think that's the only team that could say that.
I mean, if Oregon loses to Washington and then they lose the Pac-12 championship
11-2 with the win over Ohio State, I still think they're in.
Probably.
I think
they
that's
are
the only team that says they're in.
Probably so. Notre Dame, no. Ohio State, no.
Although
Texas,
I agree with you,
no.
they're not going to lose to Michigan,
Kent
but just
State, no.
hypothetically.
Yeah, Oregon's probably the only lock. I would agree with that.
Yeah, so I didn't like that they were already making a foregone conclusion that Texas is already in. I mean, I think they're in, but they got to beat A&M to guarantee it. Now, if they beat Kentucky and they beat A&M, it doesn't matter what happens in the SEC title game. I agree with that, but they got to take care of some business first.
Yeah. Next up on my doghouse, this Jake Paul, Mike Tyson doing bigger numbers in the it irritates me.
You can't let it go.
It triggers me.
I can tell.
It triggers me. Like, this is pulling bigger numbers in the Super Bowl. I saw today where Netflix's stock has went up like 6.8% since this fight, which is
ridiculous.
Like, it's earned them like whatever the market term is, like billions of dollars in terms of like their market index or whatever that I'm not a
Marcus scoreboard coming up next, but I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not a Wall Street bro, so I don't know the terminology. But yeah, this has shot up Netflix's stock. This stupid fight that's not even real has shut up Netflix's stock. And as a boxing purist, it makes me sick.
Yeah, but
Makes
I
me
mean,
sick.
at the same time, we started the segment telling the world about how much you love the drama. I mean, that's kind of what this is it not?
Yeah, but
I mean,
my love for boxing, a dying sport, supersedes my love for fake boxing drama.
Okay.
Plus,
I
there
mean,
wasn't a whole lot of drama in this, anyways.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, once the bell rang, the drama was pretty much over.
And what was the biggest drama in this fight? That Jake Paul stepped on his foot?
Yeah. In the press conference leading up, and then obviously Tyson slapped him. I guess that was probably the biggest drama. I mean, I guess is what you thought of the fight. Like, I know we both went into the fight thinking it was going to be them taking care of each other, which it most certainly was.
Did you see the conspiracy theory that Tyson wasn't throwing?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you think it's real? Do you believe the theory?
I haven't. To be fair, I haven't read the theory. I just saw the headline.
I saw the video of the theory. They show one in particular where Tyson kind of like avoids a cross and like he's right here, clean shot, and he just tucks his arm. Like he throws it like a quarter of the way,
right,
and then
chills and pulls it back.
Yeah,
I could see there being there was definitely, I think, an agreement of like, hey, don't kill Tyson. He's 58. Let's not have him die in the ring.
I think there was an agreement not to kill Jake Paul.
I think there was an agreement. That's what I'm saying. I think there was an agreement both ways. Like Tyson, for as unbalanced as he was on his legs, for his little stamina, if Paul got close and he had a chance to kill him, I think Tyson wouldn't have done it.
All right, what else you got?
The next on my list, this is kind of I don't know if you'll agree with this, but when you go through Chick-fil-A, a lot of these Chick-fil-A's have, my pleasure, exactly. A lot of these Chick-fil-A's have the 2 lane, like the 2 order lanes that go down to one to go through the drive-through, right?
Yep.
And they always tell you when they have the people out there taking your order, when it's not just through the drive-through speaker, like, hey, you're behind this car, you're behind the silver Chevy, you're behind the red Toyota, whatever it is. It drives me crazy when when they go through the effort to make sure the orders and the rights, the orders at the window are in the right order, so you get the right order. When someone, even though they're told what car you're behind, jumps the line and decides, I don't care if I'm jumping the line, if I'm out of order, if I might cause a wrong order to be given out. I need my food before that person, so they jump that line. They jump and cut in front of that. That drives me crazy. It happens to me at least 2-3 times a week.
They look at you and they see a pushover.
I guess
you need to stand on business.
Well, sometimes if you're on the outside part, like there's nowhere for me to go. Like I could run them over with my truck, but short of that,
I know why they do this to you, because you're not a back in the truck kind of guy.
They can
see
just
it in
look
you.
at me and see that.
They can.
Like they don't respect me because I'm not backing in the truck.
Facts. Alex says Juice Scruggs for penalties and Jeff Okuda for just not being no bueno. Those are doghouse occupants. It's a good call. A couple of texters. Juice Scruggs looks almost as bad as Kenyon Green. Gets blown up all the time. He got blown up once. Got a bad holding penalty. He doesn't look as bad.
I think we counted it. I don't know. Did you ever find a conclusion to the DeMario Overshown play with Scruggs?
I think they just missed the coverage.
Okay, so you're not putting it on Scruggs. Well, even with that, we counted up. It was 3 blown plays. Kenyon Green was getting beat 3 times per possession.
Yeah, I don't give that one to Juice. 6860 Rockets retiring Joel's number? ? More like his New Balances. Blankers wouldn't be caught dead in a New Balance.
No, he only wears Nikes. I was curious though, if they retired Joel's number, what are they putting in the rafters?
They could put a microphone.
A microphone?
I've seen some arenas retire announcers.
Okay.
They'll just put a microphone in the years that he worked with the team or
that's
the
not bad.
program. Yeah. It's a dream of mine. 7308 J-Bone is a messy bad word who lives for drama. Oh, so?
Yeah. Freely admits it.
What's wrong with that? My dentist is in my doghouse for remarking about my slightly high highly blood pressure and asking if I was stressed about something. Yes, I'm stressed about sitting in a dentist chair. Good point.
How elevated was it, though? He's leaving out the details.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on what the number was, he had a right to be concerned.
Sure. BMAC sounds like you need to cook more if you're getting cut off 3 times a week.
I probably should cook more, but it's difficult when you don't leave here till like 7 o'clock, 7:15 at night.
Evan McPherson.
And you got to drive an hour home.
Evan McPherson in my doghouse for costing me my big bet on BZ money. If he makes a single field goal, I win my bet. Also, the Giants benching Daniel Jones because I like Daniel Jones in best ball, and I own a lot of Daniel Jones in best ball because he's a great third-string quarterback. That's all I got. You have any others?
No, one more. I don't have the schedule right in front of me right now, but I hate when you look at the college football schedule in November, and this is mostly the case with the SEC. And Texas is playing Kentucky, so doesn't pertain to them right now. But you always see like Alabama versus Mercer, or these big SEC powerhouses taking on the cupcake, not even FBS school, but just lower bowl subdivision schools in November. I hate the cupcake game in November. Put all that stuff at the beginning of the year. I hate when you get to November, you're trying to really get into the race of getting to the conference title games, and you got, Alabama's playing Mercer.
Only the SEC does that, though.
I know.
It's so weird.
I couldn't think of any other conference
It's the SEC.
that did that.
I think they do it because they're trying to like take a little bit of ease,
Like a bye week?
Yeah, without having a bye week. Kind of.
I get it, but
I don't like
as
it
a
either.
fan, I don't like it.
I'm with you. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. Aggies basketball coming up at 6:30. They take on Lamar. And then Hall of Fame at 10 o'clock, Booker T in the undercard where he belongs.
You said when you said Booker T's name first, it's like, oh, he's gonna drop the bit and give some respect. And no. Then the disrespect came.
What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Alex says car wreck of the day is Paul for trying to scratch out Stressen's eyes on Twitter. It's not a bad one.
Is that a cat dad reference?
Not a bad one. I'm going to nominate Bronny James. Bronny James. Bronny James is my car wreck of the day.
Too big of a star to go on the road.
Too big of a star of the G League. He's in the G League trying to make it in the world of basketball. He's trying to make it as a professional basketball player. He's trying to fulfill his dream as an NBAer. And in an effort to fulfill this dream, he's not traveling to road games of their G League affiliate. He's getting the Roger Clemens treatment in the minor leagues.
Because he's too big of a star. The crowds are too
unreal.
What sort of crowds have ever been at a G League game?
I think mommy and daddy are scared of putting him on a plane or on a long bus trip. Like, why are you not going to road games in the G League?
I get people are going to know who he is. I doubt at a G League game in some of these really tiny markets that these G League games take place, that there's going to be this massive crowd seeking out Bronny and making his life miserable.
Is that what they're saying?
That came. I think it came from Windhorst or somebody that apparently the Lakers don't want to put him on the road because of his celebrity in the crowd.
This is another example that he's not a real prospect.
No, everything's fake.
Because if you had a real prospect, you want him getting minutes, you want him making road
trips.
He's
got to get used to that sort of stuff.
And he was in college traveling at USC.
Right. Yeah, it makes no sense.
It's dumb. What do you got?
I'm going to nominate for my car wreck of the day these Ray Lewis FAU rumors. There was the rumor came out that Ray Lewis was going to be considered for the FAU job, and then just a few hours later, it came out, well, he's actually never had contact with the school. And so, just the rumor process of, well, he's the front runner, and all of a sudden he's never had contact with the school. But even if that wasn't the case, just the idea of let's get this famous person in to be our coach. Okay, I know he was a great player, but can he coach ball? We don't know that. I reject when we see these guys who have never been involved in coaching suddenly get thrown into the coaching spotlight because of their big name.
On top of that, too, there are very few great players that are good coaches.
Yeah.
Very few. I would throw Magic was bad.
Yeah, that's what my point.
Bad.
Drexler here.
Drexler was horrific. Chris Mullin was bad. Right. Patrick Ewing was bad. There
the
were
only
very few.
Larry Bird was good.
Larry Bird was good, but he just didn't do it forever.
Yeah.
Just didn't do it forever. And I would say Deion's been good. Deion's been really good.
Gotta give him credit.
Deion's been really good. Now, Deion went through the grind. Deion was coaching high school. Deion went to Jackson State, which had zero facilities, zero resources. So I give Deion a lot of credit. I think Deion's one of the few. Larry Bird's one of the few. But few and far between where all-time greats are good coaches.
Yeah, I can't think of very many examples. I mean, lots of them played it like Phil Jackson, but Phil Jackson was not an all-time great. Rudy T was an all-star, but he wasn't an all-time great.
Always came a little short of being probably would have been an all-time great if it weren't for Kermit Washington. All right, what is one in here?
I'm going to go with Ray Lewis.
Okay.
Or no, you know what? Let's do Twitter fights.
I would have liked to see him take a stab at coaching, though. I wouldn't have minded seeing that.
Okay.
All right, Twitter fights. Twitter fights, you win. Does it for us. He's Brian. Blanker's getting his number retired. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Aggie basketball coming up at 6:30 right here on ESPN 97.5. Good night, everybody.